Chapter 1. If so, let us begin by digging up the ancestral grave. Rollo Penetices, yet before he could discern anything, instinctive lyriac head for his shoulder. Thatdom Nedmami, did it near like him, biting off my entire shoulder? Upon touching it, however, he found his halder intact, no wound, nor even a toothmark, was visible. Could it have been an illusion? I twasn't that his vision gradually cleared. Night had enveloped everything, yet a few flickering candle lights dispel a dismal patch of darkness. Were these the candles lit at the entrance ophatom, weren't they supposed tobered candles, hagoisinto tune with white candles, truly auspicious. Rolla reached out towards the candles, but they retreated with themselves, startling him so much the Thanata said they were refaked in a candlestick. And that candlestick was Sheldon semi-ancient. The dim light was insufficient to illuminate the entire figure, but Rollo could see Perof Sinjaeus like those of Corfalcon, terrifying event in the pitch-black night. Master Rollo, you should Baristingeniorum at the shower. Master Rollo? Rollo suddenly felt the shade explode with pain as if a flood of memorious Nathason surged forth. Have forcibly suppressed the discomfort and replied with affected nonchalance. I don't need your red lecator. Then, he turned and fell his way back to his room. Those terrifying eyes stood behind the candlelight, watching him leave, and then disappeared silently after the door of his room slammed shut with a click. Rollo leaned against the door, and the intense pain in his head subsided slightly. How absurd, Rollo Horonet supreme ninth world of tomb braiding for so many years, have a seen all sorts of fairy things. But a travel, this is something I've never encountered. Indeed, he had travelled through time. Rollo was originally an orphaneth blue planet, picked up by a blind old man and accidentally drawn in toth world of tomb braiding. In terms of dragon seeking and gold dividing abilities, Rollo was un remarkable ninth world of tomb braiding. Yet, all parties loved Twanva Teham when descend in gintitomes, not for anathingels, but because Rollo excelled at dealing with mummies. Due area funting, he was eventually bitten with a prey he sought. The less mummy he encountered was grotesque, almost possessing thuist dome of a living person, toying with the entire tomb braiding team like a cot with Amos. In the end, Rolla made a bold decision, embracing Jatan falling into an abystagather to meet their fate. Whether the tomb braiding team survived or not was soon known, but Rollo presumed he was beyond help. As for the luck Isol had possessed, his background was for superior to his own. These world was permeated with extraordinary power known as magic, which could enhance himself, cast spells, and create chemical devices serving to a range of purposes. The Empire of A dominated the continent with its sophisticated magic system, and the original body, as the only son of Viscount Paluogi, a border aristocrat, although among the upper crust in the capital, was Stilala Caltrant, immensely wealthy, and Levin gave her a comfortable life. But hot wasn't the past. The Viscount had suddenly passed away a week ago, the cause of death unknown. Currently, the investigation was being handled by the Viscount's younger brother, Rollo's uncle, and also the highest military officer in charge of all knights within the Viscount's territory, Anolan Pilugi. It was soon clear how this man conducted his investigation, but he had semihalist the original body as the prime suspect, and as the investigation progressed, more and more incriminating evidence was uncovered, making his suspicion heavier. Thus, he was no legitimately confined to his room in Grey River Castle. Yet, Rollo, who had inherited the original body's memories, knew that this guy was sauceless wretch and definitely not the murderer. As for the real culprit, the last memory of the original body was suffering unbearable abdominal pain after eating food given by Hiskausen, forcing him to violate the ban and sikelp outside his room, boot collapsing before he could take a few steps. If not for the time travel, by the next day, new soft hemorrhage of the Viscount committing suicide out of guilt would have spread throughout the Viscount's territory. And with the only hierofte former Viscount deceased, Howold Thedel Thalfalupin? Killing Denny's older brother to ascend, a common occurrence throughout history. TSK, upon reflection, have I only just arrived and already encountered a dead-end situation? Rolla felt somewhat hopeless, wondering why he had to encounter such troubles. Well, he had been tomb braiding for many years and had probably offended countless bepleen spirits. If that's my fate, but resign myself to it, not so easily. Rolla crawled under the bed and found a den compartment, which with a gentle press ejected a book. The book cover, adorned with a circle of silver ornaments, was magnificente. It gave an impression of imprisonment. Upon opening the cover, the title page depicted a terrifying hostile face as if struggling with all its might to break free from something. These was one of the main reasons the original body was suspected the book of it. This artifact had quite an extraordinary origin. When the original body was in 12 years old, he purchased it from a mysterious figure cloaked in a black robe in an abandoned, decrepit church outside the city, for the price of a month's allowance, a single gold dragon. At the time, the mysterious figure also read another book, the Holy Sun Scripture, which looked immaculate as a bionaged nefridial, but the original body rejected it with righteous indignation. I am destined to embrace darkness and will never touch the light again. Afterwards, the original body and studied this treasure for a few weeks and achieved remarkable results. For instance, Ameliezer Vantanse saw him crouching in a corner of Grey River Castle, whispering, "Kido the hidden dark power, show me your true strength before sale released." Sometimes, when maids scammed to clean his room, they would see him discarding random items like snake molts and sword scabbards on the ground and solemnly counting, "Your body I entrusted at my command mafati as a decayed toy or sword," and similar phrases. And when the swordsmanship instructor corrected his wrong movements, the boy would retort, "It's not hos wrong, but this world." Of course, besides T-boys rumbling and shouting, nothing unusual happened in the territory. Otherwise, it would be the Holy Inquisition Knights rather than the family Knights of Lanpalawoji responsible for the martial law. However, the original body's bizarre behavior the entire territory a consensus without surprise obsessed with dark magic. Of course, new believe that the boy actually possessed dark magic, and in ancient times, without the concept of Middleskull syndrome, people naturally placed it with madman. A madman only obsessed with terrifying things like dark magic, going crazy any day and killing his own father wouldn't be strange, right? It was the prevalency of this mindset that allowed Thanos to manipulate frame Rollo step by step. Yet none would have guessed that Thysicillus Recha had actually conjured something. Rollo flipped the book off dead to the last page, revealing the complex mega calare. It was not laboratory but sufficient for current use. It was a successful attempt during the original body's usual practice of randomly drawing magic calories. Perhaps it was because he dripped his own blood while drawing, or maybe pressed the family's elanto theory regardless the destination of the teleportation era happened to the ancestral tomb, the most important spiritual symbol of the Piliwaja family. Starting from the first Viscount Lampiology Horsevat the territory, all subsequent Viscounts were buried there and the family heirloom symbol was also there. Although the original body was a Middleskull syndrome, Hune expected liar spected his ancestors very much after discovering it was the ancestral tomb for the first time. Hennever used it again and not placid the paper on the last page. However, the filialson was already deceased. Now, possessing this body as your tomb braiding expert, Master Rollo. Ancestors, if there are any offenses in the future, please forgive them. After all, there will probably be many more offenses to in the future, and if I don't go to said toitno, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it latter. Alpha fits a hellish start, there is still a solution. As soon as the words fell, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding, host spirit and body have full emerged, intelligency system officially activated. Chapter 2 Who'd arresto dig up my ancestral grave before me. Rolaslip skuden suppress a hint of upturn as mile play in Gathy corners. The Zistrolith standard equipment for Rada Traveler, isn't it? After a quick glimpse, have found that the intelligency system possessed 4 functions: personal intelligence, daily intelligence, intelligence archive, and intelligence points. Personal intelligence served as attribute panel. However, the original body, apathetic fellow who had trained for 2.5 years, possessed virtually no skills, only a few basic hand makeshiftry as for elementary equestrian isman swordsmanship. Obviously, Rolash former life a skill soft tomb braiding and battling zombies didn't accompany him into his new world. As for daily intelligence, it was self-explanatory, and random piece of intelligence would automatically refresh each day, and today's batch was fresh out of the oven. One that chief made off Grey River Castle and Festival Han had secretly developed feelings for each other, arranging to meet in the middle of tonight, expressing their affectionate pairs. To the best blacksmith in the town, upon catching his wife feasting with the next door butcher on the chipping block, jumped into the Ivor Rinafito fanger, currently he's out of danger. 3. A large herd of migratory deer with big antlers will soon pass through the territory of Lamperouge near Behuntersche begun converging Gonthi territory, and many Gerald submarine the Telso Frangers are reorganized lip participating in matchmaking activities. For Thesharif of Grey River Town, Thessanofuna Lamperouge, Thechif Naitof Lamperouge family, go tinto fierce fight with a hunter over at Samedjil, causing quite styrin the town. 5. Ralasmov Twitchadashared was Thysan intelligence system or an entertainment gossip newspaper, Wyverethi intelligence report samastentire la juice gossip? Was tats hereth the cousin will poisonum, had thoughts a chiruthless character would be formidable adversary, but jet to fight with a hunter over Rajiril. Rollo couldn't help but touch Hiskin, perhaps targeting this father-son duo should start with the Zionman? Continuing to scan for, he discovered that these a 10 piece of intelligence weren't entirely entertainment headlines had summises, such as 7. A group of Fugligoblins migrated 30 kilometers west of Grey River Castle Note Longa Joan Havioridi conflicted with nearby villagers, the villagers area Jurley awaiting rescue from Fearlord. The original body's delusions of grandeur had left them with little prestige, eliminating the Goblin should gain him some reputation and help him establish a foothold. Rollo continued scrolling down. Daily intelligence was easy to understand, but intelligence archive was somewhat confusing. Hacklicked in the interface, which was empty. Justice was pondering, the book of the dead suddenly omitted Aglo. Subsequently, a prompt appeared on the screen. Detectable intelligence found Woldi Olikito Archivite? Rollo instantly understood the function and immediately selected yes. Indeed, in the next moment, the previous LimeTie interface suddenly displayed a book. The juvenile edition of the Book of the Dead. Introduction. Every scholar deeply engaged in the study of Megaik aspires to themistrius of the soul, this seems to be top tier tamathodolts the path to truth. Just kidding, the size written to deceivathos wealthy idiots want to learn terrifying dark magic but they've no place to learn it. Rollo's eyebrows twitched. Was theory a new necessity to archive such a trashing? He was just about to discard but keenly not as said the telenoptex that appeared in the last column of tree functions, intelligence points. Add points. As the final function of the intelligency system, intelligence points accumulatione point per day forum, which can usually boost her fresh daily intelligence. However, when there is a methinginth intelligence archive, these points can be used to add points to an upgraded intelligence. Will an upgraded book mean to deceive children turn into a book to deceive adults? Or perhaps into a janine book of the dead? Rollo desitoto take a mammal. System, add points form. There were enough special effects, and the book inhibition did not disappear in life 1 in intelligence points turned it into a 0. Returning to the intelligence archive, some arcane shade indeed occurred. The Apprentice edition of the Book of the Dead. Introduction. The power derived from Thessalis fascinating, the existence of T-body is incredible, do I wish to become a Mr. Ha controls life and death, you're still too green, tech thys introductor right to me and start as an apprentice. Rolosius would end instantly. Taking Gogum Blaria Laternethis Basyka line to a motorcycle. As mentioned earlier, the Empyrophora possesses a comprehensive magic system, beside its only unknown mentoring between master and apprentice, the primary way to inherit temporal mages is through demise. Tom Sura inscribed with magic the fast effect of enlightenment, capable of rapidly cultivating magicians within a short period. However, the power of magis is profoundly mysterious, primary Thomas and cultiva tethimos elementary magic apprentices, to become an oblind official magicians, need further study. Of course, those with abundant funds can take the route of spending money and buy more advanced MS for accelerated learning. Although the misery expensive, they are not much for the Lamperouge family, their ace and the original but never obtained a genuine was because his delusions of grandeur were incurable. Apart from dark magic, he won't learn anything else. The Emperor believes in the Church of Light, with Holy Crusader army stationed everywhere, considering necromancy and dark magic is extremely evil, upon discovery, they would immediately eliminate it. In this situation, although here is still daring individuals will privately circulate Titomas of dark magic, as long as Viscount of Lamperouge had a normal brain, he wouldn't obtain none for his foolish son. However, the deceased Viscount, who had already passed this event day of his funeral, could never have imagined that his foolish son's Fakitoma would be turned into a alone with a new Fakison. Rollo hadn't anticipated this either, and he didn't have many options at the moment. Once the Holy Crusaders discovered dark magic, Theoldham, sending him to Thestake for an authentic barbecue. Beautifeted learned, the Anno father ranson would kill him today. So, let's begin. Theporoth Bukov dead erupted instantly, shooting guta dark green light that almost coalesced in Tozel identity, directly drilling into Rola's mind. Again, that familiar intense pain like his entire head was being torn apart. Countless memories, techniques, and knowledge surged forth, Washin Javarisbrin repeated lies if afraid would forget. After a long time Rollo ho had been gritting his teeth in pain, exhaled deeply, the pain retreated like a tide, leaving quite a bite in his mind. Hesi med togene deeper understanding of decency of this world. Wiping the sweet from his forehead and looking Gathiun man in the dressing mirror beside the bed, Heffel the was different from before. Indeed, he was different. A necromancer profession had been added to his personal intelligence, and correspondingly, Menunus kills appeared in skills column. Without delay, Itwastimitagrithus ancestor sat the ancestral grave. Rollo touched the paper with the teleportation array drawn in it. Dark green magic flowed from his fingertips, erasing several redundant runes and adding a recognition rune. This array itself didn't require additional charging, had merely limited some redundancy as tuan proficiency, thific tofta tronuus lakialik, and the was the negative energy magico necromancer. Thus, even if Simeonin to read the roman found the paper, they couldn't test the teleportation array. When the magical glow in the room faded, Rollo Hadoridi appeared at the ancestral tomb over 10 kilometers away. Although Lamperouche family was in Liavice account family on the border, their long history and merits earned in numerous horsemen their feudal lands were almost comparable to those of some Esmalur territorius with short. Larger feudal lands implied more wealth, and as a symbol of the family history, the ancestral tomb was naturally built with great luxury. Scanning the surroundings, he discovered that the impressive Aegean crystal magic lanterns, furniture crafted from precious metals, and various ornate decorations from his previous memorias were all gone. Rollo immediately crouched down and now with necromancer profession he had exceptionally keen vision in dark environments. Indeed, there was fresh dust in the ground Simeon had just been here. Rollo is furious in Thespot. Good, this is like digging up Thessoilant the head off Tisway, stealing graves right into Rollo's nose. My ancestral grave I have entered and dugitupiat, ho de restums with it. His furious shot scared Eshada the corner in Tojud and tremor. A familiar voice that trembled as it sounded. Rollo, wiry O'Hare, issued how poisonide autodeth. Chapter 3 A Lifetime of Making Zongzi. Today I have become one. A familiar voice resonated, followed by a well-known figure emerging from the shadows, towering above Rollo. The man bore the insignia of a constable on his chest, and at his waist hung an ornate yet impractical golden sword. His signature raven-black hair, characteristic of the Lamperouge family, spoke volumes of his identity. Sas Lamperouge, the cousin of Rollo, the chief knight of the Lamperouge territory and the constable of Grey River Town, and also the recent perpetrator of the poisoning that claimed Rollo's original form. Although the grandest crystal chandelier had vanished, the ambient light cast by the walls was sufficient to illuminate the sheer terror and astonishment etched across Sas's countenance. This is impossible. I used the venom from a scorpion-tailed lion. Even a mid-tier knight could not have survived such a dose. How are you still alive? Before Rollo could respond, Sas muttered to himself, no, the door never opened. Even if you survived, how could you have entered the ancestral tomb? In that instant, Sas visibly trembled. Hey! Are you going to let me speak? Sas abruptly raised his head, his quivering eyes locking onto Rollo's, granting the latter a first-hand understanding of what it meant to witness a seismic shift in one's pupils. You must be dead, transformed into a vengeful spirit seeking retribution. Yes, that must be it. Every member of the Lamperouge family rests in the ancestral tomb after death. Sas nearly screamed, his voice strained with panic. Rollo found himself momentarily lost in thought. After a lifetime of making Zongzi, I've ended up becoming one myself? He glanced at Sas, a hulking figure rivaling O'Neill, and compared it to his original, frail form, opting not to reveal the truth. If this brute intended to silence him, Rollo's current feeble body would indeed be a challenge to contend with. While his novice necromancer class had granted him several skills such as proficiency in surgery, material harvesting, and the art of stitching together zombies, none were designed for direct combat. To eliminate this dim-witted giant before him, Rollo would need to exploit his opponent's empty-headedness. Cough, cough, since you've discovered my presence, let's not waste time before our ancestors. Do you not intend to repent? Manipulating his vocal cords with negative energy, Rollo's voice became shrouded in an ethereal haze,
causing Sass to kneel in fright amidst the dim surroundings.
I beg your pardon, Cousin Rollo. It was not my intention. My father forced my hand. He was the one who sought to harm you and seize the family fortune. I had no part in it.
Sass lamented, tears streaming down his face as he denounced the unscrupulous Uno, oblivious to Rollo drawing ever nearer, a dense sphere of negative energy coalescing in his palm.
But you just claimed that you personally poisoned me, yet now you deny any involvement? Rollo's voice echoed ominously in Sass's ears.
For reasons unknown, a bone-chilling cold enveloped Sass. He hastily raised his gaze to Rollo, eager to argue, but was met with the sight of his cousin's hand obscured within a shroud of ghostly green light. The unbearable chill emanated from that very glow, which resembled a projection from a world devoid of life, lacking even the faintest hint of vitality. Even in the grim and frigid confines of a tomb, this presence felt akin to paradise.
Sass had no doubt that it possessed the power to end his life effortlessly. This is dark magic.
As a novice knight raised in a noble household, Sass had never witnessed true dark sorcery, yet he recognized the hallmarks of these terrifying spells, instinctively rising to draw his sword. His speed was remarkable. The strength contained within his massive frame granted him explosive velocity. Normally, at such close quarters, his armor would protect him from a would-be assassin's blade, and his sword would sever the assailant's head before they could react.
Wait! Panic surged through Sass.
He had entered the ancestral tomb without his armor. This brief moment of disarray presented Rollo with an opportune opening. Infused with the unique negative energy of a necromancer, Rollo's left hand became like a blade of ice, swiftly piercing through Sass's chest. The negative energy rapidly coursed through Sass's veins, the ghostly green light blooming forth, manifesting a flower of death before him. Trembling uncontrollably, Sass's eyes turned crimson, blood spewing from his mouth as his jaw quaked. Rollo could barely discern the words, "You truly are dark magic." As Sass's final breath faded, the spark of life in his eyes extinguished, leaving behind a fresh corpse. Rollo, taut with tension, finally exhaled in relief. Gazing at the lifeless body before him, he couldn't help but reflect on the irony. Having spent a lifetime making zongzi for others, he had now become one himself. Yet, despite his success, Rollo remained acutely aware of his own limitations. He was still but a novice. The negative energy rendered biological flesh vulnerable, allowing his hand to pierce easily through Sass's body, yet it bore no effect against armor. Moreover, Sass's guilt-ridden conscience from grave robbing had granted Rollo an opportunity to draw near. Otherwise, even in his original frail state, he would have been outmatched by someone like Sass, even unarmed. A series of fortuitous circumstances had culminated in this victory, but facing the territory's foremost knight would not afford him such luck. Rollo needed assistance. He glanced at his cousin's body, still warm, and silently began to gather negative energy at his fingertips, slicing through the flesh with the precision of a surgical scalpel. This was not a peculiar obsession. Although he had spent years dealing with zongzi, Rollo considered himself quite sane. What he was undertaking was the harvesting of materials. Every necromancer's first undead minion is crafted from the very flesh of their own hands. Initially, Rollo had been curious as to why necromancers possessed proficiency in surgery, a skill seemingly unrelated, but now he comprehended its purpose: to facilitate the gathering of materials. Heart, brain, bones, flesh, blood. Each component was meticulously extracted and stored within his personal inventory. Once Rollo had thoroughly disassembled the corpse, only tattered rags and desiccated bloodstains remained on the ground. According to the knowledge in his mind, a complete version of the Book of the Dead could create formidable undead using sufficiently high-quality materials, even crafting a degraded version of a Death Knight. However, at present, he only possessed the rudimentary version, capable of producing either skeleton soldiers or zombies, which should he choose. Skeleton soldiers were cleaner and aligned more with his aesthetic preferences.
Zombies, on the other hand, bore an uncanny resemblance to zongzi, and truthfully, he wished to avoid encountering them again. After careful consideration, Rollo made his choice: a zombie primarily. Sass's massive frame yielded an abundance of flesh, and to maximize its utilization, a zombie was the optimal choice. More importantly, Sass's low-tier knightly class had somehow retained a degree of its essence through his brain. If applied to the zombie, it could endow the creature with a semblance of knightly power. Of course, this level of power would still fall short of contending with the mid-tier knight Uno. Rollo surveyed the chamber, his gaze landing upon the sarcophagus housing the first ancestor at its center, an idea taking root in his mind. He pushed aside the heavy lid of the coffin, revealing the once mighty ancestor who had fought to establish the viscountcy, now reduced to withered bones. The black armor he had donned in life appeared considerably oversized, and the legendary runic sword, celebrated by generations, had long since lost its magical luster. Centuries of history compressed within that small coffin unfolded before Rollo's eyes. Had it been his original self, he would have likely knelt in reverence, bowing profusely. Yet Rollo, on the other hand, thought, "O ancestor, I shall borrow your belongings for a brief time." Did the ancestor acquiesce?
It was uncertain. After all, he remained silent, which could be interpreted as tacit approval. The once majestic but now antiquated black armor was adorned upon the newly crafted zombie minion, and Rollo infused the long dormant runic sword with negative energy. The dormant runes flared to life upon contact with fresh magic, but their brilliance was fleeting. Rollo's current magical capacity was insufficient to truly resurrect the legendary sword, leading him to abandon the notion of transforming it into a counterfeit Frostmourne. As the zombie minion, clad in black armor and wielding the great sword, stood before him, Rollo felt a sense of satisfaction and bestowed upon it a new name. Since your forthcoming task is to slay your own father, henceforth, you shall be called Arthas. Chapter 4. Resuming old ventures, expanding greatly and strengthening, given time, we shall create brilliance anew. Rollo was quite pleased with the name he had chosen. After all, the name Arthas carried a resounding gravitas, coupled with the formidable physique comparable to that of Shaquille O'Neal and the ancestral armor and greatsword passed down through generations. He felt an immense sense of security. However, this was merely the beginning. Despite Arthas's fearsome appearance and name, he was merely a zombie possessing a fragment of low-tier knightly combat skills. Confronted with the battle-hardened mid-tier knight Uno, this alone would be woefully inadequate. Yet, that posed no issue, for necromancers excelled in summoning. Or rather, perhaps it should be termed reanimating the deceased. Rollo cast his gaze once more upon the coffin of his ancestor. Given the remarkable prowess of his forebear, it stood to reason that even a skeleton soldier pieced together from mere bones would prove formidable, wouldn't it? Practical experience yields true knowledge, and Rollo, embodying a scientific spirit, diligently adhered to this principle. He spent nearly half the night scouring his family tomb. In truth, he uncovered a significant number of relics within this ancestral tomb. Aside from the central chamber housing the coffin of the first-generation ancestor, there were an additional 14 coffins belonging to successive family heads, providing him with the remains of 18 individuals. Yes, 14 coffins yet 18 sets of remains. The reason was not due to any peculiar genetic mutations among a few ancestors but rather the practice of burial sacrifices. The coffins that contained more than one set of remains were thoughtfully inscribed with the last words or epitaphs of their owners, thus allowing Rollo to ascertain the origins of the surplus remains. Upon reading them meticulously, his expression grew peculiar. These sacrifices were not merely the result of the malevolent feudal society's oppression but rather, the tragic devotion of lovers. He had thought that such devotion was merely an ancient tale, yet here he was, witnessing it firsthand in abundance, all from the same family. Rollo felt as if the Lamperougi family must possess a genetic predisposition for grand romantic love. The sole conundrum was that all 18 remains were male. The thought that such inclinations might also reside within his own lineage prompted a sigh from Rollo. At least, from another perspective, his ancestors were evidently fond of intimate encounters, particularly with strong men. Thus, the skeleton soldiers fashioned from their bones might acquire some unique advantages as a result. After consolidating all the bones, Rollo commenced his creation. As a fledgling necromancer apprentice, he lacked the prowess to unleash his creativity and could only mechanically follow existing blueprints, filling in materials to mass-produce skeletal warriors. These skeletal warriors turned out to be somewhat disappointing, lacking any remarkable individuals. Even his imposing first-generation ancestor merely materialized as a larger-than-usual generic skeleton. In terms of armament, each coffin contained a suit of armor and a sword. While insufficient to fully equip every skeletal soldier, it was close enough. Regrettably, the Lamperougi family, being merely a baronial lineage, did not possess the wealth to provide enchanted armor and runic swords for every family head upon burial. Those weapons were evidently crafted from ordinary metal. Perhaps they were of good quality before being interred, but after so many years, they had decayed beyond recognition, though they did match the skeletal soldier's appearance rather well. Looking on the bright side, these were all natural enchantments. The rusted swords, when plunged into a body, would certainly deliver a devastating effect, yet, one could only wonder if these decrepit rusted swords would shatter upon striking armor. After a night of toil, Rollo had created a fearsome-looking armored zombie resembling a death knight, along with 14 skeletal soldiers clad in tattered armor and 4 additional skeletons devoid of any equipment. Having witnessed Uno's prowess in slaying man-eating monsters, Rollo had a fair understanding of that individual's strength. In comparison, he assessed that this ragtag assembly would likely be bested by merely 2 strikes from Uno. It seemed prudent to bide his time and continue excavating other graves, resuming old ventures, expanding greatly and strengthening. Given time, we shall create brilliance anew. Having set a modest goal, Rollo teleported back to his chamber. As for the zombie and skeletal soldiers, he decided to leave them in the ancestral tomb, summoning them through teleportation magic when needed. Although he yearned to keep a bodyguard by his side, bringing Arthas or any of the skeletal soldiers along might very well lead to Uno's amusement. For at that point, it would not require any grand act of familial betrayal. The discerning paladin would undoubtedly arrive first to meticulously dismember Rollo, the wicked necromancer. As for his current safety, he would need to rely on a certain artifact he had obtained from the tomb. Rollo opened his palm to reveal a ring of ancient texture and simple design. This was pried from the grasp of his first-generation ancestor, a family heirloom of the Lamperougi lineage, and also a magical artifact. albeit one whose magical essence had long since dissipated, much like the sword. The rings worn by each subsequent family head, including the one currently adorning his deceased father's hand, were mere replicas crafted by the second-generation family head. In theory, this was the Lamperougi family's signet ring. Whoever wore it was deemed the family head, although in practice, the causality was reversed. Only upon assuming the title of family head could one don the ring, yet, since Uno had yet to inherit the title, who was afraid of whom? Prior to awakening the system, Rollo had intended to teleport to the ancestral tomb, seize a few relics, and promptly flee, thus embarking on a new journey in this world to revive the legacy of treasure hunting. After all, the original soul had left nothing behind, so how could he confront others? But now, the situation had changed. With the system at his disposal, could he truly call himself a transmigrator without turning the tables on his adversaries? With confidence coursing through him, Rollo fell into a deep slumber, only to be awakened the next day by the system's notification chime. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. Please check promptly. Today's intelligence points have been acquired. Please take note. Rollo glanced over the information. Intelligence. A mare in the Grey River Fortress stable has given birth to a female foal weighing 9 kilograms. Both mother and daughter are safe. Intelligence. The shepherdess wife in the Grey River Fortress is in labor. He plans to sneak home to care for her during today's grazing. Intelligence. The goblin settlement at the edge of the Lamperougi territory is preparing to launch an attack, seeking sufficient food for the increased populace due to the impending births. Upon reading the information, Rollo couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yesterday's scandalous news column, and today's focus on births, why was everything about delivery? However, the last entry finally held some value. Intelligence. 20 kilometers north of the Lamperougi territory, beneath a towering giant tree, lies the burial site of the chief of the Amulan tribe. Rollo noted the useful information in his notebook, and then proceeded to attend to the most crucial task of his morning. System, allocate some points to me. Chapter 5 of The Apprentice's Advancement. A desperate struggle. The essence of this system evidently lies in the realm of intelligence. The so-called enhancement can only be applied to that domain. Thus, the Apprentice edition of the Book of the Dead has been upgraded to the Advanced Apprentice edition. Introduction. The Necromancer is the greatest of healers, for we possess the ability to cure the gravest ailment, death. Of course, at your current level, you are still incapable of achieving such feats. However, having completed the Apprentice edition, you may now begin to study more profound spells. Almost in synchrony with the upgrade of this grimoire, Rollo felt a surge of enigmatic energy suddenly manifest in his mind, as if an ancient calling echoed in his ears. His consciousness seemed to immerse itself in an ocean of death, witnessing a plethora of bizarre and surreal visions before being abruptly thrust back to reality. After a moment of bewilderment, Rollo raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, as he sensed the magical energy within him being summoned, a plume of ghostly green flames erupted from his fingertips. At the core of the flames, a pale skull faintly emerged, gaping wide as if to scream, only to vanish swiftly with the extinguishing flames. An unassuming necromantic trick, yet it symbolized the profound transformation he had undergone. He was no longer the same as the person he had been just yesterday. More significantly, his personal intelligence now displayed skills that truly qualified him as a necromancer. Necromantic arts. Proficient in low-tier necromancy, mastery of undead vision. These abilities endowed him with the foundational capacity for magical offense typical of a spellcaster. He believed that if he were to encounter a low-tier knight as formidable as Sass from the previous day, he would still be at a disadvantage. After all, although the grimoire had granted him skill points, the magical energy required for casting spells still depended on his own gradual honing. Fortunately, a necromancer's magical prowess can be augmented swiftly by absorbing the negative energies present in the natural world. As for those negative energies, they predominantly congregate in various graves. Rollo found solace in this. Even if he did not unearth any valuable treasures in the crypts, absorbing a surge of negative energy would still yield benefits. It was nearly time to rise. Just as he tossed aside the covers, the door to his room swung open unexpectedly. Rollo looked up and found himself locked in a gaze with a pair of hawk-like, piercing eyes. Despite having encountered them only once before, the impression they left was indelible. This was the very individual who had blocked his path outside the door last night. The memories retained from his original self informed him that this eagle-eyed figure was Caspar Belmont, the steward who had served the Lamperouge family for many years. He had been in their service since the time of Rollo's grandfather, a veritable veteran of the household. Yet now, Rollo sensed something amiss about him. Just as Rollo scrutinized him, Caspar was also observing Rollo intently. Though his face bore the expressionless demeanor of solid ice, a fleeting micro-expression upon seeing Rollo was deftly captured. A cold smile crept across Rollo's mind. After all, according to the script of Uno and his son, upon opening this door today, he ought to have seen his own lifeless body writhing in agony, right? Good morning, Steward Caspar. Caspar quickly regained his composure from his astonishment and, with impeccable poise, bowed in reply. Good morning, esteemed young Master Rollo. When Uno Lamperouge learned that Rollo was, in fact, alive, his reaction was nothing short of theatrical.
Where has that rascal Sass disappeared to? What on earth is he doing? Did he pocket the funds I provided for his poison and squander it on some cheap imitation? As Sass's biological father, Uno possessed a massive frame and an equally fiery temperament. In a fit of rage, he smashed the marble table before him into smithereens. The knight stationed at the door, who had been reporting, cast a glance at the scattered debris and silently thanked himself for having refrained from entering the room to deliver his update. General, young Master Sass has been missing since he departed from Grey River Town last night. Missing? Uno huffed through his nostrils, his lips curling into a menacing grin. I fear he may have squandered the funds to elope with that village girl from yesterday. The mere thought of soldiers reporting that his insolent son had engaged in a brawl with hunters over a commoner filled Uno with seething fury. Why is it that the descendants of the Lamperouge family are such a collection of inept fools? Forget him for now. Once the money runs out, he will return on his own. Assemble the soldiers and inform them that an assassin has infiltrated. Immediately accompany me to Grey River Fortress to protect my dear nephew. The knight promptly acknowledged the command and set forth to gather the troops. Upon exiting the building, the first sight that greeted him was the imposing Grey River Fortress rising majestically by the banks of the Grey River, as if a giant that had guarded the land for centuries, upholding the prosperity of the riverside. Yet now, it seemed a storm was brewing. The Lamperouge family had established their lineage through martial prowess, and with a vast territory under their command, they boasted nearly 200 sworn knights. Even in peacetime, excluding the knights, their standing army amounted to 1,500 soldiers. As the highest military authority, Uno summoned successfully rallied a force of 1,000 men, including over 100 sworn knights. The remaining troops were scattered across ports, land checkpoints, and border watchtowers, making it difficult to gather them swiftly, but that was sufficient. Among the 10 sworn knights stationed at Grey River Fortress, 8 were loyal to him, and the remaining guards would never willingly risk their lives to protect that madcap Rollo. No, in the entire castle, how many would truly be willing to die for Rollo? None. It was an impossibility. Once Rollo met his demise at the hands of an assassin, these people would likely feign sorrow for a moment before eagerly welcoming their rise to become the new Viscount Lamperouge. With overwhelming military might and public sentiment swaying in his favor, the advantage lay with him. Uno mounted his steed, his enormous eyes fixed upon Grey River Fortress with unwavering intensity. He looked down upon his timid elder brother and even more so upon his naive nephew. The Lamperouge family was steeped in glory. How could it be allowed to fall into the hands of such incompetence? With a swift draw of his sword, he declared, "Onward, surround Grey River Fortress, eliminate the assassins, and protect the Lamperouge name." The 1,000-strong army set forth, a sight to behold. Rollo, standing atop the castle's watchtower, observed his uncle charging ahead with fervor, his impatience presenting a comical spectacle, especially when he heard the cry to defend the Lamperouge name, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. Wasn't the greatest traitor to the Lamperouge family standing right there before him? Caspar, did you hear what they were shouting? Assassins? Do I have any assassins in my midst? Caspar, maintaining an impassive expression with his eyes cast down, dared not make a single movement. None, my lord. Then, turn and explain this to him. I shall await him in the front hall. Caspar bowed deeply and departed the watchtower. Once the area was devoid of others, Rollo quickly crouched down, exhaling in relief. I'm doomed. Just Uno alone is enough to end me. Now with 1,000 men, they could slice me into mincemeat. I had intended to use the ring to create illusions to deceive the dim-witted giant, buying time to amass more skeletal soldiers and gather strength. It seems now I must rely on my father's cheap legacy and the ragtag group at my disposal for a desperate struggle. Chapter 6 of Filial Sons and Virtuous Grandsons. The sword cleaves the ancestors. The front hall of the Huige Fortress is the most spacious chamber of the castle, where thrones symbolizing noble glory are positioned before a raised dais at the center of the room. 2 enormous banners hang from behind, crossing each other. One represents honor, while the other signifies justice. In the midst of these grand flags stands a life-sized statue of armor, meticulously crafted to resemble the attire of the first ancestor, identical to that worn within the ancestral coffin. Before the statue of the ancestor is thrust his rune-imbued great sword, while his own hands are raised high, supporting the tails of the 2 banners. Whenever a case arises within the territory requiring adjudication, the contemporary Viscount Lamperouge takes his seat upon the throne, upholding the law under the watchful gaze of his ancestors, embodying fairness and righteousness. Uno, being a descendant of the Lamperouge family, is naturally aware of the significance of this hall. Upon learning that Rollo had ultimately chosen to confront him here, a rare flicker of disdain, previously restrained, surfaced in his gaze. Facing imminent demise, he has suddenly summoned a semblance of our family's spirit. Pushing open the grand door, Uno strides into the hall alone. This is not arrogance. There are scarcely more than 5 individuals within the entire territory capable of matching him in combat. Furthermore, with his finely crafted enchanted armor and sword, he faces no equal. Not to mention, the matter of personally slaying his nephew, the heir to the title, is hardly something he wishes to be witnessed by others. When he sorrowfully carries Rollo's lifeless form out, claiming it was an unfortunate outcome of a rogue assassin, he shall ensure that his enemies feel the wrath of the Lamperouge.
What can those present possibly say? After all, with the Lampreduk family lacking in numbers, the deaths of Rollo and his father would leave the title destined for Uno and his progeny. As he descends the steps toward the dais, his gaze surpasses the dozen or so tiers, locking onto Rollo, who sits alone, propped against the throne with his sword. He scoffs quietly. "Rollo, I have come to safeguard our family's honor." In a low voice, Rollo replies, "My dear uncle, after you have slain my father, are you finally prepared to turn your hand against me?" With the conversation laid bare, Uno discards pretense and unsheathes his sword, its blade instantly enveloped in a shimmering aura, a wave of crimson light bursting forth with searing heat. "Rollo, the Lampreduk lineage will only perish under your hands, while I am the one destined to lead it toward glory." Uno's declaration serves as a signal for battle. As a mid-tier knight, he possesses speed far surpassing that of his son, Sars. His heavy armor charges forth like an unyielding wall of bronze. Rollo scarcely has time to draw his sword, barely managing to evade, as the blade cleaves through the throne, its scorching light extending forth, shattering the ancestral statue behind it. "Uno, you are utterly audacious to show such disrespect to our ancestor." Uno grits his teeth, clearly vexed at the damage inflicted upon the statue, as he prides himself as the one to restore the family's hope. Nevertheless, eliminating Rollo remains paramount. In that moment of frustration, Rollo successfully draws his sword, a cascade of runes erupting in radiant brilliance, transforming the blade into a dazzling spectacle. Uno recognizes this sword, one of the family heirlooms forged by the second ancestor, the rune blade, which has retained its potency even after centuries of magical infusions, still effective following the demise of the current Viscount Lampreduk. Although it is a long sword, the enchantments primarily enhance spellcasting rather than combat, resembling more a staff and sword form. Thus, the martial-focused Uno dismisses it, allowing it to gather dust within the Grand Hall of Huich Fortress. Contemplating this, Uno cannot suppress a laugh. Rollo, widely regarded as a fool, could barely grasp the fundamentals of swordsmanship, let alone wield magic. Does he truly believe that the rune blade surpasses the enchantment level of his own Flame of Crimson? Uno scoffs, readying to unleash another charging strike, but suddenly, Rollo raises his hand and snaps his fingers. A chilling sensation erupts, and Uno instinctively sidesteps, witnessing a massive, eerie green flame explode in the spot he had just vacated. He even glimpses a pale skull within the flames, gaping as if to swallow him whole. This is dark magic. Uno is momentarily frozen in disbelief. How can this be? Rollo has actually mastered dark magic. With no time to waste, he dashes toward the exit. However, after only a couple of steps, he feels something crumple beneath his foot. The next moment, after a brief disorientation, he finds himself in a dimly lit environment. This is the ancestor's tomb, though the lavish crystal chandeliers and precious metal furnishings have vanished. Uno, utterly fixated on revitalizing the family's glory, recognizes the place immediately. Why am I here? Could it be related to that magical formation? Before he can ponder further, an ancient and resonant voice trembles through the air. Uno. To his astonishment, the lid of the colossal coffin at the center of the tomb rises on its own, revealing a hand reaching out. Heavens, the ancestor has risen from his coffin. The imposing figure gradually stands, clad in armor weathered by time, which, though black, stands out conspicuously in the dim light of the tomb. Uno, the raspy voice from within the armor echoes, imbued with both reproach and inquiry. With a swift motion, the enormous rune sword that accompanied the ancestor throughout his battles is drawn from the coffin, its once resplendent blade now reduced to a battered hunk of iron. Uno, the ancestor's call reverberates for a third time, as he fully emerges from the coffin, wielding the massive sword before him. Yet, Uno remains perplexed by the meaning of his words. The fourth summons is abruptly drowned out by a sudden whoosh, the sound of the sword slicing through the air. Uno watches in astonishment as the ancestor becomes astonishingly agile, executing a leap and downward slash with the unwieldy sword aimed squarely at his forehead. A surprise attack. Uno instinctively raises his sword to parry, the clash of their blades producing a piercing explosion that momentarily robs him of hearing. As the ancestor retreats after the strike, Uno prepares to pursue, but suddenly, he feels a chilling sensation creeping up his neck, sapping the vitality from his body in an instant. Without hesitation, he delivers a powerful kick, sending a shadowy figure sprawling across the ground. Upon recognizing the figure, Uno's face flushes with rage as he bellows, "Rollo, how dare you desecrate our ancestor with dark magic? Nonsense! You were the one who killed the current Viscount's own brother, besieged the castle, and shattered the ancestral statue." The old ancestor could no longer bear to witness it, which is why he arose to help me teach you a lesson. Humph. Enough of your prattle. Once I slay you, the dark magic shall surely be dispelled. Uno sneers, ready to charge once more, only to find his path blocked by a dozen armored skeletal soldiers. Do these pitiful creatures think they can stop me? With a sweeping strike, a wave of scorching energy arcs from his blade, shattering all the skeletal warriors and their tattered armor alike. As Uno's gaze sweeps past these insignificant foes, he discovers Rollo has vanished. Before he can locate him, the ancestor lunges forward, delivering a flurry of strikes, all effortlessly deflected by Uno. At this point, he feels utterly at ease. Although clad in the Ancestor's armor, Rollo's strength is vastly inferior. He is no match for the Ancestor, and Uno can confidently deliver a fatal blow. Little does he know, the genuine relics of the Ancestor lie among those skeletal soldiers, already reduced to fragments by his own hand. Chapter 7 of the True Death Knight. With a fierce determination, Uno raised his left arm armor to deflect the blade of Arthas, channeling his entire magical essence into his hands. He roared, "Crushing Strike!" This formidable technique, attainable only after reaching the rank of an intermediate knight, was infused with all his might for a decisive blow. The terrifying force, upon the clash of blades, was instantaneously unleashed upon Arthas. Crack! Without any hindrance, Arthas was forcefully driven down, his knee crashing onto the floor with a sound of splintering bone. Even though this undead creature was considerably stronger than mere rabble, and despite the extraordinary materials of his armor and greatsword, he remained woefully inadequate when faced with a battle-hardened intermediate knight.
Perish, you abominable creature that desecrates our great ancestors! Uno's muscles bulged as he amplified his strength once more, pressing Arthas deeper into the floor.
Although the searing heat of the crimson flames could not reach him due to the barrier of the great sword, the outcome was already determined.
Rollo, do you truly believe these undead minions can impede my path?
You, a defiler of ancestors and a tarnisher of glory, come forth and meet your demise. Uno's resonant voice echoed within the tomb, causing Rollo, who was concealed in a corner, to experience a ringing in his ears. This fellow, how brazenly he rebels! One might think I had slain his father. During the precious time Arthas stalled, Rollo was not idle. He diligently worked to mend the disassembled skeletal soldiers with negative energy. Thanks to his recent advancement in necromancy, the tomb was saturated with negative energy, serving as his hidden reserve. However, his low level hindered his output, leaving many of the soldiers still unrepaired. He needed to stall for more time.
Uncle Uno, are you not curious about where your rebellious son has gone on this momentous day, Sars? Uno furrowed his brow. That scoundrel hadn't run off with the money, had he? No. His gaze shifted to the pseudo-death knight beneath his foot, and his expression gradually spiraled into chaos. This towering figure, could it be that you not only desecrated the remains of our ancestors but also transformed my son into a wretched undead?
Indeed, I observed the close bond between father and son, which is why I refrained from informing you.
I intended to surprise you.
Rollo stood tall, abandoning his concealment, as 14 freshly repaired skeletal warriors stepped forward in unison, forming a wall of bones to shield him.
By the way, your esteemed ancestor is among these minions.
Counting that incident in the Great Hall, you have shattered the sanctity of our forebears twice now. Fueled by rage, Uno bellowed and charged toward him, but the 14 skeletal warriors swiftly surrounded him, only to be cast aside by a single stroke.
Get away from me!
The searing flames erupted, creating a sweeping wave of heat that obliterated the 14 skeletal warriors once more, illuminating the tomb in a flash of light. Once the illumination faded, he realized that Rollo, the speaker, was merely a skeleton draped in his attire. Played for a fool, an indescribable chill coursed up his spine, and without hesitation, Uno pivoted, preparing to thrust the crimson flame spear backward.
I can do this in an instant with my strength.
Rollo, who trembled at the slightest touch of iron, could never launch a sneak attack before him. Confident though he was, Uno's resolve shattered upon encountering a sudden resistance in his limbs. A fleeting glance revealed 3 unarmored skeletal warriors clinging tightly to his arms and legs. In that crucial moment of hesitation, he saw the blade of the radiant star approaching from an angle, suddenly flickering with the signature ghostly green light of necromancy, the enchantment runes magnifying the spell's effect, transforming a mere flicker of negative energy into a lethal threat to his life. Amidst the terrifying flames of death, a colossal skull slowly opened its mouth, rows of bone-white teeth resembling countless dull blades, crashing down. Crack! Uno's enchanted armor absorbed the physical assault, yet the negative energy from the death flame seeped into his body through his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and ears, swiftly devouring his vitality. With the tide of battle irrevocably turned, Rollo finally emerged. Uno's fading gaze bore into him, filled with resentment and fury, but under the searing flames of death, it rapidly dissipated. In the end, he could merely muster the strength to move his lips in utter, cursed dark magic. Rollo, unyielding, retrieved the fallen blade of the radiant star and thrust it into the wretched creature's mouth.
Subsequently, the light in Uno's eyes extinguished, plunging him into eternal silence. Rollo exhaled deeply, steadying himself against the coffin, his trembling legs betraying his exhaustion. It wasn't fear, he had faced far more terrifying foes than Uno.
The primary reason for his current state was the immense magical energy he had expended in casting the spell with the blade of the radiant star, which had left him feeling hollow and weak. Reflecting on the arduous battle, he realized how perilous his victory had been in the necromancer's night vision, long-range casting capabilities, the portal to the ancestral tomb that absorbed the tomb's negative energy, the throng of skeletal minions he had crafted, and the crucial role played by the blade of the Radiant Star. Any missing element would have rendered him incapable of defeating Uno that day. With ample negative energy still lingering in the tomb, Rollo decided to sit and slowly absorb it, concurrently beginning the process of recovering his dear uncle. It must be said, Uno and Sars were indeed father and son, as their yield was remarkably high. Today, Uno had once again provided a substantial quantity of high-quality flesh, not to mention the internal organs and blood contained within the bones. However, the most significant acquisition was the brain infused with the power of an intermediate knight. The brain of a low-level knight could grant a zombie a fraction of a knight's abilities. What effects would the more potent brain of an intermediate knight bestow? Would it result in the direct acquisition of knighthood? Utilizing the magical energy he had just regained, Rollo swiftly began a new creation. Though the remnants of Arthas buried in the ground were scant, the few intact portions of flesh inexplicably underwent a quality enhancement? Perhaps it was due to the beating it had endured, resulting in a firmer texture. Rollo found this notion rather unscientific. Nevertheless, such occurrences were not uncommon in the realm of magic. Ultimately, acquiring superior materials was a fortuitous outcome, and he would supplement the remaining parts with Uno's resources. Finally, placing the fresh brain within the mix, suddenly, a flicker of green flame ignited in Arthas's eye sockets. He saw Rollo beside him, swiftly rising to pay his respects, opening his mouth to utter a hoarse greeting. To Rollo's ears, the sound resembled nails scraping against a chalkboard, yet within his mind, he comprehended the meaning. "Your servant greets you, master." This creature had attained sentience. Furthermore, his personal information panel now featured a new subordinate section, with the sole entry reading Subordinate Arthas, Profession Low-Level Death Knight, Chapter 8. Who is in favor, who is against? Outside of Grey River Castle, the 1,000-strong army of the Lamperouge family had been assembled for nearly half a day. Their commander claimed that an assassin had infiltrated the castle with the intent to murder young Master Rollo, and thus these troops were summoned to protect the fortress. There was no doubt about this. After all, it was common knowledge that Master Rollo was a lunatic obsessed with dark magic and the prime suspect in the death of his father, the late Viscount Lamperouge. The deceased Viscount had garnered considerable respect within the territory due to his benevolent demeanor and compassionate governance, making it wholly unsurprising that someone would wish to assassinate Rollo. However, it was peculiar that the commander had entered the castle alone after the steward had emerged. Although the commander's prowess was indisputable, it raised eyebrows nonetheless. Soldiers were forbidden from whispering to one another, yet the knight officers, unbound by this decree, had begun to murmur amongst themselves. The situation within the territory was, in fact, quite clear. After all, the Lamperouge family was dwindling in number. Should they support the valiant and resolute Uno, or the utterly inept Rollo, who was consumed by dark magic? Everyone knew whom to choose, save for a few stubborn individuals brainwashed by the so-called loyalty and honor. Among them was Leonard, the chief knight of the Grey River Castle, a man of unwavering loyalty. It was precisely because he embodied such traits that the late Viscount had entrusted him with significant responsibilities. As the son of a serf bestowed a surname by the Lord, Leonard had long sworn to dedicate his life entirely to his master. With the Viscount now deceased, his allegiance naturally transferred to the Viscount's son, the undisputed heir to the title. Master Rollo Uno, acting as the acting lord of the entire territory, had commanded all to remain on standby outside the castle, and thus Leonard endured the wait. Yet as time dragged on, his concern for Rollo had completely drained his patience. It has been far too long. I must enter the castle to confirm the young master's safety. Leonard, do you wish to defy orders? Defy orders? Leonard glared at the two knights blocking his path, traitors who, like him, were responsible for guarding the castle but had long since pledged their loyalty to Uno. Master Rollo is the heir to the title, and his safety supersedes all else. As the chief guardian knight of Grey River Castle, I must enter to ensure his safety. With a swift motion, two long swords were drawn and crossed in front of him, barring his way. Leonard, we do not wish to resort to violence against you. Do not compel us. The sound of the swords being drawn served as a signal, and more knights loyal to Uno approached, their hands already resting on their sword hilts, ready to draw at any moment. Leonard's expression darkened as he too placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Rollo's voice unexpectedly rang out. What is going on? Do you wish to engage in a conflict at my doorstep? A frail figure emerged from within the castle, a confident smile gracing Rollo's pale features as he stepped into the sunlight and raised his hand. The ring, a relic from the first ancestor, gleamed brilliantly, causing the steward Caspar's expression to change dramatically. That is the Lord's sigil. The others finally grasped the situation, but wait, the inheritance ceremony has not yet taken place. Why does he possess the Lord's sigil? Where is the commander? Why has only he emerged? Wasn't he there said to be an assassin? They had stood there for so long. Where was the assassin? A torrent of questions surged forth, but Rollo, disinterested in addressing each one, tightened his grip on the Lord's sigil and declared, "I, Rollo Lamperouge, the 18th Viscount Lamperouge, hereby command, in my capacity as your lord, that all soldiers disband." The soldiers stood dumbfounded. The commander had yet to speak. Whom were they to obey? Seeing this unfolding scene, Uno's few trusted confidants felt an ominous shift and quickly shouted to quell the unrest, urging the remaining knights to encircle Rollo. "Rollo, do not forget that you are the prime suspect in the murder of the late Viscount. The commander is the acting lord, and even if you bear the Lord's sigil, you still lack the authority to command us." "Yes, where is the commander? Step aside. We demand to see the commander." Leonard, witnessing these individuals daring to challenge authority, was filled with rage and drew his sword, positioning it protectively in front of Rollo. "What do you intend to do? Castle guards, assemble and protect the Lord." 50 to 60 castle guards exchanged glances, many instinctively wanting to step forward, but were deterred by their superior's glare. Only a few loyal to Leonard stepped forward to form a protective formation around Rollo. Rollo scanned the surroundings, noting with disdain that his loyal retainers numbered merely a handful. This was pitiful. No wonder Uno was relentless. Rollo patted the shoulder of his sole loyal subject, gesturing for him to step aside, then loudly proclaimed, "All eyes on me, I have an announcement to make. Ladies and gentlemen, Uno is the true culprit behind my father's murder, and he sought to fabricate lies to slay me and usurp the title. However, I have already slain him. I believe this was his solitary endeavor, and you are unaware and now withdraw, and I shall consider this incident as if it never occurred. Otherwise, all shall be treated as rebels." The news of Uno's demise instantly sparked a commotion. Rollo had killed Uno. This was absurd. The commander could easily dispatch 10 of him with a mere flick of his wrist, yet, the fact that only Rollo stood at the entrance seemed to lend an unspoken credence to his claim. In any case, while Rollo's words lacked persuasive power, the Lord's sigil, authenticated by Steward Casper, bore significant weight. Uno's influence was limited to the knightly class. The common soldiers were not worthy of the commander's favor, especially since it appeared the commander was already dead, leading them to naturally heed the Viscount's word. As a result, many began to waver, yet, the die-hard loyalists would never surrender merely due to a few utterances. "Impossible. The commander could never be slain by someone like you. You must have ensnared him with some trap or magic, seeking to disband us and leave only your cronies to surround him. Charge in with me. We must rescue the commander." The loyalists' rallying cry elicited immediate responses, as fully armored knights charged towards the door, which housed but a mere 5 or 6 defenders. Leonard could scarcely believe their audacity. His soldiers felt a wave of anxiety wash over them at the sight of so many knights charging forward. Watching the spectacle unfold, Casper noticed Rollo appeared utterly unperturbed, prompting him to narrow his eyes in suspicion. What was Rollo's assurance? Soon, a familiar greatsword would unravel his mystery. A towering knight, clad in pitch-black armor, emerged from a corner unnoticed by all, arriving before the loyalist in an instant with unmatched speed. The knight had no time to react as the greatsword cleaved him from shoulder to waist, splitting him in two. The knights who had charged alongside him froze in shock, retreating immediately, fortunate that their adversary had no intent to pursue. The towering knight approached Rollo, driving the greatsword into the ground, arms outstretched as if to lift something aloft. It was the pose of the ancestral statue from the Great Hall. In that moment, everyone recalled the familiar armor and the massive black sword. It was none other than the first ancestor of the Lamperouge family. Rollo cleared his throat. "You ask how I killed Uno? To tell you the truth, thanks to the protection of my ancestors, I descended from the ancestral tomb, slaying that wretch, and simplified the inheritance ceremony, directly bestowing upon me the Lord's sigil. The being behind me is the very embodiment of our ancestor." With a casual sweep of his gaze across the assembly, he nonchalantly continued, "Now, I declare disbandment. Who is in favor, and who is against?" Chapter 9. Become a sticky rice dumpling. The military organization during the feudal era was far more rudimentary than Rollo had previously imagined. Even though the private army of the Lampelucci family was superior to the average level of the imperial nobility, it still fell short of achieving a transformative standard. Stripped of their commander and deprived of the legitimate reasons for defending the castle and repelling assassins, they found themselves in a state of utter disarray. Meanwhile, Rollo's imposing show of force served as a formidable deterrent, instilling fear among the ranks. After all, even without considering his ability to cleave a fully armored knight in two with a single sword stroke, the hulking figure clad in armor bore an uncanny resemblance to the ancestral statue in the Great Hall. Presently, the troops were orderly disbanding, some retreating to the barracks, others returning to their posts. Although several knights loyal to Uno still wore expressions of resentment and indignation, upon witnessing the cleaved corpse of their ancestor manifesting before them, they tacitly fell silent and returned to camp. Rollo, who had appeared composed throughout, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, he knew that more troubles loomed on the horizon. Would the impersonation of the ancestor, manifesting through ulcers, raise suspicions of necromancy?
Would those obstinate factions once again rise in rebellion? Might there be some idle individual seeking to enact vigilante justice? Following the series of events in the Viscount's territory, would Duke Frostbane, the Guardian of the North, send inquiries? Would the scheming politicians of the imperial capital exploit this incident to wrest more power from the emperor? Rollo found it challenging to discern the thoughts of various figures, and all he could do was one thing: grow stronger. Only by becoming formidable could he shatter all conspiracies aimed at him. As he revisited the intelligence of the day, his gaze lingered on the final piece of information. 20 kilometers north of the Lampoluki territory, beneath a towering ancient tree, lay the burial site of the chief of the Amulan tribe. As a dominant border noble family, the Lampolukis had engaged extensively with various tribes across the northern grasslands. Today you strike me, tomorrow I stab you. This back and forth had persisted for centuries. With time, familiarity bred ease. The first ancestor of the Lampoluki family had carved out their domain through an unwavering attitude towards combat, exceptional skill in the art of warfare, and masterful tactics. Thus, Rollo understood that despite the tribesmen's barbaric appearances, seemingly destitute, their chieftains were, in fact, exceedingly wealthy. The Amulan tribe held a position on the grasslands akin to that of the Lampoluki family within the Ola Empire. Neither too high nor too low, they were akin to local emperors. Thus, one could hardly expect less from the burial site of such a chieftain. Therefore, this evening, a visit to my neighboring tribesmen was in order. However, prior to that, he needed to arrange matters at his own stronghold. Rollo surveyed the surroundings. After all the soldiers had retreated, only the castle guards and the knights tasked with protecting Grey River Fortress remained. There were 10 knights in total, yet only Leonard stood in support of him, while the others not only refrained from assisting but even dared to obstruct him. These individuals were unreliable. The soldiers, however, appeared to have wavering resolve and might be swayed. Rollo turned to Leonard and inquired, "Which knight is trustworthy?" Leonard glanced at his 9 colleagues and resolutely shook his head. "None of them are worthy of trust." His words ignited a fierce uproar among the knights. With Uno deceased and Rollo now possessing the formidable support of the manifest ancestor, loyalty would surely shift. "You make this difficult for me, Leonard. This is personal revenge. I challenge you to a duel in the name of knighthood." "My lord, do not heed his one-sided claims." "My lord. In truth, I am the late Viscount, your father's planted spy among them. I stand with you." The once dignified knights now displayed their true colors, shouting fervently, their faces flushed with rage. Had Rollo not witnessed their antics firsthand, he might have been led to believe they were gallant and loyal champions. Observing the fervent knights, Rollo chuckled, a sinister smile creeping across his pale lips, sending shivers down. "Gather your arms and mounts, and assemble here tonight." The knights exchanged glances, ultimately consenting. This was likely Rollo's way of consolidating his power as the new lord, providing them a means to save face. Almost all were quickly persuaded, for managing such a vast territory with just himself and a rigid knight, alongside Leonard's scant few soldiers, seemed implausible. Wouldn't it be impossible to even manage Grey River Fortress with such numbers? To command the entire domain, they would need the knight's support, wouldn't they? The so-called task for tonight would likely involve eliminating those he harbored grudges against, serving as a testament of loyalty. With this thought, some began to view Rollo in a new light. This man did not appear to be the mere madman obsessed with dark magic as rumored. Soon, Rollo returned to his chamber, and the knights resumed their posts at Grey River Fortress. Everything seemed as usual, yet all understood that the dynamics had irrevocably shifted. For instance, there was Caspar.as, the loyal steward who had served the Lampoluki family for generations. He had been profoundly affected by the day's dramatic events. His unwavering loyalty lay with the family, not the head of the household. After all, the head might not always act rationally, placing the family's interests above all. They could easily be swayed by emotions, leading to decisions detrimental to those very interests. Unfortunately, the previous head of the family, Rollo's father, had been deemed unfit in Caspar's eyes. He had reduced taxes for the serfs, increased soldiers' wages, constructed free medical facilities, and those expenditures were daggers piercing his heart. Gleaming gold coins were squandered on the impoverished. What a travesty! Left unchecked, the Lampoluki family would inevitably face ruin. This noble title required a strong master. Yet, the next heir was a mere wastrel, akin to Rollo. Thus, when Uno approached him for collaboration, he unhesitatingly agreed. And now, however, he regretted that decision. Yet, it was too late. As Caspar opened his chamber door, his gaze met that of a skull. The pale skull bore flickering flames of a dark soul, mirroring the fragility of his existence, as if it could be extinguished by the slightest breeze. The skeletal warrior opened its mouth, rotten teeth clattering, producing a cacophony that "If you do not bury according to feng shui, how can I seek fortune?" As night descended, 9 armored knights, equipped with their finest gear, gathered at the gates of Grey River Fortress atop their magnificent steeds. Over the course of the day, they pondered numerous matters, particularly the identities of those who would soon be purged by the new lord's decree. In a swift motion, the castle gates creaked open, revealing Rollo astride a sleek black stallion.
Curiously, the most trusted loyalist, Leonard the Iron Arm, was conspicuously absent from his side. Did their lord truly place such unwavering trust in them? Whispers of suspicion began to circulate. Could it be that Leonard vehemently opposed the unsavory deeds planned for the night, leading to a rift with the lord? Given Leonard's stubborn nature, that appeared to be the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, how could he allow these former rebels to be alone with the lord? Many turned their gazes towards Rollo. Although this new lord was clearly less benevolent than the late Viscount and lacked the martial prowess of the rebel leader, he was still a Viscount. Leonard's dismissal suggested that another individual might rise to become the lord's right hand. Almost simultaneously, 5 or 6 of them grasped this notion and began to curry favor with the lord. However, Rollo seemed entirely indifferent. After taking a head count, he waved his hand, and a sudden wave of dizziness washed over them, dissipating before the night. Simultaneously, the environment transformed around them. They found themselves amidst a vast, flat grassland, yet before them stood a grand estate surrounded by towering walls, concealing its contents. Was this the ancestral tomb? Indeed, it was the tomb of the Lamperouge family. Rollo rode forth, the emblem of his authority glowing with unmistakable brilliance in his hand.
Esteemed guests, how does the sensation of teleportation strike you? The gathered knights were instantly taken aback.
They all knew of Rollo's obsession with dark magic, often ridiculed as child's play, yet this display suggested that his dark arts were genuine. Some felt a chill creep down their spines, and even the once hallowed ancestral tomb now seemed shrouded in darkness.
Rollo cleared his throat, and the already radiant family emblem blazed even brighter. Esteemed guests, this is not dark magic but rather a blessing from my ancestors.
He caressed his ring tenderly. After all, the depth of a Viscount family with centuries of lineage is beyond your imagination. This statement bore weight, and on the surface, no one dared to question him further.
Yet, new inquiries arose. So, my lord, what is our purpose now?
Initially believing Rollo summoned them to eliminate rivals, they found themselves transported to this distant location, leaving them puzzled about his intentions. Were they to assist in an ancestral grave-cleaning ritual in the dead of night? Rollo offered no response, merely displaying an inscrutable smile as he gestured to the tools he had prepared in the corner.
Take these implements and follow me. I shall lead you to fortune.
Intelligence had indicated that the chieftain of the Amulan tribe was buried beneath a towering tree located 20 kilometers north of their territory. Coincidentally, Rollo was well aware of this place. In fact, within the entire Lamperouge territory, no one was ignorant of its existence. After all, amidst the boundless grassland, a colossal tree stood out prominently, akin to a chopstick inserted into a bowl of Lansau noodles, making it unmistakable. Anyone who had traversed this expanse had heard tales of this great tree. According to the Lamperouge family's extensive investigations into their adversaries, 3 centuries prior, the Amulan tribe had planted. Though the dream was grand, reality proved harsh. 300 years later, the tree had indeed grown to its impressive stature, while the Amulan tribe remained stagnant, even surpassed by the Lamperouge family. Before succumbing to his regrets, the current chieftain had requested to be buried beneath this tree, perhaps out of remorse for his ancestors' unfulfilled ambitions or as a cautionary tale for his descendants. In Rollo's eyes, he was a benefactor, a good man who had neatly packaged himself, leaving behind a conspicuous marker to guide Rollo toward his treasures. The choice to teleport to the ancestral tomb before proceeding served to obscure their movements and shorten their journey. After all, Grey River Fortress was situated at the southern edge of their territory, established along the life-giving Grey River, making the trek to the northern border and then 20 kilometers further to the tree quite lengthy. The ancestral tomb was positioned at the northernmost boundary of the land established by their first ancestor, roughly in the middle of the Lamperouge territory, only about 15 kilometers from the current northern border. In essence, they now had to cover a distance of 35 kilometers. While it might seem considerable, in this magical realm, the speed of their steeds surpassed that of their earthly counterparts. Thus, this distance could be traversed in merely an hour. Upon completing this leg of their journey, only Rollo, adept in horsemanship, felt the strain on his back. Indeed, physical conditioning was necessary. The demeanor of this necromancer was rather fragile. The group halted, gathering the tools he provided, ready to commence their work. As the knights dismounted, their expressions revealed their discomfort. In truth, once they spotted the silhouette of the massive tree from, yet, without the Lord's command, they could only press on with trepidation. Fortunately, the sheer size of the tree absorbed a wealth of nutrients, leaving the ground beneath its shade barren. Thus, the herdsmen rarely ventured there except during sacrificial rites, provided they did not create too much commotion. they hoped to remain undisturbed. The knights unfastened the bindings and retrieved unfamiliar tools. Shovels, picks, and sickles. "My lord, are we not here to conduct a burial?" one knight inquired hesitantly.
"How shall we proceed?" "Patience, I shall ascertain."
Each twist conceals a barrier. Should the gates appear to bear 1,000 locks, surely a noble resides here. The knights, unable to see clearly in the darkness, could only hear Rollo muttering what seemed to be arcane verses. Did their lord perhaps have ulterior motives, engaging in some nefarious dark magic ritual? Yet, at that moment, none dared interrupt him. Unlike the others, Rollo possessed the advantage of dark vision.
However, the clearer his vision became, the graver his expression grew. Ultimately, a multitude of thoughts coalesced into a single exclamation: "By the gods, these nomadic savages have buried their dead without regard for feng shui. My divination cannot be applied here."
Chapter 11. A run fast. There are zongzi, as the saying goes. Every profession has its specialization. In his previous life, Luo Luo's primary expertise within the treasure hunting team revolved around dealing with zongzi. Consequently, he found himself somewhat lacking in the art of dragon seeking now, with this band of northern brutes disregarding feng shui entirely, rendering the dragon summoning techniques obsolete. He was left utterly in the dark. The 9 guard knights stood silently in the night, observing their lord as he alternated between muttering to himself and sighing heavily while seated on the ground, too apprehensive to speak. A gust of night wind swept through, the frigid air piercing their skin like a dagger, heralding the approach of winter. Luo Luo shivered. He couldn't possibly return empty-handed, could he? As the adage goes, thieves never leave empty-handed. Having journeyed such a great distance, it would be unacceptable not to bring something back. Luo Luo scanned his surroundings, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. Not far away, on a small hill, a considerable concentration of negative energy was gathering like a thick fog. In the natural world, such an accumulation of negative energy could only signify a mass grave or a heap of corpses. "Dig this area up," he commanded. The knights promptly obeyed, springing into action. Although these 9 accomplices were merely novice knights, their physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary men, and they dug with remarkable speed and precision. The clanging of tools echoed through the night, and soon enough, there was a delightful surprise. "My lord, we've unearthed something." Luo Luo rushed over, only to find that a corner of a stone wall had become visible at the bottom of the large pit they had excavated. In the unique vision of a necromancer, the naturally occurring aura of dense negative energy wafted towards him like the rich fragrance of roses. "Dig around the perimeter to find the entrance." Luo Luo was now brimming with excitement, yet the knights worked. Although it seemed they were no longer visiting a grave, it appeared they were digging up a tomb instead. Many suddenly grasped the meaning behind Luo Luo's earlier proclamation about making them wealthy. Was this what he meant by becoming rich? As noble knights of integrity, they ought to show compassion for the weak and respect the deceased. How could they desecrate someone's grave? An upright knight should vehemently refuse such wicked deeds, yet, in reality, the knights quickened their pace. After all, even the most honorable knights needed to eat. They rationalized that they were not robbing a tomb but rather preventing the calamities of the undead, serving as a preemptive strike against malevolence. Bang! One knight swung too forcefully, causing his pickaxe to shatter against the stone door. Hearing the commotion, Luo Luo hurried over and, upon seeing the stone door, couldn't help but smile. As the saying goes, my home is always open. I'm not afraid of thieves. This tomb has sealed its entrance so tightly, it clearly fears intruders. This hall might just yield great wealth. Clear your pockets, don't let the good stuff go to waste. Luo Luo drew the long sword from his. Even though Uno himself was missing, the mere fact that this sword was in Luo Luo's possession spoke volumes. No one dared harbor any ulterior motives, falling in line closely behind him. With the flame emblazoned long sword, a fierce blaze erupted as Luo Luo thrust it into the crevice of the stone door. The scorching heat caused the massive stone to emit a series of cracking sounds. After piercing several holes in the door with his sword, he sheathed it and drew another blade, the Celestial Star Blade. The enchantment that amplified the spell's effects was a waste in the hands of a martial artist like Uno, but in the hands of Luo Luo, who barely mastered dual sword techniques, it became a divine artifact. Luo Luo didn't possess many spells, most of which were mere cantrips. After excluding all the necromantic spells, only one remained. However, at this moment, that spell proved to be the most effective. Frost Breath. When unleashed with his own magical power, the spell would be akin to splashing a bucket of ice water on someone. In the dead of winter, it might give them a cold, causing negligible harm. Yet, when enhanced by the Celestial Starblade, the bucket of ice water transformed into a surging wave of frost, crashing violently against the stone door. The combination of heat and cold made the ordinary stone emit a screeching sound as spider web-like cracks began to form.
A gentle tap with the hilt of his sword shattered it instantly. The knights were left in awe of his prowess. Luo's actions were far from over. He pulled 3 candles from his bag, arranging them neatly at the entrance of the tomb before lighting them. Just as he finished, he let out a sigh. Alas, I couldn't find a single red candle in the entire castle, so I had to settle for white ones. How unfortunate. One knight, emboldened by his ambition to replace Leonard as the Lord's confidant, cautioned, lighting candles is a way to appease the tomb's master and communicate with them. Luo replied. Wait a moment, aren't we necromancers? Is this really necessary? Besides, with the dragon summoning techniques rendered useless, lighting candles probably won't have the same effect as before. Luo pondered for a moment and provided a unique response steeped in the feng shui of this world. Let us consider it a good omen. Life should have a touch of ritualistic significance. Holding both enchanted swords aloft as torches, Luo led the group cautiously into the tomb. As they gazed at the decorations within the burial chamber, he couldn't help but marvel. Truly, their simple nomadic neighbors had a distinct style of tomb decoration. One word could encapsulate it: lavish. Under the radiant glow of the 2 magical swords, the surroundings sparkled with golden brilliance, as various pure gold vessels adorned every corner. The old chieftain must have buried his entire life's savings here. Unlike the ancestral tomb of the Rampoluki family, which boasted banners, portraits, and various artistic handicrafts, this tomb's decor was refreshingly straightforward and extravagantly opulent. Everyone, gather freely. Take as much as you can. If you find coffins or corpses, inform me immediately. And about those candles, if they go out. Luo contemplated for a moment, deciding to respect the wishes of the tomb's master. I suspect the old chieftain, at his age, would feel too lonely in a pitch-black room. The knights scattered, eagerly sifting through gold and gems, while Luo focused his attention on the central coffin. Perhaps due to geographical proximity, the chieftain of the Amulan tribe's coffin bore a striking resemblance to that of the first ancestor of the Rampoluki family, both crafted from marble. The primary distinction lay in the engravings and runes adorning it. Upon closer inspection, the runes seemed familiar, remarkably connected to the Book of the Dead. In his mind, Luo found himself reciting, "My suffering has come to an end. Eternal life is about to begin. Those who disturb my eternal slumber shall face my boundless wrath." As he finished reading, the runes flickered momentarily. "My lord, the candle has gone out. I must relight it," came the voice of the watchman knight. Simultaneously, Luo watched in horror as the coffin lid was abruptly cast aside. From within emerged a hand, rotting and covered in desiccated skin. This familiar scene triggered a reflexive leap back. There are Zongzi. Chapter 12. Of the living and the coffin are taken away together. Decayed claws gripped the edge of the coffin, supporting a body that, though adorned with golden embellishments, was withered. The corpse rose with a grotesque effort. Its head, so rotten that its features were indiscernible, still bore a strand of hair, dangling at the corner of its mouth, assuring Rollo that this indeed belonged to a member of a nomadic tribe. The head twisted mechanically, emitting a chilling crackling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. When Rollo met the eerie green flames of the soul flickering in the sockets of its eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. "Wait a moment, I am a necromancer now. I specialize in crafting the undead. What is there to fear? Destroy my slumber, you wretched thing," rasped a disjointed voice from its throat, reminiscent of a long-abandoned speaker choking on years of accumulated dust, unsettling to the ears. Regaining his composure, Rollo couldn't help but chuckle. Despite its resurrection as an undead being, the creature was evidently weak, struggling to articulate its words, and its level could not possibly surpass that of his Death Knight. This meant that even if this horde of minions were to perish, he could still summon his Death Knight to maintain order. With assurance bolstering his confidence, Rollo brandished his sword, directing it at the reanimated chieftain's corpse. "Whoever vanquishes this fiend shall be bequeathed with Uno's estate." The knights exchanged bewildered glances, recalling the earlier command to flee, yet, fueled by the prospect of Uno's inheritance, and bolstered by their numbers, the urge to retreat faded. Some even cast furtive glances at the sword in Rollo's hand. Uno's sword could certainly be considered part of his estate, couldn't it? A finely crafted steel longsword, easily worth a dozen gold dragons. Moreover, Uno's flameblade, infused with precious mithril and inscribed with magical runes, must be worth several thousand gold dragons. Not to mention, the allure of a powerful weapon for a knight is utterly irresistible. Driven by the insatiable force of greed, the knights unsheathed their warhammers and shields, inching closer to the chieftain. Despite being merely low-tier undead, the chieftain comprehended the gravity of the situation. "My warriors die for me," echoed a haunting cadence through the gaps of its decayed teeth, akin to an ancient invocation that made the very earth tremble. No, it was not an earthquake.
Something was attempting to break free from the soil. Rollo keenly sensed the shift in negative energy and swiftly surveyed the walls around him. As expected, skeletal hands clawed their way from the earth, struggling to extract their bodies from the confines of the wall. Without the protection of coffins, their flesh had fully rotted away, leaving only tattered remnants of clothing. Rollo watched as these skeletal warriors each retrieved a decayed nomadic scimitar from the ground before unleashing silent, furious roars as they surged towards the knights. Though the concentration of negative energy in these creatures was significantly lower than that of those he had conjured the previous day, their equipment was far inferior, rendering them no match for the knights wielding warhammers. One knight sidestepped a swing of the scimitar, using the moment to shift his weight onto his shield, delivering a powerful shield bash that sent the foe staggering back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, he brought his war hammer down upon the creature's skull with a resounding crash. The exclusive technique of the hammer class, combined with the natural advantage of blunt force against the fragile skeletal warriors, shattered the creature's cranium instantly. The knight smirked disdainfully, ready to turn his attention to the next target, when suddenly he felt a chill at his ankle, followed by a sharp pain. How could this be? He looked down to find a skeletal warrior had pierced his foot with its blade. The shattered head was inexplicably being mended by some unknown energy, gradually regaining its former shape. This scene unfolded repeatedly amidst the chaos of battle. Although the knights possessed far superior individual strength compared to the skeletons, this insidious ability to endure rendered them significantly delayed. The undead had two major advantages over ordinary mortals: inexhaustible stamina and unyielding spirit. Rollo shook his head in disbelief, reflecting on the unreliability of his human subordinates. These knights were no different. It seemed that the undead he crafted were far more reliable. Observing that the chieftain had successfully stalled everyone, he staggered to his feet, extracting a scimitar from his coffin. Unlike the rabble who lacked even a proper coffin, the chieftain's scimitar gleamed. The magic imbued within it had not yet fully dissipated. Rollo found himself grinning uncontrollably. Enchanted weapons are such treasures. After taking a couple of unsteady steps, the chieftain suddenly surged forward. This wretched creature was merely feigning weakness. Rollo, acting swiftly, snapped his fingers and activated a teleportation spell. At that moment, the chieftain's enchanted scimitar was but a hand's breadth away from Rollo, and had, however, his abilities extended beyond his own physical form. A massive black sword cleaved through the air, tearing apart the very fabric of space, crashing down with unrestrained ferocity, sending the enchanted scimitar and the chieftain hurtling away. Simultaneously, a dozen skeletal soldiers, now clad in the castle's fine armor, gathered around Rollo, forming a protective barrier. It was common knowledge that Rollo was a necromancer, so when the chieftain rose and beheld the towering figure of Arthas, a muscle-bound giant over 2 meters tall, he was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes flickering with the soul flames of the undead, showcasing the tremors of his gaze. Realizing the disparity in power between himself and Arthas, the chieftain retreated slowly, his steps drawing closer to his coffin. Was he attempting to hide back inside? Rollo pondered, connecting the inscriptions etched upon the chieftain's coffin lid. This creature was likely not a mere victim of death but had actively sought to become an undead being. Typically, individuals would place statues or expensive golems to guard their tombs, who would entomb soldiers' corpses within the walls as sentinels. Furthermore, these skeletal guardians were continually self-repairing, suggesting that the chieftain had established a considerable necromantic array within the tomb. The core of this array. Do not let him near the sarcophagus. Upon hearing this, the chieftain abruptly lunged toward the coffin, offering no opportunity for interference. Yet before he could revel in his triumph, darkness enveloped him, accompanied by a resounding thud. The coffin lid had been closed. Rollo chuckled as he patted the coffin lid, saying, "Thank you, dear chieftain, this indeed makes it convenient for me to take you and your coffin away entirely." Chapter 13: The Great Harvest. The undying spellcaster. As he absorbed the negative energy of the graveyard to restore his magical power, Rollo observed the chieftain thrashing about in a futile attempt to lift the coffin lid. He couldn't help but lament, "To think I would fall for such a ruse. It seems my brother the chieftain has not been a necromancer for long."
What kind of necromancer commands their minions with mere shouts?
How utterly undignified. Much like the extraordinary telepathic bond between an elemental mage and their elemental minions, the connection between a necromancer and their undead servants is even more profound. With a mere thought, Arthas would know what folly the chieftain intended. As a fellow necromancer, it was astonishing that he could be deceived so easily by such a simple feint. Evidently, this chieftain was sorely lacking in experience, likely fresh to the role. To be fair, Rollo himself had only been a necromancer for 2 days, hardly any longer than his counterpart. Once he absorbed sufficient negative energy, Rollo summoned a teleportation circle at random. Ever since his necromantic powers had advanced, he had been able to teleport freely, much like a conventional mid-tier mage, provided he had enough negative energy to fuel it. After all, the necromancer's craft is not particularly combative. They rely heavily on summoning minions. If the teleportation spell lacked a scintilla of spiritual energy, by the time the minions arrived, they would likely be left only to gather their master's remains. As the incantation concluded, the teleportation circle erupted in a dazzling light. Rollo promptly instructed, "You all hold on a bit longer, try not to let too many perish while I make a quick trip back to town." Before the knights could voice their protests, Rollo had already. Fortunately, the skeletal warriors within the tomb ceased their automatic regeneration upon the coffin's disappearance. At the very least, they would no longer be drained of their strength. As the knights breathed a sigh of relief, Rollo found himself in his ancestral tomb. When the chieftain's coffin was placed alongside that of his first ancestor, Rollo realized that they bore an uncanny resemblance, far more than he had initially surmised. A couple's resemblance, reflecting on the peculiar proclivities of his forebears for rugged men, he couldn't help but entertain such a bizarre thought. Bang! The coffin lid shifted, jolting Rollo back to reality. The chieftain continued to pound against his coffin, desperately trying to escape, but was firmly held down by Arthas, only able to emit various despairing cries. It sounded rather pitiable at first. "Never mind that for now, let me examine these runes closely." He had been curious in the tomb, and now, having deciphered the runes, everything became clear. Throughout history, few rulers have managed to reject immortality, and even the chieftain of the Amulan tribe, who worshipped the deities of everlasting life, could not escape this pattern. Somehow, the chieftain had acquired fragments of necromantic. The outcome was neither a complete success nor a total failure. The chieftain had become a low-tier undead being, slightly less than a low-tier death knight, retaining a degree of self-awareness, yet the disparity between his current state and his original aspirations was vast. Thus, he remained entombed, slowly absorbing negative energy in hopes of one day evolving into a more advanced undead. It must be said, this individual was quite the novice, relying solely on a smattering of knowledge to achieve this transformation was indeed remarkable. Rollo gazed intently at the still wriggling coffin and spoke with resolute conviction, "Fear not, dear chieftain, I shall fulfill your long-held wish and elevate you to a higher form of life. Of course, I shall also require compensation, not much, just the sovereignty of..." The chieftain within the coffin seemed to understand Rollo's intent, growing increasingly agitated, writhing even more vigorously. "Ah, it seems you two can hardly wait, then let us commence." As Arthas finally loosened upon seeing Rollo, the flames of his soul in the eye sockets displayed a remarkably human-like fear. In the next instant, he bolted toward the tomb's entrance. However, escape would not be so effortless. While Rollo may not possess the wealth of gold that the chieftain had, he was far superior in terms of armed minions. A dozen fully armored skeletal warriors quickly formed a shield wall, encircling the chieftain. Before he could react, the towering Arthas seized him by the head and pressed it to the ground, using his weight to bind the chieftain in place. Once a battle-hardened warrior in life, he now faced such indignity in death. Were it not for the physiological limitations inherent to undead beings, the remnants of his consciousness would have surely brought him to tears. Rollo approached and leaned down, placing his hand upon the chieftain's forehead. A ghostly green light emanated from his fingertips, forming runes upon the chieftain's body. The chieftain sensed something amiss and began to struggle violently, but under Arthas's powerful grip, this was one of the hallmark spells of a necromancer. The control of the undead wild, unbound undead creatures are a vital source of minions for many necromancers, and those possessing rare traits are regarded as treasures, prized possessions, indeed. Rollo's current proficiency allowed him to command a single low-tier undead, along with a handful of lesser beings. With Arthas being a low-tier death knight, it stood to reason that this chieftain, being of even lower rank. As anticipated, with the infusion of magic, the chieftain's struggles gradually subsided. In a fleeting moment, Rollo felt a mysterious connection established between their minds. It was done. He found a new entry in his follower unnamed class, lowly lich. Unlike zombies, as chronicled in the Book of the Dead, liches are magical output type undead, considered a lower tier version of the advanced lich, and thus more valuable than zombies or skeletons. Rollo realized with clarity why this entity lacked the physical prowess of Arthas. It was a spellcaster unit, yet, this creature was indeed fortunate. Its fragmented knowledge of necromancy had not only facilitated its transformation but had resulted. Had it been buried for a millennium, it might have genuinely evolved into a lich, wreaking havoc in its wake, but alas, it now belonged to him. As for a name, it would naturally be Kel'Thuzad. Of course, the current incarnation of Kel was as naive as a fool, with a long journey ahead of him before he could become the Grand Lich and Death Knight Rollo envisioned. Upon naming his new minion, Rollo received yet another delightful surprise. The advanced version of the Book of the Dead had been updated, now including the crafting diagram for Liches Chapter 14. Our Viscount truly exhibits extraordinary tactics on this particular night. Many residents of the Lamperouge territory were plagued by insomnia. Initially, it was universally accepted that Uno would undoubtedly ascend to the title of the next Viscount of Lamperouge. However, to everyone's astonishment, Rollo, a previously overlooked figure, emerged with remarkable force, not only displacing the nail but also overturning the very board itself despite his public declaration of forgiveness, which he made in front of the castle. What lord could genuinely feel at ease with a rebel who had just attempted insurrection? Almost all knights who could once be deemed Uno's trusted confidants kept their armor donned throughout the night, resting their heads upon their swords and shields, ever ready to rise and confront any threat. It was not until the morning light streamed through the windows, illuminating the chamber and dispelling the chill of the armor, that they dared to believe Rollo had indeed spared them. In reality, Rollo had only just succumbed to slumber within the castle. He had entrusted the management of territorial affairs to his loyal knight, Leonard, while he sought a brief respite. The previous night had yielded substantial rewards, in addition to the considerable wealth of gold and jewels pillaged from the chief, now entombed within the Celsegard crypt. The most significant acquisition was the potential for Celsegard to evolve into a lich, along with the methodologies for crafting such undead beings. However, several crucial materials were still lacking, preventing an immediate augmentation of his magical undead forces. As for the sole Celsegard, he was an anomaly, a magical unit devoid of any spells. After all, the chief had been a warrior in life, wholly ignorant of sorcery, lacking a system. It was hardly plausible that he could master such arts posthumously. This meant that Rollo would first need to instruct this creature in necromantic spells to truly possess a necromancer at his disposal. Sighing in frustration, he resolved to sleep for now, deferring any concerns regarding intelligence reports until he awoke. Meanwhile, the 9 knights who had also endured a taxing night were fast asleep in Grey River Fortress. Being responsible for guarding the castle, they had access to designated chambers for rest, though somewhat cramped due to the number of occupants. Thoughts of the vast amounts of gold seized the previous night rendered even the odor of a colleague's foot odor pleasantly bearable. As the sun ascended to its zenith, the tumultuous Lamperouge territory prepared to welcome its new master's inaugural governance. The castle's grand hall, having suffered extensive damage from Uno's reckless actions, was under. Leaders from various strata, merchants, artisans, farmers, and boatmen were gathered, albeit lacking complete information. They comprehended that this corner of the empire's northern expanse had likely undergone a radical transformation. In a matter of days, the territory's lord, the current Viscount of Lamperouge, had perished, his son Rollo placed under suspicion and effectively detained, while the entire region was placed under martial law. How much time had passed? Key figures such as the military commander Uno, the steward of Grey River Fortress, Casper, and the town's constable, Esaias, had swiftly met their fates, one after another. Meanwhile, Rollo, once deemed a suspect, seamlessly ascended to the Viscount's throne. Rumors among the soldiers suggested that an army had amassed within the territory, encircling the castle at one point. The leaders wiped their brows, anxious and hesitant to contemplate further. Even as the newly appointed Viscount had urged them to take their seats, they dared not raise their heads, standing in silence, awaiting his address. In contrast, Rollo, seated with his back to them, remained focused elsewhere. After all, what could be of greater importance than reviewing the latest intelligence updates? Intelligence Report: 1 Knight Talank Aviel, stationed at the White Bird Watchtower, is plotting to defect to the neighboring territory of Viscount Doriat, but remains unable to act due to concerns regarding his deputy, Swordsharp. Intelligence Report 2: The neighboring Viscount of Doriat has long coveted the Grey River town port and, having heard of the turmoil within this territory, is fabricating a pretext to deploy troops and seize control of the port. Intelligence Report 3: In the north, Duke Flossbane's second son has expressed dissatisfaction over inheritance issues and has instigated a rebellion, taking Winterfell amidst the Duke's critical illness. The Duke's eldest son is currently seeking support from Intelligence Report 4: At the Great Grass Sea Gathering, Saint Khan has shown favoritism towards the adversaries of the Amulan tribe, cultivating seeds of rebellion through centuries of isolation and bias. Intelligence Report 5: Upon reading, Rollo couldn't help but chuckle. He realized that the majority of the daily intelligence reports indeed followed a thematic structure. The first day centered around infidelity, the second on childbirth, and today, it was all about rebellion. Nevertheless, today's rebellion theme contained a wealth of useful information. The original occupant of this body had been utterly indifferent to such national matters. Not only was he oblivious to the political climate of this intelligence was decidedly more aligned with Rollo's interests. As was customary, amidst the thematic reports, there were always a few that seemed quite out of place. Intelligence Report 9: The notorious black-hearted mage, Samir, has, having narrowly escaped, he has sought refuge aboard a merchant vessel, expected to arrive in Grey River town in 3 days. Just as he pondered these matters, lunchtime had long since passed. Meanwhile, the leaders remained standing in the study. They were convinced that Rollo was intentionally demonstrating his authority, intending to make it abundantly clear who was the true master of this territory. Thus, they remained rigidly upright, fearful of provoking Rollo's ire. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Rollo turned to face the assembly and suddenly recalled the leaders' meeting scheduled for today. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Ahem, let us discuss matters at the dining table. We shall eat first." Having inadvertently left them hanging for an extended period, Rollo scratched his head and promptly led them to the dining area, although otherwise, he might find himself facing a defector like the Watchtower Knight. With this thought in mind, he summoned a knight, one of the 9 who had accompanied him to the tomb the previous night, and summoned Knight Talank Aviel to Grey River Fortress, assuring him of my favor. Additionally, promote his deputy, Swordsharp, to the position of Station Knight, entrusting him with the responsibility. Be sure to advise him to remain wary of Doriot. The knight, having shared the previous night's grave undertakings with Rollo, felt a surge of excitement at being entrusted with such an important task. He promptly departed with his attendants to execute the orders. Witnessing this unfold, the leaders felt a chill of apprehension. Rollo, the Viscount, had indeed demonstrated an extraordinary prowess in consolidating his followers in such a brief span of time. Chapter 15. You are truly eating. Based on a series of wondrous misunderstandings, by the time Rollo and the various chieftains took their seats, he had inexplicably garnered a considerable amount of authority. Although he was somewhat perplexed as to why these individuals were exhibiting such submissiveness, the time saved was undeniably preferable to anything else. Now, if you would kindly provide your reports. Rollo's gaze swept across the assembly, absorbing the palpable panic and trepidation etched upon their faces, before ultimately settling on the chieftain seated to his right. The merchant's countenance was a blend of anxiety and sycophancy, his gaze darting uncertainly, occasionally glancing at Rollo as he meticulously gauged his reactions, a quintessential image of a humble trader. Rollo mentally tagged the man, gesturing for him to dispense with the formalities and continue. My lord, thanks to the sagacious governance of your illustrious ancestors, Grey River Town has evolved from a mere pioneering village into a bustling township with a population of 50,000, rivaling many of the Oh, what an extraordinary achievement! We are confident that you shall, like your forebears. Rollo estimated that Sherlock was likely a former opera singer, as he continued his lyrical soliloquy without pause. Growing impatient, Rollo interjected, cut the pleasantries and get to the point. Why yes. Sherlock hastily retrieved a notebook from his pocket and began to read. Since the passing of the latter. Furthermore, recent conflicts between Sheriff Sass and the hunters have incited a shared animosity among the latter, severely impacting their consumption in Grey River Town. We anticipate a 1/3 reduction in revenue compared to previous years. If no measures are taken, economic income will likely continue to decline. With Sherlock having paved the way, the remaining representatives of farmers and artisans understood precisely how to articulate their concerns, each succinctly conveying their messages and discarding the plethora of superfluous words they had contemplated en route. In comparison, Sherlock's report could be deemed relatively satisfactory. Recently, Uno had mobilized the militia extensively, leading to a significant disruption in agricultural labor, with a considerable amount of wheat left to rot unharvested. He had also forcibly conscripted craftsmen from the artisan market, while the sheriff's son exploited the chaos for personal gain, inciting widespread resentment. Many skilled artisans with some wealth had chosen to flee in haste. The goblins and ogres at the territory's fringes had once again begun to stir trouble, yet these too had chosen to turn a blind eye, allowing the populace to fend for themselves, to the extent that they were compelled to pool their meager resources to hire adventurers and mercenaries to quell the disturbances. How could these impoverished souls afford to hire high-caliber professionals? The mercenaries they could afford were scarcely better than common thugs, further undermining the territory's security. Rollo could not help but facepalm. Had Uno and Sass allowed their muscles to overtake their intellect, were these dim-witted fools genuinely scheming for a coup, or were they simply aiming to make a quick escape? It was laughable that Uno had once boasted of ancestral glory, as if Rollo were the one wreaking havoc in the territory. It was Uno, the so-called loyal servant of the nation, who was truly to blame. In summary, it was a predicament. The meager assets seized by those two incompetents could scarcely compensate for the territory's recent losses. Very well, first issue my command to abolish all decrees enacted during Uno's regency, temporarily reverting the territory's laws to those in place during my father's reign. The rest can be addressed in due time. The chieftains nodded submissively, privately relieved that their lord was not as tyrannical as they had feared. With the reports concluded, and the subsequent policy formulation beyond their purview, the remainder of the banquet for these chieftains was merely a matter of dining. Perhaps buoyed by a sense of relief from their previous tribulations, this assembly of men possessed hearty appetites, indulging in their meal with considerable zest. Rollo, however, was different. While he too was a viscount and a feudal lord, he found little interest in the fare laid before him. After a few disinterested bites, the knights he had dispatched earlier returned, dust-covered and weary. Accompanying them was another knight, tall and robust, with a square jaw and a demeanor that exuded reliability. My lord Rollo, I am pleased to report that I have successfully summoned back Sir Talank Aviel, the knight stationed at the White Bird Watchtower. The square-faced knight, Talank, upon hearing the introduction, knelt on one knee and performed the customary knightly salute to Rollo.
Judging solely by appearances, he seemed to be a dependable knight. Who would have thought that this burly, broad-eyed fellow would turn out to be a traitorous defector? While it was one thing for Viscount Doliet to attempt to bribe him, it was quite another for Talink, who had feasted at the table of the Lamperougi family for so many years, to actively seek to defect. Rollo felt a surge of indignation upon seeing him, yet maintained a facade of cordiality, inviting him to join the meal. "My lord, what an honor this is, how could I presume to overstep?" "Oh? Are you implying that all these chieftains have overstepped their bounds?" With Rollo's words, Talink instantly sensed the gathering of hostile gazes directed at him. "And no, my lord, that was not my intention at all." "Then why do you not eat?" Talink found himself with no choice but to sit at the table, albeit with. He had not witnessed the recent coup, but had heard of the fatalities, though the full extent of the casualties had yet to be revealed. He had assumed he was summoned today to be elevated to one of the vacant positions. However, it appeared that matters were far more complex than he had anticipated. "Sir Talink, why do you sit idly without partaking in the meal?" "Ah, my lord, I shall eat at once." Under Rollo's scrutiny, Talink hastily lifted his plate, shoveling food into his mouth, the clatter of fork against plate ringing out, betraying any semblance of knightly decorum. Rollo frowned. "You truly intend to eat as if invited to a feast? What standing do you possess to dine at my table? Someone, take him away. I shall strip him of his knighthood and demote him to a common soldier, to be consigned to the expedition against the goblin tribes at the border under the command of Sir Leonard." Unable to endure any longer, Talink leaped to his feet, his sword stripped from him, and seized a decorative sword from the wall. "I came here to dine. What do you intend to do? I have served the territory valiantly, I have bled for my lord, and you, Rollo, are not but a madman obsessed with dark magic, a suspect in your father's death, who dares to strip me of my honor." The guard knights at the entrance immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and rushed forward, but Talink, having been appointed as a station knight, possessed considerable skill. With a lion's roar, he broke through their ranks and lunged at Rollo. Rollo shook his head, sighing. "I had intended to spare your life, but it appears you seek your own demise." As the words left his lips, a glint of cold steel flashed through the air. Talink's vision was abruptly cleaved in two by a line of crimson, and he fell to the ground. The final image etched in his mind was that of a towering figure clad in the ancestral armor of the Lamperougi family, raising his sword for the. Chapter 16. The soulless figurine. Without a doubt, Tarek was deceased. His lifeless body was dragged away by soldiers, the haunting expression of his unblinking eyes sending shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. Was this lord not utterly brutal? Was it not an act of cold-blooded murder? Rollo, observing the palpable fear among the chieftains, offered a disarming smile. "Fear not, this wretch sought to ally himself with Viscount Doliet, and for such treachery, he deserves death. Alas, I am a compassionate man, unable to witness bloodshed without feeling remorse. I had hoped to sway him over a meal, but alas," Rollo sighed, as though genuinely lamenting his recent misstep. The chieftains exchanged glances, their skepticism evident. "Trust him, not a chance." However, the notion of a traitor did hold merit. The neighboring Viscount Doliet also relied on the Grey River, yet their port was far inferior to that of the Lamperouge family, which had long coveted the prosperous Grey River town. Astute merchants like Charlotte had already gleaned that preparations for war were underway on that side, and it was highly likely that troops would soon be dispatched. The northern barbarians had yet to instigate conflict, nor were there any significant gatherings of beast folk or monstrous creatures nearby. Thus, the mobilization of a large army could only imply an intent to seize territory. Just at this moment, with the recent death of Viscount Lamperouge and the Duke of Flossbane, who governed the entire northern realm, also in failing health, both of his sons were preoccupied with their power struggles, leaving them little time to address the trivial disputes between two subordinate viscounts in the north. Such a fortuitous opportunity would likely compel Viscount Doliet to mobilize his forces. Therefore, the emergence of a spy within their territory was hardly surprising. Charlotte observed the pool of blood on the ground, Rollo's exaggerated performance, and the fearful expressions of the other chieftains, and suddenly understood. No wonder the meeting that could have concluded in the study was unnecessarily prolonged until now. Indeed, it was a calculated move to eliminate a traitor, a warning to others. With the traitor dispatched, as long as he, the monkey, did not leap out of line, he would likely remain safe. Realizing this, Charlotte's fear dissipated, replaced by admiration for Rollo. It appeared that this lord was not entirely foolish, and thus he need not relinquish his hold on Grey River Town. "My lord, I have recently gathered some intelligence regarding Doliet's territory," Charlotte began. The chieftains' meeting concluded without incident, and Rollo acquired the information he sought, along with a few unexpected delights and overall success. As for what Charlotte had to share, it was merely a caution that Viscount Doliet was likely to send troops to Grey River Town soon, urging him to remain vigilant. With an intelligence network at his disposal, Rollo was already aware of this news, yet he appreciated the chieftains' goodwill and would not dismiss their concerns, announcing his intent to bolster defenses against the impending threat. In reality, he eagerly anticipated the invasion from Viscount Doliet. When it came to strength, the Lamperouge family was undoubtedly superior. However, their adversaries prided themselves on their deep-rooted heritage, looking down upon the Lamperouges as mere upstarts. Particularly regarding the Grey River, while it was they who initially established the port along its banks, it was ultimately the Lamperouge family that flourished, transforming Grey River town into the center of trade and commerce along the river. This reality had long been a thorn in the side of the Doliet family, nearly becoming their obsession. Over the centuries, Doliet had attempted several military incursions, but under the watchful eye of the Northern Protectorate Duke, the aristocracy of the 6 provinces in the north dared not engage in open conflict, let alone a mere viscount. Thus, those invasions were usually loud but inconsequential, often resulting in the loss of only a few lives before retreating to their own lands, yet this time, it seemed they were intent on playing a more significant game. From Charlotte's words, it was clear that even these astute merchants were unaware that the long-ailing Duke of the North had passed away, and both of his heirs had escalated their power struggle to armed conflict. It was likely that Doliet had not yet received this news. Until they learned of the Duke's demise, they would not dare to mobilize their forces, granting Rollo ample time to prepare. How delightful it would be to witness the ensuing chaos. He wondered how much negative energy and high-grade materials it would provide him. Rollo plunged into the castle's basement, intending to prepare for the impending battle. For skeletal warriors, clad in full armor, guarded the various entrances. As the space within had become his alchemical workshop for crafting minions, the ancestral tomb offered the advantage of concealment, but each return from the ancient crypt consumed a considerable amount of magical energy. Moreover, Grey River Fortress lacked sufficient negative energy for him to replenish his magic. Should an attack occur during this period, he would be unable to summon Arthas or Kel'Thuzad for protection. It was equally inadvisable to have them accompany him, as the lowly skeletal warriors would suffice, yet the aura of negative energy surrounding these two was too potent. Their constant presence might very well attract the attention of the paladins. Thus, for the sake of safety, he could not afford to expend excessive magical energy on the journey back. Consequently, the alchemical workshop had to be established within the castle. All materials collected from the chieftain's tomb had been transported here. While most were merely ordinary bones, some items used during the chief's transformation ritual were particularly intriguing. Thus, he decided to experiment with the concept of combining zombies and skeletal constructs. Originally, Rollo assumed that each stage of the Book of the Undead contained a fixed number of minion types. He believed he could only unlock more upon advancing to the next stage. Upon acquiring points today, he attempted to upgrade the Book of the Undead's apprentice version to its advanced edition, requiring a full 10 points, which he could not access for the time being. However, the method for creating wights provided by the chieftain sparked his inspiration. If scientific knowledge could yield true understanding, what might magic accomplish, especially for a necromancer like him, who resembled an alchemist more than a traditional mage? And alchemists, if one rounded it off, could be considered a branch of chemical science, could they not? Therefore, after arranging various matters, Rollo intended to devote his time to researching minion recipes. The skeletal construct and the combined zombie should, in theory, be relatively straightforward, merely an amalgamation of bones and zombies, yet upon practical application, he discovered the reality was far more complex. Experiment 1 Target, combined zombie. Result, excessive body weight led to insufficient muscle output, it could not even stand. Experiment 2 Target, skeletal construct. Result, the joints were too fragile, it collapsed after just a few steps. Experiment 3, after wasting considerable materials, he had yet to produce a single satisfactory result. All combined zombies suffered from the core issue of excessive weight, lacking the strength to support themselves, while the skeletal constructs, being lighter, did not face this problem but were too brittle to move. In summary, they were merely hollow shells, utterly devoid of soul. Rollo rifled through the Book of the Undead in his mind, seeking an answer. Suddenly, as he read the introductory text, an idea struck him. Perhaps the absence of a soul was the crux of the problem. Chapter 17, Purging the Unruly Elements. The soul is an eternal topic of contemplation, whether it is the clergy, wholly devoted to the divine, or the mages, who tirelessly seek the secrets of magic, both acknowledge the paramount importance of the soul. However, when it comes to profound studies of the soul, the foremost practitioners are undoubtedly the necromancers. The Book of the Undead, a tome exclusive to the necromancer profession, is replete with knowledge concerning the soul. Yet, due to the current stage being merely an apprentice-level advancement, such knowledge remains superficial, lacking any in-depth exploration. Rollo pondered for a moment. Among the myriad legends of the undead, aside from zombies and skeletons, the most prevalent type would be the vengeful spirits and wraiths. Clearly, these are the undead minions crafted from the very essence of souls. Moreover, even more advanced undead minions, such as liches and death knights, exhibit a high degree of self-awareness, suggesting that their composition undoubtedly involves souls as well.
Rollo speculated that the issue with combining zombies and skeletal constructs likely stemmed from this very point. Regrettably, despite having surmised the reason, he found himself devoid of any solutions. Alas, he anticipated that in 9 days, upon accumulating 10 points to ascend to the next stage, he would unlock abilities related to the soul.
However, such a wait was far from ideal. Though the army of Baron Dolite may not rival that of the Lamperlucky family, it nonetheless represents a formidable force among the northern border nobility and should not be underestimated. Particularly after the Lamperlucky family lost Uno, their only mid-tier knight, their apparent martial strength had waned in comparison. The Death Knight, Arthas, proved to be exceptionally powerful, having dispatched foes with swift and decisive strikes on previous occasions. Yet, once engaged on the battlefield and exposed to outside observers for too long, the risk would become considerable. It would be unfortunate to repel Dolite's forces only to attract the attention of the Holy Church. It seemed that the initial course of action would involve the skeletal remains, the skeletal soldiers, completely encased in full-body armor, or a striking resemblance to human heavy cavalry. Additionally, their low concentration of negative energy would not arouse the Holy Church's suspicions, while their terrifying trait of unyielding resilience and boundless stamina made them an invaluable asset for any military endeavor. Thus, they would serve as the core of his forthcoming battles. However, a pressing concern arose. There was a shortage of armor. The armory within Grey River Fortress was well stocked, yet comprised primarily of half-plate and chainmail, which would expose any skeletons donning them. Had it not been for Uno's insurrection, which led to a considerable accumulation of armor, Rollo would have struggled to assemble even the current batch of equipment. Crafting new armor would undoubtedly be too time-consuming, especially since many artisans, including armorers, had been chased away by Uno and his father, leaving Rollo incapable of finding anyone to assist him in the endeavor. Thus, the only remaining option was to procure supplies externally. It appeared he would have to liberate some resources from certain individuals. In the basement of Grey River Fortress, Rollo had transitioned from necromantic alchemical experience. Meanwhile, his territory had quietly welcomed an unwelcome group of visitors, with skin of a murky green hue, diminutive frames reminiscent of monkeys, soulless eyes, and elongated ears. These creatures were none other than goblins, veritable pests upon this continent. Unless by some genetic miracle a pair of wise and valiant leaders emerged, their ecological niche bore little distinction from that of rodents, thriving solely through relentless reproduction and adaptability in the darkest corners. In the northern border of the Orlith Empire, where civilization and barbarism intersect, the imposing Gostel Mountains stretch for miles, channeling frigid winds down their cliffs. This cold air precipitates abundant rainfall, feeding the Grey River that flows through 3 provinces, while simultaneously leading to a sparsely fertile floodplain at its source. Once, a considerable number of goblins thrived in this region, preying upon smaller creatures such as possums and grass rabbits. Occasionally, when nomadic herds passed through, they would charge out in frenzied raids. As they diminished their excess population beneath the blades of the prairie warriors and reclaimed ample sustenance, the ecosystem of the plains regained its balance. However, when a despairing and unbearable stench of decay enveloped the area, the goblins were compelled to abandon their homes and scatter. In truth, the amicable neighboring tribe of the Lamperlucky family, the Amulan tribe, faced a severe shortage of manpower recently due to their chieftain leading an elite group of young warriors to a central gathering in the Great Prairie, rendering them unable to exterminate the errant goblins. Previously, the Lamperlucky territory had also neglected the goblin issue in light of Uno's rebellion, leaving the matter for the denizens to tackle on their own. Presently, the Sword of Cleansing mercenary company, summoned by the populous pooling funds, was among the experts engaged in eradicating the goblins. Simultaneously, they were also considered one of the principal culprits of poor conduct, severely jeopardizing the security of the territory, as expressed by Charlotte and others. Rollo, mounted on a lean. Today, he merely intended to meander through the woods, hoping to capture a few stray goblins as a token of accomplishment. If none were caught, he would chalk it up to a pleasant stroll. Once he returned, he would certainly summon that old man, instructing him to have his granddaughter attend to him. Well, you have no idea how delightful that girl is, he chuckled lewdly. A raucous round of laughter erupted, startling the nearby birds into flight. Despite their imposing name, the Sword of Cleansing was merely a band of 40 to 50 half-rogues. They typically roamed under the guise of mercenaries, assisting others in calamity, only to metamorphose into calamity themselves upon receiving payment, often leaving their employers stripped bare of even their belts. The noble lords were indifferent to the fate of their subjects, yet they were keenly aware of their tax revenues. Thus, these marauders, akin to thieves snatching sustenance from the nobles' tables, could only flit from place to place, never lingering too long, allowing them to survive unscathed to this day. After a leisurely half-day's ramble, the bald-headed Rollo grew weary of basking in the sun, casually pointed to a location, and commanded the entire company to rest. True to their thieving nature, they lacked any semblance of camp discipline, leaving only a handful of sentinels while the rest sprawled upon the ground. Some even began to shed their armor, using it as makeshift pillows beneath their heads as they fell asleep. But traditionally, their rest would extend until dusk before they returned. This was not due to complacency.
Rather, the Lamperlucky territory had been remarkably secure during this period, with no external invasions or lordly armies seeking to purge them. The timid goblins, upon witnessing their numbers, would be unlikely to launch an attack. Here, they could idle away their days, enjoying the company of village maidens at night, all at no cost, while still collecting payment. Where else could one find such fortune? Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eerie green eyes were already fixated upon them from the shadows. Chapter 18 On the rational settlement of external population in the territory. The sun began its languid descent, casting a golden hue across the sky. Soft clouds drifted above, illuminated by the setting sun in a vibrant display, resembling a fantastical painting. Yet beneath this beautiful canvas lay a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Fresh blood, not yet dried, coalesced into a river, rendering the once absorptive soil a quagmire. Limbs and severed body parts hung in disarray, accompanied by shattered entrails. Intact heads, some fragmented into several pieces, stared wide-eyed in eternal terror, the palpable dread still vividly visible within their gaze. When Rollo materialized from the ancestral tomb, even after having engaged in numerous activities involving the dismemberment of corpses for materials, he found it nearly unbearable.
Damn it, why such brutality? If they are so thoroughly smashed, what if it affects my material collection?
The infamous mercenary group, the Sword of Scourge, had met its complete obliteration this day. Most of these individuals were not even professionals. Only a handful of their leaders possessed basic combat prowess, rendering them utterly inadequate in the face of the Death Knight Arthas and the Lich Kel'Thuzad. The confrontation was a one-sided massacre. Rollo felt no moral burden towards these heartless beings. It was merely unfortunate that he had yet to acquire a means of collecting souls, likely resulting in a significant loss of potential. After muttering a few curses at his short-sighted subordinates, Rollo commenced his material gathering. His first target was the heads of the few professionals. These vessels of power were invaluable. Once he advanced to the next stage and could control more minions, he would be able to create an abundance of formidable undead followers in no time. Next came the fresh flesh and bones. His previous experiments in crafting combined zombies and skeletal constructs had consumed far too many resources, and it was imperative to replenish his stock. Currently, entrails were still regarded as a lower-grade form of meat in his tier, but Rollo suspected that when he mastered higher-level necromancy, these materials would prove quite useful, hence he refrained from wasting any, collecting all of it. Lastly, he gathered the tattered rags and worn armor left behind by these wretched mercenaries. A group of inept mercenaries could hardly possess high-quality armor, and for Rollo, who no longer required ordinary soldiers, these armors held little value. He could only hope that Sherlock might have a way to sell this scrap. To his surprise, this motley crew also left behind a considerable sum of money. While it paled in comparison to the vast wealth seized from Uno, it was nonetheless a significant fortune considering that by the time he finished his tasks, night had fully descended. Perhaps due to his transformation into a necromancer, he now possessed an enhanced affinity for the night, feeling as though it was his finest stage. With nothing better to do, he thought it prudent to seek out those goblins for some amusement. He recalled that the daily intelligence report on the first day had included information about goblins. The subsequent day's report also noted that many of their females were currently in labor. Clearly, these creatures intended to settle down and establish themselves. Had they even consulted our esteemed lord's opinion? Had they filled out the intention forms? Were their applications approved? Had all taxes been duly paid? How could they expect to encroach upon my Lamperlucky territory without spending a single coin? Ahem. Thus, today, I, this lord, shall consider it a noble act to combat illegal immigration, eliminate unstable elements, and maintain order within the territory.
Rollo possessed dark vision, rendering the dim nocturnal environment inconsequential to him. The goblins, too, predominantly engaged in nocturnal activities. Under such serendipitous circumstances, Rollo's encounter with their operational squad did not seem coincidental. He clearly observed a dozen diminutive figures, swathed in tattered leather, wielding makeshift weapons, moving at a surprisingly swift pace for their stature, heading in a specific direction. Rollo mused that they were likely heading towards the mercenary group's location. This suggested that they were targeting a village within his territory. Nighttime raids on human settlements were indeed a classic goblin tactic. Rather than allowing them to escape, Rollo pursued them directly. Perhaps, after the villagers had been slaughtered, he could present himself to gain greater prestige and goodwill, but that approach was more fitting for a hero-type character. Rollo, as a quintessential necromancer, possessed all. In truth, he had scarcely any proactive combat spells at all. He dared not envision the scene as the goblins wreaked havoc upon the village. Amidst the villagers' terror, he descended from above, unleashing a wave of dark and terrifying necrotic fire upon the goblins, then wearing a benign smile, proclaiming himself a passing masked knight. They would likely fear him even more, suspecting him to be some malevolent sorcerer. In any case, Rollo pressed on. After casting a protective shield spell, a staple among all magical professions, he drew forth his two formidable swords, the Radiant Starblade and the Crimson Inferno, and charged forward.
As he unleashed the searing heat of the Crimson Inferno, he simultaneously invoked the frost breath from the Radiant Starblade, employing the familiar principles of thermal expansion and contraction. The goblins, far more fragile than stone, were swiftly decimated, scattering in all directions, fleeing in terror. Rollo felled several in his pursuit, leaving only one to dash back in the direction from whence they came, which he followed with a swagger. "Lead me to your lair, and I shall ensure that I, your lord, address the issues concerning your population control and living conditions with due diligence." Rollo believed that by adhering to a pragmatic approach, systematically implementing the policies he had established since his arrival, and steadfastly enforcing the three non-principles of not overlooking any issue, not wasting any opportunity, and not compromising at any juncture, he could certainly grasp the core of the problem and strike at its heart. Ultimately, he would resolve the challenges faced by the goblin population regarding employment difficulties, poor living conditions, and arduous working conditions. This was no empty slogan, nor a mere pretense. In fact, the esteemed Lord Rollo had already conceived a preliminary plan and strategy, ready to be executed upon reaching their stronghold. Rollo was almost moved to tears by his own goodness. He truly was a benevolent lord. The goblin darted swiftly, and under the guidance of this reluctant guide, Rollo arrived at the goblin's den. Gazing upon the cave occupied by 100 or so goblins, Rollo opened his arms wide with compassion, now making his entrance as the director of the proper settlement office for external populations in the Lamperluki territory, Arthas. Everyone, please extend a warm welcome. Chapter 19. Today is focus on the qualification matches on this night, under the auspices of Comrade Rollo, the lord of the Lamperluki territory, Comrade Alsas, the director of the office responsible for the proper resettlement of the incoming population in the Lamperluki domain, along with several office staff, made their way to the gathering area of the incoming goblins, engaging in amiable and cordial discussions. Although Comrade Alsas struggled to articulate his thoughts fluently due to various impediments, with the assistance of Comrade Rollo's translation, he nonetheless offered constructive insights regarding the dire circumstances surrounding the current living conditions of the goblin settlement. He actively provided robust support to the goblin community, which was grappling with a chaotic labor framework and a lack of essential resources for future planning. With the help of the office personnel, numerous goblin newcomers expressed their unwavering commitment to maintaining a sense of responsibility and urgency concerning their current work. They vowed to implement primary responsibilities and adhere strictly to all regulations and operational procedures, striving to address issues at their source. During this meeting, Comrade Rollo demonstrated his adeptness in comprehensive governance and coordination, thoroughly addressing the developmental challenges faced by the territory. He resolutely upheld the principle of not overlooking any waste or compromising on any matter, adhering to the Three No's principle, which emphasizes that a small concession from the goblins translates into significant advancement for the Empire's citizens. His policy was to prioritize the development of the Empire's populace, thereby facilitating the subsequent progress of the goblins, with the ultimate aim of realizing a plan for collective development throughout the entire territory. This, then, is a summary report of the discussions held. Do any of the esteemed goblins present have differing opinions? Rollo glanced around the empty cavern, straining to hear any dissenting voices, yet none emerged. After all, everyone was eager to support Lord Rollo's necromancer endeavors, willingly offering themselves to Comrade Alsas, thus contributing to the sparse collection of flesh and bones. After gathering the materials, Rollo rubbed his eyes. When he lifted his gaze towards the entrance of the cave, a golden ray of light broke through the clouds, illuminating the interior. The drifting dust sparkled in the sunlight, seemingly dispersing some of the cavern's oppressive stench of blood. Dawn had arrived, witnessing the advent of a new day. Rollo stretched leisurely while cleaning the few drops of goblin blood from his clothing, pondering what the daily system's theme would be today. Perhaps it would involve the tomb of some noble. Intelligence Report 1 of the tomb of Marquis Samir, known as the Sword of White Fire from the western lands of the Alara Empire, has been plundered. His family has issued a bounty of 90,000 gold dragons. The unknown grave robber has surpassed the notorious assassin Igenia, who previously received a bounty of 50,000 gold dragons for assassinating the Guardian of the North, thus ascending to the top of the Alara Empire's wanted list. Intelligence Report 2 Renowned assassin Igenia, having been surpassed in the wanted list rankings, has resolved to target the Guardian of the North once again, aiming to successfully execute the assassination to reclaim the substantial bounty and regain his status as the most wanted criminal. Intelligence Report 3 The former 3rd Legion of the Empire, the Griffin Claw, has successfully slain the venomous dragon Eryx, significantly enhancing their achievements and surpassing the former 2nd Legion, the Sword Dragon, thus replacing them in 2nd place on the Imperial Legion leaderboard, relegating the Sword Dragon to 3rd. Intelligence Report 4 of the former 2nd Legion, the Sword Dragon, having been overtaken in the rankings, is now heading towards the northern frontier, seeking to provoke conflict in an attempt to amass further accolades by claiming the heads of the northern barbarians to Thus, the theme for today is qualification matches, with both the wanted criminal rankings and the Legion Achievement Leaderboard. The following entries also pertain to the financial standings of various families and the rankings of adventurers in slaying monsters. This bewildered Rollo. If you wish to compete in qualification matches, then do so. But what compels each of you to venture into the northern territories? What is this obsession with targeting the northern guardians for assassination? After one failed attempt, you wish to try again. Lord Flossbane has already succumbed to illness. I implore you to spare him. Speaking of which, what would the legendary assassin Igenia do upon discovering the current state of the Flossbane household? Would he eliminate the usurping heir, or seek another guardian? It feels as though he intends to stir chaos throughout the 6 provinces of the north. Even more absurd is the Sword Dragon Legion. The Griffin Claw has slain a dragon, and yet instead of retaliating, they opt to provoke conflict in the north, inciting border skirmishes and attempting to claim barbarian heads for glory? With such warlord-like tendencies, Rollo feared that this unruly group might seek assistance from them, the humble inhabitants of the north, should they find themselves short on trophies. The Flossbane family is currently in turmoil, with factions like the Dorith family already eager to exploit the chaos. Who can reign in such a rabble, not to mention the adventurers and merchants who will only add to the disorder? Rollo couldn't help but facepalm, stifling a laugh. Let the chaos ensue. The more tumultuous it becomes, the more wealth I, the necromancer, shall amass, while he temporarily set aside aspirations for magical artifacts and high-tier weaponry. The gathering of formidable individuals promised an abundance. Uno, a mere mid-tier knight, had his demise transformed by Rollo into a death knight, and when the great conflict in the north ignites, how many mid-tier, high-tier, and even legendary figures might fall? Such fallen warriors would not only include knights, spellcasters, and even the Holy Army would likely meet a similar fate. Rollo even entertained a peculiar notion: what kind of undead might emerge if he were to place the heads of the Holy Army within the skulls of zombies? Furthermore, when the chaos unfolds, and everyone is preoccupied with their own survival, wouldn't he then have free reign over the ancestral graves of all those in the wilderness? As he pondered this, Rollo felt a surge of excitement. I must seize the opportunity to grow stronger before the impending chaos arrives. With that thought, he resumed his efforts to absorb the fresh negative energy generated by the active cooperation of the goblin newcomers. After enduring so much bloodshed and absorbing such substantial negative energy, Rollo's magical capacity had notably increased. The most direct manifestation of this was in the number of subordinates he could control. The limit for the command of initial level units had risen from 1 to 2, furthermore, he could simultaneously control hundreds of lesser undead minions. Friends who frequently engage in killing understand that while taking a life may be momentarily satisfying, disposing of the body can be a troublesome task. However, Rollo was different. He sought not only to slay but also to absorb negative energy, leaving no corpses behind, meticulously carving them into pieces to claim them all. After ensuring that he had claimed every last goblin, Rollo teleported back to his castle. Another fulfilling day. Chapter 20 On the feasibility of creating zombies from goblin flesh and blood. Wandering aimlessly through the night, Rollo found himself both searching for individuals and taking lives. By daybreak, he would sleep soundly until the afternoon. Rollo began to feel that such a routine might disrupt his circadian rhythms, yet, subjectively, he felt remarkably well. Wasn't he peculiar? Had he not merely become a master of producing dumb? His body should not have transformed into one, should it? With a snap of his fingers, the negative energy he had mastered danced like electric sparks in his palm, shifting into various forms at his will. Could it be that this negative energy had altered his very being? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this possibility. Negative energy was beneficial to the undead but toxic to the living? After all, he had been in constant contact with it. Over time, might he not become something neither fully human nor ghostly? The thought of potentially remaining in this state for eternity, his skin as pale as death, an affinity for darkness, impervious to ailments, and life as enduring as that of the undead, strangely filled him with delight. Shaking his head, he dismissed these errant thoughts and hastily dressed to make his way to the basement. Though the sun had begun its descent, casting a softer glow across the land, the majority of the earth remained bathed in light, with only a few corners shrouded in shadows. In stark contrast, Grey River Castle had transformed entirely. As the negative energy within Rollo accumulated, so too did his aversion to daylight grow, mirroring his fondness for darkness. Thus, most of the castle's windows were strictly sealed, with only a few candles flickering, providing the faintest glimmer of illumination. The maids moved through the halls with utmost grace, fearful of producing even the slightest sound that might attract the attention of some unknown entity lurking in the shadows. Life within the castle had once been joyful, with the lord being benevolent and approachable, and the steward, though strict, never deliberately vexing. Even the mad young master, obsessed with dark magic, had merely been eccentric, yet, at some unknown juncture, the atmosphere had turned dreadfully eerie, even the steward had vanished without a trace. Rumors circulated that he had been devoured by a mysterious beast during one of his nocturnal wanderings, prompting the lord to bolster the castle's defenses. Ironically, these guards were more terrifying than the monsters they were meant to protect against. As the maids carried their candle holders, the feeble light was insufficient to pierce the encroaching darkness, forcing them to navigate with extreme caution based on memory alone. In the oppressive silence, the only sounds were their own breaths and the faint rustle of fabric. Suddenly, a jarring noise pierced the stillness. Shara, this name had become a frequent echo within the castle, and the maids had transitioned from initial shock and fear to a state of numbness. They stepped aside, trembling as they awaited the figure to pass, adhering to impeccable etiquette. As it drew near, the metallic scent became discernible, confirmed by the flickering candlelight. 39. Could they truly be knights? Were soldiers permitted to don such comprehensive armor? They marched past the maids in perfect synchrony, seemingly oblivious to their presence, and gradually faded into the darkness beyond the candle's glow. Only the distant sound of their armor scraping against one another bore witness to their existence, assuring the maids that they had not been consumed by the lurking shadows. With a collective sigh of relief, the maids continued on their way. These new guards were devoid of any semblance of life, some even sensed a faint stench of decay wafting from the crevices of their armor. However, as long as they remained under the lord's command, the maids felt relatively safe from harm. Yet, what manner of beings were they? Beneath their visors, there was no hint of gaze. They seemed capable of seeing clearly in utter darkness. Even without the aid of candles, they appeared devoid of independent thought, functioning merely as the most loyal automatons, patrolling and guarding as per Rollo's directives, never contemplating anything beyond their duties. As the lord of this domain, Rollo had no obligation to clarify the origins of his subordinates to anyone. In truth, he had claimed to the castle's knights and any visitors that these were mercenaries he had recruited. Yet, the ambiguity of this explanation, coupled with the fact that these individuals never revealed their faces, fueled the maids' fearful imaginations. Just as those fears began to spiral into absurdity within the darkness, a pair of eyes suddenly glimmered in the distance. They emitted a ghostly green light, flickering briefly and challenging perception. It was only when the eyes approached that the maids hurriedly curtsied. "Your Grace, no need for formalities. Oh, and please inform the kitchen that dinner should be delivered to my chambers tonight." "There is no need to set the table in the dining hall." The maids complied, hastily retreating from Rollo's presence, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Was he truly so fearsome? Disregarding the ordinary folk, Rollo quickened his pace back to his crucial basement. 4 fully armored skeletons stood dutifully guarding the entrance. One might mistake them for mere decorative suits of armor if not for a closer inspection. Meanwhile, the patrols in the corridor continued their rounds as normal. Excellent. It seemed that during his absence, no one had approached this area. To date, Rollo had armed 27 heavy armored skeletons, with a full 7 stationed for the defense of the basement, underscoring his emphasis on its security. Today, he sought to investigate whether goblin flesh and bone possessed any unique properties for the creation of the undead. He had extracted the goblin flesh and blood collected from the system. Despite their grayish-green skin, the internal structure and blood of these creatures were indistinguishable from those of humans, all red in hue. Rollo swiftly crafted a standard zombie from human flesh, then progressed to create a hybrid zombie by substituting certain parts with goblin flesh, aiming to observe any differences. The same principle applied to the bones. As he controlled the variables to gauge the effects, the results were decidedly disappointing. Goblin flesh indeed exhibited some effects, but they were predominantly detrimental. Perhaps due to the superior strength of human muscle, the areas replaced with goblin flesh suffered varying degrees of power loss. The bones did not outperform either. Goblin bones were not only smaller but also significantly less effective than those of humans. Were goblins truly a thoroughly inferior race? Surely they could not be entirely devoid of merit. Unwilling to yield to superstition, Rollo persisted in his trials. He altered the proportions of goblin flesh, modified its shapes, and adjusted the viscosity of the blood. The awkward outcome remained that until the last morsel of flesh was utilized, he failed to create even a single undead creature that surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary human zombie. How frustrating! After laboring fruitlessly, it was evident that goblin flesh and bones were indeed inferior to those of humans. Suddenly, Rollo recalled that, in addition to collecting muscle tissue, he had also gathered the internal organs, adhering to a principle of waste not, want not. Might the digestive organs of the goblins, known for their superior digestive capabilities, prove to be valuable materials? Chapter 21 The Great Sacrifice of the Goblins. Preparing for new forces. Rollo's experiment has achieved a rare breakthrough. Perhaps due to their consumption of various unsavory substances, the internal organs of goblins possess a strength that, in certain respects, surpasses that of humans. Consequently, the zombies crafted from goblin innards, while still lacking the overall strength of typical human zombies, unexpectedly acquire a remarkably potent trait. A deadly plague, these diminutive creatures emit a toxic vomit that is laced with lethal substances, exhibiting a formidable capacity for contagion, capable of rapidly unleashing a terrifying epidemic. Those who succumb to the toxin, despite their flesh often rotting away and reducing the quantity of usable materials for Rollo, reveal a more unique essence that can be imbued with toxicity. Utilizing these toxic materials to create plague zombies can further enhance the virulence of their vomit. It is nothing short of a biological weapon. Rollo is filled with trepidation at the thought of these undead. Were it not for his immunity to such toxins as their master and his ability to dispel the plague with negative energy, he would never dare to employ such entities. This newly created minion has added a fresh page to his book of the undead, following the skeletal soldiers, zombies, death knights, and liches, now including plague zombies. One cannot help but remark that the timing of their emergence is impeccable. The skeletal warriors and zombies, unless amassed in significant numbers, do not wield an overwhelming advantage against human armies. The death knights and liches, limited by material constraints and the lack of intelligent minds among various ranks, are challenging to replicate in multiples. With only one or two, inflicting substantial damage upon the forces of Count Dolite would require an extended engagement on the battlefield. As of now, the North has yet to descend into complete chaos. Prolonged exposure of these creatures would easily attract the attention of the Holy Church's army, thus relegating them to a role as a decisive surprise attack. In this scenario, the Lampaluki army, having lost the mid-tier knight commander Uno, finds itself at a disadvantage in leadership and advanced combat capabilities against Dolite. The plague zombies perfectly address this issue. In light of the disparity in strength between the two sides, aside from bolstering one's own forces, the most effective strategy is to diminish the enemy's power. The plague serves as the optimal means to weaken an army. Rollo has now found his direction and is swiftly investing in the expansion of plague zombie production. With the materials at his disposal, he can create a suicide squad comprising 20 plague zombies. The vomit of the plague zombies is essentially a mixture of their own flesh and negative energy, and lacking any means of replenishment, each attack depletes their own life force. Therefore, their role on the battlefield is entirely that of sacrificial cannon fodder. Rollo cannot help but recall the selfless spirit exhibited by last night's goblin newcomers, his eyes brimming with tears. He is profoundly moved. While alive, the goblins threw themselves upon the sword of Alsace to create materials for him. To think that even in death, they would further sacrifice themselves. What a noble spirit! Who claims that only deceased goblins can be considered good goblins? Clearly, even in ashes, they are paragons of self-sacrifice. Wiping away his tears, Rollo channeled all his fervor into the production process. At this moment, Charlotte, who had been diligently working in Grey River Town, received a summons and hurriedly made his way to Grey River Fortress. Upon passing through the threshold guarded by living sentinels, he was struck by the oppressive darkness within the castle, which felt like a separate realm from the outside world, filling him with dread. "Come on, the Lord is waiting," urged the knight Leonard, who was responsible for his reception, furrowing his brow. Charlotte quickly apologized and followed in step. They traversed the corridor, flanked by walls adorned with exquisite silk ribbons representing noble dignity, alongside portraits of past heads of the household. This was not Charlotte's first time along this path. During the reign of the previous Viscount, he served as a commercial advisor to Grey River Fortress, thus he was somewhat familiar with these artifacts. Yet today, walking through, he felt an unsettling chill, as though countless eyes in the darkness were fixated upon him. His gaze swept across the portraits of the noble viscounts, which appeared eerily haunting this evening. The once proud aura of military nobility seemed utterly absent, leaving only hollow eyes behind. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, causing Charlotte's skin to prickle with goosebumps, prompting him to instinctively dart closer to Leonard, only to be seized by two heavily armored soldiers stationed behind him. "Stop! This is the Lord's guest." Charlotte felt a cold glint flash past his neck, and upon turning, he saw one of the soldiers mechanically sheathing his sword. Had he just tried to kill me? "Lord Leonard, what is going on?" Charlotte's voice trembled, tinged with panic. Leonard sighed heavily, dismissing the two armored soldiers before patting Charlotte on the back, offering a reluctant reassurance. "You'll get used to it. These are the Lord's newly recruited guards. They're rather sensitive, and your sudden movement likely triggered an assumption of hostile intent." Upon hearing this, Charlotte's expression went blank as he looked at the two soldiers, who remained unervingly stoic. The near-death experience ignited a surge of anger within him. How could these fellows be so unreasonable? The Lord had just ascended to power. Where had he found such a bizarre and fearsome group? Seeing the incredulity on Charlotte's face, Leonard could only explain on behalf of his lord. "You must consider the Lord's situation. Just days ago, he faced a rebellion, and few within the ranks can be trusted. Moreover, the castle guard is directly responsible for his personal safety, hence he would only recruit those he deems reliable." As he spoke, Leonard pounded his chest, the sound of his breastplate clashing with his iron gauntlets reverberating through the dark corridor, feebly injecting a semblance of vigor into the atmosphere. "I command the castle guard. I can assure you that each of them is an exceptional soldier, albeit a bit overly diligent in their duties."
What more could Charlotte say? "I'm not playing with you anymore. I must leave now."
Just judging by the behavior of these two soldiers, finishing that sentence would likely cost him his head. Shaking off his thoughts, he followed Leonard to Rollo's office. Upon entering, he observed a considerable accumulation of items, predominantly weaponry. A diverse array of leather armor, iron plates, helmets, gauntlets, and greaves, all differing in size and style, lay strewn about. The one commonality among them was the bloodstains that marred their surfaces. Charlotte had begun to form a hypothesis regarding the origins of these items. They must belong to those low-grade mercenaries. At that moment, Rollo's voice echoed, "Charlotte, assist me in dealing with these items. A slightly reduced price from the market is acceptable. The priority is to expedite the acquisition of funds. Additionally, I shall provide you with a batch of gold. Combined with the proceeds from the sale, procure a full suit of armor for me as swiftly as possible."
"Can you manage that?"
Charlotte lifted his gaze, noticing that the youthful lord, who had appeared so naive just days ago, now possessed eyes that shone like fireflies in the night, enigmatic and profound. He dared not hesitate, immediately accepting the task. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but ponder, can a person undergo such a remarkable transformation in such a short span? Surely, everything prior was merely a facade.
Chapter 22. Did you manage to guess the name I just made up?
The northern sky remains perpetually gray, to such an extent that many are unable to discern whether the hue of the gray river originates from the riverbed or is merely a reflection of the heavens above. However, such questions hold little significance for the sailors navigating its waters. Their primary concern lies in knowing when the river might rage, surging and receding in a sudden tempest. Today is a rather agreeable day. Although the sun is obscured, those familiar with the north understand that this kind of weather is not dissimilar to a warm, sunny day in the south, calm, with neither wind nor rain, and the temperature stable, perfect for travel. Samuel, swathed in tattered cloth, huddles in a corner of the deck of this merchant vessel, alongside many others like him, homeless souls seeking to preserve their precious warmth. The north is the coldest of the four realms of the empire, resulting in a lesser harvest than the warmer territories, compounded by the proximity to the Great Grass Sea, where nomadic barbarians occasionally descend to raid. Not every noble family along the border possesses the martial prowess of the Lamperouge lineage, which maintains nearly 200 knights and over 1,000 standing soldiers even in peacetime. Many of the languid nobles pursue the opulence and splendor of the imperial capital, squandering their land's produce on indulgence. Should their estates come under attack, they might react with indignation, dispatching a modicum of their private forces to guard the fields. Yet, if it is merely the lowly farmers who suffer pillage, they would hardly bother to send their knights to defend such trivialities. Thus, the issue of vagrancy has long plagued the 6 provinces of the north. The ancestors of the Lamperouge family capitalized on this situation, absorbing the destitute to bolster their population, developing a domain stronger than their neighbors in a fraction of the time. Consequently, many northerners, having fallen into ruin and become vagrants, seize any opportunity to board a vessel bound for Grey River Town. Yet Samuel is not one of those individuals. Although he is aboard this ship, disguised similarly to the other homeless, he is not seeking refuge with the Viscount Lamperouge. Rather, as a notorious second-degree wanted criminal in the Ola Empire, the sinister mage Samuel would likely find himself in a deadly confrontation if he were to encounter the Viscount. The bounty upon his head is so substantial that he has lost count. The sum of various rewards likely amounts to several thousand gold dragons, which explains why the Assassin's Guild relentlessly pursues him. Who could resist the allure of such a fortune? Now, having been injured by those relentless pursuers, he anticipates a prolonged stay within the Lamperouge territory for recuperation. Fortunately, it is said that the Viscount Lamperouge treats vagrants with a degree of kindness. Samuel tightened his ragged robe, the familiar stench, now a part of him, mingling with the cold breeze that pricked at his nostrils, tempting a sneeze. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a few nearby vagabonds, their appearances nearly indistinguishable from his own. Due to excessive expenditure of magical energy and the wounds left by those damned assassins, his complexion was exceedingly pale, and he appeared so gaunt that his bones were nearly visible, even more wretched than his fellow vagrants. Surely, he would not be recognized in such a state. A series of resonant bells signaled the ship's arrival at the dock. Everyone up, everyone up! The Viscount has set up shelters near the port, with free hot soup available. Head that way, and do not linger on my vessel. Samuel, feeling drowsy, followed the throng as they disembarked, casting furtive glances about. A frown creased his brow. Why were there so many soldiers on the shore?
Ah! What do you want? Keep your distance.
A sudden scream nearby captured his attention. A man who had just stepped off the ship stumbled, inadvertently crashing into a lady's legs, causing her to shriek in terror. Fortunately, soldiers swiftly rushed to manage the situation, and it appeared no serious incident had occurred. Samuel's vigilance eased slightly, perhaps he had been overthinking. These soldiers were likely deployed to maintain order. Comforting himself with this thought, Samuel reached the end of the gangplank and, with some effort, leaped onto the shore. Just as he caught his breath, he noticed a commotion nearby. The crowd parted, revealing a knight clad in gleaming armor, flanked by a pair of soldiers approaching his direction, which sent a chill down his spine. Upon closer inspection, two heavily armored figures stood out conspicuously in the entourage. Samuel felt an unsettling familiarity emanating from them, a scent of negative energy. His body prickled with dread, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Initially unnoticed by the approaching knight, Samuel's sudden movement drew attention, and the knight quickly identified him based on the description provided by the Lord. "There he is. Do not let him escape, surround him." The port today was fortified with 50 knights and 300 soldiers, while Leonard had dispatched 20 skeletal warriors clad in heavy armor. Aside from the two accompanying Leonard, the remainder were strategically positioned at various exits, effectively ensnaring Samuel in a trap. It was merely a matter of time before he fell into their clutches. The port of Grey River Town was sizable, yet before Samuel could even leave the mooring area, he was discovered, with no opportunity to hide. Though he had made a hasty start, he was quickly encircled by a throng of soldiers. Leonard stepped forward, assessing Samuel with a scrutinizing gaze before producing an order bearing the Lord's crest, which he read aloud. "By the order of Lord Rollo, I, Knight Leonard of Grey River Fortress, am hereby authorized to apprehend the second-degree wanted criminal, the sinister mage Samuel, with no regard for life or death. All soldiers and subjects are to cooperate fully." With that, he drew his sword and pointed it at Samuel. "Sinister mage, do you intend to stand and be shackled, or will you lie down and be carried away?" Samuel forced a feeble smile. "My lord, you must be mistaken. I am not Samuel, I am Tom, a refugee from the territory of Count Light." His expression was earnest, marked by a blend of fear and obsequiousness, devoid of any hint of deception, resembling the demeanor of oppressed commoners who had learned to endure the whims of the nobility. To his surprise, Leonard paused, a look of admiration crossing his face. "Indeed, my lord is truly astute. You even anticipated that you would refer to yourself as Tom from Count Light's domain." With a scoff, he added, "Ah, Samuel, cease your futile resistance and come along with us willingly." Samuel stood there, dumbfounded. That name and backstory had been concocted on the spot. Who could possibly foresee such a thing? Wait, in this world of magic, it is entirely feasible. High-ranking clerics wielding grand prophetic spells or advanced star mages employing divination could foresee the future and ascertain actions yet to be taken. However, could a mere viscount from a peripheral region possess such capabilities? Rollo dismissed the praise with humility. It is merely the extensive reach of the system. This information had surfaced the day after discovering the zombie plague formula. Information 7. The sinister mage Samuel is expected to arrive at Grey River Town today, disembarking at Dock 7, where he will be the ninth to leave the ship. To conceal his identity, he will falsely claim to be Tom from Count Light's domain. Chapter 23 Report. The forces of Dorite have launched an assault. The capture of Samir was merely a minor episode. Ever since unlocking the formula for the plague zombies, Rollo has been holed up in Grey River Fortress for quite some time. However, he has not been idle during this period. His foremost task has been the collection of corpse materials. With humanity proving unreliable, he turned his attention to the goblins. Although he had eradicated the goblins within his territory, there were still those beyond its borders. Under the pretense of preventing the incursion of foreign goblins, Rollo issued a bounty for this band of green-skinned diminutive creatures, offering a gold dragon for each relatively intact goblin corpse brought to Grey River Fortress. The mercenaries who had evaded Rollo's purging, adventurers active in the northern regions, and knights seeking to earn a little extra on the side, all lit up with excitement upon hearing this bounty, resembling starving wolves spotting prey in the wild. Those verdant little creatures had transformed from loathsome vermin into shimmering golden dragons. Simultaneously, Rollo also announced bounties for other humanoid and aberrant creatures, intending to experiment with their material effects. However, due to the uncertain outcomes, he hesitated to offer a substantial price, resulting in a lack of enthusiasm from potential hunters. Furthermore, these creatures were not as widely distributed as goblins, leading to a meager harvest primarily consisting of goblin materials. As for Samir, Rollo felt quite satisfied with him. This fellow truly lived up to his role as a spellcaster. After replacing the original components of Kel'Thuzad with Samir's corpse materials, the base attributes of this lich had seen a remarkable enhancement. Particularly, the concentration of negative energy had increased to a visibly objective degree. Fortuitously, Kel'Thuzad finally awakened a spell-like ability termed negative contact, essentially, the ability to release negative energy through close proximity. Any living being unprotected, upon contact with this negative energy, would be swiftly eroded, much like styrofoam meeting turpentine. Initially, Rollo had relied on this ability to concentrate a small amount of negative energy into his fingertip, creating an effect akin to a chakra blade for extracting materials. However, Kel'Thuzad had yet to master such finesse. His method of releasing negative energy involved cunning maneuvering, swiftly approaching an opponent and using his palm to sever their connection, releasing a torrent of negative energy to achieve a lethal effect. It imparted an uncanny resemblance to a dark celestial palm. The unfortunate mountain bandit captured by Rollo's heavily armored skeletal warriors was fortunate enough to experience Kel'Thuzad's inaugural demonstration. The ecstatic expression on his face vividly illustrated the terrifying nature of this technique. Lastly, and most significantly, Rollo had only today prepared to utilize Samir's brain, for today marked the occasion when he had accumulated 10 points, enabling him to officially advance to the next stage. Rather, there was an utter lack of visual change. Were it not for flipping to the information section, he would have remained oblivious to the transformation that had occurred. The Grimoire of the Undead. Apprentice Graduation Edition description: the ancient powers are calling upon you. Life will inevitably fade in the boundless river of time, yet only death remains immortal. Congratulations, you have completed the apprentice assessment and are poised to embark upon a new phase of mastering the soul. Almost in synchrony with the upgrade of this magical tome, Rollo felt an otherworldly energy suddenly manifest in his mind, echoing like the whispers of death in his ears. His consciousness seemed to plunge into a vast ocean of mortality, witnessing numerous bizarre and surreal phenomena before being abruptly thrust back to reality. A wave of inexplicable pain surged forth, only to vanish swiftly. He felt as though he had gained a deeper understanding of the essence of this world. Correspondingly, his personal information now boasted several new abilities. Advanced Necromancy, Soul Binding, Negative Guardian, Dark Wisdom. The first ability was straightforward. With the upgrade of his grimoire, the spells he mastered had naturally advanced as well. The latter three, however, delved into increasingly sinister realms. Soul Binding was the coveted ability he had long desired, enabling him to ensnare the souls of the recently deceased before they returned to the Sea of Souls, bending them to his will. Negative Guardian manifested as a protective effect derived from the accumulation of negative energy within him, akin to a permanent magical shield, significantly mitigating various forms of magical damage. A matter of
Dark Wisdom, at first glance, appeared perplexing, but upon grasping its specific effects, Rollo could not help but slap his thigh in relief. Thank goodness he hadn't utilized that brain yet.
Those adept in darkness would receive the favor of the shadows. By sacrificing any creature's brain through a dark ritual, one could acquire all dark attribute abilities contained within, along with a random additional ability. This effect was invaluable for Rollo, who currently possessed only basic necromancy and desperately needed diverse means to enhance his offensive capabilities and conceal his identity as a necromancer. As for utilizing this brain to create a basic lich, that could wait. Without a moment's hesitation, Rollo prepared for the dark ritual. It was not overly complex. One merely needed to draw a magical circle with blood, place the offering in the center, and then drip one's own blood upon it to complete the process. The crimson lines drawn with blood glimmered faintly, and the long-deceased brain at the center suddenly revived, floating into the air and pulsating like a heart. Thump, thump. With each beat, the brain expanded, and after 4 pulses, it burst like an overinflated balloon. The shattered flesh and blood mist were consumed by the magical circle, while a stream of blood mist surged into Rollo's nostrils, penetrating deep into his mind. Accompanied by a powerful wave of dizziness, a torrent of dark magical knowledge erupted within him. Samir had earned the title of the Black-Hearted Mage precisely because his specialization lay in dark magic. However, unlike Rollo's necromancy, he tread the path of shadow magic. Furthermore, as the system had indicated, he possessed an ability not aligned with the shadow aspect. Within that brain, Rollo perceived a wealth of skills: close combat, long sword, crossbow, horsemanship, far removed from the traditional notion of a fragile mage. Any one of these would be invaluable, yet what he acquired was Black-Hearted Slave Master. Samir had once enslaved numerous servants at his stronghold, boasting extensive experience in subjugation. He naturally exudes a deterrent aura before all slave-like beings. However, once a slave's free will awakens, his deterrent effect will falter, inciting heightened hostility and aggression among the slaves. Rollo's face darkened. Judging by Samir's character, it was evident that he had excelled in his role as a slave master, and to think he prided himself on having rich experience. Here I am, a genuine feudal lord, a veritable exploiter of the lower class in future generations, now a necromancer who enslaves the undead. How dare he compare his experience in subjugation with mine? Just as Rollo was simmering with irritation, taking a sip of tea to calm himself, he was interrupted by the arrival of Knight Leonard with a report. My lord, the lookout tower has issued a warning. Count Dorite has already mobilized his forces. Chapter 24 of the Faithful Goblins, All Great Goblins. The news of Viscount Doliet's imminent deployment had long been known to Rollo through the system. In recent days, intelligence had revealed 3 or 4 pieces of information pertaining to their family, to the extent that he was acutely aware of the commanding general across from him, the troop configurations, and even the reserve forces on standby. This battle, the advantage lies with us. As Rollo stepped out of the laboratory, he cast a glance at the visibly anxious Leonard at the entrance and chuckled softly. What are you so flustered about? Gather the troops and head for the White Bird watchtower. But my lord, Leonard replied, confusion etched on his face. The signal fire came from the Aurora watchtower further north. There has been no activity from the White Bird. Rollo was well aware of this. The territories of both houses lay to the southeast of the Gostel Mountains, with Lamperouki to the west and Doliet to the east, separated by a north-south boundary. This time, the Viscount of Doliet had split his forces. He personally led a large army heading north, along the demarcation between the Empire and the Great Grass Sea, exuding an imposing presence. However, the true maneuver of the enemy was to have his son, now a mid-tier knight, lead an elite troop from the south along the Grey River. After all, the objective of this battle was to forcibly seize the port of Grey River Town. A classic feint, though effective. Unfortunately for them, thanks to the intelligence system, Rollo had essentially activated a full map scan. Think you can outsmart me? Not a chance. The Northern Army, though vast, lacked high-end combat power, making it the perfect opportunity to test his Plague Zombie Suicide Squad. As for the mid-tier knight from the south, it was time for Rollo, who had just leveled up, to showcase his skills. If I can handle ancient foes, what do I have to fear from a mere fledgling? Leonard, however, remained oblivious to all of this, his only focus being the urgent execution of the troop-gathering order. The Lamperouki family, known for their martial prowess, placed great importance on military training, resulting in a remarkably swift assembly. Moreover, such sudden convocations were not unfamiliar to the soldiers. After all, they had just gathered a mere 10 days prior to besiege Grey River Fortress. One could not help but wonder if this was yet another rebellion. When the anxious soldiers caught sight of Leonard as the convener, they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Who did not know that he was now the trusted confidant of the new lord? It appeared that this time it was indeed a lord's summons, not another uprising. The army swiftly mobilized, hastening towards Grey River Town. The White Bird watchtower lay a mere 20 kilometers east of Grey River Town. Once they reached the town, control of the area would effectively be theirs. This region had been managed by the Lamperouki family for hundreds of years, and as long as sufficient manpower was available, it was as solid as an iron fortress. Without an army of at least 10,000 or more than 20 mid-tier experts concentrated for a breakthrough, breaching the town would be an impossible feat. Yet Leonard bore no sense of triumph. Instead, he wore a troubled expression throughout the journey. Fortunately, his helmet concealed his profile, allowing only Rollo, who walked ahead, to see his demeanor, sparing the soldiers from witnessing their commander's anxiety and diminishing morale.
What troubles you, Leonard? Are you afraid we cannot hold Grey River Town?
My lord, Grey River Town is akin to the most fortified shield in the northern province of Nord. Even if the barbarous hordes of the Great Grass Sea gathered 10,000 strong, they would not be able to take it. I harbor no concerns about our ability to defend it. He quickly pivoted his argument, adding, however, we have not deployed substantial forces to the north. Judging by the smoke signals rising from the Aurora watchtower, it appears the enemy has mobilized a force in the thousands. Rollo smiled and shook his head, choosing not to address the concern directly.
Instead, he countered, Leonard, do you possess faith?
Faith, my family has always honored the god of warriors and the god of holy light, though I have not participated in their worship, so I suppose it does not qualify as faith. I do not speak of divine faith, but rather of the spirit, a philosophy, a shared will.
In that case, perhaps I could claim to believe in the spirit of knighthood?
Ah, faith in the spirit of knighthood. Rollo nodded with satisfaction.
Leonard, perplexed, wondered how his beliefs related to the conflict in the north. My lord, I fail to understand.
Rollo raised a hand to interrupt him, gesturing towards the soldiers behind them.
Look at them.
For what do they fight?
They fight for you? Do they seem eager?
Leonard's expression grew awkward. Given his character, he could not bring himself to deceive the Lord openly, yet, to state it plainly was a profound affront to the Lord, conflicting with the chivalric code he adhered to. They are merely unprepared.
They would undoubtedly be willing to fight for Lamperouki. Rollo shook his head.
They fight solely for coin. The reason they choose to fight for Lamperouki at present is that it is Lamperouki who pays them.
Should Doliet offer more, they would readily turn their weapons against me.
Leonard instinctively wished to retort, but recalling that just days prior, this very group had indeed sided with Uno in rebellion, he found himself at a loss for words.
Are you suggesting, then, that you do not trust them, which is why you refrain from sending them north? Rollo shook his head once more. Humans have limitations, but possessing faith allows one to transcend those limitations.
I know of a group of individuals who possess unwavering faith. In darkness, they are the bearers of light. In despair, they are the seeds of hope.
With a snap of his fingers, a flicker of flame appeared in his palm.
This spark, though minuscule, could be cast into the great grass sea, where it would flourish, transforming its surroundings into kindred flames, ultimately culminating in a roaring inferno engulfing the entire prairie. A single spark can ignite a conflagration. Faith embodies such a force. Leonard could not help but re-evaluate his lord. As a knight sworn to guard Grey River Fortress, he had always believed himself well acquainted with the Viscount, who had recently ascended from the status of mere young master. Yet in this moment, he realized how utterly unfamiliar he was with him. Those words he had just heard echoed only from the lips of missionaries, who would speak but a few sentences before urging everyone to praise the deity. Although those pious individuals appeared humble and noble, Leonard always sensed an underlying disdain for humanity in their demeanor. This disdain was not limited to the impoverished or any particular group. It was a blanket contempt for all, as if in the scriptures, humanity was merely a flock of sheep to be shepherded by self-proclaimed divine servants. Leonard did not harbor a dislike for the divine, but he detested the attitude of those who, as humans, scorned and belittled their own kind. Thus, he held a concurrent disdain for these sects, refusing to participate in worship even though both his parents were devout believers. Indeed, he harbored some prejudice against the very term faith. Yet at this moment, he felt an awakening of sorts, as if a long-held bias had begun to unravel. Leonard continued to speculate. So, my lord, have you stationed those with profound faith to guard the north?
At last, Rollo nodded affirmatively.
Those who venture north to battle are true warriors, embracing the notion of victory through death, resolute in their commitment to never return. He turned to face the horizon, lifting his gaze slightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. In life, they had squandered not a moment, dedicating themselves wholly to the noble pursuit of Rollo's necromantic research. In death, they would willingly sacrifice themselves, launching a self-destructive assault against Doliot's forces to safeguard their homeland and its people. Those goblins, oh, they are indeed great goblins. Chapter 25 of the Assault on the Aurora Watchtower. As Rollo journeyed southward to defend Grey River Town, his plague zombie squad had already reached their designated position. The scenery of the northern frontier resembled the vast grasslands of Blue Star from his previous life, a desolate expanse where the end of the earth was nowhere in sight. Here, the sky descended, a vivid blue sharply delineating its boundary with the gray-green of the prairie. This location not only marked the northernmost edge of the Lamperouge territory but also represented the furthest point of the entire Orlid Empire. Legend had it that on certain nights, one could witness the sky enveloped in mysterious and resplendent auroras, which was why this watchtower was named the Aurora Watchtower. As for the tower's exterior, including its personnel and supply provisions, it bore no significant distinction from other watchtowers.
The station knights had received Rollo's secret missive days prior, thus remaining vigilant towards the east, enabling them to detect the incursion of Viscount Dorite at the earliest opportunity. However, that was the extent of their capabilities. The watchtower was not akin to the ancient beacon towers of Rollo's former life. Although it served as a garrison, the station troops seldom exceeded 10 in number. Even if one were to count a low-ranking knight as 10 men, the total would still fall short of 30, insufficient to halt a full-scale military assault. At present, the knights stationed at the Aurora Watchtower were executing Rollo's orders, leading their troops in a retreat. Apart from the soldiers' personal armaments, the tower housed 10 spare weapons, 2 sets of infantry armor, 2 longbows with over 200 accompanying arrows, and provisions for the soldiers during their rotation. These items were too valuable to leave behind for the enemy, necessitating their removal. Yet, the efficiency of this contingent of soldiers was evidently below the knights' expectations. Perhaps their prolonged absence of conflict had rendered them complacent, or they may have harbored intentions of concealing some items for personal gain upon their return. In any case, when the knight observed the dust raised by the enemy cavalry in the distance, his subordinates had yet to complete their preparations. "Hurry up, Dorite's men are almost here." The knight bellowed in frustration, yet the soldiers' pace showed little sign of improvement.
They were all vassals of the Orlid Empire. Could Dorite truly inflict harm upon Lamperouge soldiers? This was the prevailing sentiment among many. Had it been the barbarous tribes from the north, their actions would have been swifter. After all, the last time Lamperouge faced an invasion from their fellow countrymen was decades ago, and not everyone within the territory was privy to historical education. Thus, aside from the 2 commanding knights, few seemed concerned. Fuming, the knight lashed his whip, but aside from those struck by it, others continued to feign diligence. As time ticked away, he could even hear the resounding calls for surrender from Dorite's knights, while the soldiers at the Aurora Watchtower had yet to take a single step towards evacuation.
"Damn it, you fools!
Dorite's mission is undoubtedly one of monetary gain. The 2 of us knights could exchange ourselves for ransom and emerge unscathed, but you, a bunch of commoner soldiers, why would they waste food on you?
With that, the station knight abandoned his subordinates and mounted his steed, galloping deep into the territory. His young deputy knight stood in shock. This lad had only enlisted 3 years prior and had officially become a knight for just 1 year, never having engaged in even a minor skirmish against bandits, leaving him entirely in the dark about commanding troops. Even now, the soldiers under his command could be counted on 2 hands. Finally stirred by the station knight's harsh words, the soldiers hesitated, casting uncertain glances at their younger commander. "Deputy Commander, what should we do now? Surrender?" The deputy knight recalled his father's words before his passing. The so-called knightly spirit was nonsense. In noble warfare, if one could not win, surrendering was the way to go. Everyone did it. No one spoke of honor in such matters, but in their current predicament, surrendering without a fight felt rather humiliating. What to do? While the Aurora Watchtower's occupants remained indecisive, those outside grew impatient. Clad in ornate gilded armor, Viscount Dorite wore a helmet inscribed with intricate magical runes, granting him the skill of eagle vision. Thus, everything atop the watchtower, as well as the retreating station knight, lay within his keen sight. However, eagle vision only enhanced his sight. He lacked the ability to hear their conversation. As a nobleman raised with a proper education, Viscount Dorite quickly deduced that the knight intended to delay them while seeking reinforcements. According to the records of the Dorite family, Lamperouge's troops were renowned for their brute strength and unyielding martial spirit, solely focused on warfare. In his youth, the current Viscount had the fortune of encountering Uno Lamperouge. Rollo, the dedicated uncle striving to revitalize the Lamperouge lineage, perfectly embodied this stereotype, so that even now, despite frequent reports suggesting that the current Lamperouge Viscount leaned towards benevolence and wise governance, the image of a chest-thumping armored gorilla sprang to mind whenever the neighboring Viscount was mentioned. With this in mind, he resolved to proceed as they desired and assault the watchtower. Viscount Dorite chuckled nonchalantly, for their original objective was to draw the Lamperouge forces into confrontation. The officer beside him, lacking the benefit of eagle vision, felt an instinctive unease, suspecting the knight was fleeing rather than seeking reinforcements. However, he dared not contradict his lord and instead signaled for the 3rd, 5th, and 6th squads to move out and flank the watchtower, remaining vigilant against potential foes. The 4th, 7th, and 8th squads advance head-on. The officer's commanding voice suddenly faltered, and the messenger, puzzled, looked up just in time to see him draw his sword, his face a mask of alarm as he slashed forward. The officer, merely a novice knight wielding an ordinary refined iron sword, did not produce any spectacular effects, yet he witnessed a large burst of dark green viscous liquid erupt in the air, the foul stench surging forth like a tidal wave, enveloping everyone and invading their nostrils. This seemed to serve as a signal, as copious amounts of the same liquid began to rain down from all directions, detonating across the military formation and coalescing into a noxious green mist that rapidly consumed the troops. Only then did the officer finally shout, "All personnel, alert, enemy attack, enemy attack." Chapter 26, The young masteress defeat and demise. The self-destructive squad of plague zombies dispatched by Rollo had reached a formidable count of 30, organized into groups of 5, continuously spewing toxic, viscous phlegm from 6 distinct positions. At first glance, this method of expelling phlegm appeared to be a mere physical projectile attack. However, one must consider that the machinations of a necromancer are far from simple physical assaults. For instance, Rollo remained perplexed as to how those skeletal figures, devoid of any muscle, could nonchalantly traverse the battlefield clad in cumbersome full-plate armor. Consequently, all phlegm attacks possessed an astonishing range, leaving the besieged Doliot army utterly bewildered. Beyond their range, the potency of these attacks was equally remarkable. Although referred to as phlegm, each globule was nearly the size of a child's head. Upon impact with the ground or a body, they burst forth like water balloons struck with great force, showering the area with repugnant slime that fell like rain, severely undermining the morale of the enemy forces. Not to mention the insidious toxicity contained within, as the phlegm rapidly evaporated into a noxious mist, inflicting widespread devastation once more. At this moment, the relentless barrage of thick phlegm from all directions caught Count Doliot completely off guard, especially after he had diverted his elite knights to support his cherished son in the south, leaving this contingent of troops significantly weakened in cohesion. In the feudal armies of this era, knights were not only the backbone of combat strength but also the most vital mid-level officers. Even within the more organized Lamperouge forces, the sudden withdrawal of such a significant number of knights would lead to a drastic decline in the army's organization and unity, let alone the already inferior Doliot troops. The luxurious armor of Count Doliot was adorned with a magical breeze shield that automatically filtered toxins from the air, and his surrounding guards raised a shield wall to intercept the splattering slime. Thus, he found himself merely disgusted, unharmed, and still able to emit a robust voice. What in the world is happening? What are these revolting substances, more nauseating than swill for pigs? Are these alchemical potions procured at great expense by the Lamperouge family? In that moment, he had entirely abandoned the dignified demeanor befitting a count, erupting into a fit of furious exclamations.
No one could maintain composure under such a deluge of vile phlegm. The lieutenant had long since vanished, likely buried beneath the thick slime, and it would be a considerable time before he could be located. "My lord, what should we do now?" the captain of the guard stammered, suppressing his own nausea. He was merely a low-ranking knight, though the salary of a captain was significantly higher than that of a typical knight. It was still insufficient to afford enchanted equipment, thus, he could only gaze enviously at the shimmering breeze shield enveloping the count while enduring the acrid green mist emanating from the phlegm. Oh, divine light! How could such repugnant substances be conjured? Fool, of course, we must retreat and reorganize the army, furthermore, identify the traitor among us. His gaze swept across the ranks, noting the distorted expressions of his guards, all contorted in disgust. Once shielded by the guards' wall, clarity returned to his mind. The timing of this military expedition had been utterly abrupt. Even if the Lamperouge boy had received word through the lookout tower, he could not possibly have prepared a response so swiftly. Look at these alchemical concoctions. He must have discerned our route and date of departure long ago and set this ambush in place, the captain exclaimed, aghast. My lord, does this not mean the Count was about to proclaim the unmatched prowess of his son, now left unchallenged since Uno's demise? Yet, reflecting on the fact that the opposing side had not dispatched a single soldier, relying solely on alchemical agents to dismantle his grand army, he grew increasingly anxious. Retreat, immediately retreat. This is undeniably a plot by the Lamperouge, a trap set against us. The guards promptly sounded the retreat horn, though this was ultimately superfluous. As Rollo had noted, a feudal army devoid of conviction would merely serve for a livelihood. In essence, they were mercenaries, and who would truly risk their lives for such a cause? The soldiers, faced with such a scenario, had long since fled. Did they genuinely believe they would remain in place awaiting their lord's command to retreat? However, shielded from view by the guards, Count Doliet remained oblivious to this exodus, hastening his own flight toward the safety of his domain. By this time, the self-destructive squad of plague zombies had nearly exhausted themselves. The only remnants of their presence were the foul-smelling slime they had left behind. With no trace of their existence to be found, the observers atop the Aurora watchtower were left in stunned disbelief. What is happening? Why has there suddenly been a rain of phlegm, leading the opposing army to collapse in disarray? The deputy knight's mind was blank until a soldier reminded him that it was time to report their victory to the main city, prompting him to regain his composure. Have we triumphed? One might consider it so, given the number of enemies slain and the fleeing of their commander. The young knight's gaze momentarily faltered. He could not shake the feeling that warfare was not as daunting as his late father had portrayed. Simply standing there had caused the enemy to scatter. Moreover, the knight who had previously deflected blame onto himself was now inadvertently transferring credit for victory onto the young knight. Quickly! Move swiftly, signal victory with the red smoke. As chaos reigned atop the Aurora watchtower, reporting their supposed triumph, Count Doliet, escorted by his guards, had returned to the borders of his territory, shaken but unharmed. As a fellow border noble, there were naturally watchtowers in place to guard against enemies, and since he had taken the initiative to deploy troops, Count Doliet had already stationed a reserve force of 200 men. Once the two groups converged, he felt a measure of relief. The Count rode upon a modest black steed, a mount he had seized from a fallen knight on the return journey, for his beloved white horse had perished in the recent attack. Surveying the vicinity, he found that nearly all present were as disheveled as himself. Many bore the repugnant, dark green substance, exuding a noxious odor. In that moment, he endeavored to maintain his noble dignity, gravely inquiring, "Captain, how many defeated soldiers have returned here?" The two captains responsible for leading the 200 men hastened to respond, "My lord, approximately 300 soldiers and around 50 knights have returned, most with only minor injuries." Count Doliet's heart plummeted. 1,000-strong army, and only 300 had made it back. He reassured himself that the fleeing soldiers must have lost their bearings and would soon regroup. Yet, when he beheld a figure approaching from the south, appearing disheveled, his heart sank further. As the individual drew near, he recognized his son's aide, and an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. "My lord, the young master has been defeated and slain." Chapter 27. The full-scale assault. In the hours leading up to the defeat of the forces under the northern Lord Viscount Dorite, his son, Sir Ravencourt Dorite, had already led an elite cavalry contingent to mount a genuine offensive at the base of the White Bird watchtower. As he rode along the banks of the Grey River, he beheld the tumultuous waters of his family's territory, surging fiercely against immense boulders, sending forth cascades of frothy white waves that seemed to roar and rush onward with unbridled vigor. However, upon crossing the boundary of two territories, the ferocious Grey River appeared to transform into a docile stream, its waters flowing gently in this area, bordered by lush riverbanks teeming with verdant vegetation. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows that whispered tales of ancient legends and stories. Gazing into the distance, his eyes fell upon the prosperous Grey River town, where the sole port named after the river, Grey River Port, lay nestled. It was said that the waters along the shore were wide and deep, starkly contrasting with the clamor and affluence of the city. Countless merchant vessels traversed daily, exchanging crates of goods for bags of golden dragons, allowing the relatively young and wealthy Lamperouki family, with merely 3 centuries of history, to eclipse the Dorits. Ravencord gritted his teeth, contemplating that had Lamperouki not been granted this fief, such riches would rightfully belong to their lineage. Even if the Dorite port possessed significantly inferior natural conditions, they could have ventured into unclaimed territories to establish a more favorable position. Yet, the Lamperouki family stood like an iron wall, effectively sealing off Dorite's route to westward expansion. Consequently, the Lamperouki clan greedily devoured the unclaimed lands to the west, growing robustly and emerging as a dark horse among the northern frontier nobility of the empire, while the Dorits remained confined to their territory, witnessing little change over the centuries. They gradually fell behind their rivals in territorial expanse, commercial endeavors, and military might. Once, a forebear had attempted to seize the opportunity amidst the power struggles between the northern guardians and the governors of the 6 provinces, brazenly invading Lamperouki with force, only to be repelled at the very front lines and return empty-handed. Following that debacle, the Dorite family shifted its focus to political maneuvering. If they could send their exceptional offspring to serve as attendants in the ducal court or even the imperial palace, amassing significant political resources. Alas, the desire to achieve such ambitions was widespread, with many earls and marquises vying for the same opportunities, leaving little room for the Dorits. In the expanse of the Aura Empire, the territories among the inland nobility had long reached saturation, and families like the Dorits, unable to expand further, were numerous. Compared to those who had already shifted their family focus to politics, the Dorits were regarded as newcomers, much like the Lamperouki, whom they looked down upon. Unfortunately, they lacked the audacity of the Lamperouki, leaving them under the latter's shadow to this day. However, today, everything was destined to change. Ravencord held no doubts about this. Their family's political endeavors over the years had not been in vain. At the very least, regarding the Northern Guardians, the news of Duke Flosbane's demise would undoubtedly reach the Dorite territory far sooner than it would the rootless Lamperouki. Had it been the late generation's Lamperouki Viscount, Ravencord was certain he would have swiftly devised a response, not only to the northern barbarians but also to his own good neighbors. Furthermore, with the Viscount's brother, the valorous Unner Lamperouki, joining forces, the Ravencord father and son would find themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Yet, who could have anticipated that the 2 brothers would become mortal enemies? With their territories so close, even the newly appointed Viscount Rollo Lamperouki could not conceal the discord. Moreover, he displayed a blatant disregard for public opinion, showing no inclination to hide the rift. The once merciful and wise Viscount, renowned for his martial prowess, had seen the reliable stewards of the castles and chieftains perish one by one. Now, the Lamperouki family appeared flimsy as parchment. Ravencord could not suppress a cold laugh. He had once encountered the current Lamperouki Viscount at a banquet. The man, nearly of the same age, had yet to attain the rank of a proper knight. His physique was such that he would scarcely best even a common soldier. Rumor had it that he was a feeble individual obsessed with dark sorcery, with no significant achievements to show for it. Such a person as Viscount would hardly require a grand army. It was likely that within a month, the Lamperouki domain would collapse under its own weight. Just as Ravencord reveled in his triumph, a plume of black smoke suddenly rose into his line of sight. This was a signal used by the watchtower to report enemy movements to the main city. If they were wealthy nobles, they might have employed magical communication devices, but it was evident that the Lamperouki family still fell short of such affluence. He glanced at the sky, calculating the time. His father should have successfully drawn the enemy forces away by now. With that, Ravencord unsheathed his sword, the sound of steel ringing out like thunder, stirring the hearts of all the knights. The entire army, advance, they roared in unison, charging towards the direction indicated by the sword crackling with lightning. A cold smirk graced Ravencord's lips. His father had indeed been overly cautious. He had initially requested 30 knights, yet his father insisted on sending at least 100. After a stalemate, they settled on the current force of 50 knights. And now, it seemed, even 50 was excessive. The White Bird Watchtower was manned in a manner similar to the Aurora Watchtower, with 2 knights as the commanding officers and 8 soldiers, totaling 10 men. The original captain had been recalled by Rollo to face execution, with the deputy promoted, yet the new assistant knight had not yet been appointed, leaving only 9 men. Among these, merely 1 was of a lower rank, with the others being limited soldiers only marginally stronger than common folk. Faced with a fully armed cavalry of 50, all bearing the insignia of low-tier professions, the outcome seemed inevitable. At that moment, Ravencord felt an urge to proclaim, "The advantage lies with me." However, as his men charged toward the tower, they were met with a formidable sight. Dozens of soldiers clad in even more extravagant armor, entirely shielded from view, like true iron cans. They bore massive shields, comparable to castle doors, effectively blocking the entrance of the watchtower. The knight captain swiftly ordered a halt to the assault. Engulfed in confusion, the opposing forces were undoubtedly elite, not the kind of troops one would casually assign to a watchtower. Their presence here indicated they had already detected the advancing army, yet, to suggest this was a trap, with so few men, seemed to underestimate the situation gravely. He surveyed the watchtower. How many individuals could possibly be concealed within such a dilapidated structure? He had heard tales of the soldiers from the Kingdom of Peacocks in the southwest, possessing remarkable cunning, able to hide an entire platoon within a single cart. Could it be that the Lamperouki family had traversed half a continent to hire mercenaries from the Kingdom of Peacocks? Chapter 28 Lamperouge. Nothing more. The captain's bewilderment did not linger for long, for he soon espied a distant army gradually approaching. As a knight, estimating the number of troops within his line of sight is a fundamental skill, and his elevation to captain attests to his proficiency. The moment he discerned that the opposing force numbered at least 1,000, his expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it, why is the main army coming our way?" Ravencol sauntered over, his countenance growing increasingly ferocious. Yet, it was not fear that gripped him, rather, it was excitement, a fervent thrill, an uncontrollable desire for battle, and a thirst for bloodshed. It is well known that the Lamperouge territory boasts only one mid-level knight, Muno Lamperouge. Ravencol was acutely aware that he could not best him. This individual was akin to a silverback gorilla clad in armor, a veritable beast, fiercely formidable. However, it was equally well known that this fellow was already deceased. Thus, the only mid-level knight left within his two territories was now Ravencol himself. Straining to gaze into the distance, he spotted the banner emblazoned with the Viscount's crest fluttering at the heart of the enemy formation, and he could vaguely make out a figure dressed in conspicuous attire beneath that flag. Recalling that frail, worthless peer, a cruel smile crept across Ravencol's face. Is Lamperouge renowned for its martial prowess? Today, we shall see who the true warrior is. Form the cavalry, advance towards the enemy. Ravencol's commanding shout resonated with power, instantly igniting the battle spirit within the surrounding knights, who echoed his war cry. This battle cry, a skill only attainable after reaching the mid-level as a knight, serves to bolster morale, yet, his current strength limited its range. Nevertheless, it sufficed for the 50 individuals nearby. The 50 knights marched forth, beginning to arrange themselves into a charging formation, led by the most formidable warrior among the two territories. Rollo observed this scene from the lookout tower. However, he was not physically present atop the tower, he merely utilized his necromantic sight, employing a heavily armored skeletal warrior stationed there as a camera, watching the live broadcast in his mind. This ability resembled that of an eagle's eye, providing vision without sound, thus he heard none of Ravencol's declarations. "Leonard, have you encountered the valiant son of Viscount Dalhite?" Leonard, situated nearby, immediately responded, "My lord, I have not seen him in person, but I have heard your father speak of him. He is said to be a gallant knight." He paused, then cast a peculiar glance at Rollo, continuing, "Moreover, you should have met him, I believe at the banquet of the Count of Jeremiah, alongside your father." Rollo stroked his chin. "Is that so?" Yet, this original self has no recollection of him. He did recall the banquet of the Count of Jeremiah, where the original self had offered high praise for the delightful dishes, the decent music, and notably, the maids who were ample, fair, and supple. However, as for the son of the neighboring house who attended the banquet, apologies, but even I, your father, could not be bothered to remember. It dawned on Rollo with surprise that the original self was not only afflicted with a delusional disorder but was also a reclusive shut-in. Returning to the necromantic site, the knights had moved some distance away, yet they were still discernible. If they were valiant knights, then who among the main assault force was not? What difference does it make to say so? Rollo sighed. Never mind, they are all destined to perish. I have no intention of capturing any alive for ransom. Prepare the archers. This time, Leonard hesitated before cautiously advising, "My lord, might this be ill-advised?" In a glorious noble war, there should first be a duel among valiant knights to inspire morale, followed by the main army's onslaught, and one cannot strike down honorable nobles. Rollo shot him an incredulous glance. "Are we in the romance of the Three Kingdoms? Shall we engage in a duel before the ranks? Did they issue us a declaration of war? No. Do they bear the banners of honorable nobles? Certainly not. Then that is splendid. This indicates that this battle is not a so-called glorious noble war, but rather a despicable raid by a band of thieves masquerading as knights of the Dalhite family upon our Lamperouge territory. We must deliver the most forceful blow against these shameless wretches, demonstrating our unwavering stance against evil. Do you understand?" Leonard was taken aback. Could it be permissible to conduct oneself this way? Yet upon reflection, the reasoning of his lord was indeed sound. although everyone in both territories knew who was behind this conflict. As long as Dalhite did not display their banner and no formal declaration of war had been issued, Lamperouge could refuse to acknowledge the enemy's noble identity and employ the most contemptible means to inflict the most severe punishment. After all, the so-called glorious war was merely a child's play between nobles, but when confronted with thieves, who are they, and why should I play along with them? However, one concern lingered.
The valiant knight in question, the sole remaining mid-level knight in the vicinity since Uno's demise, Ravencol.
My lord, our archers may not be able to halt the enemy.
That was a modest assertion.
In truth, they would certainly be incapable. Mid-level knights possess protective skills against arrows, and they were undoubtedly clad in outrageously expensive enchanted armor. The mass-produced armaments wielded by the soldiers of Lamperouge. Rollo showed no concern, merely waving him off to issue orders. Soon, the enemy formation approached the range of the archers. However, the anticipated taunts did not materialize. It appeared Ravencol was unconcerned with the notion of a glorious war, for if he had been, they would not have launched a surprise attack.
The 50 heavy cavalry advanced in unison, resembling a torrent of steel. To the soldiers' eyes, it was akin to a wall crashing towards them. Fire!
The archers reacted swiftly, unleashing a barrage of arrows, which swiftly descended upon the ranks of cavalry.
Yet, as Leonard had feared, these ordinary projectiles failed to inflict any damage upon the enemy. The thunderous sound of hooves drew ever nearer, and the frontline soldiers grasping their spears began to tremble.
The rain of arrows did not cease, yet the enemy's advance showed no signs of faltering, as if they were merely caught in an ordinary downpour. At the forefront, Ravencol let out a roar, his sword swinging violently. The streaks of lightning that composed the sword's radiance tore through the spear formation, while the trampling of the warhorses filled the soldiers behind with dread, preventing them from advancing any further. Nearby, the commanding knight officer shouted in vain. Not only did he fail to halt the retreat, but he also unwittingly exposed himself. His armor, far more brilliant than that of the soldiers, made it painfully obvious that he was an officer. Ravencol's assault unit continued their charge, swiftly closing in on the officer, who adeptly evaded the oncoming horses, grabbing a lance and preparing to thrust it forward, but with a swift slice of the lightning sword, blood droplets suspended in the air crystallized from the intense heat, while the officer's expression of shock was forever frozen in that moment.
Lamperouge, nothing more. Chapter 29. Young master, there is a hint of green upon your neck.
In the original world of Rollo, there exists a term known as 1 man against 1,000, which is particularly apt when applied to Ravencol at this moment. The numerical superiority of the Lamperouge forces, bolstered by the might of mid-tier knights and enchanted weaponry, seemed utterly trivial. A mere 50 adversaries struck like a heavy hammer against the wall formed by Rollo's army. Lacking sufficient high-tier combat strength, the seemingly impregnable copper walls now resembled fragile paper, unable to withstand the onslaught, and began to crumble from within. Leonard, commander of Rollo's personal guard and acting leader, felt an overwhelming shame and could scarcely bear to watch. He drew his sword, ready to engage. Yet, my lord, he protested, if we do not halt their advance, all will be lost once they reach our lines.
Indeed, but can you stop him?
Leonard was momentarily taken aback by the question, before resolutely declaring, even if I perish by his sword, I shall buy you enough time to retreat. His face bore a solemn determination, a warrior prepared for a final stand.
However, the expressions of the guards behind him varied. None harbored the desire to die for Rollo. As knights of the Lamperouge family, they were not devoid of the resolve to die in battle, but such determination depended on the cause. If it were for a man like Uno, with his innate aura of inspiration as a mid-tier knight, many soldiers would rally to fight to the death, but Rollo, evidently, lacked that charisma and unique abilities. Let us be honest, Uno is the only one you could match. How long do you think you can delay them all together?
As he spoke, Rollo extended his left hand, gathering a sphere of darkness that swiftly swelled from the size of an apple to that of a watermelon, only to suddenly collapse moments later, constricted to the size of a mere arrowhead. Leonard felt a profound sense of oppression emanating from the dark arrow poised beside him. The shadow arrow, imbued with a deeply concealed corruptive power, was launched forth, trailing a long, black streak, as if a divine artist had suddenly sketched a line in the air. Rollo's words were half-truths. This was not merely elemental magic, but rather a hybrid, a core of dark magic enveloped in shadow elements, masquerading as an elemental spell. This was the magnum opus of the sinister mage Samir, who had utilized such tricks to deceive and serve the dark organization known as the Abyssal Hand, until his recent misfortune led him to cross paths with a legendary priest, resulting in his exposure and subsequent placement on a wanted list. As a mid-tier practitioner, Rollo lacked the ability to cast grand spells. The shadow arrow he was about to unleash was the most potent magic at his disposal. Ravencol sensed the terror of this technique, and for the first time, he relinquished his longsword to retrieve the shield from his back. This shield, though inferior to his armor and sword in quality, was unrivaled in defensive capabilities.
Fortress. At his command, the magic affixed to the shield activated, conjuring an ethereal barrier of copper walls.
The scattered arrows that met this phantom barrier splintered upon contact, even the metal arrowheads shattering instantly. A triumphant smile adorned Ravenkeel's face. This shield was crafted by a master of magical artifacts, whom they had encountered by currying favor with the Duke of Jeremiah, originally designed to counter Uno's overwhelming offensive power. Now, faced with Rollo, it felt like a gross misallocation of resources. Contemplating this, his brow furrowed. I cannot believe that Rollo, that fool, has indeed conjured dark magic. His musings were abruptly interrupted as the shadow arrow veered unexpectedly. He hastily attempted to redirect his shield to the left, only to feel a sharp impact at the nape of his neck. How careless, the dark arrow did not curve, it split. What a despicable fellow.
Where is your honor? Rollo laughed heartily at the flustered Ravenkeel. You launched a surprise attack on my territory, slaughtered so many of my soldiers without declaring war or raising banners, and now you question my honor?
Ravenkeel, stifled into silence, drew his sword once more and charged ahead. Yet, as his steed took only a few paces, an icy chill coursed through him, as if a hole had been opened in his body, and his strength and warmth were swiftly escaping.
My lord, your neck is glowing green.
Ravenkeel hastily reached up, only to find that his ironclad hand felt an even colder touch against his skin.
Rollo's smile widened uncontrollably.
As a necromancer, it is only natural for me to lace my shadow arrows with poison, is it not? But moreover, the energy of dark magic inherently possesses corrosive properties. One wonders if these mid-tier knights are all afflicted with some sort of madness.
Uno or Ravenkeel, none of them wear helmets in battle.
Despite lacking a magical shield, they all seem to favor taking blows to their faces, making it a wonder they survived at all. Ravenkeel's vision began to blur. He could no longer discern Rollo's mocking grin nor the banner of the Lamperouge family. The desire for victory within him gradually morphed into an overwhelming fear of death as the chill spread through his body.
Retreat! Fall back, quickly withdraw.
Ravenkeel turned his steed, but the soldiers of the Lamperouge had already scattered, leaving only his own men in his way. The knight from the Doliath family looked on in disbelief at the sword raised by the young master.
Clear the way. Do not obstruct me.
Before he could bring down his lightning-encircled long sword, another shadow arrow pierced through Ravenkeel's throat. The final syllable of his command died within him, choked upon a breath of despair.
Chapter 30, Henceforth, you shall be known as the Tyrant, codename T103. By the time Rollo commanded the troops to return to the city, night had already descended. Leonard looked on, still greatly exhilarated, despite the fact that he had not even unsheathed his sword during the day's battle. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from fulfilling his role as the nominal commander, leading today's campaign. My lord, following today's engagement, the territory of Viscount Dolite lies in ruins. We should promptly draft a letter to Duke Frostbane, demanding reparations and the allocation of a portion of their territory to us as compensation. And monetary reparations as well. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. You go and reassure the soldiers, prepare some form of compensation for them, and I will handle the rest, Leonard said, departing with enthusiasm, his mind preoccupied with how he might word a letter that would satisfy Duke Frostbane. Little did he know that the venerable Duke of the North had already passed the 7-day mourning period and would soon be laid to rest. Ah, the ancestral tomb of the Duke's family must surely be far grander than mine, Rollo mused to himself. But never mind. That is a matter for another day. Who knows if his two fine sons will first engage in a deadly struggle before unceremoniously tossing their father's decaying corpse into the family tomb? What mattered most at present were the spoils of war. News of victory from the northern Aurora watchtower had already been relayed via signal fires, though the detailed account of the battle awaited the report from the station knights there. Rollo, however, had already witnessed the entire ordeal through his necromantic sight. The Plague Zombie Suicide Squad had successfully completed their mission, utterly routing Viscount Dolite's forces from the battlefield. It was estimated that there were at least 500 corpses, though the exact number would only be determined after a thorough search. Judging by the armor on the bodies, there should be dozens of knights among them. Whether their skulls had been shattered remained uncertain. If they had not, it would be an extraordinary bounty. As for the battlefield he personally commanded to the south, the losses incurred by the Lampelucci family were significant. 5 knights perished on the spot, nearly 90 soldiers were slain by Ravenkeel's forces, 13 trampled to death, and 7 or 8 were missing, likely having fled amidst the chaos. Yet, despite the losses, the gains were far greater. First and foremost was the primary objective of this battle the mid-tier knight Ravenkeel Dolite. His corpse sustained minimal damage and was almost entirely intact.
Along with his enchanted armor, enchanted longsword, and enchanted shield, even if no one could wield them, they could fetch tens of thousands of gold dragons if sold. The remaining knights were intercepted by the heavy armored skeletons emerging from the White Bird watchtower, suffering severe casualties, with only a few escaping. The armor from these knights could be repaired to outfit dozens more heavy armored skeleton warriors, certainly a commendable haul. Thanks to this battle, Rollo had come to fully appreciate the superiority of skeletal warriors over ordinary human soldiers, even among the unclassed non-professionals. Particularly, the ability to connect with any skeletal warrior's vision through necromantic sight was akin to having a comprehensive map at his disposal, far swifter than the current method of communication via signal fires from watchtowers. It appeared that the plan to replace human soldiers with skeletal warriors to form a new army for his territory could be put into action. As Rollo whispered to himself, he made his way down to the basement. A multitude of fallen soldiers' bodies still lay on the battlefield awaiting processing, but he had already collected a significant amount of valuable materials. He placed a heart upon the operating table and began to chant an ancient incantation. It resembled a call, a seduction, as if inviting travelers along the river of the underworld. After a time of chanting, Rollo smiled. The bait had taken. A translucent figure emerged from the heart, rapidly expanding to the size of a normal adult. The visage was vacant, staring blankly ahead. A lost soul. Among the advanced necromantic spells, there existed one that utilized the materials of the deceased to summon their spirits. Stronger souls might pose a challenge, but the mere foot soldier stood no chance against his soul confinement. Rollo extended his hand, and the spirit swiftly collapsed, accompanied by a sound akin to a bubble bursting, its essence compressed into a gelatinous mass resembling slime. Just as the relationship between a corpse and flesh, the essence was the usable material extracted from the soul. In truth, he could have directly utilized soul confinement on the battlefield while the souls of the deceased were still nearby, achieving the same result. However, with so many witnesses, his reputation as a practitioner of dark magic would have been firmly established. Extracting this vital essence, Rollo could finally commence the long-anticipated experiment on the crafting formulas for skeletal constructs and composite zombies. Following the previous experimental approach, he reached the final step. Infusing the essence within. On the operating table, the massive composite zombie opened its eyes, emitting an eerie green glow. It slowly sat up, and upon seeing Rollo, it knelt with surprising agility for its great size, stammering as it addressed him, "Greetings, my lord."
Rollo was highly satisfied with its performance.
He then commanded it to execute various tactical movements and challenged its strength with heavy lifting. After a series of tests, Rollo confirmed one thing: this creature was extraordinarily powerful. Despite being an unclassed undead without a professional's intellect, it possessed a simple intelligence and an alarming degree of strength. Rollo even attempted to strike it with salvaged metal weapons. Its tough muscles were akin to armor, though not entirely impervious. Any cuts inflicted barely penetrated a centimeter. Of course, it was also possible that Rollo's physical strength was simply insufficient. So, he fetched a crossbow, and the result was that only the arrowhead penetrated its body. Such a degree of damage would require hundreds of continuous shots to incapacitate it completely. Naturally, this did not account for projectiles armed with fire enchantments. Those would be akin to adding flames to the arrows in this world, defying conventional logic. With intelligence, formidable output, and high defense, and most importantly, the ability to be mass-produced, this creature was indeed explosively powerful. With that in mind, Rollo decided to give it a formidable hairstyle. He had long found the unruly tufts of hair surrounding its head displeasing. Once the final styling was confirmed, Rollo gazed at the now 2.5-meter-tall bald, muscular behemoth, and his eyes began to gleam. "From this day forth, your race shall be designated as the Tyrant," codename T-103.
Chapter 31.
The visit of Duke Frostbane as the new personal bodyguard drew back the curtains. Rollo beheld the long-awaited dawn. With the sun just beginning to rise, accompanying the advent of a new day was the daily update of intelligence from the Information Network. Intelligence Report 1: a bipedal dragon, having failed to secure territory in the Gaustel Mountains, is fleeing towards the southeast. Pressured by its victors, it will evade capture for a full day before entering a hunting state. Famished and desperate, it is likely to attack any creature within its line of sight, with its hunting grounds expected to overlap significantly with the territory of Lampoluki. Intelligence Report 2. A centaur tribe, numbering nearly 100, is migrating with the changing climate, their route intersecting with the pastures of the Amulan tribe. A fierce battle is anticipated, providing the remaining goblins of the Amulan tribe, who have yet to be exterminated, a precious opportunity to flee south into Lampoluki's domain. Intelligence Report 3: the eldest son of Duke Frostbane has reassembled a following, yet has once again suffered defeat at the hands of his brother's forces. In a hasty retreat northward with only a handful of loyal knights, he encountered assassins hired by his sibling and has since vanished in the northern territories. Intelligence Report 4: the notorious assassin, Igenia, upon learning of Duke Frostbane's demise, has shifted her focus to the Duke's younger son, who has temporarily seized power. She has attempted 2 assassinations, both of which ended in failure. The younger son believes Igenia to be in league with his brother and has launched a widespread manhunt, forcing Igenia to flee the northern regions in haste. Intelligence Report 5. As Rollo washed up, he perused the reports, summing it up as a compilation of chaotic flights. It appeared that the two unfortunate sons of Duke Frostbane had already established a victor and a vanquished, but it remained uncertain whether they could fulfill their duty of safeguarding the northern territories against the impending onslaught of the Sword Dragon Legion. Naturally, Rollo hoped they would fail. After all, the greater the turmoil, the more valuable the catch. For Rollo, a chaotic northern realm was indeed a favorable one. As for those goblins, the bounty he had set was still valid, and the mercenary adventurers, with their keen instincts, would undoubtedly return with the hapless little creatures without needing his prompting. In stark contrast, Rollo was most intrigued by the intelligence regarding the bipedal dragon. If that creature sought to invade his domain, it ought to leave something behind as a toll, its carcass, for instance. Securing such a prize might allow him to experiment with the formula for a bone dragon. Since his ascension, the list of followers he could create had expanded to include only a specter, aside from the tyrant he had devised himself. This ghostly undead lacked physical prowess but possessed the rare ability for mental assault. In simpler terms, it could drive a person mad. Moreover, specters, with their ability to traverse walls and invisibility, should have made excellent scouts. However, Rollo found them unusable due to their overwhelming negative energy. They were low-tier undead devoid of rank yet nearly rivaled Death Knights in potency. Should they roam freely, they would likely attract the attention of the Punishment Knights. Thus, to expand his list, Rollo would need to conduct his own experiments. Bone dragons, too, were a common sight in various gaming legends. He recalled the promotional videos of Warcraft, where the Lich King rode a frostbone dragon, stirring his envy. If Arthas had one, surely Sindragosa ought to be included as well. But would he be able to craft something from the bones of a bipedal dragon? Rollo's thoughts wandered until a piece of intelligence jolted him back to reality. As was customary, this was a report outside the compilation Intelligence Report 10 of the high-tier undead. The vampire noble and descendant of the dark, the Evernight songstress, Yalos Darkwood, has awakened from a long slumber. Centuries prior, he had deliberately left behind the secret to immortality, successfully luring a chieftain from the Great Grass Sea, who conducted a flawed ritual to transform him into an undead. Now, he intends to siphon the chieftain's power to restore himself but has discovered that someone has intercepted his plans. Yalos Darkwood feels a long-lost fury welling within him. Rollo's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the very grave he had recently unearthed? No wonder that foolish chieftain had access to such advanced knowledge of transformation rituals, nor why he had managed to clumsily complete the ceremony despite his ignorance of dark magic. It seemed he had fallen into a trap set by others. Rollo felt a pang of anxiety. A high-tier undead capable of ensnaring others for centuries, this being could potentially rival the ancient monsters of his past life. A formidable entity, indeed, likely possessing treasures beyond imagination in its grave await. Why was he feeling exhilarated at this thought? Rollo pondered, resting his chin in contemplation. The specifics of this creature remained unclear, but from the intelligence provided by the system, it seemed to be in a less than optimal state. Having just awakened from a lengthy slumber, could it have sustained severe injuries? Perhaps it relied on its long sleep to recuperate, then sought to absorb the power of several chieftains to regain its former strength? If it were a fully intact super-ancient being, Rollo would not hesitate to turn and flee. However, if it were merely a wounded ancient of several millennia, that would change the narrative. Moreover, the Sword Dragon Legion was likely approaching soon. He could always seek them out then. If they could slay a dragon, surely they could take down a noble vampire, as both would contribute to his military accolades. With the prospect of finding an ally, Rollo felt a surge of confidence, hastening his breakfast. He had also accumulated points today, saving them for the next ascension of the Book of the Undead. The current version of the book, having reached the apprentice graduation level, required a full 50 points for the next advancement, meaning he would need to wait nearly 2 months. Yet, the wait was worthwhile. Each ascension of the Book of the Undead brought monumental shifts in power. Once upon a time, when he had first learned the rudimentary version of the book with just a few points, he had struggled to ambush a low-tier knight like Sass. Afterward, when he aimed to slay Uno, it had been a painstaking endeavor. His skeleton warriors had been decimated, even Arthas at that time had been dismantled, and it was only through the vast negative energy from his ancestral tomb that he had finally vanquished that brute. Now, however, he had effortlessly dispatched Ravencall, a mid-tier knight like Uno, without breaking a sweat. As Rollo immersed himself in his reflections, an intriguing guest arrived at his territory. Much like Samir of old, he disembarked from a vessel transporting refugees, though this time without a grand army waiting in ambush. Yet, he resembled the rabbit from a fable that had unwittingly collided with a wooden post, finding the station knights and proclaiming with a resounding name known throughout the northern realms, "I am Duke Frostbane." Chapter 32. The die is cast, Rollo's choice. As evening descended, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in a resplendent tapestry of gold and crimson hues. In the distance, the Gostal Mountains stood tall and verdant, illuminated by the fading light, resembling a colossal frost giant towering over the horizon. Delicate wisps of clouds floated above, tinged with the sunset's fiery glow. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the chill of the approaching winter, yet it did not diminish the breathtaking beauty of nature at dusk. Rollo reclined on the sofa, his gaze drifting from the window back into the room. The fireplace beside him crackled with burning logs, the flames stretching and flickering, casting a warm, comforting orange light that filled the room. This scene, once a common sight in Grey River Fortress, had nearly vanished since Rollo took power, only to re-emerge today. The accumulation of ash in the fireplace had kept the servants busy for quite some time. The very reason for this revival of ambience was the guest who had just arrived. How could a noble entertain visitors in a cold, dark chamber, especially when he proclaimed himself to be Duke Flosbine? Yet, he bore little resemblance to the Duke Rollo remembered. In his youth, during a celebration of some festival, many nobles from the 6 northern provinces, including the Lampreluk, had gathered at Duke Flosbine's estate for a banquet. It was during that occasion that Rollo first laid eyes upon one of the 4 great nobles of the north, second only to the Emperor of the Empire. The Duke, with his hair as white as snow, neatly swept back, and his meticulously groomed beard, exuded an air of competence and reliability. Time had etched deep lines across his face, each wrinkle narrating tales of resilience and hardship. In stark contrast, this guest, aside from sharing the same deep black eyes and a hint of resemblance in his features, was entirely different from the esteemed guardian of the north. His identity was clear. He was Viscount Lampreluk. I am Rams Flosbine, the first legitimate heir to the title of Duke Flosbine following my father's demise. Rams wore an expression tinged with anxiety, while Rollo remained unfazed. From the moment this fellow had introduced himself as Duke Flosbine at the port, Rollo had surmised his origins. However, he had not anticipated that this individual would act as if. When the guarding knights ignored him, he had resorted to shouting his identity, making sure everyone at the port was aware of his self-proclaimed title. Many had jeered, mockingly retorting that if he were Duke Flosbine, then they were the current Emperor Caesar IX. Yet, amidst the hustle and bustle of the port, there were certainly individuals well informed or acquainted with Rams who might have caught on to the ruse. By the time Rollo dispatched someone to escort him to the castle, several ships had already set sail. It was likely that within a day or two, Rams' whereabouts would shift from being unknown to being quite evident across the north. Marquis Flosbine, Rollo remarked, I believe you cannot yet be referred to as a duke, as you have not held a coronation ceremony.
Rams raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening. The Oriate Empire bestows a certain privilege upon its great nobles. Other heirs may bear a title 1 rank lower. For instance, the heir of a duke holds the title of marquis, the heir of a marquis holds the title of count, and so forth. This privilege ceases at that point. Thus, although Rollo was formerly the heir of a viscount, he did not possess the title of baron. Rollo's choice of words was particularly nuanced. He denied Rams' claim to the dukedom while simultaneously affirming Rams' rightful claim as the first heir. This privilege of holding a lesser noble title was exclusive to the first heir. Rams' usurping brother, in theory, would not hold the title of marquis. Such delicate phrasing effectively conveyed Rollo's stance. Your affairs are of no concern to me. Rams' gaze intensified, as if attempting to see through Rollo, fixated on his face. Although Rollo found it uncomfortable to be scrutinized by a grown man, he remained indifferent. After all, he had nothing to lose. As the son of the Guardian of the North, Rams possessed considerable knightly prowess, having already attained a mid-tier level at a young age. He could easily discern that Rollo lacked even the skills of a low-ranking knight. In this situation, might he resort to coercion? However, upon noticing Rollo's 2 bodyguards, towering at an impressive 2.5 meters, standing like sentinels beside him, Rams abandoned that notion. Viscount Lampreluk, Rams began, I presume you are aware of the situation between me and my rebellious brother. What do you think will happen when I appear in your territory? Rollo's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He had initially viewed Rams as a brawny brute akin to Uno, believing him to be a mere fighter shouting his identity at the port. Little did he realize that Rams had orchestrated a calculated move, setting the stage for his next play. Marquis Flosbine, surely you jest. Your brother should not hastily conclude that I have allied with you based solely on this minor incident. That alone is insufficient. But what if my followers converge upon your domain and hoist my banner anew? Rollo furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Rams chuckled. Unbeknownst to me, our expressions have exchanged places. Most of my subordinates have scattered, yet a few have already boarded ships heading to Grey River Town and should have found lodgings in an inn by now. They, along with the rumors that have spread today, will serve as a beacon, summoning the rest of my followers back to me. When the time comes to raise my banner once more, Lampreluk will have implicitly become my stronghold.
Do you believe you have any choice left? Rollo quietly traced the family crest on his finger, remaining silent. The internal strife between the Flosbein brothers, apart from their staunch supporters, had left most northern nobles content to watch the conflict unfold from a distance, with no intention of getting involved. Lamperluck was no exception. Or rather, it was not that they were unwilling to participate, they simply lacked the standing to do so. A mere viscount's domain, even if troops were dispatched, would only amount to a mid-tier knight leading 1,000 men. What could that accomplish? If forced to choose, one would naturally side with the younger brother, who commanded the family stronghold, the core military forces, and the Duke's seal. In this contest for succession, he was virtually assured of victory. Once he dispatched Rams, securing the outcome as a fait accompli, he could petition the emperor for formal recognition. In contrast, Rams, aside from his status as the firstborn, held no real advantage. Yet why did this fellow appear so confident? Was there truly a force within the north capable of challenging the Flosbein family's dominance? Wait, could it be that, if you intend to take this step, then the position of Guardian of the North may not be so easily secured in the future, Rollo observed. Rams laughed. If I do not take this step, I will never even sit in the position of Guardian of the North, will I? Chapter 33 of The Reluctance of Choices. The political structure of the Ola Empire bears a resemblance to Rollo's impression of the Roman Empire, where the emperor serves as the nucleus of supreme authority, yet the Senate exists as a formidable counterbalance. As the head of state, the emperor naturally aspires to centralize power. After all, it is the emperor wielding the reins of power who is the true sovereign. The source of authority usurped by the emperor stems from the various noble houses, both great and small. The Senate, therefore, stands as a platform for these nobles to challenge the emperor. In the 6 provinces of the northern territories, each province is governed by a governor personally appointed by the emperor, often drawn from the ranks of commoners educated in the imperial academy. These governors wield military and political power in their respective domains, accountable solely to the emperor, embodying his will in the northern lands. The Duke of the North, whose responsibilities as protector were enshrined in the first constitution of the Ola Empire, holds the authority to oversee all nobles in the north. This duality of power is delicate. The first constitution does not delineate the specifics of these powers, merely alluding to them with ambiguous terminology, which lends itself to myriad interpretations. The resultant dynamic is such that when the Duke of the North is powerful and assertive, the provincial governors become mere figureheads, and the nobles coalesce into a formidable alliance, rendering the emperor's edicts nearly impotent in that region. Historical records indicate that during a time of great strength, Duke Florsbane even lawfully stripped certain nobles of their fiefs and revoked the titles of lesser nobles, his authority rivaling that of an independent emperor in the north. Conversely, when a particular Duke of the North is weak and indecisive, the provincial governors may carve up the north, facilitating the emperor's dismantling of this alliance by infiltrating the imperial bureaucracy. Over the centuries, the number of nobles infiltrated has been substantial. After all, the core interest of the nobility lies in territorial expansion. Yet, the nobles entrenched deep within the empire have lost their means of territorial growth, and thus aligning with the emperor appears to be a prudent path forward. The Doriot family, upon realizing they could not compete with the Lampaligi, effectively chose this route. However, their lack of influence rendered them insignificant. Yet, the son of the Duke, a figure destined to become the leader of the Senate's noble faction, if he were to choose allegiance with the emperor, would surely instigate a cataclysmic upheaval in the empire's political landscape. Clearly, Rams is willing to forsake the authority of the Protector of the North in his quest for the ducal title. His reliance, if I am not mistaken, is upon the Sword Dragon Legion, is it not? Should they be present, your brother would need to contemplate his next move with great care. A triumphant gleam appeared on Ram's face. The behemoth that ranks second among the imperial legions would demand a considerable cost to vanquish, even for my own private army, would it not? However, my brother may lack the resolve to command an assault on the emperor's forces. Rollo could not help but gasp in astonishment. This fellow has yet to pledge himself to the emperor, yet he speaks as if he were already a loyal hound of the emperor. Moreover, he seems rather ill-informed, having learned that the forces have indeed arrived in the north, yet he is oblivious to the fact that the reason for the Sword Dragon's arrival is their recent fall to third place in the rankings, is he not? Nevertheless, he is not entirely mistaken. The 16 legions of the Empire are all directly under the Emperor's command. To attack them is akin to rebellion. Among these forces, aside from the 3 Imperial Guard legions, all other, in reality, in the Ola Empire, which faces no external threats, whom does the Emperor truly fear? It is likely that when one of these legions comes under attack, the Emperor in the imperial capital would rejoice as if dancing. It is tantamount to handing an excuse for bloodshed to the adversary. Furthermore, Florsbane's army has just suffered considerable attrition due to an internal conflict instigated by these 2 unfilial sons. Facing even a single legion would prove challenging, let alone declaring war on the Emperor. Thus, Rams must feel quite secure, mustn't he? As for the Emperor refusing his allegiance, it seems this fellow has not even contemplated that possibility. How could the Emperor, who ardently seeks centralization of power, possibly reject such a substantial political bargaining chip. Rollo's contemplative silence began to irk the self-assured Rams.
So, Viscount Lampoligi, what is your choice? This is my final ultimatum.
Rollo harbored no doubts that should he refuse, Rams would promptly resort to violence, inciting those already infiltrated into Grey River Town to instigate acts of sabotage.
Should that occur, even if he managed to escape with the aid of the tyrant and the Death Knight, the hard-won stronghold and wealth would likely be reduced to ashes. Thus, there was no choice but to comply.
As a member of the North, I naturally choose to support the most legitimate protector of the North.
His words clearly left an opening, causing Rams to frown. Fortunately, Rollo continued, and you, as the Marquis Floresbane, the eldest son of the former Duke, are undoubtedly the most legitimate heir. Rams appeared quite pleased with his attitude. Very well, then, prepare yourself. My followers should be gathering here shortly.
Although the castle's master was Rollo, Rams issued commands with an air of entitlement, as if everything were perfectly natural. Rollo bowed and took his leave, flanked by 2 tyrant bodyguards, eliciting a pang of envy from Rams. Why did his subordinates not include such formidable warriors? Yet that mattered little. Once I inherit the ducal title and gain the emperor's favor, Franz will line up from the Gostal Mountains to the southern sea, eager to follow me. Rams could hardly contain his daydreams of a glorious future as Duke As Rollo walked through the corridor. He furrowed his brow in deep thought. Why the Lampoligi territory? Although their family stands out among the ranks of viscounts, they are merely viscounts nonetheless. The powerful nobles of the northern territories are as numerous as the stars, and to cite a nearby example, there is the formidable Jeremy of the border. Moreover, they are staunch royalists, natural allies with Rams, who intends to align himself with the emperor. Why not approach him instead? Reaching the window, Rollo observed the dark curtains billowing in the cool evening breeze. He unconsciously stepped closer, leaning slightly outward to let the refreshing wind caress his cheek as he gazed into the distance. He beheld the Grey River, the lifeblood of the Lampoligi territory, flowing slowly, its waters clear and tranquil, seemingly imbued with the weight of endless history and the sediment of time. The setting sun hung above the river, casting a crimson glow that bathed the Grey River in resplendent hues, transforming it into a vibrant ribbon of glory stretching toward the horizon.
Ah, I see. Rollo finally comprehended Ram's choice of this locale.
It is the Grey River. Chapter 34. Today's intelligence is rather abstract. The Grey River, originating from the Gostal mountain range, traverses 3 of the 6 provinces in the northern territories before surging into the Inkfish Lake. It serves as a significant transportation route in the north. Whether gathering a grand army or summoning small retinues, utilizing the waterways undoubtedly proves more time-efficient, labor-saving, and discreet. However, among the various territories along the Grey River, some ports are too diminutive to accommodate a large military presence, while others possess swift currents that hinder mooring. Only a handful meet the necessary criteria, and these ports are predominantly controlled by the venerable, powerful aristocracy. These seasoned old-timers, shrewd and formidable, harbor no fear of Ramses' threats, which is likely why he chose to target the soft fruit that is the Lampoligi fief. Rollo chuckled to himself, realizing that in this world, fortifying one's power remains the paramount priority. When I find the time, I shall pay a visit to your ancestral tomb, Floresbane family, and perhaps I will pull your ancestors from their coffins to give them a piece of my mind. In truth, Ramses had another reason. Unbeknownst to Rollo, the Lampoligi fief, located at the empire's northwesternmost point, is surrounded by desolation, with no neighboring viscounts or greater nobles, making it ideal for a defensive stand. Should the tide of battle turn against them, they could simply flee to the Great Grass Sea and seek refuge as valiant warriors under the Holy Khan. Initially, the purpose of the Silver Dragon Legion was to launch an assault on nomadic tribes to incite border disputes, and for them, the Lampoligi fief represented a prime position. Thus, these unallied allies coincidentally selected the same location. Time flowed like the waters of the Grey River, appearing to drift slowly, yet when one turned their attention back, a considerable duration had elapsed. After toiling in the ancestral tomb all night, Rollo returned to his chamber at dawn and awoke to find it was already afternoon. Due to Ramses' arrival, he had no choice but to relocate his laboratory back to the ancestral tomb. Although this self-proclaimed duke seemed to lack scruples and likely did not care much for the affairs of dark magic, Rollo was not willing to take any risks. He felt as though he had forgotten something important.
Knock, knock, knock. Come in.
The door swung open, revealing a maid, whom Rollo vaguely recognized. However, he recalled that she typically bore a somber expression, rarely smiling. Why does she seem so cheerful today? Opposite him, the maid, now flushed and in high spirits from finally basking in sunlight within the castle, performed a standard curtsy and spoke in a lively tone. My lord, the Marquis of Floresbane has just hunted a bipedal dragon that was troubling the populace.
He is currently dismembering its useful parts and has invited you to witness the process." Rollo's mouth fell open in astonishment. A bipedal dragon, that is splendid material for crafting a skeletal dragon. He hurriedly got out of bed, cursing himself for having forgotten this opportunity and contemplating how to acquire the dragon's remains. At the very least, he needed the skeleton. Attempting to create a skeletal dragon without a basic dragon framework would be futile. Ideally, he would also require vital organs such as the heart, to facilitate the resurrection of the bipedal dragon's soul through necromancy. If there were flesh available, that would be even better, allowing him to test how dragon meat enhances the zombie's corporeal form, potentially elevating the latest Tyrant series to new heights. Thus, internal organs were also indispensable. The bipedal dragon's digestive capabilities might yield some intriguing results for the plague zombies. Rollo mentally compiled a list of desired items and found himself suppressing a grin. Ultimately, he wanted all of it. That Ramses appeared to be a miser. How could he possibly relinquish his hard-won prize? However, to Rollo's surprise, Ramses indeed offered it to him. Or more accurately, he had never considered claiming the corpse for himself. "As the Lord of the Lamparuki fief, it is only natural that I, as your sovereign, should eliminate this pest for you," Ramses proclaimed, his powerful hand patting Rollo's frail shoulder, resembling a benevolent elder. Though the Lamparuki family was technically a noble directly appointed by the emperor, making the emperor the true sovereign rather than the Floresbane family, Ramses seemed indifferent to such distinctions, having resolved to serve the emperor in a subservient capacity. Rollo sighed in relief, expressed his gratitude, and promptly set to work on the remains. Ramses, an outsider in these matters, claimed to have extracted the useful portions, but to Rollo, a professional, it was nothing short of wasteful. He had become so adept that he could read daily intelligence reports while instinctively processing materials. As he unfolded today's intelligence, Rollo was momentarily taken aback. The subject matter was somewhat abstract. Intelligence 1. The maids of Grey River Fortress, having finally basked in sunlight after a prolonged period in the dark and eerie castle, decided to discreetly seek out a robust butcher to indulge in some well-deserved relaxation and celebration. Intelligence 2. The chieftain of the Amulan tribe has successfully slain the leader of the encroaching centaur tribe and enslaved the remaining centaurs. To celebrate this hard-won victory, he has resolved to take a particularly robust female centaur to his bed this evening. Intelligence 3. The younger brother of Viscount Dorite unexpectedly became the first heir to the title following Ravencol's demise. Now that his status is firmly established, he intends to summon a handsome bard to his chamber for a night of revelry. Intelligence 4. The head merchant of Grey River Town, Charlotte, having received authorization from the Lamparuki Viscount regarding armor trade, has amassed a significant fortune. In a drunken stupor at the celebratory banquet, she became hopelessly enamored with the sensation of being overwhelmed by a strong mercenary. Today's transactions went exceedingly well, and she plans to spend lavishly on 2 mercenaries for a night of unrestrained pleasure at her establishment. Rollo struggled to process the intelligence. It felt as though something unsavory had invaded his eyes. What should today's collection be called? The Gory Compilation? Or perhaps, guess what oddities I have? Although the information did provide useful insights, such as the Amulan tribe's victory over the centaurs and the succession issues in the Dorite fief, could it not be presented in a less garish manner? Rollo sighed silently. This behavior caught Ramses' attention, leading to a curious misunderstanding. "The Lamparuki Viscount does not seem particularly satisfied with this gift," Ramses observed. "You jest, I am quite fond of this gift." The corpse of the bipedal dragon, Rollo. After gazing towards the eastern Dorite territory, he turned back to the bipedal dragon, implying, "Some individuals, driven by greed, refuse to remain in their own domains and instead wreak havoc upon friendly neighbors. Such individuals must be taught a lesson." Chapter 35. The Valor of Dorite. Viscount Dorite sat in his grand and opulent hall, letting out alongside a self-proclaimed scion of deep heritage, the stone tower fortress of the Dorite family, while not as strategically positioned as the Grey River Fortress of the Lamparuch family, outshone it in both area and interior decor by a significant margin. The hall he occupied at that moment was akin to the one in Grey River Fortress, where Rollo and Uno had clashed, serving as a chamber for the Lord to meet with commoners and adjudicate disputes. The decor of the Lamparuch residence was sparse, featuring only an ancestral statue and 2 banners symbolizing glory and justice, so meager that it scarcely qualified as noble. In stark contrast, the embellishments of Stone Tower Fortress appeared extravagantly lavish, filled with an abundance of gold and silver artifacts and vibrant flowers, which many warriors deemed superfluous. At the pinnacle of the hall hung a grand crystal chandelier, identical to that which adorned the ancestral tomb of the Lamparuch family. The decor of the hall, to a significant extent, reflected the family's approach to governance.
Dorite was not exempt from this pattern. Although he was a noble residing on the empire's outermost frontier, he had forsaken the honor of a warrior, opting instead to emulate the ways of the inland aristocracy, immersing himself in what could only be described as an unfathomable obsession with the arts, presenting an image of superficial refinement. The young Ravencur had reignited the Viscount's hopes of revitalizing the family through martial prowess, but just days prior, following the untimely death of his son, the Viscount had succumbed to despair. While a defeated army could be retrained and fallen knights could be replaced, the loss of a young mid-tier knight, his most cherished heir, shattered his confidence entirely. Could it be that the Dorite family was destined to be confined here, gradually consumed by that provincial upstart? The Viscount, aged overnight, lifted his gaze and beheld the portraits of his ancestors lining the hall, their multitude far surpassing that of the Lamperouge lineage, which boasted a far more ancient history. He began counting from the first ancestor, tallying nearly 30 before arriving at the last departed Viscount Dorite. His father. Each visage portrayed a figure, whether youthful or aged, but all shared a commonality. The fierce ambition and unwavering resolve burning in their eyes. The Viscount couldn't help but recollect tales his father had narrated in his youth, his thoughts drifting further afield. Indeed, our family rose from humble beginnings. Generations of forebears toiled relentlessly, carving out a domain in this untamed land with sword and shield. They had faced the St. Khan of the great grass sea, innumerable iron hooves thundering. They had confronted the frost giants from the Gostal Mountains, their colossal forms brandishing sticks as immense as trees, each strike echoing like the very collapse of the heavens. They had battled the ancient fishmen awakened from the Inkfish Lake, swarming from the Grey River like a relentless tide, and even if an ordinary soldier could slay 3 fishmen, they could never hope to eradicate the millions that comprised the terrifying fishman horde. Yet, they had endured all these calamities, swords in hand and shields raised, refusing to yield. The Viscount was roused from his reverie, feeling a warmth upon his face, which he discovered to be tears of admiration and profound emotion. Coming back to his senses, he realized he was still presiding over a case. A shepherd accused a neighbor of stealing his sheep, while the neighbor vehemently denied the charge and countered with accusations of pasture destruction and theft of property against the shepherd. Initially intimidated by the noble lord, the 2 commoners, emboldened by the Viscount's silence, grew increasingly agitated, their quarrel escalating to a fervent pitch. The Viscount mused that had he not been present, they might have come to blows. Silence! A solemn voice echoed through the hall, awakening in the commoners a deep-seated fear of their betters, prompting them to kneel in an instant. Observing the humble commoners, the Viscount couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. How foolish, how base, how short-sighted they were. His illustrious and noble lineage, tracing back to ancestors who, centuries ago, bore unmatched courage, had fought tirelessly on this desolate soil. Yet these ignorant peasants, who lived on the same land and basked in the protection of the great Dorite name, had failed to absorb even a modicum of that courage. They were squabbling over a mere sheep and chicken within this magnificent hall of glory. Rising to his feet, the Viscount's newly sprouted white hair lent him an air of added authority, rendering the 2 commoners mute with fear. In the name of Viscount Dorite, I hereby declare you both guilty. The punishment you shall face is death. No, my lord, I am innocent, pleaded one. Please, my lord, I retract my accusation. I do not wish to pursue this matter any longer. I beg you to rescind the sentence. The 2 commoners erupted into tears, eliciting further disdain from the Viscount. Indeed, the common folk were as wretched as one could imagine, devoid of honor and courage. Once the soldiers had dragged the 2 from the noble hall, the Viscount again directed his gaze towards the portraits of his ancestors. Thanks to the teachings of my forebears, I have regained my courage. I shall never tarnish the name of Dorite. Lamperouge, you shall pay dearly for this. With renewed resolve, the Viscount prepared to depart when he heard the new steward calling out as he rushed in. The former steward, having reached a venerable age, had retired honorably, and his grandson had taken his place. The Viscount frowned. Indeed, the youth were often unreliable. Mind your demeanor, I doubt your grandfather. The Lamperouge army has reached the city gates. The Viscount's expression darkened. How dare they? Noble warfare is a matter of honor. Even if the Dorite family had shamelessly declared war without formal notice, they sought merely to seize Grey River town, never intending to assault Grey River Fortress. For that would constitute an entirely different matter. As nobles of the Empire, it was entirely normal for conflicts to arise over trivial disputes or misunderstandings, resulting in friction between parties. The victor would leave an impression of martial integrity upon the surrounding nobility. Once the skirmishes concluded, the defeated would typically cede territory and pay reparations, and thereafter, all would return to a state of peace. But to directly assault the stronghold of a fellow noble, that was tantamount to a complete and irrevocable severance of relations. Higher-ranking nobles bore the responsibility of mediation in such circumstances. Otherwise, if everyone sought to usurp their neighbors' territories, chaos would ensue throughout the empire. The Northern Guardian served as the preeminent mediator among the 6 provinces of the north. The Viscount's expression darkened, as though he could extract water from stone. He had planned to take advantage of the Northern Guardian's predicament to seize a larger piece from the Lamperouge family. That was his miscalculation, and he would accept the consequences of his failure. Compensation for the Lamperouge family had already been prepared at a fair price, yet, he had not anticipated that these provincial buffoons would have the audacity to consume him whole. Fuming, the Viscount strode towards the lookout tower, intent on locating the scoundrel responsible for his son's death. To his astonishment, amidst the fluttering of numerous banners below, he discerned one that left him incredulous, the flag of House Floresbane. What business do they have here? Chapter 36, The Last Stand of Dolite. The banner of the Frostbane family, depicting an ice wolf, fluttered majestically in the biting northern wind. The wolf's emblem seemed to come alive with each undulation, standing proud. Beneath this banner rode the Marquis Rams Frostbane himself, embodying the essence of his family crest, the ice wolf, and presenting himself with an air of formidable authority at the forefront of his ranks. Viscount Dolite, a man of modest reputation, had only glimpsed the Frostbane family from afar at an important banquet in the north. Back then, Rams had been a youthful and handsome lad, reminiscent of his recently deceased son. Now, from such a distance, Dolite could not immediately discern which member of the Frostbane lineage he faced. The notion that the banner might be a counterfeit never crossed his mind. The crime of impersonating a higher noble was far graver than the obliteration of a Viscount's domain, an act unimaginable for Rollo. As the sound of trumpets drew closer, Viscount Dolite shook off his internal turmoil. Regardless of who approached from the Frostbane household, the mere presence of the Ice Wolf banner within the ranks below signified their stance. This realization ignited a fierce sense of indignation within Dolite. Why should he face total annihilation for merely striking a blow against them? How could this upstart, barely 3 centuries old, overshadow the esteemed Dolite family and arrive at this juncture? Why had the Dolite lineage, with its long-standing political maneuvering, failed to forge even a tenuous connection with the Marquis, while the martial-minded Lamperouge family ascended to the lofty status of the North's protector? His fists clenched tightly, teeth grinding audibly, his eyes, once clouded by age, now sparkled with unprecedented clarity. Rally the troops, I shall make them understand that the true champions of this land are the Dolite family. As Viscount Dolite set forth to muster his forces, Rollo commanded his army to halt. They were still approximately 2 kilometers from Stone Tower Keep. In the tradition of the noble aristocracy of the Auror Empire, a distance was typically maintained before the commencement of hostilities, allowing for pre-battle declarations. The essence of this so-called glorious war bore little distinction from a theatrical production, save for the grim reality that the actors could indeed perish. The ensuing glory of victory had no connection to the fallen. They would merely serve as a background to highlight the valor of some illustrious knight. In the verses of bards, Rollo, bored and impatient, awaited the unfolding events. Although he was the true leader of his forces, the nominal banner was with Rams, so it fell to his subordinates to engage in the ritual of taunting the enemy, even amidst this overtly hostile confrontation. He felt confident that the Dolite forces, having suffered significant losses in their recent encounters, would be demoralized and unable to respond effectively. Just then, the gates of Stone Tower Keep creaked open, and Viscount Dolite, clad in resplendent ornate armor and astride a new steed, gallantly emerged, followed by his oath-bound knights, armed retainers, infantry, and crossbowmen, all streaming forth in an orderly manner before the gates closed once more. Rollo was taken aback. A glance at the imposing Stone Tower Keep revealed its formidable height. Despite its design being more aesthetic than militaristic, it remained a competent fortress. Yet, here was Dolite, who had previously engaged in subterfuge, now forsaking the advantages of his stronghold to confront Rollo and his forces with a ragtag assembly of battered soldiers. Rollo briefly entertained the notion that Rams and Dolite had orchestrated a trap, luring him into a precarious situation. However, upon witnessing Rams' champion knight engage in a duel at the front lines, he dismissed that thought. The outcome was as expected. Ram's subordinate swiftly dispatched his opponent, triumphantly displaying the vanquished foe's lifeless form, further demoralizing the already beleaguered Dolite forces. The drums, intended to bolster the troop spirits, sounded weak and feeble, as if the drummers were poised to abandon their posts at any moment. Rams, mounted on the newly conscripted steed that had once belonged to Rollo, withdrew his sword with a flourish, declaring loudly, "Advance, all forces." The magical runes inscribed upon the blade glimmered brightly, even in the daylight. What a formidable commander he appeared to be. If only he truly commanded. Rollo nodded toward Leonard, the steadfast and loyal officer who was genuinely in charge, prompting him to issue commands. Thus, the army began to mobilize. In stark contrast to the demoralized Dolite troops, the Lamperouge forces brimmed with enthusiasm. However, the recent duels and victories were secondary to the primary reality. This was an invasion. Although the nobleman preferred to avoid such crass terminology, the truth remained that, once the dust settled, or even before, the soldiers would transform into the most fearsome of marauders, indulging their desires upon this relatively prosperous land. The spoils of war would not concern them, they cared only for what they could seize in the impending looting. Rollo was acutely aware of their nature but felt powerless to restrain them. In this age, soldiers were akin to brigands, and should he attempt to prevent their pillaging, he could not fathom the repercussions that might ensue. It was prudent, therefore, for the Lamperouge forces to focus solely on their objectives, targeting the Dolite stronghold rather than the nearby towns filled with countless innocents, thereby sparing some measure of guilt from their actions. Rollo felt a deep sense of urgency regarding his earlier musings on faith. It was time to put those lofty ideals into practice, yet, transforming the mindset of these brigands proved an arduous task. Perhaps it was the mindless obedience of the undead that would prove more effective. Chapter 37. The afterglow of the setting sun. Dorlite's self-proclaimed valor and desperate counterattack yielded no miraculous outcome. With a soldier count far inferior to that of the enemy and morale shattered beyond recognition, coupled with a near-total loss of combat awareness, the Dorlite forces were predictably vanquished by the Lamperouge army with overwhelming ease. Though this battle was, in the truest sense, a clash between two armies, the casualties inflicted upon them by the Lamperouge forces paled in comparison to the devastating losses suffered during the previous stealthy raid led by Ravencall, where the enemy had incurred merely a handful of deaths and over 20 injuries. Remarkably, most of these injuries could be attributed to a single individual. The vanquished MVP, Viscount Dorlite, approached in a state of disgrace. His once resplendent armor had long been stripped away, and even the costly silk garments beneath had been somewhat torn by the soldiers escorting him. His flowing golden hair hung limply like withered willow branches, obscuring much of his face, rendering him a pitiable figure akin to a beggar disembarking from a refugee vessel. Nevertheless, he held his head high, and within the strands of his disheveled hair, his gaze radiated resoluteness and courage.
Lamperouge scion, strike forth.
Sever a legacy that has persisted for nearly a millennium, yet do not forget why the noble class forbids mutual consumption. Before the burgeoning bourgeoisie of Lamperouge, even after 3 centuries of possessing an equivalent noble title, he remained imbued with an inherent disdain, disdainfully declaring, "You have instigated an unjust war," thereby renouncing the glory of nobility. "You have provided a pretext for more powerful nobles to consume and obliterate you. Mark my words, even if the illustrious light of House Dorlite extinguishes here, your House Lamperouge shall not bask in its glory for much longer." With that, he closed his eyes, presenting himself as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Rams, standing nearby, smirked, recognizing the inadequacy of Dorlite's taunts. Without needing to speak, his companion lambs interjected, "Viscount Dorlite, who informed you that this is an unjust war?" He pointed to the billowing banner of the Icefawn wolves behind him, the white wolf emblem stained crimson by the setting sun, resembling a creature that had just quenched its thirst for blood, striking a fearsome visage. "I, Rams Flosbine, in the name of the Northern Guardians, hereby declare war against you for your unlawful invasion of the Lamperouge territory and the heinous conspiracy that led to the murder of the former Lamperouge Viscount, framing his heir, the current Lamperouge Viscount, Lolo, resulting in the slaughter of uncle and nephew. I pronounce your death sentence. This war is a righteous crusade against your vile machinations." Dorlite could no longer contain his fury, glaring intensely at the 2 young men, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he shouted, "You slander me. The death of the former Lamperouge Viscount has nothing to do with me. Their mutual slaughter stems solely from a contest for the title. What is my involvement? Even as a defeated man, I will not permit you to tarnish the honor of House Dorlite." Unfazed by his outburst, Rams scoffed, "So, you confess to instigating an unjust war and conducting clandestine operations?" Dorlite fell silent, and Rams continued, "In that case, based on your admitted crimes and the suspicion of your inability to provide a defense, I hereby pronounce your punishment. In the name of Duke Flosbine, prior to your execution, I shall strip you of your noble title and transfer your lands to the Lamperouge Viscount as recompense for this crusade." Dorlite yearned to strongly oppose, yet the verdict, upon reflection, bore no grave issues. Although Lamperouge was a vassal of the Emperor, House Dorlite had been granted its fiefdom under the original partition decree signed by the Emperor and Duke Flosbine during the northern expansion. Thus, one could indeed consider House Dorlite a vassal of Flosbine. Consequently, in light of the severe breach of law and the transgressions against familial bonds, it was entirely justifiable for Flosbine, as the suzerain, to revoke titles and reclaim lands. To put it plainly, might makes right. You may either heed my reasoning or allow my army to impart the lesson on your behalf. As the ancient sage said, the king's law is the law, and you must either accept it gracefully or let my forces enforce it upon you. Ram's actions of stripping vassals were not unprecedented. Earlier Northern Guardians had employed similar tactics against lesser nobles during their reign over the 6 provinces of the north. Of course, such measures were primarily directed at minor nobility, whose influence was limited, yielding a greater effect of intimidation than genuine concern. However, the same could not be said for mid-tier nobles, who were often neighbors and relatives. Today, one might wield power against them, yet tomorrow, they could very well come to desecrate one's ancestral graves. In summary, the historical practices of powerful guardians bore similarities. They would chastise the lesser nobles while courting the more influential ones, yet mastering the balance of such actions was an intricate art. Lolo felt that his prior dealings with grave robbers had inadequately equipped him for the social intricacies at play. Dorlight appeared poised to speak further, yet the executioner under Ram's command was already eager to proceed, dragging him away for practice. Why Rams insisted on bringing an executioner along during his retreat was a mystery. What a peculiar inclination! As the dull thud of a severed head echoed, the sun finally sank below the horizon. Along with it faded the legacy of House Dorlight, which had dominated this land for centuries. Indeed, it was not merely the head of the family, Viscount Dorlight, who met his end. The entire lineage was extinguished. Rams, in a fit of madness, ordered that all individuals bearing the surname Dorlight be gathered. Those exceeding the height of a wheel were to be executed on the spot. None survived, for the wheel lay toppled on the ground, hence the madness attributed to him. The scene was enough to send shivers down Lolo's spine. The executioner, however, was delighted. "Your Grace, the people have perished.
May I assist you in collecting the bodies?"
Lolo even altered his form of address. Rams looked at him with surprise, but not for the reason one might expect. He had not anticipated that our Viscount Lolo would prove to be a paragon of virtue.
"Do you believe in the holy light?"
"Spare me," Lolo retorted, "I merely covet the materials from their entire family." He harbored concerns that the truly devout knights and priests would soon descend upon him, wielding blessed silver swords infused with light, ready to slice him into tiny pieces. Nonetheless, he understood the necessity of maintaining a facade. In all honesty, he had once been infatuated with the study of dark magic. Although ultimately, the individual who sold him the magical tome turned out to be a charlatan, he had unexpectedly acquired a wealth of knowledge. Some unsavory entities could easily be summoned by lingering resentments. He gestured towards the blood-soaked execution ground, where severed heads rolled, and blood gushed forth. His eyes casually flicked to a young severed head, approximately 7 or 8 years old, its large eyes brimming with a blend of questions and exclamations, embodying a premature and cruel finality. Rams furrowed his brow, pondering the customary post-war practices of the church, which involved gathering the deceased and offering prayers. He dismissed the thought, waving his hand.
"Do as you wish. After all, this territory shall henceforth be yours, and you may govern it as you see fit." Chapter 38.
If the mountain will not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. With the curtain drawn on a venerable Viscount family, the long peaceful north was abruptly ignited by fervent discourse. Indeed, it was merely discourse. As for the kind of uprising proclaimed by Dorlight, waving the flag of righteousness to invade him, the great nobles had yet to materialize. Even Ramses, who could be considered the pseudo-guardian of the north and the brother of the head of the Flossbane family, refrained from sending troops after learning of Ramses' whereabouts. The singular reason for this was that Ramses' true powerful ally had arrived. The banner of the Dragonblade Legion fluttered atop the stone tower fortress, its fabric crackling in the wind. Outside the castle gates, a forest of pikes had been thrust into the ground, creating a grotesque display. Curious children from the vicinity had ventured too close, only to flee home in terror, having soiled themselves upon witnessing the ghastly sight. Those pikes were adorned with the heads of the slain. This was not a case of the Dragonblade Legion seeking to borrow heads from compatriots to claim military honors. Those were indeed the genuine foes, the assassins sent to slay Duke Flossbane.
While Ramses' brother was wary of a full-scale invasion from the Dragonblade Legion, he had no intention of backing down, opting instead to spend a little coin to dispatch an assassin, a mere basic tactic.
However, despite the multitude of assassins, each had undergone a thorough and intimate transformation through Rolo's necromantic arts, vowing to renounce their wicked ways henceforth, pledging to repay their parents in flesh and bone to demonstrate their resolve. Due to the geographical distance from their biological parents, they had no choice but to accept Rolo as a surrogate, graciously receiving the offerings of flesh and bone. Initially, he intended to accept both the living and the dead, but reconsidered, ultimately sending the heads to the Dragonblade Legion. After all, he feared that this group of ruffians might rise in the night seeking heads from their compatriots. Of course, the heads had already been severed. How else could one explain why the so-called pseudo-Duke Flossbane was so affluent? These hundreds of assassins were all of varying ranks, although the majority were of lowly status, with only 2 or 3 of intermediate rank. Their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Rolo even suspected that all the reputable assassins in the north had perished here. Were this a game, he would have undoubtedly earned the title of Assassin Annihilator. Thanks to these assassins, Rolo had successfully experimented with a new type of undead follower, the stealthy assassin. By utilizing the precious brains of mid-tier assassins, he acquired skills characteristic of their profession, excelling in reconnaissance and assassination. The original low-tier undead Death Knights were kept in seclusion, confined to the ancestral tomb. Yet, this new creation was different. Its concealment abilities allowed it to mask its own negative energy. He had tested it, and even the legendary commander of the Dragonblade Legion could not discern that the assassin was undead. He could finally carry a ranked undead companion with him, though the tyrant appeared imposing, serving as a guardian like an ancient sentinel, such a stealthy expert lurking in the shadows, ever ready at his command, embodied the essence of a venerable family patriarch. Rollo, as was his custom, bestowed upon it a resounding name Hassan. Shortly after Hassan was created, the assassination attempts against Ramses had largely ceased, likely because the opposition had realized such rudimentary tactics yielded little effect. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that the North's assassins were nearing extinction. In any case, the territory of Lamperouge, which had nearly doubled, was expected to enjoy a lengthy period of tranquility, or so he thought, until Ramses hastily summoned him.
What did you say? Alex Draco plans to mobilize forces to the Great Grass Sea? Upon receiving this news, Rollo was utterly dismayed, though he had long understood that the Dragonblade Legion's northern advance was aimed at garnering fame. With Ramses stirring the pot in the north, did Commander Alex Draco—
Were all Dracos such troublesome allies? He pondered how to strategize, relying on his foresight system. However, regrettably, the information it yielded during this period was trivial, akin to a neighbor losing a tooth while dining.
Did he truly care little for his own life? Ramses chuckled self-deprecatingly, stating that with Jeremiah present, there was no need for excessive caution. The messenger he dispatched to summon Jeremiah returned with word that they believed the presence of His Majesty's legion stationed here was sufficient, as he would assist in repelling southern foes from his own territory. Rollo immediately understood that neither of these two had firmly aligned themselves yet. The Dragonblade Legion claimed to be under the Emperor's direct command, yet their unauthorized departure from their original station and audacious provocations along the borders revealed their considerable autonomy. In other words, they scarcely heeded the Emperor's directives. Jeremiah, the Earl of the Border, was of a similar ilk. Although he bore the honorific of being a border earl due to the Emperor's grace, it was not the Emperor's empty title that safeguarded the land, but rather the elite forces and knights of the Jeremiah family. In plain terms, they were also those who listened to the tune but disregarded the proclamation. Such individuals would undoubtedly seize Ramses' political overture as an opportunity, yet it would merely be that, an opportunity. To stake a wager on him, unthinkable. The current situation was exceedingly awkward. Ramses felt it, and Rollo felt it even more. After all the scheming, he had envisioned two heirs leading divided factions in the north to create chaos, allowing them to profit amidst the turmoil. Yet, in reality, aside from Ramses himself, there was only Rollo. What would happen when the Dragonblade Legion set forth for the Great Grass Sea? Jeremiah would undoubtedly decline to intervene, citing that the southern front was also besieged by enemies. Thus, only Rollo remained. At present, even with the remnants of the army he had absorbed from Dorite, he could muster at most 2,000 troops. However, the enemy could easily field 2,000 knights. He could already envision the scene: enemy forces encircling the territory, thousands strong, with 2,000 knights challenging at the gates, while within the castle, Ramses solemnly instructed Rollo, "You must eliminate my brother's forces." Me? He thought.
Either he would refuse and face Ramses' wrath, risking immediate death, or, if fortunate enough to escape via necromancy, he would find himself on the run, pursued by the Holy Church, much like that treacherous mage, Samir. Should he go, the worst could see him perish on the battlefield. A moderate fortune might allow for escape, yet that would still mean fleeing for his life, hunted by the Holy Church. Rollo dared not dwell on such grim prospects. No, he must alter this fate. How could he effect such change? He paced his room, and upon glancing out the window, his gaze fell upon the distant Gostar Mountains. The towering peaks, capped with pristine white snow, loomed as symbols of the sacred and inviolable. Rollo's attention was gradually drawn to the mountain's majesty, its steadfastness seeping into his heart and imparting a profound sense of strength. Eureka! If the mountain will not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. If the Dragonblade Legion seeks to vanquish the barbarian hordes of the Great Grass Sea, why must they journey so far? Why not let them come south instead? Chapter 39. Rollo's scheme. And Rollo's previous life on Earth, the nomadic tribes existed in a harsh environment, with a civilization and technology that were significantly underdeveloped. The output of their productive activities was highly unstable, necessitating a constant influx of food and various resources from external sources. Their primary interlocutors in these exchanges were predominantly more advanced agricultural civilizations, employing a multitude of methods ranging from warfare and pillaging when their adversaries were weak, to engaging in tea-horse trade when they were strong. The northern barbarians of this world were no different. The Great Grass Sea, while not as harsh as the semi-desert plains, appeared desolate when compared to the fertile lands occupied by the Ala Empire. Here, the strongest individuals emerging from various tribes could attain the title of Saint Khan, becoming the guardians of the Great Grass Sea, wielding supreme authority over the tribes. This system closely mirrored that of the nobility within the Ala Empire, with the notable distinction that the position of Saint Khan was neither hereditary nor lifelong. The highest leadership of the Great Grass Sea was exchanged every 16 years to eye in the cultural paradigm of the northern barbarians. Under the celestial deity, there were 16 magnificent steeds, both mounts and valiant generals, governing all lands beneath the sky. Consequently, the Great Grass Sea was divided into 16 regions, with the Saint Khan required to change his station every year. Upon the completion of a full cycle, the incumbent Saint Khan would relinquish his position, paving the way for the election of a new leader. Although the term election may sound democratic at first glance, the actual method of participation involved tribes sending warriors to engage in brutal combat. Rollo recalled the election ritual within a designated area. Armor, steeds, curved blades, and bows were scattered randomly, while all participating warriors entered the field unarmed, seeking equipment and eliminating one another. The last survivor would then be crowned the new Saint Khan. Rollo, upon reviewing this memory, could not help but exclaim in disbelief. So, your Saint Khan is essentially a product of a survival game. Yet, it must be acknowledged that such a real-life contest, akin to a deadly game of survival, demanded unparalleled courage, strategy, and martial prowess. The fact that the nomadic alliance of the Great Grass Sea had managed to withstand the onslaught of the colossal empire for so many years, and even achieved minor victories during their confrontations, attested to their inherent superiority. The Amulan tribe, the northern neighbors of the Lanpaluji, were the vanquished from an election held centuries ago. It was likely that they had resorted to cheating during the contest, thus inciting the wrath of the new Saint Khan, who subsequently drove them to the southernmost corner of the realm. In the political landscape known to Rollo, this was akin to being exiled to the frontier. According to previous intelligence, even centuries later, the Amulan tribe continued to suffer oppression from the current Saint Khan and the other tribes. Such animosity was palpable. Rollo pondered deeply. If this were the case, could he not cultivate the Amulan tribe into a potential ally, not to guide the imperial army into the Great Grass Sea, but rather to lead the forces of the Great Grass Sea into the northern territories? As the weather grew colder, life in the north would gradually become harsher, particularly for the nomadic peoples who followed the water and grass. Their reserves of winter supplies were far inferior to those in the south. Thus, territories like Lanpaluji and Dolite frequently faced small bands of marauding nomads during the snowy days. The inhabitants of Dolite, having sustained minimal losses and only being troubled by the impoverished, chose to remain indifferent. The Lanpaluji family, however, did engage in skirmishes, but faced with fewer numbers yet more cavalry, their knights achieved little success. In Rollo's memories, he recalled that in previous years, Muno had even taken to the field himself, but due to his imposing size, his steed was unable to keep pace with the swift northern barbarians, allowing them to escape unscathed. One could only imagine that during particularly inclement weather, the small-scale raids by the nomads could escalate into a full-blown invasion. If Rollo were a demigod wizard capable of altering the very fabric of reality with a mere snap of his fingers, he could effortlessly conjure a snow disaster to force them southward. Alas, he was not. Rollo could only rack his brain for alternative methods. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Yes, wasn't there a vampire lurking nearby? Moreover, this individual had a significant connection to the Amulan tribe. As memories surfaced in his mind, he swiftly recalled an intelligence report. Intelligence Report 10. A high-ranking undead, the vampire noble in Dark Air, Yaris Darkwood, known as the Eternal Night Singer, has awakened from a long slumber. Centuries ago, he had deliberately left behind the secret of immortality, successfully attracting a chieftain from the Great Grass Sea, who unwittingly conducted an incomplete ritual to transform him into an undead being. Now, he intends to siphon the chieftain's power to restore himself, only to discover that someone has already intercepted his plans. Yaris Darkwood felt an unfamiliar rage welling within him. Typically, natural disasters compelled the nomadic tribes to move southward. Perhaps the revival of a vampire could also be classified as a natural disaster. Furthermore, facing a high-ranking undead would not be an easy task. It could potentially summon a host of monstrous beings, enough to delight the Dragon Knight Legion. As Rollo contemplated how to leverage this being, he couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. In his previous life, he had fought tooth and nail against such entities, and now he found himself not only conjuring such creatures but also conspiring with a wild vampire to deceive others. Yet, such musings were inconsequential. After all, if he did not act to ensnare others, it would ultimately be his own demise. Rams was known for his ruthless disposition, and his brother was likely no better. Soon, the Lanpaluji family might face a fate similar to that of Dolite, with all members being executed. However, given that he was the last remaining member of the Lanpaluji lineage, it became clear that their family truly was a peculiar anomaly. Setting aside his bizarre thoughts, Rollo ultimately resolved to utilize the only undead spellcaster at his disposal, Kelsegard, as bait to lure the vampire into his trap. According to the intelligence reports, this being valued the chieftain he had deceived into becoming an undead more than anything else. Although Rollo found little exceptional about the chieftain, and his own negative energy was minimal, the fact that the vampire had left a contingency plan suggested that there must be some unique value in the chieftain for them. Fortunately, Rollo currently possessed ample materials, sufficient to assemble a formidable undead army within a short span of time. ready to wreak havoc on the territory of the Amulan tribe. Chapter 40 of the Interrupted Matchmaking Gathering today marks a sacred occasion for the Amulan tribe. Herdsmen from various pastures within the territory, armed with curved sabers and bows, ride their most noble steeds to converge beneath the towering tree. Together, they engage in a dance to praise the eternal sky, while cherishing the oath of their ancestor from 3 centuries ago in their hearts. However, as time progresses, although the sanctity of the rituals remains largely unchanged, the significance of this dance has evolved. The young warriors and maidens discover that, despite being separated by great distances, their contemporaries are able to gather joyfully today, dancing and exchanging words that only those of their age would find intriguing. Samurtai, having captivated attention during the previous dance with his gallant demeanor, has won the affection of the tribe's most beautiful maiden, who has borne him a robust child this year. Thus, he has no intention of joining the dance today. I, too, am now a father, he muses, and shall relinquish the spotlight to the youth. Though still of a similar age, he dons a mask of feigned maturity as he gazes at the revelers encircling the majestic tree. Suddenly, a hand hooks around his neck, yanking him with such force that he nearly loses his balance. Every individual in the great grass sea is adept at wrestling. Instinctively, Samurtai grasps the hand, attempting to pry it away while twisting his body to escape. Yet, the grip resembles that of an eagle as Telon, once seized. It is nearly impossible to release, holding him firmly in place. After several minutes of futile struggle, Samurtai raises his hands in surrender. "You have bested me," he exclaims, laughter erupting from his assailant. "Samurtai, have you exhausted all your strength on your wife's belly, rendering you so feeble? Last year, you were a formidable warrior, vanquishing 13 valiant men." A frown creases Samurtai's brow. He is not fond of this insinuation. Indeed, prior to discovering his wife's pregnancy, he indulged in their nightly intimacy, but since then he has exercised considerable restraint. Although, after the birth, he has eagerly resumed their nightly affections, he adamantly refuses to accept that he is weakened. That is absolutely not the case. By the way, I haven't seen the chief and those prominent figures today. Typically, they would be leading the dance by now. He awkwardly shifts the topic, only to find his companion undeterred, seamlessly continuing the conversation. Indeed, it seems those dignitaries are situated toward the direction of the tomb. Lowering his voice, he glances around before leaning closer to Samurtai and whispering, "Did you know? I heard the tomb has been violated, and the elders are furious." Samurtai's brow furrows once more. Who dares disturb our ancestors' eternal rest? In the unique belief system developed by the Amulan tribe, this towering tree serves as a guide for the souls of the departed to ascend to the realm of eternal sky. Disturbing a grave is not merely an affront to one's ancestors, it is a profound insult to the Amulan tribe and a grave disrespect to the great eternal sky. "Do you know who committed this act?" Samurtai inquires, his heart racing with indignation. The elders seem uncertain, but they suspect it might be that Lancaster from the south. Images of a towering, mountain-like brute, who relentlessly pursued him during a raid for winter supplies years ago, flood Samurtai's mind. If not for his swift steed and remarkable riding skills, he might not have returned unscathed. What was that fellow's name again? Lancaster. I could have sworn it was Lannister. Is it? Yet, I find Lancaster rolls off the tongue more easily. You must have misremembered. I even clashed with their knights, although I managed to escape. That individual left a lasting impression on me. Surely, our encounter in horsemanship constitutes a clash, right? And I, Samurtai, did indeed return unscathed. As for how others interpret it, that is beyond our concern. I spoke no falsehoods. Given your insistence, it must be that name. Regardless, it is inconsequential. What matters is that the elders are deliberating whether to report this incident. Why should we? Our ancestral grave has been desecrated, and we should seek assistance. Are we to sacrifice the honor of the Amulan tribe? This great tree leading to the eternal sky ought to be ashamed of our cowardice. His companion gasps. There is no need for such agitation. They have yet to make a decision, it is merely a discussion. The outcome will surely be that we resolve this matter ourselves. Although the Lannister knights possess considerable valor, having just— It wouldn't happen to be my ancestral grave, would it? Oh, how do you know this? Samurtai's face pales as he extends a finger toward a direction. Because something emerged from my ancestral grave. When a necromantic corpse appears at the Amulan youth's social dance, only a few scream. However, as Rollo's meticulously prepared army of the undead rises in unison from the earth, a chorus of terrified screams fills the air. These creatures, merely intended as disposable pawns, are all lowly skeletal soldiers clad in rags, lacking even basic armor. Of course, to enrich the army's diversity, Rollo has included a few zombies, even a tyrant among them. Countless promising young individuals, deprived of proper equipment, are compelled to engage the undead with their bare hands. The outcome is predictable. A significant portion of the Amulan tribe's backbone perishes in the chaos. Samurai, however, is not among them. Upon witnessing the skeletons emerging from his ancestral tomb, he is initially taken aback, but the next moment, he retrieves his curved saber from his makeshift tent and plunges into the fray to rescue others. A skeletal soldier, hastily assembled by Rollo and devoid of any ethereal essence, shambles toward him with agonizing slowness, only to have its skull cleaved in two by Samurai's blade. This action is repeated numerous times, and soon he stands atop a mountain of bones, resembling a bloodied warrior who has claimed 1,000 victories. Even he begins to think, am I truly this strong? It is not until the first of the undead to emerge from his ancestral grave, wielding a knife that seems eerily familiar, lunges toward him that he is jolted from his thoughts. The gleaming curved saber, inscribed with magical runes, slices through the air, shattering space itself, imbued with the essence of death and an overwhelming aura of malice, cleaving through Samurai's weapon and penetrating his body with the ease of chopsticks piercing a freshly steamed bun. At that moment, both parties halt, affording him the chance to closely examine the familiar curved saber, noticing not only the runes but also the ancient incantations passed down through generations of his family. Combined with the fact that this individual was the first to emerge from the ancestral grave, disbelief fills Samurai's widened eyes.
Who has transformed you into this?
Kel'Thuzad opens his mouth, producing a series of guttural sounds. Samurai strains his head forward, attempting to discern the words, only for the figure to suddenly snap his jaws, biting off half of his skull. Rollo, observing the live spectacle of death through the undead's vision at Grey River Fortress, can only lament, what a waste of a perfectly good brain.
Chapter 41.
Infighting among the undead. The chaos within the Amulan tribe persisted for approximately half an hour, until armed personnel from the vicinity swiftly arrived. Given that this nomadic tribe was composed of a populace ready to take up arms, such a delay was rather unusual. Had today's commotion not clouded the judgment of the warriors, who mistakenly assumed the ruckus was merely the youthful revelry of boys and girls, reinforcements would have arrived a good 20 minutes earlier. In that span of time, the ground became littered with an abundance of corpses. The leader of the Amulan warriors, his beard bristling with fury, bellowed, "Eliminate these crawling bones, show your valor!" Roar! The tribal warriors charged forth with a ferocious howl. Although they had neither steeds nor bows, a true Amulan warrior wielding a curved dagger was a formidable combatant. The skeletal soldiers manufactured by Rollo were effectively disposable, their quality astonishingly poor. Even the initially unarmed youths inadvertently shattered several. Had it not been for a tyrant and a wraith bolstering their ranks, these warriors might have organized themselves to demolish the skeletons without needing external assistance. In this moment, the warriors surged like tigers into a flock of sheep, their curved daggers flashing as shards of bone flew through the air. Before long, they had dismantled the undead army's formation, encircling the enemy leader, who had only a handful of personal guards remaining. "Return to your filthy graves, you wretched bones that should have rotted long ago," the strongest warrior roared as he lunged forward, his eyes filled with bloodlust, glowing a terrifying crimson like a malevolent spirit. Even Rollo, observing through the wraith's vision, was momentarily taken aback. What a gaze! Are you the vengeful spirit or am I? It seemed that the ire was fueled by the loss of a beloved companion amidst the recent turmoil. Rollo observed a moment of silence for the unknown deceased, before remotely commanding the tyrant to act. Before the strongest warrior, the tyrant appeared as a mere child. As he charged halfway, the colossal fist descended like a massive hammer, extinguishing the fiery rage in his eyes before it could ignite. With a resounding crack akin to a watermelon bursting upon impact, crimson juice and fragments splattered everywhere. The force of this blow instantaneously quelled the restless Amulan warriors, yet the next moment, a chorus of voices surged forth, announcing the arrival of reinforcements. The leader's face brightened with hope as he bellowed, "Charge, reduce these rotten bones to dust." Just as the warriors prepared to swarm forward, they were astonished to see the tyrant suddenly pierced by a blade. The dagger, emanating an aura of magic, had been worn down by time, its brilliance fading at the last moment. The tyrant roared in fury, seizing the assailant and hurling them forward. The captured wraith deftly altered its form mid-air, landing with remarkable agility. Astute warriors noted that this figure, appearing as the enemy leader, now bore an unexpectedly human expression. "Flee, flee!" The warriors remained puzzled. Could it be that the undead were capable of infighting? Before they could ponder further, the tyrant's fists were in motion once more, charging forth like a wall. His fists swung with such ferocity that even the sunlight was eclipsed, leaving the warriors only able to behold a dark force advancing with unparalleled might. "Run!" This time, the voice of the infighting leader was much clearer, as he deftly positioned himself before the targeted individual, using his dagger as a shield to block the tyrant's assault. The impact was cataclysmic, resonating with a thunderous sound. and those nearby could even hear the enchanted dagger lamenting as it shattered. The tyrant, now seemingly engulfed in rage, unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each strike akin to a battering ram, producing a deafening roar. Strangely, amidst his fury, he also uttered incomprehensible shouts, "Ora, ora, ora, ora." At last, with the final punch, the dagger was obliterated, and the infighting leader was sent flying. Theoretically, the undead should not experience pain, yet all present clearly observed a myriad of expressions playing across his face. With a ferocious roar, the tyrant prepared to pursue, but an arrow shot from afar pierced through his eye socket, traversing his entire skull. This arrow, fatal to any human, merely staggered his massive form for 2 steps before he resumed his chase, yet the arrow was not an isolated incident, it served as a signal, heralding an onslaught of arrows. The dagger represented the Amulan warrior's emblem. While bows were their most feared weapon, most arrows in this subsequent barrage were far less potent than the first, barely managing to graze his skin, inflicting no true harm. However, several elite Amulan archers, employing the skills of lower-tier skirmishers, unleashed a volley of sufficiently powerful arrows that inflicted genuine damage upon him. Ultimately, after this current chieftain fired another arrow into the tyrant's remaining eye socket,
the chieftain's marksmanship, Anchin, Anchin, Anchin.
The chieftain, Anchin, adorned upon a magnificent white steed, furrowed his brow as he dismounted, seemingly ignoring the cheers, tossing his beloved bow, the ironwood, to a subordinate, and striding purposefully towards the prostrate undead. Upon reaching the fallen creature, Anchin first retrieved the shattered dagger, scrutinizing the twisted runes along the broken blade, before casting a look of incredulity towards its owner.
This is the ancestral blade of the Amulan chieftains, long entombed with the 15th chieftain. Even I possess only a replica. Who are you? How do you possess this blade? The undead offered no elaborate response, merely repeating 2 words, "Arun." And then, he breathed his last. In truth, it was Rollo, operating from a distance, who had disconnected. The most compelling narratives are often those that individuals construct within their own minds. Rollo had left ample information within that tomb to guide their speculations about what might follow. This generation's Amulan chieftain, Anchin, had engaged in considerable discourse with his progenitor, allowing Rollo to surmise the nature of this individual. Thus, he awaited the unfolding of their grand drama. Chapter 42 of the Barbarian Invasion, Ramses' plan within the barracks commandeered by the Sword Dragon Legion. The latest intelligence from the front lines has just arrived. What did you say? The northern tribes are gathering? The commander of the Sword Dragon Legion, Alex Draco, stands tall and imposing, with a muscular build and a head of neatly cropped gray-white hair. Beneath his bushy brows, a pair of piercing eyes glint like drawn swords, radiating a sharpness befitting a typical imperial officer. His armor is adorned with motifs of long swords and dragons, symbolizing the valor of the Legion and the authority of the Emperor. The plain standard longsword at his waist has earned him the moniker of Vanguard of the Sword. At this moment, as Alex listens to the scout's oral report, he tears open the envelope and meticulously examines the detailed report from the affairs officer. The more he reads, the deeper his frown becomes. He even retrieves information from the discarded wastebasket, originating from the Rampolukhi family, to compare it with the current findings. The Rampolukhi household maintains a theoretically intricate network of intelligence along the border, as they are vassals charged with its defense. However, the unreliability of Rollo's methods left Alex skeptical. Hence, before his deployment, he dispatched his most capable affairs officer to establish a reconnaissance network, disregarding the intelligence from the Rampolukhi family entirely. Yet today, upon receiving this report, he finds that it aligns perfectly with the information from the Rampolukhi family. Either the affairs officer has been compromised, though that seems unlikely, or the northern barbarians are indeed stirring, to the extent that even the Rampolukhi family, deemed incompetent, could detect it. If this proves true, it signifies that the Empire's northwestern frontier could erupt into conflict at any moment. For the delicate situation in the north, where 2 individuals both claim the title of Duke Floresbian, this is far from favorable news. Nevertheless, Alex cannot suppress a chuckle. After all, he is not a native of the north. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The onset of war presents a splendid opportunity for the Sword Dragon Legion to soar to new heights. Notify all divisions to prepare for immediate action. And ensure that all scouts remain vigilant. I want to be informed the moment the enemy mobilizes. Yes. As the messenger departs from the commander's quarters, the entire barracks erupts into a flurry of activity. Heavily armored skeletal soldiers stationed in nearby watchtowers observe everything, while Rollo, endowed with the sight of the undead, is fully aware of it all. It appears Alex has made his calculations. Is that so? Ramses muses, leaning against the window of the stone tower and stretching his neck to gaze at the distant barracks, though the distance renders him unable to discern much. Are you so confident he will trust your intelligence? In response to Ramses' query, Rollo chuckles self-deprecatingly. Of course not.
A general of the emperor would hardly regard a humble provincial noble like myself. My intelligence would likely be tossed into the refuse. However, his gaze shifts to a knight hastening towards the castle, clad in armor and draped in a cloak bearing the emblem of the ice.
I believe we are about to learn the answer.
Rollo tantalizingly withholds details until the knight arrives to report, at which point Ramses finally comprehends the gravity of the situation.
There truly is unrest among the foreign tribes. This is not merely a fabrication to deceive Alex?
Naturally, I grew up in the wilderness and am well acquainted with those who must ride horses through life and death. While Ramses' former self may have been familiar with the wilderness, that incarnation was consumed by a fascination with dark magic and possessed no understanding of the northern barbarians. In contrast, although Rollo's upbringing bore no relation to the wilds, he possesses an acute awareness of these savages. Thanks to the system, now that they are united, these two attributes seamlessly coalesce.
Thus, when Ramses casts a skeptical glance, Rollo stands resolutely, unflinching under scrutiny.
Since you say so, it follows that their initiative to advance southward is fortuitous for us. Suddenly, Ramses rises, his gaze extending beyond the windowsill to the vast interior territories of the empire. Faintly, he can discern towering castles emerging from the northern wilderness, akin to ancient giants steadfastly guarding this untamed land, forming the empire's formidable wall. Given the veracity of this information, I shall issue my summons. I must convene the northern nobles to rally their forces under my banner and form an expeditionary army for the north.
His followers kneel immediately, exclaiming the Duke's wisdom, while Rollo remains silent, standing aside.
This summons is less about safeguarding the north than it is about compelling the nobles to declare their allegiance to I and the north. Defending against the incursions of barbarian tribes is the epitome of political correctness. No one can openly oppose this notion, aside from frontline nobles like the Rampoluki family, who are directly adjacent to the Great Grass Sea. Others residing further inland require the leadership of a powerful noble to organize a united military front. Such alliances are not easily formed. Joining a superior noble's legion effectively brands one politically. For instance, both the Rampoluki and Dolai families participated in the coalition of the Count of Jeremiah on the border, thereby aligning themselves politically with Jeremiah's faction. When the focus expands to encompass the entire north, it becomes evident that the most suitable candidate for this role of unification is none other than the Floresbian family. The only complication is that currently, two individuals are claiming the title of Duke Floresbian, one backed by the moral authority of being the firstborn heir, the other possessing the actual military strength and resources of the family stronghold. Initially, it might have been acceptable for everyone to remain neutral, but now, Ramses is leveraging the moral imperative of resisting the barbarian invasion to coerce others into choosing sides. The choice to heed the call and join the firstborn's coalition means that once they have fought together and forged bonds of camaraderie, they may turn to the second son and claim, in truth, I support you. For the second son to believe this would be akin to trusting Rollo's assertion of being the first emperor of the Orlith Empire, promising him half of the treasure unearthed from a 5,000 gold excavation fund.
Conversely, should one resolutely side with the second son, they must refuse the call. Herein lies yet another dilemma. With the northern barbarians invading, what does it signify if one remains at home? Does it imply collusion with the barbarians? Does it suggest a desire to seize the opportunity to usurp others' territories? While others may hesitate, Rollo is certain that should such a situation arise, Alex would eagerly lead the Sword Dragon Legion to claim a few heads from the locals. To his surprise, Ramses is the first to demand that he choose a side. Viscount Rampoluki, how do you respond to my summons?
Chapter 43. Let us strive together. As Ram's words echoed in the room, every knight present turned their gaze toward Rollo. The intense scrutiny from mid-tier and even high-tier knights bore down like a mountainous weight, rendering the air in the chamber almost palpable. Rollo had no doubt that should he dare to voice a dissenting opinion, these brawny warriors would instantly draw their swords and reduce him to minuscule pieces. Although he possessed a modicum of strength, it was insufficient in the presence of Rams. His trump card was merely a low-tier death knight, whose undead nature allowed it to surpass the capabilities of an ordinary initial-tier knight, enabling it to hold its own against a skilled mid-tier knight. However, two high-tier knights stood before him. In his previous life, he often heard the esteemed words of generals invoking an ancient saying from his homeland, those who seek to possess the West shall be met with severe consequences. Rollo decisively assumed the role of a compliant subject. Your Highness, my loyalty to you flows like the ceaseless Grey River, unbroken and eternal. Rams did not respond immediately but fixed his gaze on Rollo for a moment before breaking into a smile that exuded the demeanor of a true sovereign. I have come to understand the loyalty of Lord Lamperouge. The title of Lord held significant weight within the Olat Empire. Only those intimately close to the sovereign and wielding real power were granted such an honor, akin to how emperors in Rollo's past life would address their beloved ministers. Ram's alteration of this title clearly indicated his intention to irrevocably bind Rollo to his cause, serving as a political promise, essentially saying that when he ascended to become emperor, Rollo would be granted substantial lands. Of course, Rams harbored ambitions beyond mere emperorship. He aspired to the lesser title of Guardian of the North, and while it was improbable that he would make Rollo his heir, a vast and prosperous fief was undoubtedly in his plans. This harmonious display between lord and vassal came to an abrupt halt with the arrival of the envoy from Alex. After all, Rams, as the highest-ranking noble present, required notification of any arrangements made by the Sword Dragon Legion. However, it was merely a notification. Rams had no power to intervene, as neither Alex nor the imperial laws offered him any loopholes to exploit. The envoy, clearly aware of their precarious position, exhibited no semblance of emotion, hastily reciting the report drafted by Alex, bowing curtly as if concluding a mundane task, and departed in haste. Rollo remained indifferent, while Rams displayed an inscrutable expression, yet his subordinates bore visages of displeasure. "Your Highness, how insolent, this man is but a commoner, and he dares to disregard even the most basic courtesies in the presence of a duke." Instantly, others echoed, "Indeed, previously, we were at their mercy due to their numbers, but once the northern army is assembled, they shall learn the true meaning of respect." It was only natural for Ram's followers to react vehemently to any slight against their lord. However, Rollo cast a glance at the two stalwart figures guarding Rams, one a burly man clad in deep black armor, resembling an unyielding wall, and the other a scholar with a distinguished white beard. These two were the core of Ram's inner circle. Neither spoke nor even shifted their expressions. Of the burly man, seemingly sensing Rollo's gaze, offered a barely perceptible smile and remarked, "I believe it prudent to consider." Once again, all eyes turned to Rollo, and those who had been clamoring for retribution against the Sword Dragon Legion turned to him with fervor. "Lord Rollo, since the arrival of the Sword Dragon Legion, they have wreaked havoc in your territory. Surely, you harbor grievances." Just as Rollo was about to respond, the man continued unabated, "Oh my lord, there is no need for further words. I understand you are filled with anger yet feel powerless. Those ruffians, emboldened by their might, act without honor or dignity. It has come to my ears that they have even desecrated the ancestral tomb of the Dolite family. Though the Dolite family had been stripped of their titles, their ancestors' contributions to the empire in the north still flowed quietly through the land, nurturing every soul that dwelt here. How dare they debut these commoners, with their humble origins, are so brutish and uncouth?" Rollo, feeling a twinge of guilt, rubbed his nose. In truth, he was the one who had excavated it. In an attempt to cover his tracks, he had aimed to create some diversion, only to attract the attention of the Sword Dragon's patrols. Shortly thereafter, Ram's subordinates had arrived, and naturally, the blame fell squarely upon Alex. Desecrating an ancestral tomb was a grave offense in the Olat Empire, especially considering that these individuals hailed from noble lineages, each with their own illustrious histories. They were most sensitive to the threat of grave robbers, and thus, in their shared grief, they harbored no fondness for Alex. However, at that time, there had been no summons for the Northern Expeditionary Army, leaving these individuals with only veiled insinuations to express their ire during meetings, bewildering Alex in the process. Amidst all this chaos, the true culprit, Rollo, had gained nothing of worth. The Lamperouge lineage had at least possessed genuine enchanted armor that could be recharged with magical energy. In contrast, the Dolite's lavish exterior concealed the fact that even finding a single intact piece of armor within their tomb was a challenge. Ironically, the last battle had been heralded as a glorious and noble stand, yet the treasures within their tomb paled in comparison to those of the Lamperouge family. No, the remains were indeed more numerous, as the Dolites had a longer historical lineage. Lost in his thoughts, Rollo became increasingly absorbed in his internal lamentations about the Dolite family. Noticing his expression, the man mistakenly believed he had struck a chord, and his energy surged. "My lord," this call brought Rollo back to reality. "What is it? Since you share my sentiments, let us challenge Alex to a knightly duel together." Rollo was taken aback. A duel with Alex? He silently glanced at his own personal attributes, searching for any relevant skills. Basic horsemanship, basic swordsmanship. That's it. Recalling the imposing figure of Alex, especially the legendary prowess he possessed, Rollo calmly patted the shoulder of this overly ambitious knight. Just as he was about to speak, he realized he did not even remember this lackluster character's name. "My lord, my ire against them cannot be encapsulated in mere words, yet I am even more enraged by my own frailty, which prevents me from fighting in the noble manner of a knight. Thus, I implore you to challenge him on my behalf. I assure you I will provide every form of assistance, aside from actual combat. I beseech you, carry forth my resolve and let us prevail." Chapter 44. Digging a royal tomb. Calm down, Calm down. Rollo's performance transformed the impassioned rhetoric of the nobles into a farcical spectacle. Although it concluded amidst the laughter of rams, everyone was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary reprieve. As long as the Sword Dragon Legion and Rams had yet to establish a hierarchy of superiority, this overt and covert rivalry would persist until the Northern Expeditionary Force was summoned. Rams' faction would engage in clandestine skirmishes, so subtle that even Alex on the opposing side might remain unaware of their conflicts. As for the earlier duel's bravado, it was nothing more than mere bluster. That fellow, despite being a mid-tier knight, would likely struggle to contend with Rollo's esteemed uncle, Uno, let alone the legendary knight Alex, who towered 2 realms above him. For now, the Lamberlucky territory had temporarily reverted to its previous tranquility. Rollo continued his daily routine of scouring intelligence and uncovering tidbits of information. Intelligence: one of the high-ranking undead, a vampire noble and descendant of darkness, the knight-chanting Yaris Darkwood, has finally located the chieftain who succumbed to his allure and became an undead. His heart, long dormant, now burns with an unusual fury. Despite having massacred 2 tribes, his wrath remains unquenched. He is moving eastward, intent on annihilating all humanity in the vicinity. Intelligence 2. The son of the former centaur chieftain, Alge, has seized the opportunity amidst the vampire slaughter of the Amulan tribe to shatter his shackles and successfully escape with a few kin. Now, having returned to the embrace of nature, he vows to exact vengeance upon the nomadic humans across the vast grass sea for his obliterated tribe and his ravaged homeland, ensuring they too taste the flames of his fury. Intelligence 3. The chieftain of the Amulan tribe, Anshin, has miraculously survived the vampire's onslaught on his tribe alone. Armed only with his bow and steed, he roams the grasslands like a solitary wolf. Though his tribe has perished, he believes his survival is no mere stroke of luck but a divine blessing. He carves a mark upon his forehead with the bowstring, drawing blood to create an eye, vowing to pierce his wrath into the vampire's wicked eye, avenging his fallen kin. Intelligence 4. Oliver Dorith, the brother of the late Viscount Dorith and once the heir to the Viscountcy, is now the sole survivor of the Dorith family. Initially wishing to summon a handsome bard to his castle for a night of indulgence, he refrained from doing so out of fear of his brother's retribution and instead disguised himself to secretly seek companionship in the town. Thus, he narrowly escaped the fate that befell Stone Tower Castle on the day it was breached. Stripped of his noble status and deprived of a lavish lifestyle, Oliver has descended into the depths of beggary, urinating towards the direction of Grey River Town daily to express his indignation. Rollo silently categorized today's intelligence into a theme of resentment. Strangely enough, the information he gathered today was notably valuable. The vampire's movements were beyond his expectations. He had initially intended to use the items left in the chieftain's tomb to deceive the Amulan tribe into locating the vampire's lair, provoking the creature before making a hasty retreat and uniting with other tribes for self-preservation. This would divert the Sword Dragon Legion, preventing them from advancing northward. As for the vampire's southward march, Rollo harbored no concerns. Did he truly believe the church's order of punishing knights was inept? Rollo even suspected that the vampire's hesitation to wreak havoc immediately upon awakening was due to a similar wariness of the church, yet he did not anticipate such decisive brutality from the creature. This unexpected turn of events could ignite chaos in the north, potentially prompting the Holy Khan to personally intervene, leading thousands of elite archers southward, thus ensuring conflict in the northern territories. The minor figures, such as the centaur chieftain's son from the Amulan tribe, might seem inconsequential at first glance, but who could definitively say they wouldn't emerge as heroes in their own right? Take Alge, for instance. Once, Morongchong sold himself to the former Qin Emperor Fu Jian and ultimately rose to become an emperor himself, albeit for a mere year. This illustrates that the bloom of the chrysanthemum, however fleeting, is still significant. Heroes do not question their origins. Even those who have traversed through the back doors of fate can emerge as champions. Upon recalling Anshin, Rollo could not help but connect the dots to previous intelligence. During the Centaur tribe's last passage, it was reported that the chieftain of the Amulan tribe celebrated a victory by capturing a female centaur for his own pleasures. Rollo inhaled sharply. Such tastes were certainly not those of an ordinary individual. One had to wonder if the high-ranking nobles surrounding the Lamberlucky territory shared peculiar preferences. The heir of the Dorith family sought handsome bards, the chieftain of the Amulan tribe favored female centaurs, and there were even rumors of others in the tribe who were far more audacious, preferring male centaurs. Reflecting on the pairs of skeletal remains he uncovered in his ancestral tomb, buried together even in death, Rollo pondered whether this land had been cursed by some malevolent force regarding matters of orientation. Rollo contemplated seriously whether he ought to relocate. Alas, given that his stronghold was firmly established here, he resolved to endure for now. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, he continued to sift through the information. As he perused a series of entries, all revolving around the theme of resentment, he grew accustomed to the narrative. However, their value was limited, consisting merely of grievances from a shepherd whose wife lamented the Doroth family's actions that led to her husband's demise, or adventurers expressing discontent over the Sword Dragon Legion's arrival, which had deprived them of opportunities to slay goblins and exchange their spoils with Rollo. The intelligence was lacking in substance until he reached the final entry. Rollo's eyes lit up. At last, an entry, as customary, unaligned with the thematic focus, intelligence 10:300 kilometers northwest of the Western Watchtower, Grey Feather Lookout. The tomb of the third emperor of the Silver Empire has emerged due to geological activity, currently undiscovered by any. Recommended adventure level for explorers, intermediate. Estimated adventure profit extremely lucrative. Rollo gazed at the scant lines of information, feeling his hands tremble involuntarily. That was the allure of his former trade, especially the phrase extremely lucrative, which set his mouth watering. In his previous life, treasures unearthed from the tombs of royalty were often merely gold, silver, and jade artifacts at best, some ancient relics that carried risks for liquidation and were frequently undervalued by unscrupulous merchants. Yet, even those could entice Rollo, how much more so in this world imbued with magic. Just the modest tomb of a mere viscount yielded an enchanted sword and armor, and this was the tomb of an emperor. Rollo could already envision a shower of coins fluttering about him, beckoning him closer. Chapter 45. At the time of battle, military affairs must take precedence. On the banks of the Grey River at dawn, the sun had just risen, casting a soft golden glow. The waters of the river shimmered like strands of silver, and a gentle breeze swept across the rippling surface, bringing with it the chill of late autumn. Beside the riverbank stood orderly barracks, which had been requisitioned by the Sword and Dragon Legion from their original owner, the Lanpoluki family. Even from a kilometer away, Rollo could discern the significant changes that had taken place within the encampment. Towering temporary watchtowers sprang up like vigilant giants, subtly encircling the camp. The walls of the fortifications were evidently reinforced, and with his enhanced vision, Rollo could even make out the newly erected crossbows atop them. As his party drew nearer, the sounds of soldiers training in the morning light reached his ears, the commands of the instructors ringing particularly clear. Simultaneously, the patrols of the Sword and Dragon Legion intercepted them. Behind Rollo stood a towering figure, a tyrant standing at 2.5 meters, who served as an attendant, proudly holding aloft the banner of the Lanpoluki family. In a noble's camp, it was customary for an officer of equal rank to greet newcomers and inquire about their intentions, adhering to the so-called honorable protocols. However, the rough-and-tumble Sword and Dragon Legion clearly eschewed such niceties, with only a brusque junior officer conducting the questioning without regard for decorum. Rollo's purpose for this visit was to seek a military order from Alex for reconnaissance, facilitating his expedition beyond the territory to excavate treasures from the imperial tomb of the previous dynasty. Although theoretically, he was not obliged to request permission from Alex, the defense of the Lanpoluki territory was effectively in Alex's hands, with scouts from the Legion patrolling the vicinity. This request for permission felt more like a courtesy call. Otherwise, venturing westward with his men could lead to misunderstandings. If it had been Rams, he would likely have taken the request seriously, striving to dispel any miscommunication. But Alex, that fellow would relish the opportunity to turn a misunderstanding into something more sinister. After hearing Rollo's intentions, the patrol officer did not impede their entry and allowed him through without further ado. However, his gaze lingered on the two tyrants for quite some time before he turned to leave, muttering something about how such a physique, grown on a diet of human flesh, was a pity not to serve in the military. Rollo merely scoffed. You might find it hard to believe, but this fellow was indeed raised on human flesh, something you probably cannot afford. Thus, the group entered the encampment. Nearby sentinels cast a glance at their formation before whispering to one another, clearly on guard against these unfamiliar visitors. Rollo turned to survey the scene. He had brought along only a dozen human attendants for show. Although he was unconcerned, in the Ola Empire, it was considered quite disgraceful for a noble to travel with merely 3 or 4 companions. These individuals were merely ordinary knights. Although they had reached the initial stage of proficiency, they were no match for the tyrants in actual combat, hardly even fit to serve as bodyguards, merely serving as tools for appearances. The flagbearer, too, was not a core member of the security detail. Rollo cast a sidelong glance at the figure beside him, cloaked in black garb over leather armor, with a mask obscuring his face. This was Hassan, a low-tier undead assassin. He had not disclosed Hassan's identity to outsiders, simply introducing him as Hassan, who would henceforth act as his personal attendant. As a result, Rollo's retainers instantly recalled the peculiar proclivities of the Lanpoluki family, passed down through generations, such as their penchant for backstabbing and excessive brawn. They privately regarded Hassan as a mere zero. Tsk, look at that thin frame, that delicate gait, that coy demeanor. Tsk, and yet he's so close to the Lord. Rollo could do little but allow these rascals to indulge in their fantasies. Heaven knows, I'm a grown man being subjected to such slander, yet perhaps due to the existence of such absurd incidents, miraculously no one questioned Hassan's origins, likely assuming he was some oddity Rollo had procured from a twisted underground market.
Despite his appearance, Hassan's capabilities were exceedingly reliable. Every component of his being was derived from the Army de la Army of the Northern Realms assassins. Should Rollo have his heart set on assassination, none of Ram's knights, aside from the 2 higher tier ones and the 2 unfathomable aides by his side, could hope to escape the blade of Hassan. Of course, if he targeted those of greater strength, it was highly probable that he would perish alongside them post-assassination. In essence, Hassan's greatest asset was his ability to conceal himself, a skill perfectly suited for a personal bodyguard, enveloping a radius of half a meter around him. When the group arrived at the command post, it was already on high alert, suggesting that the sentinels had reported their approach well in advance. "Viscount Lampolucci, your visit to our Sword and Dragon Legion today, what brings you here?" Though Alex had yet to appear, his voice echoed from within the room. Accompanying this voice was his elite guard, 12 elite high-tier knights who filed out in succession, brandishing long halberds to form a passageway. These individuals did not even spare Rollo a glance, their eyes fixed straight ahead, instantly imparting an immense sense of pressure, far surpassing the intimidation. At Stone Tower, there had been nearly 100 people present. Had Ram's subordinates wished to kill him then, Rollo would have had a 40% chance of stalling for time with his undead followers before making a hasty escape via teleportation. But facing this assembly, the pressure manifested as tangible chains, rendering him utterly immobile, unable to make any extraneous movements. Is this what it means to emerge from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, the true elite? The nobles cultivated in Ram's greenhouse were no comparison. Rollo could not help but reassess his previous disdain for this legion, his expression gradually turning grave. "Commander, in light of the recent provocations by the northern nomadic tribes, I wish to lead my family's elite on an investigation beyond our borders and hereby request a reconnaissance order from you." Only after Rollo had finished speaking did Alex leisurely emerge from the room. Despite his rank as commander, his armor was far less resplendent than that of the noble knights serving Rams. It was merely a uniform black, adorned only with the insignia of their legion, yet the visible wear and scars testify to his battle-hardened. His visage, much like his armor, was unremarkable, yet his eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a drawn sword. "Viscount Lampolucci, I had thought you would approach Rams for this, why seek me instead?" Rollo met that piercing gaze and replied, word for word, "In times of war, although there may be some contention between His Highness and the commander, I am still able to distinguish the importance of imperial border defense." Alex did not respond immediately, instead scrutinizing him for a couple more moments before sneering. "I care not for the machinations of you pampered fools. It is but child's play. The strength of the Sword and Dragon Legion is more than sufficient to crush any plots or schemes. Adjutant, grant him a token, allowing the corresponding reconnaissance units to ease his passage. I am curious to see what Rams intends to accomplish." Chapter 46. Let us await his good news. Alex, as the commander of the Sword Dragon Legion, is indeed a man of resolute authority. The token he provided has allowed Rollo to traverse the territory of the Lampolucci without hindrance. The token of an external officer has granted the Lampolucci Viscount unrestricted access to his own lands. Rollo, however, found no inclination to dwell on such seemingly humiliating matters. He swiftly disbanded the attendants who had accompanied him to the camp and summoned the majority of his heavily armored skeletal soldiers. Accompanied by Hassan and a few tyrants, he promptly set off towards the border watchtower. Although the human knights were weaker than the formidable undead followers such as the tyrants, they were still superior to ordinary skeletal warriors. Nevertheless, Rollo could not afford to take them along. This descent into the tomb would undoubtedly expose Rollo's mastery of dark magic, and perhaps even more sinister necromantic arts. While those knights had sworn fealty to him in the Great Hall of Grey River Fortress after his official ascension, what value do Merodes hold? Rollo had no intention of being bound by such trivialities. Even if, by some chance, they were genuinely loyal, after witnessing dark magic, could their lips truly remain sealed, especially with both the Sword Dragon Legion and Rams present in the Lampolucci territory? With war imminent, Rollo felt that the slightest leak of information could lead to his demise at the hands of these two formidable forces. Thus, prudence dictated that he refrain from bringing human companions. The skeletal warriors were sufficiently reliable. As the sun dipped below the mountain peaks, Rollo and his company had crossed the boundaries of the territory, marking the edge of the Ola Empire. The imperial subjects have long prided themselves as the superior inheritors of human civilization, occupying the most fertile lands, and have consistently looked down upon the barbarian brethren from all corners of the continent, deeming them as primitive and backward. The opulent capital beneath the emperor's feet starkly contrasts with the court of St. Khan deep within the vast grasslands, yet, at the border of the empire, distanced from both extremes, the Lampolucci territory finds the line between civilization and barbarism rather blurred. This significant boundary, as the late Viscount Dorith passionately proclaimed before his demise,
was forged by countless heroes who expanded territories throughout the ages, shattering darkness with courage and blood, and should have radiated unparalleled glory. However, at this moment, as Rollo gazed upon the boundary marker symbolizing this divide, he was met with an unremarkable inscription that failed to evoke any sense of epic gravitas. This marker stands at the northwestern corner of the Lampoluki territory, facing the vast expanse of the Empire's borders to the southeast, yet, due to its modest height, it scarcely provides a view of the distance, revealing only an endless stretch of desolate grassland. To its northwest lies the boundless Great Grass Sea, which, according to the fleeing serfs, brims with freedom, devoid of noble whips and the loathsome tax collectors, yet, from the height of this marker, it too can only observe the modest patch of grassland before it. Thus, regardless of which side one views this momentous marker from, its significance is limited to a mere expanse of grass, far removed from the grandeur of any epic. As Rollo rummaged through the memories of his former self, it seemed no one had ever considered refurbishing this marker. Neither the lofty dignitaries in the imperial capital nor the valiant lords of the northern territories, nor even the Lampoluki family, who rightfully possessed this marker, had ever entertained such a notion. The so-called glory and the accomplishments of the pioneers, who forged ahead through adversity, were largely attributed to the noble leaders, who claimed these accolades for themselves, taking them to their graves, forever ensconced in obscurity. Meanwhile, the true markers of bloodshed in the actual battlegrounds have long been forgotten. Rollo could not help but recall his destination today, the tomb of the third emperor of the Silver Empire. Prior to his departure, he had sifted through his family's tomes, hoping to uncover some useful information to aid his descent into the tomb, yet, he found little of note. It too was a forgotten realm. The Ola Empire has stood for 2 millennia, and 2,000 years prior, it had emerged from centuries of turmoil, leading to the era of the Silver Empire. This epoch was already so distant, let alone the individual known as the Third Emperor, a mere ripple in the torrent of time, whose name was lost to history. To this day, Rollo did not even know this figure's name or title, referring to him simply as the Third Brother. Third Brother, he mused, rest assured, while I may lack other skills, reviving old friends from obscurity is my specialty.
Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen, yet Rollo showed no intention of setting up camp.
Rather, he quickened his pace, urging his skeletal warhorse forward. This creature too was one of his recent experimental creations, albeit rudimentary in design, its combat prowess only slightly exceeding that of a large goose. Its sole advantage lay in its undead nature, granting it tireless endurance and the need for no sustenance, serving purely as a means of transportation. Were he to travel with human companions, even atop a skeletal steed, they would still require rest under the cover of night. However, with an army of undead, they could press on through the night unimpeded. Rollo himself had been transformed into a night owl, driven by the negative energy coursing through him. A night journey was merely a trivial matter. He would ensure to rest thoroughly when the sun rose again. Meanwhile, while Rollo pressed onward with a sense of ennui, the stronghold of Rams within the territory had erupted in chaos following his departure.
What in the blazes is that accursed Lampoluki doing? Does he not realize that His Highness is enduring humiliation in anticipation of the army? Why provoke Alex? Does he have dealings with foreign powers? What could he possibly be scheming by? He dared not accept the duel. He must have something to hide. I suspect he has already colluded with the Sword Dragon Legion, and his supposed allegiance to His Highness is but a ruse. What? How outrageous! What of his noble dignity? His actions are bringing shame upon his lineage. As the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, the two high-ranking knights finally interjected. How do you know this is not part of His Highness's scheme? All fell silent, turning their gazes towards Rams. Seated in his chair, Rams furrowed his brow. I do not believe I conveyed such orders to him. The uproar resumed, but this time it was personally quelled by Rams. He recalled the previous days when the Sword Dragon Legion was preparing to march north, and Rollo had asserted that the northern barbarians would make a move, effectively calming Alex's restless warlike spirit. And indeed, they had acted. Thus, Alex remained stationed for the time being, yet, this was merely temporary. If he did not receive news of the northern tribes descending, he would surely seek them out himself. Did Rollo's journey aim to compel the barbarians to march south? It was said that all his family knights had been left behind, and he had taken with him only those peculiar mercenaries of unknown origin. A subtle smile played on Ram's lips. It is not unreasonable. I could retreat to the Great Grass Sea, and Rollo's territory is directly adjacent to it. It would be strange indeed if the— Very well, this matter ends here. Though the Lampoluki Viscount did not receive my direct command, I trust he has discerned the right course of action. Let us await his good news. Chapter 47.
I, the Emperor, have been revived. The arduous journey of several hundred kilometers seemed less daunting under the relentless pace of the skeletal warhorses, tirelessly traversing day and night. Although Rollo took occasional respite along the way, he successfully arrived at his destination, the tomb of the third brother, within merely 2 days of departure. This site was a mere 300 miles from the westernmost grey feather watchtower of the Lamperouge territory, yet it lay entirely ensconced within a desolate wilderness. At the heart of his vision stood a colossal mound of earth, majestically rising above the sprawl. Several fissures marred its surface, revealing the pristine white marble walls that undoubtedly constituted the essence of the third brother's mausoleum. Surrounding this edifice was an expanse of wild grass, untouched by human hands, interspersed with scattered trees, further amplifying the sensation of isolation. It was as if this locale had been forgotten by time, a secluded corner far removed from the clamor and opulence of the civilized world. Here, nature reigned supreme, time appeared to stand still, and the only sounds were the rustling of grass in the wind and the occasional melodious chirp of a bird. In his previous life, Rollo had encountered numerous tombs of this architectural style, most of which were scattered across renowned mountains and rivers. These sepulchres shared a common trait, or they were abundantly rich. Rollo's band often emerged from such ventures with bountiful treasures, living quite comfortably thereafter. In ancient China, only the nobility possessed the wealth and resources to construct grand tombs deep within the famed mountains, according to the principles of feng shui. The deceased not only had immense riches but were also remarkably generous, leaving behind gold, silver, jade, and priceless antiques for Rollo and his companions, who felt so moved that they would wake in the night laughing in their dreams. The only drawback was their excessive hospitality and an apparent aversion to light. They often emerged from their coffins, not only to greet guests but also to extinguish the candles placed at the tomb's entrance. At times, their fervent welcome would startle Rollo and his companions, making them consider fleeing, only to be pursued by these overly enthusiastic spirits who insisted on keeping them company. Rollo's role in such instances was to pacify the tomb's inhabitants, encouraging them to return to their coffins. After all, it was one thing for guests to arrive, but quite another for the hosts to feel compelled to welcome them personally. He pondered whether the Emperor of the Silver Empire would share the same penchant for hospitality as those from his own land of etiquette. Rollo's team comprised tireless undead, and upon reaching this site, they required no rest, immediately grasping their tools, ready to commence their work. Although the Ala Empire and the Silver Empire were separated by a millennium, culturally, they could be said to share a lineage. With little disparity in tomb construction styles, the marble walls that had begun to emerge from the earth served as excellent markers. The freshly minted skeletal miners needed only to excavate the surrounding soil to swiftly unearth the true entrance. As their digging progressed, news, both good and bad, arrived in tandem. The good news of fortune smiled upon them today. Within mere half an hour, they had located the entrance, which was structurally sound and posed no risk of collapse. The bad news, it appeared that some unknown rival had gotten there first. The most likely culprits were adventurers, those self-proclaimed excavators of lost relics and hidden treasures, who reveled in the thrill of tomb raiding. Yet, this area was a desolate stretch of land for hundreds of miles, and even if adventurers happened to pass by and discover it, they would typically return to town to meticulously prepare before embarking on a tomb exploration. The intelligence from that day had clearly indicated that the mausoleum remained undiscovered, suggesting that it was improbable for such individuals to have arrived before Rollo. Rollo's expression grew grave as he scrutinized the fresh footprints at the tomb's entrance, lifting a hand to catch a whiff of the air. He detected the unmistakable scent of horse manure, yet this area had already been scoured by Hassan and his undead minions, leaving no traces of horses. This indicated that the scent must have been long associated with the intruders. Upon the vast grasslands, those who bore the lingering scent of horse manure were few and far between. Rollo's mind immediately conjured two individuals. Intelligence Report 2: the son of the former Centaur tribe's chieftain, Alj, had seized the opportunity amidst the vampire massacre of the Amulan tribe to shatter his shackles and escape with a handful of kin. Intelligence Report 3: the chieftain of the Amulan tribe, Anshin, had miraculously survived the vampire onslaught, wandering the plains alone with his bow and steed, akin to a solitary wolf. These two pieces of information had surfaced concurrently with the intelligence regarding the third brother's mausoleum, at a time when the tomb was still considered undiscovered. It was likely that both had departed from the Amulan tribe, not much farther in a straight line from Rollo than he was from them. Geographically, it was entirely plausible for them to have arrived before him. As to who it might be, Rollo leaned toward Anshin, the former chieftain of the Amulan tribe. The original body possessed a deeper understanding of dark creatures, effortlessly conjuring knowledge of vampires and demons, yet had only a superficial grasp of centaurs. Nonetheless, even with limited knowledge, he would at least know that they were half-human, half-horse beings, traversing the land on 4 hooves. However, his recent reconnaissance had confirmed the absence of hoofprints nearby. The footprints at the entrance could not possibly have been made by a centaur. The answer was becoming increasingly evident. This was troublesome. While it was highly probable that Anshin remained oblivious to the destruction of his tribe, an act orchestrated by none other than Rollo, these two factions had forged a blood feud over centuries of conflict along the grasslands and the borders of the empire. Upon encountering Rollo, Anshin would require no additional reason to shoot an arrow straight at him. Even a tyrant would find it challenging to withstand the might of Anshin's bow, let alone a mere weakling like Rollo. With his family annihilated and carrying the weight of a deep-seated vendetta, he roamed the land, only to fortuitously stumble upon the ancient imperial tomb, transforming into a formidable force. What a classic trope! Wasn't Anshin the true protagonist in this narrative? Should he triumphantly return, the Lamperouge family, with its centuries-old enmity, would likely be the first to fall before him. No, even if I cannot seize the treasures for myself, I must not allow him to achieve his destiny, Rollo contemplated, swiftly changing his attire and donning a mask, confident that his appearance bore little resemblance to that of his uncle, a mountainous brute. Surely, Anshin would not be able to see through his disguise at a glance. Just as he finished changing and was about to lead his group inside, a thunderous noise erupted, as if the mausoleum was undergoing a tremendous impact, shaking Rollo to the core, rendering him nearly immobile. Before he could react, a chilling voice resonated from all directions. I, the Emperor, have been revived. Chapter 48. The protagonist faces the boss, and I seized the opportunity. Rollo's eyes widened in astonishment. In the Emperor's secret realm, after the protagonist wandered aimlessly, he inadvertently resurrected a powerful being. Ultimately, after a grueling battle, the being's carelessness led to its downfall, and all its skills and treasures fell into the protagonist's hands. Is this yet another classic trope? Damn, I must ensure that Anshin does not survive. He embodies the essence of a fortunate child of destiny, a quintessential protagonist of the era. Although I consider myself a transmigrator equipped with a system, Rollo could not help but tremble at the thought of a certain transmigrator who had already ascended to the throne, mustering an army of 400,000, only to be ruthlessly annihilated by a child of the plane wielding a colossal meteor spell. The high-ranking vampire that had effortlessly slaughtered the Amulan tribe had managed to escape, indicating that this individual indeed possesses extraordinary fortune. Such a character should be crushed in the cradle. Once the tremors subsided, Rollo's subordinates filed in, their armored skeletal warriors exhibiting no sign of clumsiness as they sprinted through the expansive tomb passage. Of this tomb truly lived up to its royal designation. The interior was constructed to palace standards, with corridors wider than those of the Lampelouke family's Grey River fortress. Although Rollo was experienced in tomb exploration, maintaining a proper attitude and possessing superior skills, the recent tremors and the ominous proclamation akin to the commencement of a boss battle prompted him to wisely choose to remain in the rear and send his subordinates ahead. After all, he could utilize necromantic vision to connect directly with the sight of his undead minions and control them through mental link, akin to playing a virtual reality game. At this moment, the undead followers, equipped with dark vision, allowed him to clearly observe some still moist mud spots on the ground, clearly the remnants left by previous intruders. By following these traces, he could locate their whereabouts. As the undead advanced further, slight tremors began to manifest in the passage, indicating that the boss battle had already commenced. Rollo felt a mix of tension and excitement. If both sides were to inflict mutual destruction, he might seize a significant opportunity. Before long, the passage came to an end, revealing a grand door radiating a silvery luminescence. The door was adorned with lifelike reliefs depicting countless warriors courageously charging forward under the guidance of a banner, their mouths agape in battle cries. The adversaries appeared to be non-human, comprising various orcish, man-eating, goblin, dwarf, and elven foes, all crushed and annihilated beneath the iron fist and blades of the Empire, yielding the bountiful lands of the continent. He also beheld at the center of this magnificent relief, an imposing throne where an absolute monarch sat, his gem-encrusted eyes emanating a sacred glow, as if his gaze were cast upon Rollo himself. Boom! A resounding crash jolted him back to reality. The battle beyond the door seemed to be reaching its climax. Rollo silently commanded all skeletal warriors before the door to draw their heavy crossbows. These weapons were exceedingly expensive and cumbersome. He had scoured the armories of the Lampelouke and Dorith families to gather a mere 20 or so, solely to equip his forces with ranged firepower. The power of these crossbows far surpassed that of ordinary hand crossbows, capable of inflicting significant damage even upon tyrants, and now, with over 20 bolts unleashed in unison, even if Uno, clad in exquisite enchanted armor. However, he noticed that these crossbows seemed to inflict minimal harm on the skeletal warriors. Perhaps the bolts passed harmlessly through the gaps between their ribs. Boom! Another thunderous sound echoed, the silvery door shuddering violently, even causing the gems meant to symbolize. Yet, the door remained firmly locked, unyielding to the assault. Damn ants, desecrators of my tomb, you shall suffer eternal torment. A roar resonated from beyond the door, unmistakably from the same individual who had previously proclaimed his resurrection. Rollo felt a pang of anxiety. It appeared the boss had entered its second phase. Could Anshin, who had momentarily joined him, withstand this. Once more, a tempest of fury erupted, accompanied by the howls of what seemed to be the third individual, causing the entire Imperial tomb to tremble. Even Rollo, positioned at the entrance, could distinctly feel the magnitude of the power emanating from beyond. The battle that lay behind that silvery door must be truly formidable, Rollo pondered. Is this truly a recommended dungeon suitable for mid-tier adventurers? With such overwhelming force unleashed, not even the tyrant, nor his ace Death Knight, Arthas, could withstand it. Fortunately, there is a protagonist-like figure paving the way. As moments slipped by, Rollo had finished his lunch, and the commotion behind the door finally began to subside. Just as he finished a piece of bread, the voice of the third individual echoed once more, "Damn wretched spawn, accursed ants, you dare desecrate the great silver soul, dare invade my resting place. You shall." The third individual's words were abruptly cut off, his voice vanishing entirely. This exit certainly carries the essence of a dungeon boss. Rollo rose, brushing his hands together. It was time to reap the rewards. With a thunderous crash, the silvery door swung open, revealing the anticipated scene of devastation. Broken walls and toppled stone columns scattered about, juxtaposed against a carpet of gold and silver treasures. At the center of the hall stood a colossal staircase, upon which rested an exquisitely ornate coffin, its lid blasted away by some unknown force, half embedded in the ceiling. And there, before the coffin, knelt the third individual, adorned in tattered armor and a broken crown, propped against his sword, half kneeling in submission. The heavily armored skeletal warriors surged forward, their footsteps clattering against the gold coins, prompting the lone living being sprawled on the ground to spring up swiftly. Without hesitation, he seized a massive bone bow, nocking an arrow and aiming with seamless precision. The intricate tattoos adorning his strong physique flared to life with this motion, albeit intermittently, as if the battery were running low. Through necromantic vision, Rollo observed the face before him and was momentarily taken aback. No, this is not Anshin. Although this individual bore tattoos and animal hide reminiscent of northern barbarians, the Lanpaluki family had been closely acquainted with the Amulan tribe for 3 centuries. This man could not possibly be one of them. Moreover, this newcomer appeared far too youthful. Anshin was at least in his 40s, while this figure could scarcely be older than Rollo himself. Thus, he was not the protagonist. No, rather, it should be said that Anshin is not the protagonist. Rollo let out a sigh of relief. He had no enmity with the fortunate child of destiny. As for the individual before him, given that he had sustained grave injuries and his bowhand trembled, it was evident he was nearing his limit. There was no need for a prolonged struggle, he could simply take him down swiftly. Release the arrow, and swiftly dispatch him, Rollo commanded, wishing to avoid a drawn-out confrontation. Chapter 49, The Fall of a Generation's Protagonist. Whoosh, a volley of over 20 heavy crossbow bolts was unleashed simultaneously, the vibrations of their fletching slicing through the air with a piercing sound that sent chills down the spine of all who heard it. The protagonist, bare-chested, felt his pupils constrict in an instant, unleashing a furious roar as a torrent of crimson blood energy surged from within him, infusing his now dulled tattoos with a vibrant, blood-red hue. Through the gaze of a heavily armored skeletal warrior, Rollo witnessed this spectacle with an air of nonchalance. After all, it was merely customary for protagonists to exhibit a miraculous surge of strength at critical moments. Yet, such desperation would prove futile. The enmity had been established, and today, one must perish. As the bolts hurtled toward their target with astonishing precision, they effectively eliminated any chance of evasion. This was yet another remarkable utility of the undead soldiers. Their aim was remarkably steady, even devoid of any skill enhancement, making them exceptionally proficient with the heavy crossbows. They followed orders without question, impervious to the influences of morale or other distractions, making them ideal candidates for densely packed ranged formations. Perhaps I could experiment with firearms, allowing the skeletons to execute a firing squad. The more Rollo contemplated this idea, the more promising it appeared, and he resolved to test it upon his return, though he would need to bide his time. Gunpowder's commotion was too conspicuous, unlike the discreet nature of necromantic experiments, with formidable individuals among the legion of the sword-wielding dragon and Ram's subordinates. Discovering his intentions could lead to dire consequences. Returning to the present, the skeletal warriors had readied their second volley of crossbow bolts, awaiting his command. Rollo's gaze fell upon the protagonist, momentarily rendered speechless. The figure was riddled with bolts, resembling a porcupine, with several arrows fully embedded, their fletchings invisible. Blood poured from the ghastly wounds, dark and lifeless, akin to a deep crimson shadow. In stark contrast, the protagonist's eyes blazed with a fiery combat spirit, surrounded by an array of enigmatic runes that resembled a halo. Wait, those are the tattoos. Upon closer inspection, Rollo realized that these luminous rings were formed from the protagonist's tattoos, now detached from his skin. Each rune, now more defined, evoked a sense of familiarity within Rollo, as if he had encountered them before. Ah, it seems I have stirred something truly ominous. Nevertheless, it mattered not. In this desperate gambit, he could simply endure, for the protagonist had already faced another adversary and was nearing his limit. How many more lives could he afford to sacrifice? Without hesitation, Rollo commanded the volley to be released. However, the moment the arrows were fired, the protagonist sprang into motion, transforming in a manner reminiscent of a zombie's grotesque evolution. He contorted unnaturally, his body, particularly the lower half, tearing apart, blood and flesh spilling forth and swelling grotesquely. In mere breaths, he had morphed into a creature resembling a skin centaur. Rollo's mind raced to another figure. The son of the chief of the centaur tribe, Alj, had seized the opportunity amidst the slaughter of the Amuruan tribe, shattering his chains and successfully escaping with a handful of kin. Upon glancing back, Rollo noted the blood-soaked mane at the back of Alj's head, billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. It was highly probable. The surnames among the centaurs were not hereditary but akin to nicknames. This distinctive mane indicated that Alj was likely the only one in this region bearing such a mark. Was this not a tale of exotic revenge, akin to a prince's saga? Remarkable, this was even more protagonist-like than Anshin. Observing the seemingly unaffected Alj, who had evaded every arrow, Rollo silently activated his summoning magic, calling for reinforcements. At the same time, Alj, now in his second form, roared mightily, charging like a blood-soaked war chariot towards the heavily armored skeletal warriors. Roar! In an instant, all skeletal warriors discarded their crossbows, brandishing their heavy shields to form a formidable wall, a veritable bastion against the oncoming onslaught. Coincidentally, the very skeletal warrior Rollo had been using as a VR avatar stood directly in Alj's path, having only just raised his shield. Before Rollo could shift his perspective, the warrior was sent soaring into the air. In mid-flight, Rollo observed the centaur break through the shield formation, wielding his massive bone bow as a club, effortlessly shattering the skull of one skeletal warrior. Had this been the private army of the Lamperuxi family, such a charge, under the supervision of knightly officers, would have shattered morale, sending soldiers scattering in panic. Yet, the undead harbored no such frailties. They surged forth like relentless war machines, devoid of emotion, wielding shields, flails, and even the severed limbs of fallen comrades to pummel their foe. Alj continued to bellow, the crimson aura surrounding him intensifying as his power surged, flinging two skeletal warriors off him with ease. Nevertheless, his heavy armor was not without its merits, and he did not cast them far. Rollo's eyes lit up with inspiration. This foe was already expending his life force, so why engage him directly? Endurance was key. The lives of the skeletal soldiers were valuable too. Without needing to voice his intentions, the moment the thought crossed his mind, all soldiers instinctively knew their course of action. Yet, Rollo felt the urge to vocalize his excitement, but soon, it was Alj's turn to feel the pressure. Although his second form appeared less than astute, he still retained the fundamental faculties of combat. After dispatching a few skeletal warriors, he seemed to sense Rollo's strategy, attempting to create distance with his long legs. However, it was too late. Prepare to meet your end. The delay orchestrated by the skeletal warriors allowed the recently summoned Death Knight, Arthas, to arrive on the battlefield, raising his greatsword in a fierce charge. Surrounded by crackling lightning, the towering, fully armored Arthas resembled a divine bull incarnate, charging forth with an unstoppable momentum, directly colliding with Alj and allowing this once dominating figure to experience the sensation of flight. As Alj fell to the ground, the remaining skeletal warriors surged forward, pinning him down with overwhelming force. Alj's furious roars echoed through the air, but through the gaps in the skeletal ranks, Rollo could see the crimson aura surrounding him beginning to wane. Finally, Rollo exhaled in relief, having depleted his life force. Surely he had no more tricks up his sleeve. Yet, for safety's sake, he commanded Arthas to advance, wielding the thunderous enchanted sword seized from Ravenhold. With a swift motion, the blade pierced through the openings among the skeletal warriors, driving downward with lethal intent. In the next instant, the roar ceased, and the aura shattered. Thus, the archetype of a generation's protagonist met his demise. Chapter 50 Intelligence Compilation, the Blood Clan's secret tome. After vanquishing all adversaries, Rollo, under the protection of Hassan, strode confidently into the Grand Mausoleum. It must be said, the third brother truly embodied the stature of an emperor of the Silver Empire. This royal tomb was indeed magnificent. The ancestral tombs of the Lamperouge and Doriot families combined did not measure up to the size of a single hall here. Rollo's ability to unearth the entrance in such a brief span of time was nothing short of remarkable. His subordinates were systematically collecting the spoils of war, uncertain whether the scattered gold, silver, and gems strewn across the ground were originally in disarray or the result of a battle between Alj and the third brother. As for the bodies of the third brother and Alj, they had already been placed in the center of the hall. Rollo had long coveted their remains, and now the moment had finally arrived for him to indulge. Of course, the first order of business was to perform a soul confinement. Regrettably, neither of their souls had been collected. The third brother, having transformed into an undead, likely saw his soul dissipate rapidly upon death. As for Alj, Rollo was perplexed. Could it be that his life-draining technique had consumed his soul as well? Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, Rollo prioritized the collection of immediate materials. Gathering negative energy at his fingertips, he deftly began his dissection. To be honest, watching his own surgical prowess, Rollo felt that even if one day he could no longer pursue the path of tomb raiding and rice dumpling crafting, he could easily find employment in a hospital and never go hungry. The two bodies were not particularly large, and he swiftly completed the task. The fruits of his labor were indeed bountiful. Firstly, there were the basic bones and flesh. The third brother's remains had decayed significantly due to the passage of time, leaving only bones of exceptionally high quality. While Alv's bones were of slightly inferior quality, his flesh was rather commendable. Rollo had a premonition that these materials would be sufficient to elevate both Arthas and Hassan to new heights. Next were the internal organs. Initially dismissing these entrails as inferior meat, Rollo's perspective shifted upon discovering the potential of plague zombies. There are no useless materials, only materials that are useless for the task at hand. Unfortunately, he did not discover anything particularly special about Algeth's internal organs this time, so they would have to be stored away in the system space for now. Lastly, there was the brain. Although the third brother's brain had long since rotted away, Algeth's was preserved in good condition, a genuine mid-tier brain. Rollo extracted this convoluted mass of pink tissue and realized that the brains of centaur-like creatures bore a striking resemblance to those of humans. As he scrutinized it closely, he noticed a black line running through the brain. When he touched it with his fingers imbued with negative energy, the black line seemed to come alive, swiftly darting. Before he could react, a prompt from the system appeared, indicating the detection of collectible intelligence. Rollo was taken aback. The last time he encountered such a prompt was when he stumbled upon that. It was that very instance that had set him on the path of becoming a rice dumpling artisan. He gazed at the black line now coiling around his hand like a ring. Could it be that this was also a black magic tome? Since collecting it required no points, Rollo did not hesitate and chose to proceed thus. An entry in his intelligence compilation now included a deficient version of the Blood Clan's secret tome for beginner education. Rollo's expression darkened. Why was it that every magic tome he acquired was some sort of rudimentary educational version? Fortunately, these could be enhanced with points. Ever since he had upgraded the Book of the Dead to the Apprentice Graduate Edition, he had been accumulating points, and now he had a double-digit sum at his disposal. Spending 1 point to upgrade was hardly a burden. After reducing his points, the Blood Clan's secret tome was updated to a complete beginner education version. Still a beginner education version. Synopsis: We wield the power of blood. We reign over the world of darkness. We are the undead of eternal night. We are ancient abominations. We are the Blood Clan. P.S. This book serves as an introductory textbook for the Blood Clan, primarily designed to impart the history and ability training of the young, naturally born members of the clan. Non-Blood Clan individuals are advised against viewing it unless absolutely necessary. Violators will bear the consequences. After reading, Rollo fell into contemplation. The Blood Clan, as grand as it sounded, was merely a euphemism for vampires. Thus, was Algeth's transformation into his second state learned from the, elementary school textbook of vampires? Nonetheless, in terms of external manifestation, it could indeed be described as the power of blood. Rollo finally understood the source of his familiarity with those runes. The blood magic used by vampires was a form of dark magic, and for a necromancer like him, how could he not be acquainted with it? However, their usage was somewhat peculiar, which is why he had not recognized it at first glance. In any case, for Rollo, who had already embraced the shadowy aspects of, he immediately chose to comprehend the contents of the tome, disregarding the potential consequences mentioned. In his 2 lifetimes, how many ancestral graves had he unearthed, and how many had warned him of consequences? What had he truly to fear? The next moment, Rollo found himself immersed in a vast ocean of blood. There was no sky, no land, only an expanse of vivid red chaos. The Divine declared, "Let there be light," and thus the world was illuminated. The Divine declared, "Let there be beings," and thus humanity was born. The earliest humans, stained by the sea of blood and displeasing to the Divine, were slain and cast back into the blood sea. When the light of the first day faded, the earliest Blood Clan emerged, birthed from the blood sea, filled with the world's primordial hatred. As Rollo opened his eyes again, they glowed a fierce crimson. He found a gleaming silver coin to use as a mirror and discovered that not only his eyes had changed, his teeth had sharpened as well. More strikingly, his personal information now indicated that his race had transformed into that of the Blood Clan. So, this is the consequence of bearing the burden. He sensed the negative energy within him becoming denser and more manageable. His aversion to daylight intensified, while his affinity for darkness and night grew stronger. His senses seemed significantly heightened, and his physical capabilities surpassed his former self. Although he was still no match for those knights, he was no longer a mere weakling. In summary, he had grown stronger. With this thought, Rollo hastily touched his head. Fortunately, his hair remained abundant, and his hairline was still intact. However, a second question arose. Now that he had become an undead vampire, how was he to return? Unlike Hassan, who excelled at concealment, he would undoubtedly be discovered upon returning. Moreover, with that high-ranking vampire roaming nearby, it was likely that Rams and the others would quickly concoct a tale of the Lamperidge Viscount being slain by a vampire during his absence, subsequently transformed into a servant. However, this conundrum resolved itself as he delved deeper into the Blood Clan's secret tome. His previous assumptions had been misguided. Vampires and the Blood Clan were indeed distinct entities. Chapter 51. The vulture spreads its wings and soars into the sky. In Rollo's previous life, his understanding of the Blood Clan and vampires was merely a matter of translation. Fundamentally, they were one and the same. These fantastical beings were rooted in the dark legends that circulated throughout Europe, transformed by the imaginations of various novelists into the elegant yet lethal aristocrats of the night. In modern times, game developers have categorized them alongside classic undead entities such as liches and zombies, drawing from the characteristics of vampires and their connections to death and decay. The vampires of this world are no exception. For instance, the noble vampire currently wreaking havoc among the tribes at the southern edge of the Great Grass Sea is labeled by the system as a high-ranking undead, a quintessential ancient being. However, it was only after Rollo underwent the baptism of the Blood Clan's secret scriptures that he realized the vampires of this world were far from mere caricatures. Just as he witnessed in that illusion, the Blood Clan is an accidental creation of demigods. Externally, their forms bear an uncanny resemblance to humans, even to the point of being indistinguishable, yet, internally, they have been tainted by the primordial blood sea of creation and the malevolent influences of the world's beginnings, hence their classification as semi-divine beings. The traits they possess are remarkably akin to those of traditional vampires: an aversion to sunlight, an affinity for darkness, blood manipulation, and immortality. Even someone as specialized in necromancy as Rollo would struggle to differentiate between the two by ordinary means. Likewise, unless intentionally revealed, it is exceedingly difficult to distinguish a Blood Clan member from a human. After all, even if a priest were to beseech the divine with prophetic words to ascertain whether Rollo is undead, the deity would simply respond in the negative, because, indeed, he is not undead. The Blood Clan represents a higher echelon of dark beings, capable of commanding the undead. They merely resemble traditional mummies, yet they should not be mistaken for such. In summary, Rollo no longer fears being unmasked upon his return. His spirits lifted considerably. Everyone, cease your idleness and diligently organize the treasures. With such an abundance of gold and silver, we have struck it rich this time. In truth, there was no need for his exhortation, as the undead were the most capable and loyal of servants, not prone to laziness. However, despite their high efficiency, they were no match for the vast wealth of the third brother. After several hours of labor, dozens of undead had only managed to tidy the hall, leaving the deeper burial chambers untouched. Rollo, contemplating the throne at the center of the hall, which had been partially demolished by either himself or Alger, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since I can utilize my ancestral tomb as a secret base, why not claim this place as a new stronghold? He recalled a senior colleague who similarly reveled in the study of necromancy, tirelessly establishing bases worldwide to gather talent and resources, undeterred by repeated assaults and the destruction of his homes, each time managing to rise anew. This was the essence of the cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. He ought to learn from such an example. Rollo decisively shifted his strategy, producing an abundance of ordinary skeletal soldiers and zombies from his reserves of bones and flesh. With a grand gesture, he commanded them to renovate their new abode. As for himself, he would sift through the materials to craft some exquisite skeletons. After all, he had sustained considerable losses in the recent battle, with many of his elite heavy-armed skeleton warriors perishing, along with their armor and heavy crossbows, causing him quite a pang of regret. Fortunately, the treasures strewn about far exceeded his losses. Otherwise, he might have vented his frustrations on Alger's remains, although, dismembering him for materials hardly differed from expressing anger. While Rollo concluded his exhilarating adventure and reveled in his bounty, his territory was greeted by an army eager for its own spoils. The bright green eagle banner fluttered above the Grey River, a flock of raptors appearing in formation as they advanced forward. Ram stood atop the watchtower of Stone Tower Fortress, having grown up as the first heir to the Duke with a solid noble education. While he may not be intimately familiar with every noble crest across the nation, he could certainly recognize the prominent factions within the 6 provinces of the Northern Territory. Jim Hallis' domain is quite distant, yet he arrives with remarkable speed. Disdain marked Ram's features. This man hardly deserved to be associated with the noble and valiant eagle. He was merely a vulture, boasting a massive and fearsome physique but lacking the courage to pursue fresh prey, a coward at heart. Beside him, his advisor, dressed as a sage, chuckled softly, his white beard quivering as he spoke in a wise, aged tone. Not my Duke, this vulturous choice to follow you signifies that, in his eyes, your victory is assured. Such insight is unnecessary. I was always destined to prevail. Rams had evidently cast aside memories of his previous humiliating defeats before arriving at Lamperouge territory. After all, only those who laugh last are the true victors. With that thought, he touched his face, making a concerted effort to correct his expression before finally presenting a suitably polite smile. Let us proceed to welcome our vulture, the Eagle Count. Even if he possesses little skill, his substantial stature is sufficient to serve as a beacon to attract other lords. Though Stone Tower Fortress was situated by the river, it lacked a sufficiently large port to accommodate the fleet, necessitating that Count Jim Hallis warships continue upstream until they reached Stone Tower Town, where a suitable landing point awaited. However, that area was also rather cramped, barely sufficient for their needs. The most appropriate location would have been the port of Grey River Town, belonging to the Lamperich family, but for political reasons, Count Hallis could not allow Duke Frostbane to pursue into Grey River Town, thus settling for a compromise. As his ships docked and the troops disembarked, they were met with a splendid and orderly procession lining the sides, banners emblazoned with vivid armor colors, flagpoles held aloft, creating a path of honor and dignity. At a glance, at the end of the road, Duke Frostbane himself was striding forward to greet him. What an extraordinary display of courtesy! Jim Hallis, while taken aback, was quite pleased with this arrangement. His prompt arrival to join the coalition was precisely for such recognition. With two heirs vying for power, even the royal family had dispatched legions to meddle, and the barbaric hordes of the Great Grass Sea were stirring restlessly. A reshuffling of power in the northern territories was inevitable along the way. He had learned of several short-sighted individuals who had chosen to ally with the ostensibly more powerful younger son, causing him to scoff in disdain. A bunch of fools. The divided Frostbane family cannot hope to contend with His Majesty the Emperor. The deployment of the Dragonblade Legion has already made the Emperor's stance clear. How ridiculous that these northern folk, having muscled their way to a height, cannot comprehend such a simple truth. The Hallis family had remained in obscurity for centuries, steadfast and cautious, often derided as vultures, yet today, it was time for this vulture to spread its wings, soar high, and transform into a true eagle. Chapter 52 of the North. The realm of the North, ruled by the people of the North, is governed by Jim Hallis, whose territory is situated at a considerable distance from the northwestern tip of the empire, specifically the Lamperlucky holding. His fleet navigated along the Grey River, traversing the lands of 3 earls and 2 viscounts. Consequently, the news of the vultures, typically content to scavenge behind others, taking the initiative to strike, immediately captured widespread attention. Among those most intrigued by this development was Dominic Frostbane, the former Duke's second son, a usurper of the North, and the proclaimed successor to the second Duke of Frostbane, seated within the confines of the Frostbane family castle. Bang! A heavy thud reverberated through the study as Dominic's fist collided with the solid wooden table, causing the goblets atop it to topple and spill their rich, crimson contents, threatening to saturate the documents spread across its surface. The attendant, taken aback, cautiously raised his gaze to gauge Dominic's expression before hastily shuffling the papers aside and attempting to tidy the desk. Leave it be. Must I endure this a second time, only to be infuriated anew? Dominic's chilling voice sent shivers down the attendant's spine, his hands recoiling as if electrified, retreating hastily to a safe distance, too fearful to intervene further. The young Duke cast a disdainful glance at him, snorting derisively before turning to the window and rising to stride purposefully toward the door. The attendant hurriedly followed, draping a cloak over him as if removing a coat from a hanger. However, the moment his hand brushed against Dominic's, the young Duke, whose legitimacy was shrouded in doubt, erupted in fury, delivering an elbow strike to the attendant's face that sent him staggering back several steps, instinctively drawing a dagger from his belt. The sound of the blade being unsheathed sent a chill through the attendant, whose bloodied nose was quickly forgotten as he shouted, "My lord, it's me, I am no assassin." In that instant, the dagger held by Dominic was but an inch from him, the frost clinging to its surface as frigid as the breath of death itself, causing him to tremble. Dominic retracted the blade, his expression dark and his voice laced with an icy menace that surpassed even the earlier aura of death. "Do not touch me from behind. Should there be a next time, even if I manage to restrain myself, you shall meet your end, just as your 4 predecessors did." The attendant promptly fell to his knees, pleading for mercy, memories of his parents' expressions upon learning he had been chosen as the Duke's attendant flashing through his mind. He had presumed the Duke merely had a volatile temperament, but he had not anticipated such madness, taking lives over a mere disagreement. It was no wonder that those who had held the position before him wore expressions more grotesque than tears, despite what should have been the immense honor of serving as a Duke's attendant, a veritable stepping stone to political ascendance. "My lord, please rest assured, there shall never be a next time." Perhaps due to the impending winter chill, his voice trembled slightly. Dominic dismissed him without further ado, unconcerned with the cloak, and turned to leave. His ancestors, including his obstinate father, had always adhered to the doctrine that a hardened spirit was forged through ice and that martial prowess was tempered through cold, never donning heavy garments for warmth. Yet he was different. From a young age, he had been particularly sensitive to the cold, and his refusal to wear a cloak was solely due to a magical artifact that preserved his body heat. As a Duke of the North, he was naturally well endowed in such matters. Upon entering the hall, he found a considerable number of individuals awaiting him once again. One of his family's close advisors, a knight bearing the title of Baron yet lacking any substantial fiefdom, promptly approached to brief him on the. Dominic's gaze swept across the room, noting that, Aside from the few important vassals who had already pledged their loyalty to him, there were indeed many unfamiliar faces present. This group of individuals surrounded a young nobleman, who was clad in a vibrantly colored velvet suit, impeccably tailored, harmonizing splendidly with his striking golden hair. Instead of exuding the valor and tenacity esteemed by the North's nobility, he resembled an elegant gentleman from the South. Upon noticing Dominic's arrival, the apparent leader of the group strode forward with a steady gait, employing impeccable noble etiquette to declare, "Esteemed Duke, Edric Raven extends to you his most sincere respects, along with the unwavering loyalty of the Raven Marquisate."
Though he was but a second son, Dominic was far more invested in noble lineages than his elder brother.
The moment he heard the name, he recalled the background of the speaker. In the 6 provinces of the north, apart from the province where the Flossbane family resided, each housed a powerful marquisate. The province of the Raven Marquisate lay directly south of the Nord province, where his elder brother had raised his banner. The current heir of the Raven Marquisate was not particularly prosperous, having only Edric as a sole son alongside 2 daughters. Therefore, Edric's presence was a clear indication of the family's intent. This thought lightened Dominic's mood somewhat. "Welcome, Count Edric. I hope you find the hospitality of Snowy Cliff Castle to your liking," Dominic replied, engaging in pleasantries. As he concluded his greeting, other nobles followed suit, promptly offering their respective declarations of loyalty. However, as Dominic listened to the chorus of pledges, the genial smile that had graced his face gradually morphed into a distinctly darker expression. Out of the 6 provinces, excluding the one governed by the Flossbane Snowy Cliff Castle, only one marquis had deigned to attend. Furthermore, none of the formidable border earls had made their way to Snowy Cliff. While several lesser nobles possessed significant territories and ample wealth, their locations in the southern regions of the north rendered them devoid of any military prospects. It appeared that many still believed his ineffectual brother ought to be the rightful ruler of the north. Dominic's frigid tone silenced the small and medium nobles who had contemplated speaking further. Only Edric, the marquis heir with a count's title, glanced around the assembly before leaning closer to Dominic and whispering, "Your Grace, tread carefully. The one in the imperial capital has already made his intentions clear." He alluded to the need for Dominic to be cautious with his words regarding the ruler of the North, reminding him that, legally speaking, the Flossbane family served as guardians of the North, essentially the gatekeepers of the Empire's northern frontiers, an entirely different connotation from that of the North's sovereign. Dominic did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to regard Edric, meeting his enigmatic gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he posed an intriguing question: "Does the Raven family believe that the North ought to belong to the people of the North, or to those of the imperial capital?"
Chapter 53.
The return of Rollo. Rollo galloped along the path home, astride his skeletal warhorse, cleverly cloaked in a horse's cover to disguise its true form. At this moment, the northern plains were nearing the winter season, with autumn gradually receding. This was particularly evident in the frigid morning air, which pierced to the bone. The sun had yet to rise, and the sky was adorned with a delicate shade of gray, as if the winter frost had already congealed in the atmosphere. The flora of the plain swayed in the biting wind, seemingly bracing for the impending chill. A thin layer of frost was already visible on the ground, and as the breeze swept by, it carried a sharp, numbing cold. In the distance, where the plains met the sky, a pale blue began to emerge, heralding the dawn of a new day. Yet, all was still shrouded in the cold of winter, as if the earth had succumbed to slumber, awaiting the sun's call. This was the morning of the northern plains, cold and solemn, akin to a forewarning of the war clouds poised to envelop the land. Rollo felt the chill seep into him, his gaze drifting northward across the vast expanse, and today's intelligence had refreshed. Intelligence 1. Both Dukes of Flossbane have issued summons across the entirety of the northern territories. Duke Dominic, having garnered the support of only one among 5 marquises, has taken a reckless gamble. He attempts to wield necromancy to awaken the valiant warriors of the north to fight for him, rallying under the banner that the north belongs to its people, in opposition to the traitors who have allied with the emperor. Intelligence 2. The secret society of necromancers known as Dark Revelry has sensed the impending winds of war sweeping through the north, and they are exceedingly exhilarated. They have convened an internal meeting and resolved to wholeheartedly facilitate the forthcoming civil war in the north, thereby providing more material for their necromantic studies. Intelligence 3. The renowned mercenary organization, the Leaf Brigade, under the auspices of Marquis Raven, has been commissioned by Duke Dominic and is en route to the north. The necromancer members within will furnish Dominic with formidable support for his upcoming endeavors. Intelligence 4. The largest cathedral in the north, the Cathedral of Light, has perceived the sinister black magic of a high-ranking vampire's necromancy over the Great Grass Sea as a significant threat. They are rallying all paladins of the north, and the Judgment Order has already set forth, expected to arrive at the territory of Lamperouge within 10 days. Intelligence 5. Of the high-ranking undead vampire noble, the Dark Scion known as the Eternal Night Singer, Yalos Darkwood, has completed his massacre and begun transforming all the corpses into undead thralls. Based on the concentration of negative energy created locally, it is anticipated that he will convert them into a maximum of intermediate undead servants. Upon reviewing the day's intelligence, Rollo found himself somewhat taken aback. So, this time, it is indeed a confluence of necromancy. He had initially thought that among the nobility, only he, wary of the church's influence, would dabble secretly in a bit of necromancy. He had not anticipated that even one of the 5 marquises, Marquis Raven and Lamb, who also claimed to be a brother of Duke Flossbane, would engage in such dark arts. However, considering the utility of this craft, Rollo was not as surprised. These nobles were all vampires, voracious and ruthless. How could they possibly adhere to the law and refrain from indulging in such convenient dark magic? To be frank, Rollo felt he ought to seek out a black market merchant to procure some grimoires of dark magic. With the aid of the system, he should be able to master these dark arts just as he had with the Book of the Dead and the Bloodline Codex. Otherwise, it would be rather amusing if he, a professional necromancer, found himself outshone by those ostentatiously refined nobles in the realm of necromancy. As fate would have it, the final entry among today's 10 pieces of intelligence concerned these black market merchants. Intelligence 10. A black market grimoire dealer, acting as a spy for Marquis Raven, has infiltrated the Nord province. He will seek to ascertain the strength of Duke Ramsay's influence during his trading endeavors. Although the majority of his wares consist of low-tier elemental spells, he possesses a tome that delves into demonology. Rollo's interest was piqued upon reading the word demon within this intelligence. Rather, his curiosity was ignited. It is well known that while demons come in a vast array of forms, only a few types are truly representative, such as the succubus. A book on demonology surely cannot fail to teach the art of summoning demons, and a tome on summoning spells must inevitably involve the renowned succubus. Rollo, perhaps having encountered too many rice dumplings in a past life, found no allure in ordinary human women. The maids in his Grey River fortress, though some claim to adore those who incessantly chant the name of the dog god, left him entirely unmoved. He preferred something, well, a tad more exhilarating. Of course, this excitement was not akin to his ancestors' interests in men, nor was it comparable to the peculiar tastes of certain individuals from the long-extinct Amolwan tribe who found pleasure in male centaurs. What he desired was something that aligned with human aesthetics but also bore an inner thrill. The succubus, with her compelling appearance and stimulating vocation, was simply perfect. Rollo felt a surge of vigor and hastened his skeletal warhorse to accelerate towards home. In reality, he could have directly teleported to the ancestral tomb or Grey River Fortress. However, considering that he still held the reconnaissance order from the Dragon Legion, if Alex had dispatched someone to observe his movements at the border and they failed to see him, only for him to suddenly appear within the territory, it could spell disaster. There was a risk he might be accused of suspicious behavior, potentially even treason. Regardless, the grimoire dealer was likely just setting out, and it would be some time before he reached Rollo's territory. There was no need to rush. With this mindset, Rollo arrived at the territory of Lamperouge the following midday. During his journey, the intelligence system refreshed once more, seemingly attuned to his urgency, presenting a comprehensive compilation of information regarding various merchants. One merchant, under the employ of Charlotte, his commercial advisor, had profited by selling and trading mercenary armor that Rollo found useless, embezzling over 20 gold dragons from him. As for the grimoire dealer, he had already boarded a ship, specifically a refugee vessel bound directly for Grey River Town. Recently, many lords had heeded Ramsay's call for northern campaigns, hastily conscripting troops, which had left the common folk in disarray, resulting in a surge of refugees. Consequently, the frequency of refugee ships had increased. Yet, despite this, was it not rather peculiar how uniformly these individuals were arriving in Grey River Town? The unscrupulous mage, Ramses, and now this grimoire dealer all opted for refugee ships. Perhaps it would be prudent to deploy someone to monitor the refugee vessels. One might just catch a significant catch. Rollo mused. Chapter 54 is the work of the undead. As Rollo approached the territory, even before he reached the Imperial Boundary Stone and while still theoretically situated within the vast grass sea, he discovered that this place had undergone a profound transformation. The territory of the Lampeluki, in terms of its expanses of viscountcy, was indeed immense, surpassing even some of the lesser earldoms, and now having absorbed the slightly smaller former domain of Dolite, it stood as a behemoth among viscounts. However, accommodating the noble coalition from the 6 northern provinces was no small feat. Merely delineating sufficient territory for their encampments had already left Leonard Ironarm in a state of utter exasperation, let alone the logistical concerns regarding provisions such as food and medicine. With the entire population of the territory barely numbering a few tens of thousands, how could it possibly sustain an army exceeding 100,000 in both men and horses? Fortunately, the southern border barons and provincial governors took on these expenses, otherwise, the entire population of the Lampeluki would have been ground into mince to barely sustain the northern forces. Yet Rollo remained oblivious to all this, still under the impression that these individuals were self-sufficient in provisions. At present, the Lampeluki territory was a sight to behold. with a plethora of tents and banners as far as his eye could see, triangular flags from various northern nobles fluttering in the wind, emblazoned with their respective crests, creating a spectacle reminiscent of a grand army ready to vanquish foes. The military camp, previously occupied by the famed Sword and Dragon Legion, towered amidst the colorful tents, its wooden walls continuously heightened, with the Legion's dragon emblazoned banner visibly larger than the noble flags surrounding it. The disparity in status was unmistakable. Rollo was not surprised by this. The border nobles of the north were generally martial in nature, and even if they initially resisted authority, they would think twice after witnessing the might of this imperial legion. As Rollo's procession drew nearer, scouts from the Sword and Dragon Legion quickly converged towards him. Rollo tossed a command for the scouts, and one of his tyrants promptly seized it, raising it high towards the sentinels. Perhaps due to a spell akin to eagle eye cast upon their helmets, the guards merely glanced in their direction before returning to their posts without further obstruction. As a result, Rollo's party maintained their pace without any reduction in speed. However, this was not entirely fortuitous. For the small noble stationed near the edge of the territory, it was a scene of sheer terror. Imagine witnessing a knightly order, each knight clad in full armor, their military discipline impeccable, even their steeds draped in cloaks, led by towering figures resembling ogres, charging towards your unprepared encampment at a speed akin to a battlefield charge. What would your reaction be? Enemy attack, enemy attack. This unfortunate baron, whose lack of martial prowess and scant resources had relegated him to such an outer position, upon seeing such a fearsome cavalry charge, screamed in terror, even neglecting to grasp his weapon. In a moment of panic, he inadvertently instilled a sense of chaos among his 40-odd men, who, under his command as a knight, instinctively scattered. The response from the neighboring noble encampment mirrored this chaos. After all, this baron had only been pushed to the fringes, and the troops camped nearby were of similarly dubious caliber. Ultimately, like a row of dominoes, numerous poorly disciplined noble forces within the camp fell into disarray. Even though some nobles, whose lands bordered the frontier and had yet to succumb to a decline in martial virtue, attempted to steady their ranks, their efforts were but a drop in the bucket against the overwhelming tide. Initially, Rollo could not discern the commotion, mistakenly believing they were preparing to welcome him. However, as he drew closer, it became increasingly evident that something was amiss. By the time he began to decelerate, a sparse line of archers had already begun to draw their bows in his direction. Alas, it dawned on him that the scouts had not allowed him entry due to a lack of issues with his insignia, but rather to ensnare him within their trap. Was that rascal Alex truly seeking to borrow a head from his compatriots? As the ranks of the noble coalition continued to swell, despite their chaotic appearance lacking any semblance of a coherent formation, the archers aimed at him were very much a legitimate threat. Without hesitation, Rollo retreated decisively, simultaneously exerting mental control over the tyrant, whose formidable voice boomed, "I have shed blood for the North, I have rendered service to the Empire, What are your intentions? I demand an audience with the Legion commander. I must see His Excellency the Duke." His thunderous proclamation resonated mightily, startling the ragtag soldiers. Many noble officers had mounted their steeds and rushed to the front lines, straining to glimpse this prominent figure. However, in his haste, Rollo had neglected to display his Lampolucci family banner, and given his background as a somewhat eccentric recluse, few recognized him, leading the noble officers to ponder, who was this fellow? Yet, observing Rollo's imposing demeanor, none dared to utter a defiant word. They exchanged glances, inquiring amongst themselves if anyone knew of this individual. In truth, Rollo, the Viscount of Lampolucci, had already gained notoriety across the 6 northern provinces for being a model of loyalty under Ramses. Yet, few could identify the man himself. Thus, the situation reached a temporary stalemate until an officer from the Sword and Dragon Legion approached. Rollo recognized him as one of Alex's personal guards, having encountered him on the day he sought the scouting command from Alex, one of the imposing knights who had stood before him. "The commander has issued a decree. All personnel are to return to their camps immediately. Those who disobey will be treated as deserters." Rollo did not witness the anticipated disdain from the nobles towards this officer of common birth. Rather, they retreated like chastened children scolded by a schoolmaster. His wariness of the Sword and Dragon Legion grew further. It seemed that this group was not merely a band of ruffians. If the iron-willed figure in the imperial capital intended for this legion to remain stationed here long-term, the territory of Grey River might soon undergo a change of name. After dismissing the crowd, the officer rode over to Rollo. "Viscount Lampolucci, I trust you are well. The commander wishes to inquire if there have been any discoveries during your reconnaissance mission." Although Rollo had not engaged in any intelligence gathering, he had the system at his disposal. It was an intelligence system, after all, and a professional one at that. "Ahem, the situation is quite dire." Rollo's expression darkened as he spoke, casting a furtive glance around. "I suspect it is the work of the undead." Chapter 55 of The Hand That Delved Deep. The undead, a harbinger of death, annihilated the barbarian tribes of the north. the officer regarded Rollo with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, his doubts tempered by the unwavering conviction etched upon Rollo's countenance. Such formidable power possessed by a high-ranking undead, one could not help but inquire how, my dear Viscount, you managed to escape its clutches. The insinuation of distrust hung heavy in the air, yet Rollo remained unperturbed, replying with a visage of dread, I merely sought to scout the vicinity of the Amulan tribe's encampment, to ascertain the number of souls they had amassed. What I encountered was a scene straight from the depths of hell. Rollo shut his eyes momentarily, only to snap them open in terror, as if haunted by a ghastly vision.
You cannot fathom it.
It was beyond the realm of humanity. That place was a veritable purgatory. In pursuit of intelligence, my men braved their disgust to venture inside, and to our horror, we stumbled upon an accursed altar, the stench of blood so potent it felt as though—
Perhaps this man was not fabricating his tale? What lay upon the altar? I do not know. Rollo suddenly clasped his head, shaking it fervently.
I have no desire to know. Those runes seemed alive, whispering in my ears. They beckoned me, urging me to step into the heart of the altar. I plunged a knife into my thigh, the searing pain barely jolting me back to reality. By the time I led my men to safety, I recalled those runes. I believe I have seen them mentioned in tomes concerning dark magic. It is well known that Rollo Lamperouge was once an obsessed madman dabbling in dark sorcery, albeit with little to show for it. Yet it is not inconceivable that he might have encountered genuine knowledge within those tomes. If those runes were indeed familiar to him, the officer's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness.
Come with me at once.
We must report this matter to the commander. As Rollo absorbed this directive, he felt an inexplicable thrill. Suddenly, he understood the underlying motive behind the officer's initial expedition to the Northern Territories. Indeed, they had come seeking to claim trophies from the heads of the barbarian tribes, but the glory of vanquishing the undead would far eclipse that of merely slaying northern savages. What excitement that must incite! Rollo hastened to follow the officer's lead. Quickly arriving at the command center, the guards stationed at the entrance regarded him with astonishment, casting confused glances at the officer as if questioning the rationale behind bringing Rollo along. The officer gestured discreetly, but with his back turned to Rollo, he could not discern the particulars, yet he noted that the guard's expression mirrored the same fervor, eyes glinting like a wolf catching the scent of flesh in the night. What a rabble of warmongers this lot is! When Alex received the news, he did not display the naivete of one unacquainted with the ways of the world. He rose with composure, extracting the sole golden token from the collection before him, tossing it to his aide, and instructing, order the noble coalition to mobilize immediately. Sweep through the barbarian tribes of the north, one by one. The aide comprehended his intent and swiftly departed to relay the command. Rollo, perplexed, inquired, am I to accompany them as well? Alex cast a sideways glance at him before returning to his seat.
Your presence is not required for the forthcoming expedition.
Before Rollo could pose another question, he was ushered out with instructions to return home. As he journeyed back to Grey River Fortress, Rollo's mind raced with confusion.
Despite the apparent eagerness of the Dragonblade Legion, with officers brimming with zeal, why had Alex commanded the noble coalition to proceed first? Surely they did not intend to conserve their strength. Never mind, some things are beyond comprehension. That high-ranking vampire had even summoned mid-tier undead minions, certainly not a foe to be trifled with. Let them engage. It spared him the need to join the coalition, allowing him to prepare for the arrival of the delivery from Count Raven. Yet, upon his return to Grey River Fortress, he was met with another matter to address. My Lord Lamperouge, I bring you an invitation to the banquet from Duke Ramses. A well-dressed gentleman extended a beautifully crafted invitation at his doorstep. Rollo opened it casually, revealing a page of parchment lavishly adorned with the customary pleasantries exchanged among nobility. Disregarding the flowery language, the essence of the letter could be distilled into a single summons. Urgent matters await your presence. As the nominal lord of the land, and the legal supporter of his annexation of the former Dolite territory, Rollo could not refuse Ramses' overture. It was unfortunate, however, that after several days of toil without a moment's respite, he must now engage in yet more tedious discourse with the nobility. Please convey to his grace that I shall arrive at Stone Tower Fortress promptly for dinner this evening. Your presence is anticipated.
Upon entering Grey River Fortress, Rollo had scarcely changed his attire when he was met by another visitor. This time, it was not an outsider, but rather his trusted knight, Leonard Ironarm, whom he had appointed as the temporary steward of the territory.
My lord, you have finally returned. I am not akin to those wretched ancestors.
However, as Leonard's report unfolded, Rollo realized his initial misinterpretation. Leonard's tears were born of grievance. Shortly after Rollo's departure, a flood of nobles eager to join the coalition had descended upon the Lamperouge estate, each demanding provisions for their troops, and insisting on the finest accommodations for their encampments. Leonard, despite his best efforts, could hardly conjure the rations necessary for tens of thousands, thus, he was compelled to plead with Ramses for assistance, yet Ramses, despite his lofty title, possessed no lands, armies, or resources, he could offer nothing substantial. Instead, he resorted to writing to the nearby Duke Jeremiah and other prominent nobles, beseeching their support. Upon reaching this point, Leonard became animated. "My lord, do not be deceived by the sweet words of these earls. When it comes time to part with their coin or provisions, they turn their backs on us." Rollo's expression darkened. How foolish of me to assume these nobles were honorable men, prepared for war with their own supplies. Instead, they intend to feast upon the bounty of their host. Indeed, how can my meager Lamperouge estate sustain such a multitude for even a few days? What, then, is the resolution to this dilemma? Do not tell me that we are depleting the castle's stores. My lord, that is the most vexing part, Leonard growled through gritted teeth. The nobles, led by Duke Jeremiah, initially claimed a lack of provisions. Yet when the governor of Nord province arrived bearing the emperor's decree in ships laden with grain, those same nobles suddenly found their own supplies. My lord, they do not regard us with any respect. Leonard's agitation rose, while Rollo's demeanor shifted to one of calm resolve. Viewed in this light, it appeared that the imperial capital's grasp on the north had long since penetrated deeper than the House of Florsbane could perceive. Chapter 56. Bearing the family business at a young age that night, the hall of Sheeta Fortress was ablaze with light. Even from a mile away, Rollo could see the glow emanating from the castle's windows. The surroundings were dim, but this did not hinder Rollo, who possessed exceptional night vision. He could clearly discern rows of splendid and ornate carriages parked together, attended by dedicated servants. Rollo couldn't help but chuckle. One might mistakenly believe this was a grand banquet hosted by the nobility. Who would have thought to bring their luxurious carriages along when heading out to war? As Rollo's carriage approached, the waiting attendants promptly came forward, engaging in polite yet meaningless banter while directing the driver to park the carriage. Another servant stepped forward to escort Rollo into the hall. Even before he entered, he could already hear bursts of laughter and praise for the name of Flossbane emanating from within. It seemed that tonight's gathering was merely a mutual admiration society for Rams. Although he had no desire to participate, the circumstances were compelling. From a distance, he could have concocted an excuse, but with only a short distance separating Grey River Fortress from Sheeta Fortress, how could he find a pretext? Did he have an upset stomach? Rollo shook his head. At the very least, this banquet was not a hidden agenda. Upon pushing open the grand door, the laughter and flattery within the hall came to an abrupt halt. All eyes instantly focused on him, and Rollo felt a myriad of emotions: curiosity, suspicion, fear, and disdain directed at him. The surprise and curiosity did not perplex him. After all, the original incarnation of his being, although somewhat known in the noble circles as the Lamperouge scion obsessed with dark magic, seldom participated in noble social events, thus rendering his face unfamiliar. But what was the source of the fear and disdain? Following their gazes, he discovered that these looks laden with emotions were directed precisely from those gathered around Rams, all clad in the typical garb of northern nobility. Yet, he did not recognize a single one of them. They must not have been Rams followers but rather nobles participating in the coalition these past few days. He found it puzzling. When had he ever offended this group? At that moment, Ram's voice shattered the silence. "Look who has arrived, our esteemed host, the Viscount Lamperouge." He raised a glass from a nearby table, toasting Rollo with a flourish. "To our Lamperouge." The nobles surrounding him immediately donned sycophantic smiles, mimicking the gesture of raising their glasses in salute, yet their eyes steadfastly refused to glance in Rollo's direction. Rollo returned the gesture with a smile and was about to seek something to eat when he noticed Rams still beckoning him to come over. The expressions of the nobles around him visibly soured. One even spoke up directly: "Your Grace, our Viscount Lamperouge has just completed his duties with the Sword and Dragon Legion. He may not be inclined to partake in the festivities." He emphasized the words sword and dragon, clearly indicating his desire for Rollo to stay away. Yet Rams remained unfazed, continuing to wave him over. Observing this scene, Rollo felt a sense of foreboding. These nobles were indeed targeting him, and it seemed to be due to the sword and dragon? He recalled the events of the day. Had not the noble coalition been well managed by Alex? Wait, was that the crux of the matter? "Good evening, Your Grace, thank you for personally sending someone to invite me to the banquet." Rollo casually raised his glass, clinking it with Rams in a natural greeting, much like a true Viscount would. His gaze naturally settled on the hostile nobles as he inquired, "I beg your pardon, but I have rarely attended banquets since childhood and am unfamiliar with you all. Might Your Grace introduce us?" Rams, in high spirits, introduced each noble one by one, all of whom held titles that did not intersect with Rollo's territories and had no prior dealings with him. Finally, the last individual, a middle-aged man with a conspicuous Mediterranean hairstyle and an exaggerated hooked nose, was introduced with particular emphasis. This is Count Jim Hallis, the first among the nobles to respond to my call, renowned for his loyalty and valor.
I believe you two will have much to discuss, Viscount Lamperouge.
Jim Hallis smiled, extending his glass slightly in invitation for Rollo to toast with him. However, his hooked nose was so pronounced that Rollo couldn't help but perceive his smile as sinister, fearing that the man might have some poison at the rim of his cup, ready to slip it into Rollo's drink at the moment of clinking glasses. Yet, to refuse the toast would be to disrespect Rams, the introducer. Thus, Rollo reluctantly clinked glasses, then pretended to sip, but Jim Hallis showed no sign of discontent, but the other viscounts reacted differently.
Truly, the Viscount Lamperouge lives up to his martial lineage.
At such a young age, he understands the value of moderation in drinking. Observe, he even deliberates before toasting at a banquet. This is the mark of a person destined for greatness. Unlike us older folk, who lack the strength to mount and wield our weapons, relying solely on the wine at banquets to squander our days away.
Rollo furrowed his brow. Was this man a eunuch?
He bore no grudge against him. Why then did he feel the need to oscillate between hostility and veiled sarcasm? Before he could voice his thoughts, another viscount chimed in. Indeed, it is so. The Viscount Lamperouge, at such a tender age, has inherited the family business, and just days in, has triumphantly absorbed an old rival, nearly doubling his territory. Truly impressive, unlike us, who have journeyed far with our armies to the wild northern frontier, uncertain if we can even earn some military merit, merely squandering resources in manpower. At that moment, Rollo began to comprehend. He observed the positioning of these nobles, all centered around Jim Hallis, their movements subtly elevating him in a manner akin to planets orbiting a sun. Recalling the distribution of the noble territories in his mind, Rollo was astonished to realize that the original incarnation of his being had not even memorized the map of noble lands. However, even without this verification, he could discern that this group was undoubtedly a faction aligned with Jim Hallis. Rams had previously mentioned that this man was the first noble to arrive, even before Rollo's neighbors, indicating his eagerness for recognition. So, they perceive me as a formidable rival, Rollo mused, thinking it unnecessary. He sought chaos in the north but had no interest in their military accolades. They could take all the glory. He only required the corpses for his purposes. In return, he would consider visiting their ancestors in the future for a cordial exchange. As he contemplated how to diffuse this tension, Rams spoke first. I too believe the Viscount Lamperouge faces considerable challenges, he said, taking a sip of his drink, his tone growing more composed. After all, I am a young man who must also bear the weight of my family's legacy alone.
Chapter 57. The dark pleasures undertaking. When Rams uttered these words, the assembled nobles instantaneously grasped his intent. It was clear that he regarded Rollo as one of his own. The rationale was articulated with striking clarity. Both were young men thrust into the burden of their family legacies. This was not merely a matter of shared sympathy, but rather a recognition that Rollo's inheritance was of dubious origins. Moreover, given his tender years, he was compelled to seek Rams as a pillar of support, just as Rams, now in a diminished state, must ally himself with someone of Rollo's low betrayal rate to bolster his own influence and uphold the title of Duke of Flossbane. Jim Hallis quickly comprehended the situation and promptly altered his demeanor. In matters of political opportunism, the Hallis family were true experts. These two are indeed worthy representatives of our northern realm, valiant and astute. Under your guidance, the North shall undoubtedly stride towards a more prosperous tomorrow. Several viscounts could only reluctantly echo his sentiments. Rollo cast a surprised glance at Rams, who responded with a subtle signal. Looking upwards, he discreetly raised his head to see a high-ranking knight from Rams' entourage gesturing to him from the staircase, indicating a meeting at the watchtower after the banquet's conclusion. Rollo felt a pang of exasperation. Could he not enjoy a moment's respite? He hadn't even had the chance to eat yet. Fortunately, no further distractions or pretentious gatecrashers interrupted, allowing Rollo to engage in idle conversation with nearby nobles while managing to consume a modicum of food. When the banquet finally concluded, he summoned his bodyguard, Tyrant, from the entrance and hastened towards the watchtower. Upon arrival, he discovered several nobles had already gathered, with Rams' loyal knights stationed as sentinels. However, Jim Hallis was conspicuously absent. The guards, having seen Tyrant numerous times before, exhibited no outward reaction, yet some of the more timid nobles visibly recoiled at the sight of him. Do not be alarmed. This is merely the guard of Lord Rollo, Rams reassured, though soon his gaze shifted to Tyrant with a hint of curiosity. I cannot shake the feeling that our esteemed bodyguard appears to have grown even more formidable since our last meeting. This was undoubtedly true, considering Tyrant had received upgrades of a superior nature.
Rollo refrained from divulging this information, instead attributing the change to having vanquished several magical beasts while on duty outside. How did our conversation shift towards my bodyguard? Surely, the subject of today's clandestine gathering is not merely this. Rollo's remark redirected the collective attention back to Rams, who, sensing their lingering uncertainty regarding the identity of dark pleasures, commenced his elucidation. In essence, they are a cadre of deranged individuals obsessed with dark sorcery. At this, Rollo felt the weight of numerous gazes converge upon him. Discrimination, this was unequivocally discrimination. Rams cleared his throat, further exonerating Rollo. Ahem, they differ from Lord Rollo, who is not an evildoer of dark magic. Actually, I am, Rollo thought, but he recognized that his current weakness rendered it prudent for others to think otherwise. With the situation stabilized, Rams continued his exposition of 15 years prior. The Lantyr massacre claimed over 50,000 lives, annihilating 2 noble families and rendering vast stretches of land irreparably tainted, a situation the Church of the Holy Light still endeavors to rectify. The architects of that horror were none other than the Dark Pleasures. 8 years ago, they instigated a massive necromantic upheaval on the southern frontier, obliterating the Phoenix Crimson Legion and plunging the southern territories into dire straits against the Peacock Kingdom. Furthermore, they launched an assault on the Cathedral of the Holy Light 20 years ago. With each incident recounted, the expressions of the gathered nobles shifted, revealing growing astonishment and dread. These individuals harbored no qualms as they unleashed necromantic calamities across the continent, even daring to attack the Cathedral of the Holy Light, a veritable cabal of dark sorcery enthusiasts. Your Grace, what business could they have with you? That is precisely what I am about to address. Rams produced the letter, displaying it for all to see. The preceding lines detailed the cases he had just described, presumably to ensure recognition of their nefarious deeds. However, the crux of the matter lay in the final sentence: your brother has embraced darkness and death. If you do not wish to lag behind, come seek us for power. Rollo recognized the truth in this statement, albeit with a hint of exaggeration. While Dominic had indeed made contact with necromancers, they were merely mercenaries, motivated solely by monetary gain, and far from having fully succumbed to darkness. Nonetheless, these individuals had proven unexpectedly adept at gathering intelligence. Chapter 58, The Tome Peddler. News has arrived to my astonishment. Lord Dominic has engaged in such actions, bringing shame upon the late Duke. However, given that this information originates from the dark revelry, its credibility should indeed be questioned. Shouldn't we be more concerned about how that group of deranged cultists managed to place this item in the Duke's chamber? A few nobles began to exchange heated words, while Ramses turned his gaze towards the taciturn Lord Rollo. Well then, Lord Rollo, as one more versed in dark sorcery, what are your thoughts? The assembly fell silent, all eyes turning towards Rollo. I believe the claims made are scarcely worthy of our concern. Should Lord Dominic choose to wield necromantic powers, we can simply seek assistance from the Church. It was indeed mentioned earlier that, rather than these matters, we should focus on how these lunatics infiltrated your quarters. Indeed, that is a valid point, several nobles concurred habitually. The Church of the Holy Light in the north is formidable. If Dominic truly intends to harness necromancy, the Knights of Retribution would ensure he regrets such a choice. One noble, who had previously voiced dissent regarding Ramses's protective detail, seized the moment to speak. My lord, my brother has recently ascended to the rank of High Knight. He has served as a ranger, far exceeding the vigilance of a typical knight. I assure you, with his addition to your guard, such incidents shall never recur. Others in the assembly could not suppress their irritation at his swiftness. Yet Ramses graciously declined the offer. That is unnecessary. My mage has already determined that the intruder employed a teleportation method, directly sending the item into the room, thereby evading the guards. My mages have executed comprehensive magical countermeasures. Your concerns for my safety are unwarranted. Nevertheless, Ramses did not reject outright, for the purpose of this gathering was to cultivate alliances with these nobles, and he could not afford to overlook such an opportunity. However, your brother possesses such talents. It would be remiss not to utilize them. I will ensure he is appointed to a position befitting his abilities. After exchanging a few courteous compliments, the conversation returned to the matter at hand. The letter held little further significance. The focus shifted to the sculpture. Rollo pondered for a moment, recognizing that despite his obsession with dark magic yielding no results, he could likely identify this object, and thus shared what he knew. Ramses nodded. My magical advisor concurs. Upon her inspection, this item is a potent magical artifact, yet the runes inscribed are of necromantic origin, rendering it difficult to decipher, with its effects currently unknown. Rollo thought to himself how reckless it was to wield such an object. May I examine it? Of course, Ramses replied. Rollo lifted the sculpture, finding it surprisingly light. Had it not been hollow, its material must be considerably lighter than metal given its connection to necromantic arts. It could very well be crafted from the bones or teeth of some creature. Rollo scrutinized the sculpture, discovering the runes mentioned by Ramses. They were indeed necromantic runes, yet they remained too obscure for Rollo, whose knowledge as a necromancer apprentice fell short of this artifact's complexity. However, from the few runes he recognized, and considering the context, it was not challenging to deduce that this was a complex composite spell, likely encompassing both a wide-ranging mental influence and a summoning spell. This combination sounds rather ominous. One noble, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Have you discerned anything?" After a moment's contemplation, Rollo decided to conceal part of the truth while not resorting to lies, stating, "It appears to be a composite spell with multiple effects. However, my understanding is insufficient to ascertain the range or nature of its influence." Ramses regarded him with mild surprise. "I did not expect Lord Rollo to possess greater expertise than I had presumed." Rollo offered a modest smile. "After all, prior to inheriting my family's affairs, I devoted my days to studying such matters, though I merely have a rudimentary grasp." Ramses did not linger on this point, instead placing the sculpture and letter together. He surveyed the assembly, his gaze sharp as though piercing through their defenses, directly probing their innermost thoughts. "I have decided to establish contact with the dark revelry. This does not imply my embrace of darkness. It is merely a countermeasure against my potentially fallen brother. The purpose of gathering you all here today is to clarify this, to prevent any unwarranted misunderstandings should I find it necessary to utilize such means in the future." As he spoke, Rollo's gaze flitted across the faces of the nobles. Most of the northern aristocracy of the Oriate Empire were followers of the Church of Light, yet curiously, they displayed no outrage typical of the pious upon hearing of the impending use of dark magic. How ironic, Rollo mused, recalling his own trepidations upon his arrival, fearing that even a hint of his dark inclinations would lead to his demise. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Had the imperial nobility been so vehemently opposed to dark magic, the label of a dark sorcerer would have sufficed to condemn him to the pyre. Alternatively, it could be that the attendees of this assembly were precisely those select nobles, hand-picked by Ramses, who were open-minded towards dark magic. Indeed, the nobles soon expressed their support for Ramses, exhibiting none of the extreme rhetoric of light versus dark or the church's moral absolutism. Once Rollo too voiced his agreement, a clandestine faction regarding dark magic was thus formed under Ramses's banner. By the time Rollo returned to Grey River Fortress, dawn had already broken. Yesterday, Alex had commanded the noble coalition to take the initiative, but with such a large contingent, they departed in waves, with the final group only just setting out that morning. The nobles who attended the banquet at Stone Tower Fortress the previous night were now deep in slumber within their camps, having partied well into the night and now facing the early morning with little desire to rise. As they prepared to depart, it was precisely the moment Rollo was slipping into the embrace of sleep. Yet, once more, someone arrived. "Blast it, can one not enjoy a moment of rest?" "My lord, it is regarding the tome smuggler you instructed me to investigate." "I have news." Chapter 59. Who among the smugglers would escape slowly? The howling wind billowed the sails, causing them to snap sharply, and Aldous Cleef was roused from his slumber by the biting chill of late autumn. In the very first moment of awakening, even before his consciousness was fully alert, he instinctively reached into his bosom. Only when his fingers brushed against the ring did he exhale a sigh of relief and lift his gaze to the heavens, seeking to discern the time of day. At this moment, the night's darkness was gradually yielding to a pale golden dawn. A faint orange hue was beginning to emerge on the eastern horizon, though the stars had yet to retreat entirely, still adorning the sky like tiny diamonds, twinkling with their final glimmers of light. The moon, too, was losing the brilliance it had possessed the previous night, becoming dim and indistinct, yet still hung in the sky, complementing the vast expanse above. From this, it could be inferred that it was likely morning, the cusp of dawn. Aldous rose to his feet, stretching his stiff limbs, and leaned over the railing of the deck to gaze into the distance along the Grey River. The river surface mirrored its name, a murky expanse obscuring any clear view, with only the gentle breeze brushing over the water's surface, bringing with it a hint of early winter's chill. He could not help but shiver. Although it was technically still late autumn, the morning's cold wind was already biting, and a thin mist hovered over the river. As the refugee vessel continued its journey, the sun was gradually ascending, allowing Aldous to catch a glimpse of the distant, majestic Gostal Mountains, their peaks adorned with ancient, unchanging snow, offering a stark contrast to the vast landscape below. The trees flanking the riverbanks had long since shed the lushness of spring and summer, becoming sparse with the change of seasons, their leaves had begun to fall, swirling in the wind before gently descending upon the Grey River. Autumn, the season of harvest. He hoped that this journey would yield more than just the most basic intelligence, perhaps even a bountiful return. He absent-mindedly stroked the ring nestled against his chest. This was the core of his smuggler's trade, the spatial ring. Though it measured only a cubic meter, it sufficed for concealing precious tomes of magic. For this trip, he had specifically brought along several grimoires of dark magic, with his intended client being none other than the current confidant of Duke Frostbane, Count Lamper Luxai. He had inquired and discovered that the Count had been infatuated with dark magic since childhood, though his predecessor, possessing sound judgment, had prevented him from delving into such matters, resulting in many a humorous mishap for the current Count in his formative years. Despite the Count's exalted status now, having risen far beyond his former self, his obsession with dark magic could not possibly be extinguished in a mere day or two. Aldous was acutely aware of this. Although he dealt in the sale of dark magical tomes, he had never once dared to cast his eyes upon them. Such things were perilous to the mind. He had witnessed firsthand what had become of a mid-level arcanist who succumbed to the allure of dark magic. That arcanist's apprentice had attempted to dispose of the grimoire in a bid to save his master, only to be met with a cruel demise at the hands of the arcanist, who had been tormented by his own dark soul. This incident had even drawn the attention of the local lord, who had expended considerable effort to resolve the matter. Aldous had the misfortune of glimpsing the aftermath. The arcanist's remains were gruesomely mangled, with the only intact organ being the brain, which, according to those who recovered it, had shriveled to a mere third of its normal size, grotesquely distorted. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, yet, contemplating the potential glory of transforming one of Rams Frostbane's trusted agents into such a state filled him with exhilaration. Surely, Marquis Raven would bestow great praise, and perhaps even grant him a noble title. Aldous trembled with excitement, while those around him merely assumed he was cold and paid him no heed. As evening approached, the refugee vessel finally glided into the lands of Lamper Luxai. However, they had yet to reach the true heart of the Lamper Luxai estate. Grey River Town. Leaning against the side of the ship, he could see a sizable town in the distance, though the port was far smaller than the legendary trading hub of the upper Grey River. This must be Stone Tower Town. Once a part of the Dorlight territory, it was a town of some repute in the area, known for its decent production of stone, timber, and leather goods, with the local populace enjoying a reasonable degree of prosperity. Apart from facing the vast grass sea and lacking any defensible terrain, it could indeed be considered a prime piece of land. The Lamper Luxai family, already in possession of Grey River Town, would undoubtedly amass great wealth by absorbing this territory, surpassing even that of the Count's rank. Thus, it would be prudent to carve off a piece of flesh from him. The market price of magical tomes was not particularly high, starting at a few thousand gold coins, and only the most expensive reached tens of thousands, a trivial sum for a centuries-old noble family with deep roots. However, those were legitimate texts, requiring connections to obtain. Without such connections, one could only resort to smugglers like himself for procurement, and the prices would be far from fair. As for the forbidden grimoires of dark magic, their prices were exorbitant. Aldous, who had initially worried whether the young Rollo could afford such expenses, had now cast aside those concerns and began contemplating how much he could extort from the unsuspecting fool. The ship docked at the port of Stone Tower Town, just as it had at previous territories, with some newcomers boarding while others disembarked. However, this time, the cautious Aldous noticed something peculiar about the new arrivals. Two individuals boarded, both shrouded in black cloaks, their presence almost imperceptible. Had they not been standing right before him, Aldous might not have noticed them at all. Best to keep my distance, Aldous thought to himself, shifting further away. Yet, the two who had been seated near him for several stops intercepted him. One of them placed a hand on his shoulder and, in a teasing tone, quipped, "Hey, there are newcomers aboard. Aren't you going to greet them?" Aldous's alarm bells rang instantly. They were a cohort, they were clearly after him. It was not a matter of false modesty. The value of the items he carried could easily purchase the entire vessel along with all its passengers, and it was evident that they had plotted against him long before. Without a moment's hesitation, Aldous retrieved a bell and a shard of congealed ice from his spatial ring, and before these individuals could make a move, he hurled the ice toward them. Elemental Summon. Frost Sprite. The congealed ice erupted mid-air, the magical brilliance illuminating the surroundings as the scattered shards and icy mist coalesced into a frost sprite, towering in height and composed entirely of frosty elemental essence. Frost Sprite, block their path. Without glancing back, Aldous commanded, simultaneously wielding the King of Eagles bell to summon forth a Northwind Eagle, mounting it in haste as he sought to make his escape. As a smuggler, possessing such basic means of evasion was de rigueur. Chapter 60. Do not underestimate the morning grumpiness. As the wings of the Northwind Eagle King unfurled in a brilliant azure, soaring into the sky, Aldous realized that, at least this time, he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. The question of whether the frost spirit below could vanquish the enemy was of little consequence. Damn it, not only had he squandered a precious ice spirit essence, but he had also wasted this disguise. Now he would have to adopt a new identity to infiltrate once again. Is that so? I dare say it would be unnecessary to go to such lengths. A strange voice echoed in the air, sending shivers down Aldo's spine. Who is it? It is the person you wish to see. Rollo appeared abruptly within his line of sight. The broad back of the Northwind Eagle King could easily accommodate another person. Furthermore, it seemed that some magical enchantment had been cast upon the beast's back, making it a comfortable perch for Rollo, who stood there as if on solid ground, unperturbed by the fear of being thrown off. Aldo regarded Rollo as a target, having already gathered intelligence regarding his appearance. Although his original self was a reclusive otaku, indifferent to social interactions, it did not mean he had completely severed ties with the outside world. At the very least, he had attended a banquet hosted by the Duke of Jeremiah on the border. Thus, if one were to inquire, it was still possible to glean knowledge of his visage. Upon confirming that the newcomer bore an uncanny resemblance to the person depicted in his portrait, Aldo felt a chill sweep through him. How did you catch up to me? The speed of the Northwind Eagle King rivals that of the swiftest griffin. Did you leap over here on a dragon? Not quite so exaggerated. Feel free yourself. Rollo gestured to his shoulder, and Aldo, filled with suspicion, reached out to touch it, and then, Rollo, as their gazes interlocked in close proximity, Rollo's words were momentarily stifled by the intensity of Aldo's stare. What about you? After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to articulate the words, I meant for you to touch your own shoulder. Without waiting for a response, Rollo swiftly reached out and snatched a small piece of paper depicting a teleportation array from Aldo's shoulder. Aldo, recovering from his embarrassment, suddenly realized that this was the very individual who had patted him on the shoulder moments ago. He distinctly remembered that this person had appeared on the ship before the two territories. The implications were chilling. Just when had this individual begun to scheme against him? The troubling truth was that, apart from Count Raven, no one else was privy to his journey to the Nord province. A cascade of shock rendered Aldo momentarily dazed, until Rollo seized his spatial ring and the Eagle King's bell, which controlled the Northwind Eagle King. Only then did Aldo snap back to reality, ready to reclaim what was rightfully his, but Rollo's swift slap sent him crashing to the ground. Finally, it's in my grasp. I haven't had a good night's sleep in days. Must you choose this time? Consider the sleep of others. Would you? Rollo tucked the ring away and, brandishing the bell at Aldo, growled, Go back and inform your Lord Raven. Whatever schemes you have, feel free to unleash them upon Rams. Just remember one thing, do not disturb others' slumber. Aldo could scarcely believe his ears. What nonsense was this fellow spouting? Indeed, he was a lunatic obsessed with dark magic. Wait, does he mean to release me? What do you mean by this? Do you not understand? Is my northern accent too thick for you? I thought you were also from the north. Surely the accents from the northeast and northwest cannot be that disparate? I mean, are you really going to let me go? Otherwise, what? Rollo chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. What value do you think a fool like you possesses? To be frank, you are less interesting than a goblin. Naturally, I would rather make a grandiose statement for you to carry back. However, glancing at Aldo, who bore no injuries aside from a fading handprint, Rollo shook his head. Returning in this state would render your credibility too low. How about this? I will have my subordinates assist in giving you a disguise. I am confident that Count Raven will not suspect you then. At this juncture, the Northwind Eagle King emitted a sharp cry, and the previously stable eagle's back jolted violently. Aldo immediately understood. This meant the enchantment had dissipated. Nearby, the waiting soldiers pounced upon him like ravenous wolves, binding him tightly with iron chains. Take him away. Rollo waved his hand dismissively, leaving the matter to the castle's interrogators. Upon hearing the word interrogation, Aldo's expression shifted dramatically. You said you would let me go. Indeed, I also mentioned I would assist you with a disguise. No need for thanks. Our interrogator has been working at Grey River Castle since my grandfather's time. He is highly skilled, rest assured. Aldo attempted to protest, but the surrounding soldiers wasted no time, stuffing a rag into his mouth and dragging him away. My Lord, Leonard, who had been anxiously waiting nearby, approached, clutching a report. The spies from the eastern nobles have fully infiltrated the Nord province. Our family's intelligence operatives have been managing well in the Great Grass Sea, but facing spies from our own empire has proven to be quite challenging. Ultimately, our foundation is too shallow. We have not cultivated a sufficient intelligence force to counter them. We may have to seek assistance from the Sword Dragon Legion or Lord Rams. Rollo remained non-committal to his remarks. Even if the Lamper-Luxi family expanded rapidly, their foundational strength could not be elevated instantaneously. A weak intelligence force was inevitable. However, the notion of seeking help from others was rather ludicrous. Do you truly believe I, Rollo, and my retinue are merely idling about? You need not worry about that. I have already hired a band of thieves. Those spies will be dealt with by professionals. Your task remains the governance of the territory. I permit you to mobilize all knights and soldiers, including the guards of Grey River Castle. In short, ensure that no disturbances arise within the territory. With the noble coalition having departed, the Lamperluxi territory had become desolate once more. Dealing with the remnants of those who remained to guard the camp and tidying up the mess they left behind would undoubtedly be a hassle. Rollo was disinclined to engage with it, planning to leave everything to his subordinates while immersing himself in the study of necromancy. Nevertheless, he felt the need to prepare some combat power to maintain order. Rollo snapped his fingers, and two enhanced versions of the initial tier undead tyrants emerged from the shadows. Unlike the two personal guards who accompanied Rollo, clad in traditional black cloaks, these figures donned heavy, exaggerated black armor, identical to that of the heavily armored skeletal warriors. I shall assign 20 men from the castle guard to serve as your personal guards. These two will act as your bodyguards, ensuring your safety at all times. Go forth with confidence. Chapter 61, The Succubus Male. Once the arrangements for Leonard's guards were finalized, Rollo hurriedly returned to Grey River Fortress with a plethora of recently acquired treasures. I shall indulge in a hearty slumber. After transforming into a vampire, Rollo's physical strength experienced a remarkable enhancement. Although it still did not rival that of a seasoned knight, he had far surpassed his former self, who was utterly incapable of even lifting a feather. For instance, just moments ago, he had effortlessly knocked a robust middle-aged man to the ground, leaving him incapacitated for an extended period, a feat unimaginable for his previous frail form. However, this newfound power came at a cost, as he now found himself particularly drowsy during the day, while it wasn't an overwhelming need to sleep. Remaining away from the comforts of his bed made him feel profoundly uneasy, affecting his mood and rendering him less effective in his endeavors. His slumber was not akin to the conventional deep sleep of ordinary beings, rather, it resembled a peculiar meditative state. The most striking difference was that he could awaken at will, whenever he desired. Maintaining this strange state of sleep meditation continued until the evening. When the sun was on the verge of setting, Rollo finally rose, invigorated, and swiftly made his way to the basement with an armful of items. Within the castle, all guards had been entirely replaced with heavily armored skeletal soldiers, leaving only a few trembling maids who seemed perpetually cold. These were the sole living inhabitants of the fortress. As for the 9 guardians who had once descended into the tomb with Rollo, he had promoted them to various squad leaders, establishing a military and administrative framework centered around Leonard. On his way to the underground laboratory, Rollo took a moment to visit Aldo, who was being adorned by the torturer, marveling at the elder's remarkable skills in the art of interrogation makeup before hastening to the laboratory. Today's agenda was indeed substantial. Firstly, there was the ring. The spatial ring could be considered a luxury item. Although Rollo possessed a system space, it was limited to storing corpses and could not accommodate miscellaneous items, making this ring quite useful. Within it, Rollo had personally selected 6 tomes, including an introductory grimoire on fire elemental magic, an introductory grimoire on frost elemental magic, an introductory grimoire on arcane magic, an astrology grimoire, and a storm magic grimoire, as well as the much-anticipated demonic tome, Hellish Philosophy. Upon completing the reading of all the books, his information system promptly recorded all the content. Now, with a mere flick of his finger and a slight expenditure of points, he could illuminate a new career path. However, Rollo found himself mired in indecision. The principle of mastery in all things leads to negligence in all loomed large, and these career paths seemed to function like necromancy. Advancing to the next tier required exponentially more points, yet, he had only the singular method of refreshing points daily to accumulate them. Should he save up to elevate his necromancy tier first, or seize the opportunity to learn as much as possible while he still had support? After much contemplation, Rollo ultimately resolved, I shall acquire all these magics, with Alex already mobilizing troops and the Raven Lord also making moves, who could predict when the northern conflict might erupt. Advancing his necromancy to the next level required dozens of points. He simply could not afford to wait. It was imperative to learn more for self-preservation. As Rollo allocated his points, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, threatening to overwhelm him. Flames danced upon his brow, frost swirled around him, arcane energy coursed through his veins, and lightning and gales howled at his sides, while stars and demons whispered and glimmered in his presence. When Rollo regained his senses, the entire basement lay in ruins. Fortunately, no valuable materials were destroyed, merely some inconsequential tools. He placed his hand upon the table, and the fiery, icy, arcane, negative, and even corrupt energies within him surged forth, shattering the solid wood surface in an instant. It was astonishing. These forces exhibited no inclination to merge, yet they remained distinctly compartmentalized within his body, showing no signs of the chaotic struggles often depicted in tales of multiple energies clashing leading to catastrophic outcomes. However, due to his necromancy being the highest tier, the negative energy presided over all. Perhaps it could be considered his primary attribute. Coincidentally, due to his affinity with the dark side, his vampiric form appeared to possess a commendable affinity for corrupt energy, which allowed the demonic power within him to rank as a close second in terms of dominance. Now seemed the opportune moment to attempt summoning a demonic minion. Rollo promptly set to work, drawing a magical circle on the ground with blood and reciting an ancient incantation. This time, he refrained from offering a sacrifice, so the outcome of the summoning was left to chance. As the light of the circle dissipated, a figure materialized at its center, with skin as crimson as blood, a physique akin to forged steel, elegantly sculpted muscles, a sharply chiseled face exuding quintessential masculine allure, and a pair of characteristic demonic wings. The summoned demon declared, "I am Estel, the dream demon, here to respond to your call and forge a pact, human."
Are you not human?
Upon witnessing the demon's demeanor, Rollo's expression soured instantly. A dream demon, in essence, was merely a male version of a succubus. It was difficult to say how his ancestors would have fared in such a situation.
But Rollo was resolutely heterosexual.
"Whether I am human or not is of no concern to you. I am neither a succubus nor a lovely maiden, and I have no desire to form a pact with you.
Be gone."
Wait. As Rollo was about to dismiss the summoning, the dream demon, Estel, quickly intervened. "Although I am a dream demon, I am also capable of serving men. I have being skilled in such matters was hardly reassuring. "Shut your mouth and leave promptly. My sorcerer rank is insufficient to summon more than one at a time. Do not impede me from finding a succubus."
"Impossible.
I have been trapped in the demon realm for centuries. I refuse to return without a fight." "You desire a succubus, do you not? I can transform. I will accommodate your request."
With that declaration, this robust dream demon astonishingly transformed into a voluptuous succubus.
No, it should be termed a succubus male. Perhaps Rollo realized that this creature might possess some utilitarian value.
Estel, yes, Estel, since you can shapeshift, how about your ability to conceal yourself? Can you avoid detection as a demon?"
With a proud tilt of his head, Estel replied, "Our dream demons may lack combat prowess, but we survive in the harsh realm of hell by utilizing our shapeshifting and stealth abilities as spies."
"What do you think?"
"Ah, splendid, I have a task perfectly suited for you. Once you complete it, I may even reconsider summoning a true succubus."
Rollo produced a drawing depicting Aldo's visage.
"I need you to impersonate this individual and aid me in infiltrating the Raven Lord's domain."
Chapter 62.
On the creation recipe of the elemental tyrant demons, those envious beings possess the remarkable trait of not requiring sleep. Of course, for some individuals, this trait may not seem so desirable. Nevertheless, it undeniably enhances their work efficiency. They need not adhere to a grueling 996 schedule, they can leap directly into a 007 lifestyle. As for the compensation stipulated in the contract, it naturally consists of the souls that demons cherish the most. While lesser beings can only offer their own souls to demons as remuneration, Rollo is different. As a necromancer, it is entirely reasonable for him to possess a reserve of souls. Generously, Rollo has pledged 10 souls to secure this contract, in exchange for Estel's efforts to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Eastern nobility and relay their intelligence to him. Although the intelligence network is reputedly omnipotent, its randomness is considerable, and it can only provide 10 pieces of information per day, making it difficult to target those individuals effectively. Thus, having informants in the real world will become increasingly vital for Rollo as his enterprise expands. After receiving a deposit for 3 souls, Estel's enthusiasm for her work soared, and she promptly stated her intention to have a detailed discussion with Aldo to facilitate her impersonation of him in the days to come. As for Rollo, he filled the ring with a substantial quantity of gold coins and handed it over to her as operational funds. Aldo, having brought contraband to Nord, couldn't possibly return empty-handed now that the goods were gone, could he? As for the number of gold coins, Rollo was genuinely uncertain of the worth of these magical tomes. He had merely estimated the amount and had not counted them meticulously, perhaps around 50,000 coins? Originally, such a sum would have been quite a significant loss for the Lamperidge family, but after acquiring the wealth of the third brother, this amount seemed trivial. Once Estel departed, Rollo continued to sort through all those belongings. Aside from the magical tomes, the man had also stored a considerable number of magical artifacts within the ring. For instance, he possessed 4 reserves of the Ice Spirit's essence, which could summon a frost elemental to fight on his behalf. The combat prowess of such elemental spirits is commendable, as their elemental bodies grant them formidable resistance to physical attacks and even moderate ranged capabilities. On that fateful day at the docks, even without counting Hassan, there were 15 or 16 soldiers along with 2 novice knights, all of whom were momentarily stalled by its presence. Additionally, there was the Bell of the Eagle King, which summoned the North Wind Eagle King. Even if one disregarded its combat potential, its aerial mobility was undeniably valuable. Aldo had several other items he had yet to utilize, including several crystals of varying colors reminiscent of the Ice Spirit's essence, likely also one-time use elemental summoning artifacts, along with 2 magical scrolls. Given Rollo's magical proficiency prior to yesterday, he would have been at a loss regarding these items. However, having just leveled up and entered the realm of Frostfire Arcane Storm Astrology Demons, he could now consider himself a minor compendium of magic. Especially with the system's assistance, he had a profound recollection of rune-related matters, instantly recognizing that one scroll was a lower-tier arcane magic mirror image, while the other was a lower-tier elemental magic fire clone, both of which coincidentally appeared in his newly acquired skill set. The effects of these spells were largely similar, merely creating a doppelganger that closely resembled the original, with the distinction lying in the type of energy that constituted the clone. In essence, they were quintessential spells for survival and retreat. After organizing these items, Rollo couldn't help but reflect on how this individual had amassed a collection solely of escape-related artifacts. Once everything was secured, Rollo replenished his workbench with various corpse materials. Next on his agenda was the experiment for creating subordinates. Frankly, ordinary undead no longer sufficed for him. He now sought beings imbued with special attributes as his followers. For instance, now that he had stepped into the realm of fire elements, could he infuse his subordinates with the power of flames, akin to Clinks from Dota 2, a skeletal archer launching fire arrows? Now that was an intriguing concept. If successful, it would even be feasible to create a Hell Knight. Alternatively, what if he were to bestow the power of frost upon a lich, crafting a lower-tier frost lich? Or perhaps blend the power of storms into a Death Knight, resulting in a lightning tyrant? In any case, the possibilities were abundant, and Rollo immediately commenced his experiments. Experiment subject number 1, target. Fire skeleton. Experiment formula: skeleton warrior infused with fire element. Result: the fusion of the fire element with the skeleton warrior failed, necessitating the use of frost magic to extinguish the flames. The remaining skeleton underwent thermal expansion and contraction, resulting in structural damage and a significant reduction in hardness. Experiment subject number 2, target: a frost lich. Experiment formula: the lich infused with frost element. Result: the frost elemental energy exhibited no reaction with the lich, showing no signs of fusion. Experiment subject number 3, target: lightning tyrant. Experiment formula: a Death Knight infused with storm element. Result: the storm element briefly fused successfully, significantly enhancing the Death Knight's physical strength. However, after a certain degree of activity, it began to lose control, causing the storm elemental energy to spiral chaotically, ultimately leading to the Death Knight's self-destruction. Following several experiments, Rollo tested each of the 3 tentative formulas multiple times, yet none yielded success, and a considerable amount of materials was squandered, particularly for the Lich and Death Knight. The materials required for their creation were far from low-grade. Pained by the loss, Rollo conceived a new formula, adjusting some ratios and taking smaller steps for a repeat experiment. Result: experiment subject number 4, target: lightning tyrant. Experiment formula: storm element energy tyrant. Experiment result: the storm element fused remarkably with the tyrant's body, achieving an astonishing balance between negative energy and lightning power, significantly enhancing the tyrant's physical strength and adding a lightning enchantment to its physical attacks. In critical moments, the balance could be deliberately disrupted to achieve a self-destruction effect akin to that of a Death Knight. A success. Subsequently, a new variety was added to his personal intelligence page under the subordinate section, aptly named the Lightning Tyrant, classified as a low-tier entity, on par with the Death Knight, surpassing the original standard tyrant. Rollo gazed in astonishment. Had fortune favored him, skeptical, Rollo proceeded to create several more tyrants, infusing them with various types of energy. To his utter surprise, every attempt succeeded. What sorcery was this? Had the tyrant always been such a versatile and invaluable material? Observing the lineup of fire tyrants, lightning tyrants, and frost tyrants arrayed before him, Rollo could just about comprehend the phenomenon. However, what was that arcane tyrant radiating a ghostly blue arcane glow? The other 3 merely had magical enhancements, adding magical damage to their physical attacks, yet, the arcane tyrant had no other augmentations, possessing only one attribute. Its current magical resistance was formidable beyond measure. Chapter 63 Rollo's schemes. By the time Rollo had exhausted all his materials and successfully forged an extraordinary enchanted army, it was already the following day. As he rubbed his eyes and departed the laboratory, he casually flipped open the system page to peruse the intelligence for the day. Intelligence Report 1: the vanguard of the renowned mercenary organization, the Leaf Brigade, has united with Dominic. Having received their advance payment, they are preparing a grand magical formation, expected to augment Dominic's forces with the first batch of undead soldiers within 3 days. Intelligence Report 2: the notorious mercenary group, Blood Theater, was dismissed by their employer after a massacre in the Western Territories. Having caught wind of the impending civil war in the northern regions through their own channels, they are now contemplating heading north to secure new business. Intelligence Report 3: the last chieftain of the Amulan tribe, Anshin, after days of efforts, has successfully gathered a considerable number of survivors from the vampire Yalos Darkwood's minions. Today, he is forming a mercenary group named the Blood Wolf Pack, aiming to migrate westward in search of opportunities for expansion. Intelligence Report 4. Igor Halastin, the founder and leader of the largest local mercenary group in the northern region, the Eagle Brigade, has realized that the growth of the brigade has reached a bottleneck. To advance further, he must acquire a substantial territory. He may choose to collaborate with the Halastin family, with whom he shares some blood ties, or wait for a more fortuitous moment. Today's focus is on mercenaries. Although the Alati Empire reigns supreme over the continent, it has not yet reached the point of obliterating all rival nations and monopolizing the land. Consequently, skirmishes still arise sporadically across the four corners of the realm. Most of these conflicts occur along the borders, leading many internal nobles to abandon martial virtue, neglecting their military readiness. The result is a lack of necessary military force. When faced with such conflicts, this, then, presents an opportunity for mercenaries. Typically, mercenary groups consist of over 50 individuals, with larger ones, such as the aforementioned Eagle Brigade, boasting over 1,000 members, diverse in their combat roles, well-equipped, and possessing formidable combat prowess and reliable reputations. Truth be told, Rollo felt that this intelligence subtly hinted at the necessity of courting this mercenary group. Currently, Rollo was not lacking in funds, and since he could not overtly showcase the combat strength of his undead, recruiting a mercenary group might indeed prove to be a splendid choice. Rollo suddenly recognized a blind spot. Had he not consistently publicized that his subordinates were mercenaries, then why not simply form a mercenary group and hire them himself? As for the method of assembling this mercenary group, Intelligence Report 10. The recently established mercenary group, the Root Brigade, suffered a devastating blow during their last mission, with only a fraction of its members surviving, facing a severe financial crisis and on the brink of. They are attempting to accept the bounty issued by Lord Rollo regarding goblins and other sub-beasts to procure new startup funds. Rollo couldn't help but chuckle. The bounty he had initially set indeed attracted numerous mercenaries and adventurers to assist him in hunting goblins. However, after the arrival of the Sword Dragon Legion to his territory, Alex had dispatched individuals to control key routes, proclaiming the Lanpaluki territory a military zone, thereby cutting off the mercenaries' avenues for extra earnings. He had been too lazy to cancel that bounty, leaving it posted on the bulletin board in Grey River Town. To his surprise, there were still those who sought it out. How outdated must their information be? No wonder they faced bankruptcy. Nevertheless, this also proved that this group likely had limited dealings with other peers, and even with significant turnover among members, it would not draw much attention. Thus, they were the chosen ones. Hassan, who had been lurking nearby, revealed himself, standing silently at attention, awaiting orders. While the refugee ship had yet to arrive at the Lanpaluki territory, Rollo instructed him to disembark the individuals from the vessel, then made a throat-cutting gesture. Hassan understood perfectly. Once completed, inform me, and I shall teleport to retrieve the bodies. As for you, continue your pursuit of the Eagle Brigade, Rollo said, producing a map and indicating a circled location, instructing them to help him deal with a band of robbers there. Remember, the more, the merrier. Money is not an issue. Hassan nodded and melted into the shadows like a specter, vanishing from sight. Rollo continued on his way, returning to his chamber for a well-deserved sleep. The Root Brigade had been designated as the unfortunate scapegoat, to serve as the facade for this new batch of tyrants seeking to rise to prominence. There was no helping it. Their name was simply too fitting for such a role. The circled location lay approximately 80 kilometers eastward and slightly south of Grey River Fort, belonging to an obscure minor baron. This area had indeed been plagued by a band of thieves, but they had long since been eradicated. It was not the baron himself who possessed any real power. He relied solely on the merchant ships traversing Grey River for sustenance, thus he sought to curry favor with the nearby Lanpaluki family. The bandits had been eradicated at the behest of the previous viscount, who was, in fact, Rollo's father. In the circles of northern nobility, this could be considered an act of homage, as this baroness domain had come to be regarded as a part of the Lanpaluki family's sphere of influence. Therefore, once this baron answered Duke Ramzius' call to join the coalition expedition, it was entirely justified for Rollo, under the name of Viscount Lanpaluki, to recruit a band of mercenaries to eliminate the robbers. His aim was to see the Eagle Brigade suffer a setback, allowing the Root Brigade to triumph in this conflict, thereby elevating their reputation on the coattails of the northern region's foremost mercenary group. Furthermore, this would enable the Root Brigade's name to echo in the ears of more nobles, potentially leading to further recruitment opportunities. At that point, would intelligence still be lacking? Rollo could even utilize necromantic vision to personally inspect their encampment. Meanwhile, the Eagle Brigade, having been trampled upon, would still find employment with Rollo, serving as the visible military strength of his territory. After all, Anshin, the one suspected to be the chosen one, had assembled a team, and Rollo held some reservations. However,
given that they had just recently failed a mission, should the price not be somewhat reduced?
Although the third brother had generously provided them with substantial funds, prudence in expenditure was essential, especially as the Lanpaluki family's affairs expanded. Having calculated the fate of this mercenary group, Rollo finally reclined comfortably in bed, ready for a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, a pair of crimson eyes peeked from underground along the Lanpaluki border, blinking twice before revealing a hint of a sinister smile from a high-ranking vampire situated somewhere in the vast grasslands. Though I have lost a reserve food source, the essence of a human necromancer is a rather splendid substitute.
Chapter 64.
The Grey River Fortress. At night Rollo slept soundly until the night enveloped him in darkness. Upon opening his eyes, he found his room utterly shrouded in a thick veil of black, yet with his exceptional night vision, everything was as clear as day. This evening, he surmised, would likely not be uneventful. As he rose from his slumber, he established a mental connection with Hassan, sensing his position, which was now a considerable distance from Grey River town. However, Hassan had yet to transmit any signals, likely still searching for the ragtag group known as the Root Society. It appeared that a longer wait was in store. The passage of time in such anticipation was always excruciating. Rollo meandered through his castle, seeking to alleviate his boredom. He traversed the castle's corridors, which felt as if they had plunged into an abyss of darkness. In the deep of night, Grey River Fortress, which should have been illuminated by the flickering candles of maids and stewards, had long been ordered by Rollo to remain in perpetual darkness since his arrival, both to conserve funds and due to his aversion to the flickering flames, a byproduct of his energy-draining condition. Dim moonlight filtered through the arrow-slit windows, casting faint shadows upon the expansive corridor floor, creating a delicate interplay of light and darkness. As Rollo stepped from the night into this hazy realm, his silhouette grew slightly more distinct. He beheld the imposing stone walls, robust and heavy in the dim light, each brick laden with the weight of history and the passage of time. In the tranquil atmosphere, the only sounds were the gentle rustling of the breeze and the occasional distant squeak of a mouse, which momentarily shattered the stillness.
Ah, those maids have grown quite lazy. It seems the time has come to appoint a competent steward for my castle once more. Rollo continued his journey through the corridors until he arrived at the grand hall. The lofty vaulted ceiling was adorned with an opulent chandelier, now unable to cast its light, leaving the hall illuminated only by the meager moonlight that barely touched a small portion of the space. The remaining vast areas were cloaked in darkness, where elusive green will-o'-the-wisps floated, an unsettling sight for any maid who might happen to pass by it. With his keen sight, Rollo discerned that these ethereal figures were, in fact, freshly summoned heavy-armored skeletal warriors. The third brother, with his considerable wealth, had buried a multitude of armors and weapons within his royal tomb, displayed near his main burial chamber alongside the large number of golems that had long since exhausted their magical energy and were now rendered useless, arranged in a manner reminiscent of terracotta warriors. Although over 80% of the armor Rollo unearthed was similarly decayed beyond use, the remaining 20% constituted an unimaginable fortune for a mere viscount, enabling him to arm 80. In recent days, Charlotte had also procured several fully armored soldiers for him through trade routes. Rollo, with a grand gesture, selected a few elite soldiers from his former ranks to form a regiment of heavy armored skeletons as the castle's guard, while the rest remained as a mobile force, ready for deployment at any moment. However, having dispatched 20 warriors to Leonard that morning, his available numbers were dwindling, making any immediate missions impossible. For now, they would serve as sentinels for the underground laboratory, bolstering its defenses. Before him stood the remaining warriors from the regiment of heavy armored skeletons, currently devoid of patrolling duties. What man, gazing upon dozens of heavily armored warriors standing resolutely before him, wholly obedient to his command, would not feel a surge of exhilaration? Though they were but animated corpses, Rollo felt a deep satisfaction at having amassed such a formidable retinue so soon after his arrival. Designating 10 skeletal warriors to accompany him, Rollo ascended the staircase to the tower. Upon reaching the top, he gazed out over the land cloaked in night, with a full moon illuminating the sky. His heart swelled with emotion, stirred inexplicably by the tranquil night. The distant villages and forests, bathed in moonlight, appeared as a dreamlike tableau. The far-off Gostal Mountains stretched into the horizon, their outlines blurred in the darkness, exuding an aura of vastness and serenity. A cool breeze swept through, prompting him to draw his shoulders in against the chill of the night. The Grey River shimmered beneath the moonlight, its surface rippling with silvery waves, the gentle wind carrying a hint of moisture. Distant flickers of light danced in the night, perhaps patrols of soldiers on a reconnaissance mission, or travelers seeking refuge under the stars, or even daring hunters venturing into the woods in search of winter provisions. Standing atop the watchtower, Rollo felt a profound connection to the tranquility and vitality of the land, as well as an awareness of the night's mysteries and infinite possibilities. It was as if he could hear the echoes of a proclamation. This, indeed, is my dominion. With his current strength, he felt adequately equipped to command this territory against conventional foes.
Yet, alas, his potential adversaries were anything but ordinary, each more formidable than the last. That Anshin, could he truly be the fated one, now leading a band of battered soldiers westward, who could tell when he might, like Attila, descend upon him with an army, wielding divine retribution against all who had wronged him? The high-ranking vampire who had decimated Amulin and the surrounding tribes had already begun crafting minions to establish his own power. Despite the impressive might of the Sword Dragon Legion and their high morale, Rollo could not shake the feeling that with that cadre of inept nobles in the coalition, disaster could easily strike. Then there was that Marquis Raven, a pillar beneath Dominic Flosbine, who, despite his noble rank, had dispatched spies to monitor a mere viscount. Once Flosbine's internal conflicts erupted, who could predict the depths to which such a well-connected and powerful Marquis might sink? Moreover, the Mediterranean Count, who had shown hostility towards Rollo just days prior, likely sought to curry favor with Rams for his own gain, positioning Rollo, the first noble to boldly align with Rams, as his primary adversary. However, it seemed this adversary was merely engaging in factional rivalry, likely isolating Rollo and possibly resorting to economic machinations, though the sophistication of such tactics from feudal lords remained questionable. As for the Mediterranean Count, Rollo had diligently studied noble lore and had come to understand that he was merely a shrewd nobleman with some accumulated power, albeit not nearly as formidable as the Lamperouge family, who had recently annexed the Doria territory. While he lacked the natural advantages of a prime harbor like Grey River Town, his military expenditures were significantly lower than those of Lamperouge, suggesting a rough equilibrium. However, in terms of military strength, the disparity was vast. Despite holding the title of Count, he commanded but a single mid-tier knight, who Rollo estimated to be inferior to his uncle, a man of immense stature. The only noteworthy aspect was his network of connections. Such a figure did not instill fear in Rollo. What was that fellow's name again? As Rollo pondered the name of the Mediterranean Count, he suddenly noticed a distant glimmer that seemed to be the signal fire of a reconnaissance unit extinguishing. Chapter 65 of the Demise of the Root Guild. Upon reaching the designated handover point, no anomalies were detected. The scout captain, clad in finely crafted leather armor, surveyed the surroundings with a grave expression, absorbing the familiar scenery that had long been etched into his memory from countless patrols. Today, their efficiency was commendably high. They had arrived a tad earlier than usual. With the handover team yet to arrive, he ordered everyone to rest in place. Sparse cheers erupted, for patrolling the borders of the Empire at dawn was no trivial task, and the opportunity to rest was indeed welcome. However, the discipline of the Blade Dragon Legion was stringent, and any loud outcries would result in reprimands from the military officers. The scouts settled onto the ground without needing the captain's command, some instinctively taking up watch nearby. This area, a rare patch of jungle within the territory of the Lamperluxi family, boasted resilient poplar trees. These stalwart trees thrived even in desolation, standing strong and united as a forest. The captain leaned against a tree stump, likely left behind by the local denizens who had harvested timber. The wood was notably dense and resistant to decay, making it quite valuable. The fragrant scent of fallen leaves wafted through the air, seemingly imbued with a magical essence that soothed the soldier's fatigue from the day's toil. As the captain listened to the rustling sounds surrounding him, it resembled a nocturnal symphony. Though they were rough men unaccustomed to the grandeur of orchestral performances in opulent halls, they found great enjoyment in this natural melody. Wait, what is that rustling? The captain's instincts kicked in, and he scanned the vicinity with a furrowed brow, focusing on the vigilant scouts who remained on high alert, signaling nothing amiss. Am I overthinking this? Yet, it is peculiar how slow the handover team is today. Indeed, Captain, even though Tom and the others typically grumbled during handovers, they always arrive punctually. Today, however, they seem significantly delayed. The scout captain attempted to close his eyes for a moment's respite, but the tranquility in his mind had been shattered by suspicion, making it impossible to relax. He decided to stand and investigate. I'll check over there. He approached one of the watchful scouts, tapping him on the shoulder to indicate he should rest while he took over the watch. However, he received no response. Alright, no need to pretend I've come over and you haven't noticed. You must be exhausted. Go ahead and rest. As he spoke, he pulled the sentry back, only to witness the scout's balance falter, leading him to collapse entirely. The expression of terror lingered on the scout's face as he stared ahead, devoid of any blood yet utterly lifeless. A chill enveloped the captain, and without hesitation, he drew his sword and leapt backward, shouting, "All personnel, be on alert! We are under attack." As Rollo savored the night view, he noticed flickering lights in the distance, likely at the edge of the territory. That should be the scout patrol from the Blade Dragon Legion. Could this be a signal? Rollo mused. It was perhaps an internal communication signal and dismissed it. Just then, Hassan finally sent a signal. The remaining members of the Root Guild had been eliminated, 12 in total. Now, this is the main event. Without a moment's hesitation, Rollo activated a portal to Hassan's location. Upon arrival, a pungent odor assaulted his senses. He found himself inside a building that, judging by its size and the scents wafting through, appeared to be a stable. However, not a single horse was present. Instead, the ground was strewn with corpses. Hassan stood nearby, awaiting instructions. Are these fellows truly the Root Guild? They seem rather pitiful. Rollo prodded at the bodies with the sheath of his sword, unable to mask his disdain. Even those half-bandit mercenaries he had dispatched in the Lamperluxi forests had donned at least some semblance of armor, albeit a matter of coverage, yet this lot possessed not a scrap of metal. Their attire was a haphazard mix of leather, wooden planks, and bamboo fragments, barely covering their shoulders, wrists, and chests. What difference was there from being unarmored? Even for novices, this was exceedingly lackluster. Rollo pondered how these individuals could fare so poorly. It was one thing to be dim-witted, but inadequate equipment surely played a significant role. TSK, well, lacking armor, weapons, and shields could still fetch some coin, right? Where are their weapons? Hassan swiftly led him to a nearby enclosure, lifting the straw to reveal a cache of blades and spears. Master, their weapons are over here, he announced. Rollo approached, his gaze fixated on the assortment, momentarily stunned. The guns were one thing, but these swords, are they not katana? Now that I think about it, their attire does exhibit a distinctly Japanese flair. He glanced back at the bodies of the Root Guild members, his expression growing complex. A group of Japanese individuals coming to a Western fantasy realm as mercenaries, this felt like a plot straight out of a whimsical RPG. However, having swiftly dispatched them, was that not a tad impolite? Rollo contemplated, perhaps they were compatriots from Earth after all, and it would be best to show some courtesy. It is said that a hunter, after slaying his prey, should harbor the utmost respect for nature, utilizing every part of the hunted as a tribute to its bounty. Thus, he meticulously dismembered several bodies, collecting the materials with care, and attempted to reclaim as much spilled blood as possible. With a sense of reverence, he employed a soul-binding technique, summoning their spirits and ensconcing them within jars. Then, with hands clasped together, he bowed toward the distance, uttering, "Thank you for nature's generous gift." After completing this ritualistic act, Rollo began to inquire Hassan for more details. It must be said, Hassan was truly a remarkable creation, a product of Rollo's essence distilled into an undying servant, exhibiting an innate talent for assassination. He first boarded the refugee ship, displaying an air of contradiction. Though reduced to a mere refugee, he still clutched a handful of gold coins. Some keen-eyed individuals aboard quickly took note of this. The Root Guild was among them. Subsequently, some perceived Hassan as weak and easy prey, attempting to seize the coins at the next port of call. The ship's captain had hired mercenaries to maintain order aboard, but only within the vessel, which is why the assailants acted as they disembarked. Hassan's desperate screams echoed, yet this territory was not Rollo's domain. There were no soldiers to uphold order, and no one came to his aid. Eventually, after being beaten nearly to death and robbed of his coins, the Root Guild intervened, effortlessly dispatching the assailants and reclaiming the gold. Originally, the sack contained 50 coins. They took 30 as payment and offered to escort Hassan safely to Grey River Town for the remaining 20. The Root Guild, believing they had Hassan in their grasp, even flaunted 6 coins before those who had attacked him, their bruised faces betraying the true orchestrators of the earlier chaos. However, the beleaguered Hassan had no choice but to acquiesce, leading them to this abandoned stable for a night's respite. Yet, while Hassan enjoyed a brief reprieve, the members of the Root Guild would remain in eternal slumber. Chapter 66 Invasion of the Castle. Rollo returned triumphantly with Hassan, but their spoils did not originate from the subterranean laboratory of the Grey River Fortress, nor from the ancestral tomb of the Lamperluxi family. Instead, they hailed from the Third Brothers Mausoleum, recently transformed into a clandestine base. The primary reason for selecting this location was its obscurity, as Rollo intended to conduct experiments on the 12 souls of the Root organization, which would inevitably create a significant commotion, far more than that associated with ordinary materials like flesh and bones, thus attracting unwanted attention. While the ancestral tomb offered a degree of concealment, the choice of the mausoleum over the tomb stemmed from another factor: the concentration of negative energy. Although his current magical reserves were likely unmatched among his peers, the nature of the soul-related experiments would necessitate a considerable expenditure of. Therefore, the experimental site had to be one steeped in dense negative energy. Though the Lamperluxi family's tomb was a necropolis, it had housed but a limited number of remains, and in recent days, Rollo had audaciously siphoned its energy, leading to noticeable depletion. To ensure sustainable development and to preserve a resource capable of continually generating negative energy, he had no choice but to relocate his experiments to the more distant mausoleum. Over the past few days, he had directed numerous unarmored skeletons to establish a rudimentary space for his work. Although the experimental apparatus was not yet fully prepared, the focus today was on souls rather than corporeal remains, which rendered the incomplete setup temporarily sufficient. Among his retinue, there existed a type of minion that had never truly manifested any vengeful spirits. This was not a formula of his own devising, but rather a result of Rollo's ascendance, which had allowed him to summon specters through the Tome of the Dead. These entities lacked physical prowess but possessed the rare ability to inflict mental anguish. In essence, they could induce insanity. Though these low-tier undead lacked rank,
Their composition of pure spiritual essence rendered them exceptionally potent in negative energy, posing a considerable threat to living beings. Moreover, the spectral nature of these entities endowed them with the ability to traverse walls undetected, making them excellent scouts when employed judiciously. Initially, Rollo had refrained from deploying these minions due to their overwhelming negative energy, which lacked the remarkable stealth of Hassan. He wished to avoid attracting the attention of the inquisitorial knights. However, within the vast and naturally concealed depths of this mausoleum, free from the scrutiny of the knights, Rollo felt emboldened to explore the nature of these distinctly different minions from his current roster of undead. To create vengeful spirits, pure spiritual essence was essential. Thus, Rollo's first step involved pulverizing a complete informed soul, yielding a substance that could be classified as spiritual essence, albeit still laden with the impurities of the soul's memories, which Rollo needed to filter out. Once these impurities were extricated, they resembled nothing more than ordinary dust, lacking any remarkable qualities. Yet, as a necromancer deeply versed in the realm of souls, Rollo possessed certain techniques to extract the memories of the sacrificed from this spiritual dust. This method, while somewhat distasteful, required him to extend a finger and dab into the ash, mentally preparing himself for quite some time before summoning the courage to taste it. The flavor was reminiscent of damp umami. As Rollo savored it, a torrent of fragmented memories surged through his consciousness, akin to a series of brief video clips playing out before him at a rapid pace. With his limited vocabulary of the Neon language, he discerned that the 12 mercenaries of the Root organization were indeed genuine Neon individuals, though not the same as the ones he was familiar with. They were natives of this world. Much like the people of the Aladi Empire and their European counterparts on Earth, there existed a group not far from this continent, on an island, who spoke the Neon tongue and wielded katana, strikingly similar to the Earth's inhabitants. This group had remained isolated on their island for centuries, honing their swordsmanship until recently, when they became aware of the vast world beyond their shores. For these islanders, who struggled with scarcity, even acquiring metal armor was as previously mentioned, their lack of resources rendered them woefully vulnerable against the heavily armored Imperial cavalry. Should the Empire cast its covetous gaze upon them, their island could face imminent annihilation. Consequently, the island fractured into factions of the conservative isolationists and the radical expansionists, their conflicts escalating from verbal disputes to violent confrontations, ultimately engulfing the entire island in a massive civil war. The Root organization consisted of the warriors of the radical faction, who, bereft of their lord after the conservatives' victory, sought refuge by sailing across the seas to the continent of the Aladi Empire. Initially numbering over 200, their ranks dwindled to 60% following a series of hardships. After overcoming the challenges of acclimatization and language barriers, the remaining warriors formed a new mercenary group in the northern territories, known as the Root organization. Rollo, having gleaned this information, could not help but chuckle at the audacity of their tale. In essence, they were merely the otherworldly equivalent of marauding pirates. These individuals were not adept sailors. Their landing was pure serendipity, facilitated by favorable currents and the absence of maritime storms. Judging by their landing site in the northern regions of the Aladi Empire, their island likely lay to the northeast of the Empire's overseas territories. Ah, fate indeed. While the northern regions were currently preoccupied, the nobles of the eastern territories had already exhausted their land to the seashore, and upon discovering the existence of a sizable island not far from their domain, they would undoubtedly be intrigued. Yet, such matters were distant for Rollo, a mere viscount with aspirations to manipulate the Eastern Duke's guardianship. His immediate priority remained to bolster his strength. Having completed the creation of the vengeful spirit, a pale green figure now floated before him. This spirit exhibited all the typical attributes of its kind, save for its characteristic method of life-draining contact through its negatively charged spiritual body. It also possessed the ability to condense negative energy into ghostly flames for ranged attacks. While the corrosive effect of these flames on vitality was notable, their true danger lay in their capacity to diminish the mental state of the afflicted. In simpler terms, they induced madness, with the potential to reduce combat morale significantly. Should the decline be pronounced, the afflicted might even turn on their comrades, and once fully consumed by despair, they could succumb to horrific mental delusions leading to self-destruction. In summary, aside from their aversion to light, which could be considered a true phobia, these spirits were formidable undead. Rollo contemplated infusing the vengeful spirits with various elemental forces, akin to a tyrant, but was interrupted by a message from the heavily armored skeletal warriors he had stationed at the Great River Fortress. Enemies were invading the castle. Chapter 67. The powerful abomination. Rollo was astonished to discover that Lamperouge's territory was still home to the Blade Dragon Legion. Earlier that evening, he had even witnessed the Legion's patrol scouts diligently surveying the borders of the domain, and the camp was fully equipped for battle, exhibiting no signs of negligence. Who would dare to recklessly charge into such a fortified area? His first instinct was to teleport back, but upon a moment's reflection, he realized the situation was dire as the skeletal warriors had alerted him.
He had left behind a full 100 reinforced heavy-armored skeletal warriors within the castle, and even if Uno, the mountain gorilla, were to resurrect, breaching the defense was inconceivable. What manner of formidable foe could possibly breach both the Blade Dragon legions? Could it be that Mediterranean-haired Count was that individual employing mercenaries to eliminate him? Rollo found this speculation rather plausible. Firstly, the mid to low-tier assassins of the northern territories had largely been dispatched by Dominic to eliminate Rams, leaving only the most fearsome, high-ranking assassins available. Although the Mediterranean Count appeared to be a fool, he might still be capable of hiring such elite assassins if he were willing to expend his wealth, but was it worth it? Rollo was uncertain, so he opted for the most prudent course of action, remotely controlling a heavy-armored skeletal warrior using necromantic sight to scout ahead. After all, he was concealed within the royal tomb. No one wishing him harm could possibly locate him. Establishing a link of sight, Rollo observed the surroundings, filled with alert heavy-armored skeletal warriors. He appeared to be in the Grand Hall, precisely where he had ordered the skeletal horde to stand by. It seemed that the enemy had yet to breach his stronghold. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the door of Grey River Fortress was suddenly obliterated by an immense force. The splintered door flew across the hall, and Rollo even glimpsed 2 soldiers from the Blade Dragon Legion being hurled inside. By the heavens, could it be that the legendary Alex had been defeated? The intruder arrived with ill intent. In the next moment, the architect of this chaos appeared at the entrance. Under the moonlight, Rollo beheld a grotesque figure towering at least 4 to 5 meters high, grotesquely fat, with undulating flesh stitched together by thick, brutal seams, and rotting pus oozing from the gaps, instantly corroding the ground and releasing repugnant fumes. This creature lacked a head, resembling the classic image of a headless titan, yet every inch of its body was adorned with faces. The expressions on these faces were devoid of emotion, yet their countless eyes, cold and unfeeling, fixed upon him, confirming that these faces were not merely ornamental. The sight was so revolting that even the experienced Rollo felt his stomach churn, especially when beset by the unblinking gaze of so many expressionless faces. Rollo's hair stood on end, an unfamiliar sensation. As a necromancer, Rollo immediately recognized this abomination as a composite zombie, similar to his own tyrant. It was a new breed enhanced in unique directions based on the principles of composite zombies. It bore a striking resemblance to a mutated abomination. However, Rollo sensed an overwhelming presence of negative energy emanating from this creature, far surpassing that of ordinary meat shields. At that moment, he finally grasped who had invaded his territory: the vampire. From prior intelligence, he had learned that this creature had already created mid-tier undead to serve as minions, and it was likely that this very being stood before him. Rollo had yet to devise a strategy to confront it, but the mid-tier undead had already begun to move. With a single step upon the ground, the abomination's repulsive bulk quaked, causing the very earth to tremble. All the faces on its body simultaneously opened their mouths, collectively spewing forth a revolting deep green slime. Rollo was well acquainted with this tactic, reminiscent of the plague zombies he had created using goblin entrails as primary material. However, while such toxic phlegm was effective against humans, it was considerably less so against undead. The skeletal warriors, composed solely of bone, exhibited complete immunity to toxins, rendering this attack ineffective. Yet, a sudden realization struck Rollo: how could the undead adversary be unaware of such tactics? He swiftly commanded all heavy-armored skeletal warriors to retreat. Though his undead minions responded to his commands with quickness, they were still a step too slow and were instantly engulfed by the revolting phlegm rain. Only upon being struck did Rollo comprehend that the abomination's intent was not to inflict harm, but rather to control. The toxic properties of the slime were ineffective, yet its stickiness was formidable, ensnaring half of the skeletal warriors and rendering them immobile. At that moment, the abomination began to approach with a speed befitting its size, and with each step it took within the ranks, it effortlessly crushed a heavy-armored skeletal warrior beneath its foot. Listening to the sounds of armor distorting and bones shattering, Rollo felt a surge of rage for the first time. His teeth clenched. Those were the spoils he had painstakingly amassed over many days. Each skeletal warrior was a creation he had meticulously crafted. Grinding his teeth, Rollo commanded the remaining skeletal warriors to scatter, ordering a few nearby warriors to attempt probing attacks. However, the omnipresent faces on the abomination provided it with an all-encompassing field of vision, rendering any stealth attacks futile. With a mere turn, the creature could effortlessly smash the attacking warriors. By the heavens, just when he needed it most, his heavy crossbows were still unprepared. Had they been ready, he would have unleashed a torrent of firepower. Earlier battles in the Imperial Tomb had resulted in significant losses for his crossbow team, and most of the intact weaponry had been left behind. The heavy-armored skeletal warriors within the castle possessed no such artillery, leaving them utterly defenseless against this enormous mutated abomination. As time passed, his skeletal warriors had suffered over half their numbers. Had they been human soldiers, they would have crumbled under such losses, yet the undead continued to fight on. Though one could argue they were merely delaying the inevitable, with such tumultuous noise and commotion, the neighboring stone tower fortress could hardly remain oblivious. Surely, Ram's capable subordinates would come to their. However, the thought of the Blade Dragon Legion possibly being dealt with made Rollo's confidence in Ram's reinforcements waver. It appeared that he would have to rely on himself. As he controlled his minions to evade yet another onslaught, the plague zombies expelled slime at the cost of their own flesh. What about this creature? With another heavy-armored skeletal warrior unable to evade the slime and subsequently crushed underfoot, Rollo suddenly observed a decline in the abomination's strength. No, it was more accurate to say that its weight had diminished. The skeletal warrior under his control lifted its gaze, the flames of its soul igniting like the glimmer in Rollo's own eyes at that moment. In that case, I now understand how to confront you. Chapter 68 or the compensation boss battle. Bang! With a resounding crash, a decorative stone pillar in the hall of Grey River Fortress was shattered by a punch from the mutated abomination. The heavily armored skeletal warrior controlled by Rollo executed a perfectly timed sidestep roll, narrowly evading the blow. In the instant he rose, he deftly hurled his long sword, which embedded itself in the grotesque visage of the abomination. Undead beings are not susceptible to emotional states, theoretically devoid of feelings such as anger or pain, yet the face displayed an unmistakable expression of agony, its already distorted features twisted further in a grotesque grimace, as it opened its mouth to emit a furious roar. At that moment, Rollo, aided by his dark vision, distinctly observed a thick, virulent green substance surging up from the abomination's gaping throat. To his astonishment, that human face detached itself from the rhythm of the mutated abomination's attacks, expelling a massive glob of viscous phlegm, which the skeletal warrior, under Rollo's command, narrowly avoided with another roll. The other faces on the abomination's grotesque form began to writhe, their pallid pupils darting erratically, emitting incomprehensible cries. Although the cause of this disturbance was unclear, it was evident that the creature had succumbed to an inexplicable state of rigidity. Seizing the opportunity, Rollo immediately commanded all skeletal warriors to attack simultaneously. Instantly, numerous wounds appeared on the abomination's massive, putrid form, with repulsive flesh and pus splattering in all directions. The long sword that had previously been thrown into its body was successfully retrieved, but its blade had been corroded, significantly diminishing its sharpness.
Damn it, how many weapons am I going to lose in this battle?
And this hall is utterly ruined. Is this abomination crafted from excrement? That vampire has a truly grotesque taste. Rollo cursed under his breath in frustration, and upon noticing the decrease in the creature's cacophony, he deduced that its rigidity was about to end. He promptly commanded all heavily armored skeletal warriors to retreat with a roll. As expected, the next moment, the mutated abomination regained control over all its faces and slammed its foot onto the ground, causing the fortress to creak ominously. Simultaneously, all the mouths on its body opened wide, unleashing a torrent of thick phlegm, transforming the area around it into a repulsive mire. Rollo continued to maneuver the skeletal warrior to roll back, skillfully throwing his longsword once more.
However, this time it only struck the empty air, with no anguished cries from the faces, as the abomination completely disregarded such trivial attacks. What the hell, does it feel like I'm battling a soul-type boss? It's as if the third brother was intercepted, and now I'm being treated to a supplementary fight. After venting his frustrations, Rollo quickly assessed the remaining soldiers. The outcome was disheartening. Initially, there were 100 heavily armored skeletal warriors, but this boss monster had wiped out half of them with its initial area of effect attack. Even under Rollo's meticulous control, only 14 skeletal warriors remained after such a grueling confrontation. It seemed this fight had sent him spiraling back to square one. This won't do, reinforcements are imperative, or else this creature will truly dismantle my fortress. Rollo immediately activated the teleportation, as the relentless negative energy from the third brother's mausoleum surged into him, dramatically enhancing the efficiency of the teleportation. Meanwhile, the mutated abomination continued its slow pursuit, methodically executing its ordinary ranged area attacks. Suddenly, all its eyes converged on a single point behind it. In the blink of an eye, the previously empty corridor was filled with figures. Without hesitation, the boss, now fully charged, turned around to face the reinforcements with the maximum number of faces, unleashing its devastating attack. A deluge of thick flame. But this grotesque spectacle is a first. To be frank, are the inhabitants of the northwestern corner of the Aurelia Empire truly unhinged? The living seem to revel in bizarre events and unfulfilled beastly desires, each with their peculiar tastes, and now even the dead refuse to rest. Wasn't this supposed to be the realm of the nocturnal nobility? What kind of taste is this? The abomination they crafted is simply revolting enough to make one lose their appetite. Yet, repulsive as it may be, the boss must still be confronted. The reinforcements Rollo summoned were the newly established Root Clan, essentially the new model tyrants imbued with enchanted powers. While the abomination boasted high resistance to physical attacks from ordinary swords and blades, it could not possibly have equal resistance to magical assaults, could it? A punch of fire, a punch of lightning, behold my tyrant's annihilation fist.
With a mighty roar, the formidable tyrants squatted down, allowing the heavily armored skeletal warriors, who had also teleported in, to advance and connect their massive shields into an impenetrable wall of defense. The corrosive phlegm posed a significant threat to these shields, and it was not long before it began to penetrate their defenses. However, the enemy's assault seemed to halt at this juncture. Next, during the cooldown period of their area of effect attack, it was Rollo's turn to retaliate. "You revolting creature, return to your coffin and feast on rodents." With a commanding shout, all tyrants surged forward, their bodies enveloped in flames, frost, and lightning, forming a synchronized charge like a massive wall of copper and iron, directly colliding with the now lighter mutated abomination, sending it flying. The abomination crashed through the grand doors, tumbling down onto the ground outside Grey River Fortress. Before it could regain its footing, the tyrants surged forth once more, unleashing a righteous onslaught, with an array of attacks, lightning-fast punches, fiery palm strikes, and diamond star punches, all raining down upon it. The sheer force of the tyrants, augmented by the magical energies enveloping their fists, resulted in each strike obliterating a face, rendering the abomination unable to utter even a scream. Despite its towering stature, the abomination, hindered by its bulk, was utterly overwhelmed and pinned to the ground, subjected to a relentless barrage. If this continued for much longer, the abomination would surely be reduced to a mere pile of putrid flesh. Suddenly, the remaining faces of the abomination emitted a collective roar, giving no time for the tyrants to react, as a torrent of thick phlegm erupted forth, ensnaring Rollo's tyrant squad. Rollo was left in shock. Having previously discerned the creature's pattern of phlegm projection, he had confidently timed his attacks, akin to how one would in a raid against a boss in a game, believing the situation was firmly under control. Who could have anticipated that this abominable creature would unleash a final, desperate act of defiance? With the tyrant's fists no longer obstructing its movements, the abomination slammed its fist into the ground, springing back to its feet. The once imposing tyrants, who had commanded a formidable presence, now appeared diminutive beside the towering, 4 to 5 meter high abomination. As Rollo beheld the raised foot of the abomination, his scalp prickled with dread. For heaven's sake, these tyrants are costly. Don't let them be destroyed. Chapter 69. The Legion has fallen. Rollo was loath to part with his newly developed elemental tyrant. There was no choice but to summon you, Arthas. The teleportation array was activated once more, and a dreadfully terrifying Death Knight vanished from the royal tomb. Almost simultaneously, a shadowy figure appeared above the head of the grotesque abomination, which had raised its foul foot, poised to stomp down. The sound of a sword being drawn reverberated through the air. Beneath the moonlight, a two-handed greatsword engulfed in flames blazed forth like a volcano, the searing heat distorting the very air around it. The face on the abomination's shoulder noticed the commotion, and through Arthas' vision, Rollo beheld an expression of exaggerated terror on that visage, instantly realizing the truth. This creature feared fire. The flames upon the tyrant's fist were mere embellishments. In terms of temperature and lethality, they paled in comparison to this sword. This was exemplified by the abomination's decision to abandon the tyrant, which was now at its feet, and turn to flee. However, the Death Knight had already descended, and the fiery greatsword cleaved down from the heavens, leaving a blazing tail in its wake akin to a resplendent meteor. The abomination, struck directly by this celestial body, was severed in twain by the ferocious flames. Fortunately, the intense heat incinerated the flesh and blood it touched, reducing them to charred remnants, thus averting the grotesque spectacle of monstrous explosions and repugnant viscera splattering across the ground. Rollo let out a profound sigh of relief. At this moment, the heart-stopping battle against the boss finally drew to a close, allowing Rollo the leisure to survey the situation in other regions. A skeletal warrior atop the lookout tower provided Rollo with answers. The distant barracks appeared to have erupted into a fierce conflict. The wooden walls of the encampment had collapsed significantly, and those menacing crossbows lay nearly in ruins. Only the somewhat tattered yet still proudly standing banner of the Sword Dragon Legion attested to the fact that this army had not yet disbanded. As for the eastern Stone Tower fortress area, chaos reigned supreme. Although the noble coalition had mostly departed, individuals like Jim Hallis would never commit their entire forces to such a perilous location. Instead of dispatching troops alongside the coalition, he and his faction seemed to be sending a couple of underlings to feign participation while keeping their main forces safely behind. Their army camped around the Stone Tower fortress, which, in theory, should have provided a solid defensive bulwark for Ramses. However, judging by the tumult Rollo observed from afar, it was uncertain who would protect whom. At the very least, if the likes of the mutated abominations were to be dealt with solely by that Mediterranean-haired count and his subservient barons and viscounts, it was likely that the entire region of Randorite would be thoroughly cleansed by nightfall. Fortunately, the disturbances in that area swiftly subsided, evidently due to the intervention of Ramses's elite across the entire Lamperouge territory. The three locations under assault regained their tranquility, and Rollo could finally focus on other matters. First and foremost was the cleaning of the castle. The great hall was utterly irredeemable, thick with viscous phlegm that could not be scraped away, and, based on the experiences with the plague zombies, this substance was undoubtedly toxic. It needed to be incinerated, however. Once the flames were ignited, controlling the fire would prove difficult, and the ancestral Grey River Castle, which had stood for 3 centuries, might very well meet its end today. As for the few surviving maids within the castle, Rollo no longer needed to worry about arranging their fates, for they had perished. Though their quarters had not been directly affected by the battle, such a tumultuous uproar could not go unnoticed. The maids, roused from their slumber, instinctively fled towards the castle's main entrance, only to quickly realize the battle was ongoing in the hall, prompting them to turn towards other exits. Yet, the phlegm spewed forth by the abominations, while ineffective against the undead, proved lethal to humans. With its pestilent toxicity, when these maids were discovered, their innards had already rotted into a greenish pus, their demise most gruesome. In an ironic twist of fortune, Rollo's increasingly peculiar habits and lifestyle since his arrival had resulted in fewer living souls within the castle, so the casualties today were confined to these few maids, sparing many others from a similar fate. However, the barracks were likely faring far worse. Just as Rollo intended to dispatch someone to contact the Sword Dragon Legion, the sound of clattering armor grew ever closer. What is happening? Leonard's voice, nearly breaking, echoed through the still night air, his expression curiously filled with rage. How long had it been since Rollo entrusted him with such significant power? How long had it been since he had given him command of the troops? Not even a single night had passed, and already trouble was brewing. Moreover, it was a direct assault on the noble's fortress. This was an audacious attempt to utterly annihilate the Lamperouge family. As Leonard rushed forth, the sounds of battle resounded from every corner, indicating that the marauders had not merely attacked Grey River Castle, they were assaulting various positions throughout the territory. The only place untouched was Grey River Town, where he was stationed. Realizing that Rollo had even drawn 20 men from the castle guard, thereby weakening the defenses, Leonard felt a chill run down his spine. Upon reaching Grey River Castle and witnessing the shocking remnants of battle, Leonard dismounted in haste, sprinting towards the castle, calling out hoarsely, "My lord, Lord Rollo." However, halfway there, he was intercepted by a tyrant, which lifted him as if he were a mere chick. Rollo quickly teleported to a corner and emerged. "What are you crying out for? I am not dead yet, thank heavens, my lord. You are unharmed," Leonard exclaimed. "The Lamperouge family has but you remaining. If you were to perish, what would become of our territory?" Rollo, with a face full of exasperation, instructed the tyrant to set down this ineloquent subordinate and ordered him to check on Ramses's situation. Also, seal off Grey River Castle. No one is permitted to enter, not even to approach. There is a toxic plague within. Any infected will decay from the inside out within half an hour. "I understand. I shall ensure that the contagion does not spread throughout the territory," Leonard replied earnestly. "But what about you, my lord? Will you be heading to Grey River Town next?" Rollo shook his head, casting his gaze towards the barracks. "I must ascertain the state of the Sword Dragon Legion. I hope their losses are minimal, given the presence of legendary warriors among them." No sooner had he spoken than the tattered but steadfast banner of the Legion suddenly fell. Both Rollo and Leonard, who had been watching in that direction, froze in shock, exchanging a glance before breaking into a cold sweat. The Sword Dragon Legion had, indeed, been obliterated. Chapter 70 had not yet fallen. The time rewound to before Rollo dealt with the mid-tier undead at Grey River Fortress, as 3 locations within the realm of Lamperouge simultaneously faced assaults. The vampire Alas Darkwood had dispatched a staggering 17 abominable creatures, each crafted from the barbarian warriors he had slaughtered upon the vast grass sea. Although their craftsmanship left much to be desired and their appearances were quite grotesque, their sheer numbers and the capability to unleash a widespread torrent of pestilential phlegm rendered them exceedingly troublesome for the human forces. It was evident that he was well aware of the current distribution of power within the Lamperouge territory. After allowing his stealthy undead minions, such as the vampire wolves and swift ghoul, to eliminate the scouts, he divided his forces into 3 groups. Apart from the 1 abomination sent to confront Rollo, 5 were directed towards the Stone Tower Fortress to engage the noble coalition led by Rams. The remaining 11 abominations, along with his other lower-tier undead, all launched an assault on the stationed Blade Dragon Legion. For Rollo, even a single mid-tier abomination posed an exceedingly formidable challenge. Had it not been for the substantial financial and material support from his third brother, relying solely on his original resources would likely have resulted in his demise at Grey River Fortress without a single casualty inflicted upon the enemy. To Alas Darkwood, however, such mid-tier undead were still regarded as mere fodder. Yet, even fodder required considerable corpses to be manufactured. When he realized that all 17 of these mid-tier undead had been eradicated, he couldn't help but frown. Seated upon a throne of flesh and bone, constructed from a mountain of corpses, Alas, clad in a resplendent crimson robe, elegantly supported his forehead with a hand inside. "What a pity! Had the necromancer I lured to corruption still been here, I would have birthed a lich as my servant by now. He lamented, if I cannot even handle those trivial foes, it is evident that abominations, even after modification, are still unfit for significant tasks. Rising from his seat, he extended his right hand and waved gently. The mountain of corpses beneath him began to tremble as though animated. A colossal cloth fashioned from eerie white bones emerged from the sea of flesh, forcefully slamming into the ground and uprooting its own massive form. Roar! The thunder. It seems I may have overexerted myself in creating those abominations. Alost resumed his seat upon the throne, gazing eastward into the distance. Thus, I shall first replenish my materials. At the horizon, illuminated by the dawn, lay a sprawling encampment that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding grasslands, its disarray evidenced by countless banners emblazoned with a myriad of crests fluttering in the cold wind, the result of the noble coalition summoned into battle by Alex. Alex was acutely aware that this motley crew could hardly achieve any tactical effectiveness. He had dispatched them solely as bait, intending to draw Alost, who roamed the vast grass sea, into action while his Blade Dragon Legion lay in wait as the true hunters. As a legendary powerhouse accompanied by a well-structured legion, Alex saw no flaw in this strategy. After all, the former 3rd Legion, Griffin's Claw, which had seized the 2nd position in the Imperial Legion rankings, had the capability to slay the venomous Dragonerics, and the Blade Dragon Legion was equally formidable. What difficulty could there be in slaying a high-tier vampire? However, following the events of the previous night, Alex realized the gravity of his misjudgment. The minions accompanying the venomous Dragonerics were predominantly goblins and a few elite venomous serpent folk. Among them, the goblins were fiercely loyal, considering service to the true dragon as the pinnacle of honor, yet their combat prowess was lacking. Under the surprise assault of Griffin's Claw, a mere shower of arrows could decimate the majority of their ranks, leaving the remnants insignificant. The venomous serpent folk, a subspecies of serpent folk, while physically weaker than the average serpent folk, possessed potent toxic abilities. Nevertheless, Griffin's Claw had long prepared countermeasures against toxins, and those venomous serpent folk, realizing the tide had turned, likely fled in desperation. Ultimately, with their poison resistance maximized, elite warriors deployed, and equipped with heavy artillery such as dragon-slaying crossbows, Griffin's Claw successfully dispatched the solitary venomous dragon, which was hardly surprising. Yet, the foes faced by the Blade Dragon Legion were of an entirely different caliber. The venomous dragon, like its brethren, lacked the intellect to command its minions effectively, whereas the vampires they now confronted were markedly different, adept at eliminating scouts first before deploying modified abominations, and undead type particularly effective against human armies as vanguards. Unprepared for countermeasures against toxins, the Blade Dragon Legion suffered significant losses the previous night. Furthermore, the enemy ranks were bolstered by numerous skeletal mages. While they could not unleash devastating necromantic spells, they had the ability to resurrect fallen comrades as enemy zombies on the spot. This inflicted a tremendous blow to the morale of the soldiers. Had it not been for the considerable number of elite warriors within the Legion, who ultimately reacted swiftly to execute targeted strikes against the abominations and skeletal mages, the Blade Dragon Legion would not only have faced heavy losses that night but might have faced complete annihilation. Alex, gripping his sword, stood resolutely at the camp's periphery, his expression forbidding. His armor, already battered, had been further corroded during the night's skirmish, revealing the chainmail beneath. No one dared to approach him during this tense moment. The only one bold enough to speak was his aide, who was busy tallying the casualties from the night's battle. In truth, even without consulting the statistics, a mere glance around revealed that the personnel losses alone had reached at least 2/3. As for the material damage inflicted by the abomination's noxious phlegm, that would undoubtedly be staggering. The remaining residue continued to exude toxic fumes. Had it not been for the magical breezes that shielded the helmets, wounded soldiers lay moaning upon the ground, while the few uninjured ones strained against exhaustion to maintain vigilance. The officers were equally occupied. Despite the ferocity of the battle, the commanding general and the resilient banner upheld the spirit of the troops. Thus, when they witnessed their Legion's banner, already tattered in numerous places, finally succumb to the ground, morale shattered instantaneously. After a prolonged silence, Alex finally spoke. We have one last contingent. Slaying that vampire will preserve the honor of the Blade Dragon Legion. Chapter 71. What have you guarded? A night has passed, and although the assault by the vampire Alistark is concluded, the repercussions of that attack are far from over. Firstly, the 3 locations that were targeted are now tainted by a loathsome, toxic slime. If the forces of the Holy Light Sect had already arrived, they could have harnessed their power to create holy water and purify the area with sacred texts. However, such an endeavor would be prohibitively costly, and even if Rollo could afford it, he would have to wait several days for their arrival. In the meantime, the plague would spread through Grey River Town, Stone Tower Town, and all surrounding villages, jeopardizing the lives of not just the Lamperouge family but potentially hundreds of thousands of souls within this territory. At this moment, there remains but one solution to halt this calamity. Let it begin. Rollo issued his command and then closed his eyes, turning away. Leonard, standing beside him, wore a grave expression as he cast away. The firewood that had long been stacked beneath Grey River Fortress was instantly ignited, and the remnants of the slime appeared to serve as excellent fuel, the flames roaring forth like a voracious dragon, consuming the fortress that had stood for 300 years. All the sworn knights bore witness as the symbol of the Lamperouge family's dominion was reduced to ashes. Simultaneously, not far away, the barracks and the stone tower fortress, maintained by the Dorite family for centuries, suffered a similar fate. Once prosperous due to the wisdom and valor of generations of earls, the Lamperouge territory had seen its strength wane during the Unno rebellion, allowing the Dorite family to seize the opportunity. Yet, after Rollo absorbed the Dorites' failed ambitions, the territory flourished once more, expanding to become the mightiest among the northern earldoms. However, following last night's events, the authority and glory newly re-established by the Lamperouge family were once again shattered, much like the Grey River Fortress engulfed in flames. Leonard, unwaveringly loyal to the Lamperouge family, gazed anxiously at Rollo. Could he withstand such a blow? From the corner of his eye, he noticed several knights whispering among themselves, their thoughts likely influenced by the decline of their noble house. Never before had Leonard felt such disdain for his comrades. They had abandoned the chivalric spirit and cast aside their faith. With such individuals wielding power, how could the Lamperouge territory hope to regain its former strength? In stark contrast, the heavily armored warriors standing alongside these knights were merely mercenaries, reputedly motivated solely by gold, yet they executed their orders with unwavering discipline, never engaging in unnecessary actions. What a refreshing purity! In this glaring contrast, Leonard was reminded of the time when Ravencol led an incursion and Rollo personally commanded his troops into battle. Reflecting on Rollo's words regarding faith at that time, he now recognized their profound wisdom. Clearly, a military force anchored in faith must be established. He glanced at Rollo, whose countenance betrayed no sorrow nor joy, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. However, the slight narrowing of Rollo's eyes suggested he was contemplating something significant. Leonard instantly grasped that Rollo, too, was pondering the matter of military faith. Tears welled in his eyes at the thought. Who could have imagined that the once deemed worthless Rollo would expand his territory nearly twofold, and now, in the face of such a grave setback, he remained calm and composed, contemplating the next steps? What a remarkable individual! Unbeknownst to him, the esteemed Rollo was merely reviewing the Deus intelligence reports. Report 1 last night, an army led by the high-ranking vampire Alistark would attack the camp of the Sword Dragon. Additionally, all weaponry contaminated by the plague had to be incinerated, with not a single banner salvaged, leading to a peak in demoralization, yet they clung to the hope of reinforcements, preventing a complete rout. Report 2 last night, Rams and his followers stationed at Stone Tower Fortress, along with the coalition from Count Jim Hallis's faction surrounding the fortress, similarly faced an assault from the undead. Although the number of attackers was significantly lower than that of the Sword Dragon Legion, the noble forces, having repeatedly conscripted commoners, suffered from low morale and chaotic discipline, leading to a swift collapse during the attack, adversely affecting the fortress's defenses. The final toll included 1 earl struck down by the plague, 41 knights slain in battle, over 2,000 soldiers dead, and more than 3,000 injured or infected, necessitating the purification of Stone Tower Fortress by fire this morning. Report 3 The Eagle Corps, en route to the stronghold city of Iron Gate, seeking new business opportunities, encountered an attack by the necromancer guild known as Dark Pleasures. Although they successfully repelled the enemy, the losses were considerable, with their combat strength diminished by 1/5. Commander Igor Hallis decided to suspend their operations and remain stationed in Iron Gate for a time. Report 4 The infamous mercenary group, Bloodplay, inexplicably attacked the camp of a newly formed mercenary group on the road, which was temporarily established by the former chief of the Both sides were evenly matched, and the assault concluded with the leader of Bloodplay being shot dead by Anshin, resulting in a rout of its members. The Blood Vengeance Wolves would gain notoriety in the Western Territories due to this encounter. Today is indeed a day of assaults. Upon witnessing the fall of the Sword Dragon Legion's banner, Rollo had initially feared their annihilation, but fortunately, those sent to rendezvous with Alex successfully made contact, revealing they had survived. However, the intelligence indicated such devastating losses that they were scarcely different from being obliterated. Rams fared no better, though it seemed his forces suffered minimal casualties, with the fallen militia and knights presumably belonging to Jim Hallis and his subordinates. Curiously, the Stone Tower Fortress, which must now be burned, does not appear to be Ram's property. It should rightfully belong to Rollo. In light of this, it seemed Rams incurred no losses whatsoever. Jealousy welled within Rollo. Not only had his forces lost over 100 heavily armored skeletal warriors, but his stronghold had also been reduced to ashes. The barracks and stone tower, which could barely serve as temporary refuge, were likewise consumed by flames, resulting in a... Meanwhile, Rams faced no consequences. Is this reasonable? Wasn't he the one tasked with guarding the northern territories? What exactly has he been guarding? Chapter 72 of the generous vulture count. In the eyes of Rollo, Rams had suffered no losses whatsoever. However, Rams himself, along with his loyal followers, held an entirely different perspective. Although the troops lost last night comprised of peasant conscripts from the noble Jim Hellras, Rams, who had long considered himself the guardian of the North, regarded them as his own possessions. What was even more infuriating was that he now found himself homeless, forced to reside among the common folk in Stone Tower Town. Growing up as the son of a duke, Rams, despite not indulging in excessive extravagance, had certain standards for his living conditions. After his defeat at Winterfell against his brother Dominic, he had managed to endure the hardships of travel, but that had been during a desperate flight with no options, and now, however, the situation was vastly different. He had already established a base and secured the backing of His Majesty's Legion, even gathering a multitude of nobles to form a coalition as the first step in building his own power. And now, this calamity had befallen him. Gazing at the blazing stone tower fortress, Ram's mood was not much brighter than Rollo's. Did you truly believe the attack last night was orchestrated by Dominic? Those assailants were likely undead. From this perspective, his chief advisor, a high-ranking arcane mage, stroked his beard thoughtfully, contemplating the possibility that it might indeed be him, especially since the previous correspondence from the Cult of Dark Joy had mentioned that Dominic was engaging with necromancy. This was indeed a possibility. However, another core figure among his followers, a high-ranking knight, held a differing opinion. The simultaneous attacks on 3 locations in Lamperouge did not seem characteristic of Dominic's methods, as the main force was not stationed here. If the intelligence was accurate, the enemy faced by the Sword Dragon's encampment outnumbered the combined forces of Count Lamperouge and ourselves by several times. From this perspective, the enemy's objectives appeared more aligned with obstructing the strongest Sword Dragon from providing support. No, had the enemy's forces been committed in full to Stone Tower Fortress last night, our losses would have been catastrophic, posing a direct threat to His Highness. Such an unnecessary risk was implausible. Thus, it implies that the mastermind is not Dominic. No, it could merely be a probing attack, perhaps employing some deceptive tactics. The discussions among his subordinates grew increasingly heated, with factions forming around the belief that Dominic was the mastermind and those who denied it, each argument holding its merit. Rams, overwhelmed by the cacophony, raised his hand to silence them. In any case, we must first unite with Count Lamperouge and the remnants of the Sword Dragon Legion. Following last night's assault, none of us possess sufficient strength to withstand a similarly scaled attack. We must consolidate our remaining forces. Whether one side believes in Dominic or not, there was unanimous agreement on this decision, with shouts of praise for His Highness's wisdom echoing in the air. Beside them, Jim Hellras wore a mournful expression, lacking the enthusiasm to join in their accolades. The Count Hellras had, for centuries, navigated the currents of power like a weathercock, content to be a scavenger in the shadows, all in pursuit of victory without risk, fattening himself in absolute safety. Yet, now due to his gamble, he had lost more than half of his family fortune. Heaven have mercy, how much effort had he expended to secure this cushy rearguard position during the campaign? Now, not only had he lost his army, but the only mid-tier knight in his family had also perished last night, causing the Hellras family to plummet in military strength, reduced to a status weaker than some baronies. The only slight consolation he could find was that his greatest political rival, the Lamperouge house, had likely suffered significant losses as well. But what did that matter? Jim sighed heavily. Both he and Rollo had suffered grievous losses, effectively withdrawing from the spoils would inevitably fall to the new upstarts, leaving him with nothing. At this moment, he could distinctly feel the change in attitude from the barons who had previously surrounded him. The sycophantic tones had vanished entirely. They say the Hellras family is a weathercock, but in comparison, these fellows are far more adept at shifting with the winds. Yet, to simply give up was something he could not abide. Having taken this step, to end it here would render the deaths of so many in vain. With a determined grit, Hellras stepped forward and addressed Rams. Your Grace, during this campaign, our rear supply lines have been utterly consumed, yet the supply transport for the front lines is imminent. We must ensure that adequate provisions are escorted there. Upon hearing this, Ram's expression darkened. He had been so preoccupied with assessing losses that he had overlooked this critical matter. The 3 locations attacked last night were not only the most vital military strongholds in Lamperouge's territory but also the key storage sites for grain supported by the governors of the 6 provinces and various nobles. After the coalition's departure, the supply convoy should have been delivering sufficient provisions every 4 days, yet now, all 3 grain depots had been compromised and had to be incinerated. What would become of the military rations? Ram's gaze shifted towards the distant Stone Tower town. As a settlement of several thousand inhabitants, it naturally boasted a substantial grain reserve, especially since the autumn harvest had recently concluded, with taxes owed to the lord likely piled high in the granaries, yet to be dispatched. Forcing requisition of this grain to the front lines should suffice to sustain the coalition until the next batch of supplies from the governors arrived. However, this action would undoubtedly incite the ire of the residents of Stone Tower town and their lord, Count Rollo. Especially considering that Rollo had suffered significant losses as well, it was unlikely he would willingly part with this grain even if forewarned addressing the pressing food crisis was equally paramount. Jim Hellras, it seemed, had a clear understanding of this.
I am well aware of this matter. Are you suggesting you have a solution?
Your Grace, I must admit, I am rather at a loss for strategies, Jim responded apologetically, though his expression betrayed no hint of shame. He gestured towards Stone Tower Town, a movement that extinguished the flicker of admiration that had briefly ignited within Rams. After all this talk, it appeared he was merely advocating for the forcible requisition of Lamperouge's grain, lacking any ingenious plan.
Yet, Jim Hellras's next words left Rams momentarily speechless.
I arrived here prepared for a protracted campaign. The ships I brought are laden with provisions. While it may not be an extensive supply, it should sufficiently sustain the front lines until the next wave of support arrives.
Rams remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Jim's Mediterranean bald head. Was Count Hellras truly willing to lend this supply?
Indeed, Your Grace, Jim affirmed, even correcting Rams by stating it was not a loan but a donation. The weathercock barons around them gasped in shock at this revelation. Had this bald vulture count truly been possessed by some spirit, how had he become so magnanimous? Chapter 73 of the Count of the Jeremiah Border. Jim Horace found it hard to believe that he was actually doing this, yet he did. His army had suffered tremendous losses, which conveniently reduced food consumption. The more than a dozen ships laden with provisions were now of little use, so he decided to go all in. At the very least, he would secure a favorable position in the eyes of Duke Rams. After all, the Horace family's military had become a shadow of its former self, and following the conclusion of this war, it was unlikely he would gain any military accolades. Yet, he could not return empty-handed. He must at least claim some credit for his efforts. The several barons, adept at shifting with the winds like vultures, quickly grasped the implications of Horace's actions and promptly followed suit, expressing their intent to contribute their surplus provisions to serve the coalition. Jim Horace paid little heed to their gestures. Firstly, he was the principal contributor, the one whose donation would attract the most attention. When the time came to assess contributions, everyone would acknowledge that the grain donated by the Earl Horace was the foremost.
Secondly, regardless of the order of contributions, the sheer volume of provisions from these parsimonious barons could not rival his. In due course, the soldiers and officers of the coalition would still primarily dine on food.
Their current antics, resembling that of jesters, might even diminish their standing in Duke Ram's eyes. To be a fence-sitter, one must possess more than just the ability to adapt. This group still had much to learn.
With so many eager to offer their provisions, Rams was not one to decline, accepting everything without reservation. However, he had no intention of genuinely requesting their donations. On paper, it remained alone, and he even had personnel record the amounts.
The barons, who had initially felt a pang of regret, were now elated. Jim Horace regarded these short-sighted individuals with a cold smile. This was not merely a ledger, it was a record of merits. With the food crisis addressed, Jim once again volunteered to lead the supply convoy. Originally, it was supposed to be the task of the Silver Blade Dragon Legion, but they had sustained heavy losses, and it was rumored that their banner had fallen, rendering them temporarily incapacitated. Rams consented to Horace's request. Furthermore, to bolster the supply convoy, he drew from the ranks of those barons, reallocating over 100 soldiers and several knights to Horace's command, much to his delight. Look, the distinctions had begun. By the time Horace set sail with the supplies, a significant portion of the day had passed, and Rams, Rollo, and Alex had gathered at the mansion of the Lamperouge family in Grey River Town. Many nobles with vast territories, in addition to their standalone family fortresses, would construct mansions in the population centers of their domains. However, as most of the time, the personnel within were appointed. Although the territorial expanse was comparable, the Dorrit family had not established a mansion in Stone Tower Town. Thus, at this moment, the Lamperouge estate in Grey River Town was the only one in the entire region that was barely suitable for the presence of these distinguished individuals. The mansion, spacious in terms of living quarters, fell short in accommodating the station troops. Hence, the lower-ranking noble soldiers had to squeeze into the barracks of the city's constabulary, while the Silver Blade Dragon soldiers were only Rollo's forces were assigned to the interior and exterior of the mansion. Of course, those within were the heavily armored skeleton warriors, the true allies, while Rollo harbored doubts about the human soldiers with records of rebellion. Were it not for the current unrest in the northern territories and his insufficient strength, he would have disbanded them long ago. Finally, the three who had convened in the mansion exchanged glances, each wearing a grim expression. Ram spoke, harboring suspicions that it was indeed Dominic's doing, aimed at thwarting his northern campaign and undermining his prestige among the northern nobles. Thus, retreating was out of the question, but hastily seeking reinforcements from the emperor would render him inept, undermining his authority and affecting the emperor's perception of him. The one most conflicted in this situation was he. Alex, however, wasted no time on superfluous dialogue, stating directly, "There is no need to choose, do both simultaneously."
He turned to Rams and asked, "Why do you? Is it not quite evident?" "Quite evident." Rams queried, perplexed. Did Alex possess evidence of which he was unaware?
Of course, it is the vampire that wreaked havoc over the Great Grass Sea. He has likely purged all the tribes at the southern end, making his move against the Empire's northern territories. With our current strength, we can scarcely protect ourselves, let alone mount an offensive against him, necessitating aid. Moreover, the coalition that is set out is unlikely to be his match. My original tactical objectives are now unattainable, hence, it is better to withdraw sooner rather than later, lest we inadvertently bolster his strength. Alex naturally bypassed the fact that he had used the noble coalition as bait, yet Ram's focus was not on this detail.
A vampire? When did this occur? How come I was unaware?
Rollo was suddenly struck with realization. Indeed, these two had not shared intelligence. Alex was privy to the information regarding the high-ranking vampire's turmoil, leading him to directly attribute last night's undead assault to that of Alos. Meanwhile, Rams was oblivious to the high-ranking vampire's activities and only knew of the unrest among the tribes at the southern end of the Great Grass Sea in vague terms, lacking any specifics about the nature or cause of the turmoil. However, he had learned from a letter from Darkjoy that Dominic had come into contact with necromancy, a fact that Alex was unaware of, thus leading to their fundamentally different conclusions. As Rollo contemplated this, he realized that he was the one privy to all the information. So, was he now in control of the meeting? The dilemma was that Rollo did not know what step to take next. If Rams were to fail, Rollo would be disinclined to witness it, for even if Dominic might overlook most nobles, he would undoubtedly target the Lamperducci family, the first to support Rams. Even if Rollo had acted voluntarily, however, if he did nothing, he feared that he would not even have to wait for Rams to falter for Dominic to come seeking retribution. He might face another assault like the one from last night, and survival would be precarious. No, survival was likely not an issue, as he had established a base in the tomb of the third brother, where he could take refuge. However, it was likely that he could not preserve the foundation of the Lamperducci family. Rollo now found himself ensnared in a web of indecision, until a soldier arrived with a message: the troops of the Jeremiah border count have crossed the Grey River and are landing at Grey River Port.
Chapter 74.
The impeccable army. When Rollo and Ramsay Alex arrived at the port, the army of Lord Jeremiah of Godbald had already disembarked, methodically stepping onto the shore. The blue flag emblazoned with golden oranges shimmered like a cloud covering the Grey River, glistening under the sun. Lord Jeremiah Godbald himself approached with a brisk pace, dressed in a sharp, simple white uniform that exuded authority. His mere presence commanded a formidable aura, causing Rollo to feel a tremor within. In terms of strength, Jeremiah was merely a high-ranking knight, inferior to the legendary knight Alex. In terms of status, Jeremiah was but a border lord, comparable to a marquis within the aristocratic hierarchy of the Orla Empire, yet still overshadowed by Ramsay's duke title. Nevertheless, his presence completely overshadowed that of Rollo and his companions. The oppressive aura was so palpable that it compelled one to hold their breath until Jeremiah stood before them, executing a precise military salute, heels together, producing a resounding thud against the ground. Lord Jeremiah Godbald had answered the summons of Duke Ramsay to lead 500 family knights and 8,000 armed soldiers, accompanied by ample supplies and provisions, to join forces. Jeremiah's words rang with conviction, powerful and resonant, complemented by his upright posture and resolute expression. It was no wonder he had garnered the emperor's favor at such a young age, rising to the rank of border lord. After a moment of surprise, Ramsay swiftly composed himself and, with impeccable decorum, replied in a deep voice, "Thank you for your efforts, Lord Jeremiah, your timing is impeccable." Having long been concerned about the inadequate troop strength to face another assault of similar scale, Ramsay finally felt a sense of relief. Although he understood that Jeremiah's arrival likely aimed to usurp him, seizing the opportunity to elevate himself and become the true master of the North, at the very least, Jeremiah would ensure his survival.
Lord Jeremiah, you have endured much. Come, let us return to the mansion. Tonight, we shall host a feast to celebrate your arrival.
Just as Ramsay finished speaking and was about to signal Rollo to support him, Jeremiah firmly declined. No need. A feast will only sap our spirits and diminish the courage of valiant warriors. In times of war, simplicity is of utmost importance.
Jeremiah's tone was unyielding, leaving one to wonder if he was the true authority here.
Ramsay glanced at the newly assembled Godbald army on the port. The troops were impeccably organized, each soldier's steps resembling a finely tuned mechanism, exuding unwavering determination in every movement. He could clearly see the uniform formation, with each row of soldiers standing at attention, maintaining a perfect distance between shoulders. Their armor glimmered with a cold light, their faces solemn and dignified, their gazes sharp and resolute. The loyalty to their mission and the thirst for victory radiated from their expressions, their indomitable spirit resembling an unstoppable force, emanating an aura of undeniable conviction. The armor bore a unified pattern of blue with gold and oranges, and the pride in their raised heads spoke volumes of their allegiance to this emblem. The sight of such an army at the port instilled an unparalleled sense of security and confidence in the majority of survivors from last night's attack, as if an unassailable defense had been erected around the entire port and territory in that very moment. This army was likely no less formidable than the Sword Dragon Legion. Leonard, following closely behind Rollo, gazed at the troops with eyes alight with admiration.
Is this what they call a faithful army?
Even Alex, who personally commanded the Emperor's elite Sword Dragon Legion, could not help but be moved by the Godbald army's imposing presence. As one of the Emperor's most capable generals, he had always regarded the various nobles with disdain, too weary to even acknowledge the inept. Yet this border lord was an exception. Alex, possessing the pride of a warrior, was willing, at this moment, to address him with the utmost respect. Lord Jeremiah Godbald. Among nobles, those who were familiar would refer to one another by name and title, while a more formal or unfamiliar address would consist of surname and title. However, Jeremiah was universally referred to by his name and title, not due to familiarity, but because his rank was earned through his own merit, unrelated to the Godbald lineage.
Who could have anticipated that the illegitimate son left behind by the previous Godbald count in a brothel could rise from the arena to become the most renowned gladiator in the north? This warrior, famed for his valor across the grand arenas of the north, had once slain the first champion of the Great Grass Sea, the Wolf King Alton, while still a slave during the last invasion of the barbarians. Thus, he earned the Emperor's clemency, inheriting the Godbald title, which had been left without an heir due to the invasion, and was promoted to the rank of Border Lord. Such a legendary tale of valor was beloved by the people of the north, and coupled with his elevation in status, he swiftly became a leader among the noble factions in the region. In terms of influence, Lord Jeremiah even surpassed the Marquises of Nord Province. With the addition of this northern star, Ramsay had undeniably outshone Dominic in terms of prestige. The only concern was that Jeremiah was not one to be content in a subordinate position. He and Ramsay resembled more of allies, and only the heavens knew how loyal he truly was to this alliance. In any case, the day of Jeremiah's arrival came to pass without incident. However, for Dominic, far away in Winterfell, this was undoubtedly dire news. The result was yet another solid oak table shattered by his fury. Having vented his anger, Dominic leaned against his forehead, his expression darkened. The nobles who had chosen me were already fewer than my foolish brother, and now with the illustrious Lord Jeremiah joining him, my overall strength clearly pales in comparison. Dominic rose and began to pace anxiously within the room. Was it time to resort to those creatures? Yet, the Sword Dragon Legion had only recently been ambushed by the undead. Would using the undead army now not be inviting the blame upon himself? Suddenly, the previously motionless attendant turned to gaze into the mirror. In the reflection, his face gradually twisted, transforming into a horrific visage that seemed to be little more than skin stretched over bone. My Lord Duke, under the sacred magic, no one will discern their undead nature. Dominic, staring at the contorted face in the mirror, displayed a moment of struggle, but that moment was fleeting. The next moment, he issued his command. In that case, I want Ramsay, Lord Jeremiah, and that Rollo to perish. Chapter 75 The complete annihilation of the army. The final gambit. It is common knowledge among all that the conflict in the north is on the verge of eruption. The two members of the Flossbane family have both proclaimed themselves as dukes and branded each other as traitors, with even the noble coalition preparing for battle. Yet, as Ram's forces advance northward while Dominic's troops march eastward, confusion reigns. What grand performance are these two brothers orchestrating? Will they indeed engage in combat? As one of the principal actors in this unfolding drama, Rams initially felt confident, believing he held the reins of power, with the timing of war wholly dependent on his will. However, his confidence has since waned. The coalition's stronghold has been attacked, and Lord Rollo has suffered significant losses. The forces under the Vulture Count have been decimated, and the Imperial Sword Dragon Legion dispatched by His Majesty has also endured severe casualties. Today, Jim Hallis returned, leading a throng of defeated soldiers, bearing even graver tidings. My Lord Rams, the frontline forces have been completely annihilated. Rams was left in a state of shock. A coalition of nobles from the north, even if their military discipline pales in comparison to Jeremiah's forces, still numbers over 100,000, even rounding up 100,000 pigs would take considerable time. What on earth has transpired? Has the court of the Great Grass Sea Khan descended southward? Have the Centaur tribes regrouped to wage war? Or has Dominic devised yet another sinister plot? Rams interrogated Jim, while other high-ranking officials awaited the Vulture Count's response with expressions of disbelief. Rollo, however, remained unperturbed, calmly seated in contemplation. After all, he had already gleaned the answer through his intelligence network. Intelligence Report 7 of the North's noble coalition encountered the vampire Alistark Wood and his cadre of high-ranking undead, including the Bone Dragon. Most of the corpses have been claimed by Alistark, who is now preparing to create a second high-ranking undead minion,
anticipated to enter a dormant phase lasting 10 days. When Rollo first laid eyes on this intelligence in the morning, he was equally astounded. Alistark had not only created but also enslaved a high-ranking undead creature, a bone dragon, no less, an utterly terrifying entity. In any fantasy realm, dragons are immensely powerful beings. Although dragons have long since become mere legends on this continent, there exists a method to manifest the bone dragon, according to the knowledge Rollo acquired from the Book of the Dead. Fundamentally, a bone dragon is a unique type of skeletal construct. By shaping the construct into a dragon form and offering sufficient sacrifices to the enigmatic Lord of Death, one can obtain a dragon soul to implant within the construct. Once it awakens, it becomes a fearsome undead creature bearing the majesty of a dragon. Controlling a resurrected bone dragon is no trivial feat. The sacrifices required for such a rite are beyond Rollo's current means to gather. Yet, the freshly awakened Alistark not only amassed the necessary offerings but successfully commanded the bone dragon. This individual is truly formidable. Nevertheless, Rollo was not overly intimidated, for the North is not without its champions capable of dealing with him. Intelligence Report 4: The Great Cathedral of Light has sensed the malevolent necromantic magic emanating from the high-ranking vampire over the Great Grass Sea. Perceiving it as a grave threat, they are currently rallying all holy knights from the north, with the Order of Judgment already dispatched, expected to arrive at the Lanpoluki territory within 10 days. This intelligence reached Rollo shortly after he had explored the tomb of the third brother and returned to his domain. Calculating the days, the Order of Judgment should be nearing their destination. Thanks to Alistark's grandiose maneuvers, the Great Cathedral of Light has elevated his threat level yet again. Intelligence Report 9: The Great Cathedral of Light has detected the resurrection of yet another high-ranking undead. The simultaneous emergence of two high-ranking undead, likely allied, has been deemed the greatest existential crisis for the people of the North in centuries. They have sent a plea for aid to the bishops in the imperial capital and dispatched all clerics and paladins to the Lanpoluki territory post-haste. The Holy Army is now utilizing magical artifacts to expedite their journey, with an estimated arrival at Grey River Port within 3 days. This intelligence suggests that the Holy Army is responding swiftly and likely possesses some form of grand magic that monitors the entirety of the North, allowing for timely feedback regarding undead activity. However, this powerful spell may come at a significant cost, or for other reasons. It seems they can only detect mid to high-ranking undead, overlooking Rollo and his retinue entirely. Despite this, Rollo will inevitably develop to a point where he will be detectable. When that time comes, a confrontation with the Holy Army will be unavoidable. Observing the Holy Army's tactics will provide valuable insights into the enemy's capabilities. Moreover, should fortune favor him, he may acquire some corpses from the Holy Army, particularly those of the Holy Knights, whose bodies have been refined by holy light. Rollo is immensely curious about what could be crafted from such materials. Would it yield a lich capable of casting holy light spells, a death knight wielding retribution, or perhaps a tyrant who can chant incantations to imbue his fists with divine blessings? Rollo even contemplates further possibilities. Utilizing his system's power, he aims to compile a tome of the holy light. One hand wielding holy magic while the other commands necromancy. How exhilarating that prospect is. Of course, this all hinges on seizing the right opportunity. The Holy Light Church places great importance on the corpses of the fallen, making it exceedingly difficult for Rollo to enact any schemes within his camp. He must adeptly leverage the conflict with Alistark. As Rollo concluded his musings, Ram's inquiries reached their climax. Ultimately, he had to accept the grim reality of his forces being utterly obliterated. A smile more grotesque than tears crept across his face.
Gentlemen, is there truly no alternative?
Silence ensued, even from the ever-reliable Jeremiah, the border earl. Over a third of the North's nobles had responded to Ram's call, while less than a quarter rallied to Dominic's banner. Initially, the plan was straightforward: lead this contingent to the Great Grass Sea, defeat the barbarians, return with their heads to bolster Ram's reputation, and thereby effortlessly summon the remaining nobles to join the coalition. At that point, even those nobles siding with Dominic would likely see the light in defect. At such a juncture, even if Dominic resisted stubbornly, the overwhelming might of the Northern Coalition could crush him, securing Ram's triumph. Then, Rollo, Jeremiah, Alex, and others could reap their rewards, fulfilling their ambitions. However, now that the noble coalition has been obliterated, that dream lies shattered. Rams, who has condemned a third of the North's nobility to ruin. Such notions are but folly. At this moment, Rollo, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Your Highness Rams, perhaps there remains one final method to turn the tide. He gestured toward a statue at Ram's side, a gift from the Dark Joy, a sculpture of an advanced undead, the Corpse Concealer. Chapter 76: Intelligence on the Corpse Keeper. For Rollo and Alex, they have already witnessed the terrifying nature of high-tier undead. In terms of individual strength, even a bone dragon pales in comparison to the formidable poison sin dragon, Eryx.
However, the true horror of the undead lies not in the might of a single entity but in their alarming ability to rapidly proliferate and expand their ranks. Therefore, Rams has always approached the notion of employing a high-tier undead with utmost caution. Moreover, who knows if the Dark Pleasure faction truly presented him with a worthy gift or if it was a concealed trap. At this moment, when Rollo proposed the use of the Corpse Keeper, Rams instinctively felt inclined to reject the idea. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead tentatively inquired, "Lord Rollo, have you fully comprehended this matter? You are aware of the madness that characterizes the Dark Pleasure. I would prefer not to have their creations wreak havoc in the north." Alex remained silent, while Jeremiah turned with an expression of mild astonishment. The Dark Pleasure? Those horrifying lunatics who have descended into the abyss of dark magic and necromancy, you have actually associated with such individuals? "Calm down, Lord Jeremiah of the Border," Rollo replied earnestly, retrieving a tome from his bosom. The book's cover was adorned with a circle of silver embellishments, magnificent yet exuding an oppressive, cage-like aura. Upon opening the cover, one could behold a terrifying visage etched onto the title page, as if a soul was desperately struggling to break free from its confines. This is merely supplementary reading, not a magical tome. Despite Rollo's reassurances, he observed that all present subtly distanced themselves from him, or more precisely, from the book itself. Rams was among the few who remained unperturbed. Instead, he appeared slightly intrigued, leaning in closer. "Have you discovered something within?" "Indeed," Rollo declared, flipping to a random page in the Book of the Dead and pointing at the arcane script inscribed in. Rollo then turned his gaze to the last noble present, Jeremiah of the Border, who surprisingly exhibited little interest, merely frowning and urging, "Would you kindly expedite, Lord Lamperouge?" Was this fellow truly uninterested? Or was he genuinely a devout follower of the Holy Light? Yet, he did not seem to fit that mold. Rollo mused that if a bona fide high-tier paladin were seated here, the moment he unveiled the Book of the Dead, a sword would surely be drawn against him. Thus, it was simply disinterest. Rollo chose not to dwell on it further. Instead, he began to fabricate a narrative regarding the contents of the Book of the Dead. After all, these runes were indecipherable to anyone else. As the sole individual capable of understanding them, Rollo could assert whatever he wished. Thus, he pointed to the page detailing the low-tier undead, the burning ghost, and elaborated on the more sophisticated information regarding the Corpse Keeper that resided in his mind. This particular undead, like many others of its kind, possessed a vaguely humanoid form, yet its face bore no features, only tendrils resembling a beard protruding from its chin. Often, a raven would rest upon its shoulder, which was not an ordinary creature but rather a spectral familiar summoned by the Corpse Keeper. Lacking facial features, the Corpse Keeper could not perceive its surroundings directly. However, akin to Rollo's own spectral vision, it could utilize these ravens as its eyes. Unlike Rollo, this creature could simultaneously connect its sight with hundreds of ravens, effectively transforming itself into a surveillance hub. In terms of combat capability, as a high-tier undead, the Corpse Keeper was particularly formidable, with high resistance to physical and magical attacks, complete immunity to toxins and cold. This being possessed a multitude of passive abilities. It essentially feared nothing save for potent holy light and flame attacks. Moreover, in terms of offensive strength, it boasted the terrifying physical prowess typical of creatures of its tier, along with psychic abilities akin to those of a mind flayer, effortlessly unleashing psychic blasts as easily as one might consume a meal. Those struck by its psychic assault would suffer minimal physical harm, remaining largely intact, thus becoming a unique resource. When the Corpse Keeper infused them with resentment to resurrect them as undead, they would transform into a peculiar type of undead known as a corpse demon. According to records, the Corpse Keeper's favored pastime was to employ this method to create vast numbers of corpse demons, which would be nearly undetectable to the naked eye or conventional magical means. Once their numbers reached a critical mass, they would strike suddenly. The ordinary residents of these cities would be utterly defenseless against the undead, and upon their demise, they would join the ranks of their assailants, initiating a vicious cycle that would render human settlements virtually doomed from the outset. Meanwhile, the mastermind, the Corpse Keeper, could be lurking in a shadowy corner, observing its masterpiece through the countless unobserved eyes of its ravens. In summary, this was an exceedingly terrifying undead. After Rollo concluded his exposition, Rams turned pale. To unleash such a creature in the north would jeopardize his position as Duke. Would the Holy Light Cathedral spare him? Enough, this creature shall never be released. If it were to spiral out of control, how would we contain it? Let this matter be put to rest. Regarding reinforcements, I shall correspond with the noble families currently maintaining neutrality. Rollo yearned to articulate further, yet Rams had already risen, concluding the meeting with an unyielding tone. Rollo, resigned, took his leave. He had nearly grasped the full extent of the Corpse Keeper sculpture's function, which served as a temporal, one-time summoning artifact, akin to the ice crystals Aldo carried for self-defense.
The summon entity could not act independently, it was bound to obey the summoner's commands and would dissipate after a set duration. Such an item, if merely utilized for combat, would be an utter waste. Rollo genuinely wished to delve deeper into the distinctions between high-tier and low-tier undead. Moreover, even if he could not study the corpse keeper itself, the corpse demons it produced could certainly serve as a valuable subject. Chapter 77 of the experiment is a success. After Ramses rejected Rollo's suggestion to employ the corpse summoning statue, he diligently dispatched letters to all neutral nobles who had yet to declare their stance. According to the messenger, he had seen Dominique likely engaging in similar efforts. The brothers, Flossbane, were initially evenly matched, with Dominique possessing the family stronghold and the majority of Flossbane's wealth and power. In contrast, Ramses held the title of heir and boasted numerous steadfast supporters, having also garnered a degree of backing from the emperor. When he raised his banner in the Lamperouge territory, he had momentarily gained the upper hand. However, a single disastrous battle led to the loss of his forces, causing the situation to collapse catastrophically. The neutrals, essentially fence-sitters, displayed their cunning, with a significant portion opting to remain observant, uncertain if Dominique might not also employ such tactics. Meanwhile, a small contingent of nobles could no longer contain their eagerness and hastened to respond to Dominique's call. As for those who would answer Ramses, not a single soul came forth. Among the northern nobles, there indeed existed individuals of notable loyalty. However, such individuals had long since rallied during the initial coalition summons. As for now, none remained, all having perished at the hands of Elros on the vast grasslands. Days passed without a word from any reinforcements. Not even a solitary reply graced Ramses' efforts, yet, to his astonishment, a delegation from the Cathedral of Holy Light arrived. At this juncture, Ramses felt grateful that he had not heeded Rollo's foolish counsel regarding the use of undead. Otherwise, this group would have undoubtedly greeted him with a holy spell upon their first encounter. However, when he met the leading bishop at the city gate, a single remark left him utterly mortified.
Marquis Ramses, if the old duke were still alive, such a designation would signify respect. Yet, given that the old duke had been deceased for quite some time, and with Ramses having already proclaimed himself in his stead, such a reference was akin to your father, if memory serves, he has passed away. Since you are aware, then, hold on. Illis interrupted, stifling Ramses' attempt to continue their verbal skirmish. We journey northward to eradicate the undead scourge, to cleanse the very environment in which humanity exists.
The undead in the north, particularly that high-ranking vampire, pose a significant threat to the survival of the people in this region. As for your brotherly power struggle, once the true victor emerges and claims your father's throne, our church would be more than willing to address him as Duke Your Grace. But until then, engaging in wordplay with two self-proclaimed dukes, apologies, but our church holds no interest in that. Before Ramses could interject, Illis had already redirected the conversation. He gestured toward the ruins of Grey River Fortress in the distance, declaring, I have heard that this territory has suffered an attack from the undead.
Take us there to purify it at once. Haven't we already burned it? Must we purify it again?
Fire merely eradicates superficial darkness, only the holy light can expel the true shadows buried deep within. As the territory buzzed with preparations for the purification ritual, Rollo leisurely concealed himself within the royal tomb, methodically conducting his experiments. The plague zombies, having claimed lives through their viscous phlegm, yielded corpses that contained specialized flesh imbued with toxic properties. Thus, Rollo pondered whether the mutated abominations, exhibiting similar capabilities, might also possess such attributes. After forming this hypothesis, he seized the opportunity presented by the aftermath of battle to collect numerous corpses from the Sword Dragon Legion and the Noble Coalition soldiers. Indeed, he found the materials he sought within these remains. After several trials, the results proved to be a mixed bag. The good news was that he successfully crafted an organ capable of expelling viscous phlegm, which could be precisely implanted into any flesh-based undead through his surgical expertise. However, the organ's appearance left much to be desired. Rollo lifted a portion from the tray, inspecting it from various angles, finally positioning the side resembling a human face toward himself. Yes, this phlegm-spewing organ was, in fact, a grotesque, mushy human head much like the mutated abomination, which bore countless faces embedded within its body. This head had been extensively buried within, leaving only the visage exposed. Theoretically, once equipped with this organ, the undead would be able to expel phlegm through the mouth of this human face, which would also share visual awareness with the undead, providing a significant advantage against ambushes. Yet, theory and reality often diverged. The unfortunate news was that all flesh-based undead Rollo had attempted to equip with this organ met with failure. Either the human face would immediately scream in agony, akin to a rejection response, soon detaching on its own, or the outfitted undead would wail. Rollo scratched his head in frustration. He never anticipated that even the tyrant could not adapt to this contraption, however, such a revolting device seemed ill-suited for the tyrant, yet, it appeared quite compatible with the Devourer. Quickly, Rollo set to work. The Devourer's appearance was notably distinctive, and he vividly recalled it, managing to create a replica that was approximately 90% accurate in no time. However, when combined with the organ, the result was still a failure. Rollo felt a surge of frustration. When he previously crafted the skeletal constructs and composite zombies, he speculated that something essential was missing, and indeed, it turned out to be the soul. So, this time, might it be another missing material? He gazed at the grotesque, writhing human face in the dish, observing the soft head squirming like a maggot. Although repulsed, he suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. The human faces on the mutated abomination evidently possessed a modicum of self-awareness, albeit minimal. It was undeniably present. Thus, the missing element I require is, in fact, a brain. The more Rollo contemplated, the more convinced he became, prompting him to spring into action. This time, the base remained unchanged. It was still the Devourer. The sole alteration was the incorporation of a brain within the implanted organ. Upon concluding the experiment, Rollo infused it with negative energy. The Devourer slowly rose, exhibiting no signs of discomfort. The human face affixed to the back of its head displayed a visible smile. The experiment was a resounding success. Chapter 78. Lousy. The straight man isn't engaging in this. The Church of the Holy Light, as the predominant. To Leonard, the current steward of the Lampoluki territory, the true peril lies not in the martial might of the Church's knights, such as the Holy Knights and the Punishment Knights, but rather in their profound influence over the hearts and minds. Previously, the army of the border Duke of Jeremiah had already left an indelible impression upon him regarding the fervor of faith held by the soldiers, serving as a precursor to his current perspective, which has rendered him less astonished by the Church's armed forces. Moreover, to speak candidly, he perceives that the soldiers within the Church's ranks do not exhibit the same level of devotion to their faith as those in the army of the border Duke Jeremiah. Of course, the piety of the paladins serving as officers is beyond reproach. This raises a pertinent question: is it truly so challenging for even the Church of the Holy Light to instill genuine faith among the rank-and-file soldiers? Yet, the border Duke Jeremiah has achieved this, as has the mercenary group employed by Lord Rollo. What, then, accounts for this disparity? Knock, knock, knock. Leonard's contemplation is abruptly interrupted by the sound of knocking. What is it? Sir Leonard, the purification ritual for the 3 polluted areas has concluded. The Church has informed us that we may commence reconstruction. They're remarkably efficient. The ritual ended so swiftly, Leonard remarked, tidying the documents on his desk while adjusting his armor before stepping outside. The individual reporting at the door was the affairs officer of Grey River Town, tall and slender, with unremarkable features but eyes brimming with vitality. Officials of his ilk, who engaged solely in administrative matters without the involvement of force, had previously been non-existent. The origin of such roles can be traced back to Rollo's father, the elder brother of Uno, during the previous generation of the Lampoluki Viscountcy, when reforms to the territorial system established such positions. However, to be honest, they were not accorded significant importance at that time, merely serving as administrative assistants to the constable. Not to mention, during Uno's military governance, that burly mountain gorilla held this group of affairs officers in contempt and even contemplated their abolition, but before he could act, he was eliminated by Rollo. Now, in the era of Rollo's rule, following a thorough purge of castle personnel and the flight of numerous supporters of Uno who feared retribution, the governance of the territory has become quite strained. The most evident case is that of Sir Leonard, the highest-ranking military officer under Rollo, who has been preoccupied with administrative duties, having not unsheathed his sword in quite some time. These previously overlooked affairs officers have been granted authority by Rollo, forming an operational body akin to that of Grey River Town. Although Rollo has not increased their salaries, primarily because he had not yet considered this matter, the expansion of their power has greatly exhilarated these officers. This vibrant enthusiasm is certainly not an isolated phenomenon. Leonard could confidently assert that every affairs officer he encountered exhibited that same zealous demeanor. Given this, preparations for reconstruction should commence. Following the restoration of order in Grey River Town after Uno's rebellion, craftsmen and the like have gradually returned, alleviating concerns regarding manpower. As for the sequence of reconstruction, the priority will be to rebuild Grey River Castle, followed by the repair of the military camp, while the Stone Tower Castle will be left for last. Then, discussions regarding the delineation of the Holy Church's military district ensued. By the time Leonard had arranged all tasks, another day had passed. His initial intention to practice swordsmanship in a clear space once his work was completed was once again dashed. Returning to his office, he gazed at the empty chair that should have been occupied by Lord Rollo, emitting a deep sigh. When Rollo was merely a viscount, he would seclude himself in his room all day. Though he did not involve himself in affairs, at least he was accessible now that he has ascended to the rank of Viscount. Despite emerging from his chamber, it remains a mystery why he so ardently traverses about, leaving Leonard unable to locate him, forcing him to resolve matters on his own. He is merely a knight, shouldn't such responsibilities fall to the steward of the territory? Rubbing his thinning crown, Leonard worried whether he might end up with a Mediterranean hairstyle akin to that of Count Jim Horace. Alas, if he encounters the Viscount tonight, he must urgently suggest that he recruit a steward or, alternatively, marry a noble lady to manage the household. It has been said that many noble families in the southern regions of the Oral Empire operate under a model wherein the male head of the house. Leonard mused that the Lampoluki territory could certainly adopt such a model. After all, when it comes to being unconventional, they are no strangers to it. Furthermore, considering Rollo's peculiarities, he need not worry about being overshadowed by the madness of dark magic or any further deviations from the norm. As he pondered this, Leonard's expression fell. No wonder, Rollo, despite his youth, has quelled the rebellions of his uncle and cousin, inherited the territory in such a short span, successfully repelled the incursions of formidable neighbors, and even seized opportunities to absorb adversaries, thereby elevating the family's standing. Now, he stands as a key confidant to His Excellency Duke Rams of Flosbein in the north. What a prodigious talent, yet, despite the passage of time, not a single proposal has been made? The likely reason for this is the stigma of being a madman obsessed with dark magic. Leonard slumped into his chair, contemplating a future mired in bureaucratic entanglements, anticipating that his sword would remain forever sheathed. He could hardly suppress his tears. Am I destined to endure this for a lifetime? For a lifetime, you say? Rollo's voice emerged from the doorway, prompting Leonard to immediately rise, adopting a beseeching posture as he inquired, "My lord, when do you intend to marry?" As a knight, addressing his lord in such an almost accusatory tone could be deemed somewhat disrespectful, yet Leonard found himself momentarily indifferent to such considerations. The sooner Rollo marries and appoints a capable steward, the sooner Leonard can find his own release. After all, he is still a young bachelor. If he succumbs to the burdens of governance at such a tender age, the Iron Arm family has been bestowed with a noble surname. Must it only be passed down through his generation before becoming extinct? Rollo, observing the urgency etched upon Leonard's face, "I am not engaging in this." Chapter 79, today's special on beauties. The misunderstanding surrounding Leonard's words was finally resolved, yet Rollo felt a lingering fear due to the questionable legacy of his ancestors. As a staunch heterosexual himself, he had little to say, but he could not ignore the possibility that he might have inherited some peculiar tastes from the original owner of this body, who may have been influenced by their male ancestors' predilections. In his previous life as a tomb raider, Rollo was well aware of the historical proclivities of the Han Dynasty emperors, from the founding Liu Bang to the last Liu Xia, who were notorious for their questionable preferences. Moreover, the Lampoluki family had a history of same-sex devotion spanning several generations, which made it difficult for Rollo to dismiss the notion that such peculiar inclinations could be hereditary. It seemed imperative that he find a wife. Rollo pondered this as he rested his chin on his hand. Having realized the disadvantages of not knowing the noble lineages, he had diligently studied the current aristocratic families and was well acquainted with those who had eligible daughters waiting in their boudoirs. The only issue was that he possessed information solely regarding their names, family backgrounds, ages, and parental identities. The more crucial details, such as their appearances and physical proportions, remained a mystery. As for the circulating rumors about which noble lady was the most beautiful, Rollo understood these to be mere instances of mutual flattery among the aristocracy. Their definitions of beauty were as limited as the sizes of Durex condoms, only medium, large, and extra large, without any small options, rendering it impossible to find a single unattractive individual. Never mind, he thought, I shall simply inquire with Rams, who, as a top-tier noble, frequently attends banquets and should be acquainted with numerous exquisite women. Rollo stretched lazily and opened the intelligence system for the day. After sleeping the entire day and being caught up in conversation with Leonard upon his return, he had yet to review the intelligence updates. Today's intelligence has been updated. Intelligence 1. The royal family of the Auror Empire has learned of the significant losses suffered by the swords of the Flying Dragon Legion. The Emperor initially intended to assign the Griffin Claw Legion, which recently slew the poisonous dragon Eryx, to provide support to the north. However, at the behest of the first imperial princess, the sorceress Cornelia Augustus, the task was handed over to her. Intelligence 2. Marquis Lebrun remains completely unmoved by the solicitations from both Dominic and Rams, openly stating that he would only consider joining one of the parties once a sufficiently enticing offer is presented. This provocation has incensed Dominic, who dispatched the large mercenary organization, the Leaf Brigade, recommended by Marquis Raven, along with numerous undercover agents, led by the striking female necromancer, the Bone Queen Delia Bennett, to infiltrate the territory of Marquis Lebrun, aiming to incite a necromantic calamity to overthrow his regime and forcibly seize control of the area.
Intelligence 3 of the high-ranking undead, the vampire noble and descendant of darkness, the eternal night bard Alastair Darkwood, has successfully revived his stunning vampire bride, Bella Darkwood, after collecting thousands of materials. Upon sensing the approach of the Holy Light Church, which repulses all vampires, Alastair resolved to launch another attack on the Lanpoluki territory within 3 days. Bella voluntarily took on the role of commander for this assault. Intelligence 4 of the former leader of the Blood Play Troop's sister, Yuli Bloodstained, used her beauty to seduce a merchant caravan, gaining an opportunity to escape from the border of the Northwest. However, she became trapped in the northern frontier due to the border checks instituted by the Swords of the Flying Dragon Legion. Recently, following Alastair's attack, the Legion suffered heavy losses and lifted the border checks, allowing Yuli to infiltrate the Lanpoluki territory. Her current objective is to locate and seduce the reportedly innocent young Viscount of Lanpoluki, urging him to mobilize his forces to avenge the destruction of the Blood Play Troop by slaying Anshin and others. Intelligence 5. Today's intelligence left Rollo quite perplexed. Just as he had considered the prospect of finding a wife, an influx of information about beautiful women arrived. The descriptions were nothing short of enchanting or coldly captivating, indicating that each came from an esteemed background with commendable appearances. However, the personalities of these individuals seemed rather daunting. Among the infamous sorceresses of the Empire, such as the Bone Queen Yuli Bloodstained, who resembled anything but a normal person, it was rare to find one without a nickname, only to discover that she was a vampire bride, an undead creature. Rollo felt a sense of unease, especially given that one of them had explicitly named him as a target. How amusing, he thought, to employ the allure of beauty against me? I am curious to see what sort of beauty could possibly seduce me. Initially contemplating an open approach to lure the snake from its hole, he reconsidered and snapped his fingers instead. The heavily armored skeletal soldiers stationed nearby received the command to surround him completely. With only a few days remaining until he amassed enough points to advance in the Book of the Undead, he was determined to avoid any disruptions at this critical juncture. In any case, the infamous Yuli Bloodstained would likely remain hidden for a considerable time, allowing him to wait patiently. After all, necromancy was the foundation of his existence. Feeling that it was still insufficient, Rollo genuinely wished to activate the teleportation array to summon Hassan, who was en route to recruit the Eagle Brigade. This individual was adept at assassination and counter-assassination techniques. Unfortunately, it seemed that the assassins from the northern frontier had blacklisted the Lanpoluki territory, as no one had taken up his covert as. Fortunately, although Hassan was unavailable, he still had the elemental tyrant. Even though he had managed to create a devourer, that creature appeared too grotesque, practically branding him as a monster. If he were to bring it to Grey River Town, the Holy Light Army would likely bombard him with dozens of holy light spells, followed by a flurry of light swords to slice him into mincemeat. The same rationale applied to vengeful spirits. Rollo had left all those conspicuous undead behind in the royal tomb, fearing exposure of his identity as a master of Zongzi Production. As he surveyed the large contingent of bodyguards encircling him, Rollo finally breathed a sigh of relief, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. The night was indeed his domain. Rollo thought this, just as the scheming Yuli Bloodstained believed the same. Currently, the Lanpoluki territory was occupied by 4 military forces, with the recently arrived Holy Light Army stationed outside the city, while the elite Swords of the Flying Dragon were positioned on the city walls. Inside the city, the law enforcement, which could potentially hinder her actions, consisted of mere foot soldiers under the command of the nobles, utterly incomparable to the previous 2 forces and not worth considering. Thus, the only obstacles remaining were the Lanpoluki guards stationed at the mansion and Rollo's hired personal guards. Once she could bypass these barriers and make contact with the young Viscount, everything would be settled. Yuli caressed her smooth shoulder, a look of intoxication crossing her face before she quickly regained her composure. I have inquired, and to this day, Viscount Rollo has yet to attend a ball with a partner. Can such a young man in his 20s truly resist the allure of someone like me, who possesses a trace of succubus blood? Chapter 80. Training the assassin. Rollo, despite his tender age, possessed a countenance that could be deemed handsome. However, his most significant shortcoming was the frail physique left behind from neglecting physical training. After his transformation into a vampire, he had visibly gained strength. In other words, Rollo was now quite striking in appearance. Yet, a perplexing question arose: why did he attract no interest from the opposite sex? Rollo had often pondered this mystery. The maids of Grey River Fortress, the handmaidens of Grey River Town, and even the young women he encountered while strolling through the streets all seemed to flee at the mere sight of him, eager to distance themselves as they seemed unwilling to linger with him for even a second. Gradually, Rollo came to the realization that it was likely the aura he emanated that frightened others away. The pervasive negative energy surrounding him lent him a shadowy presence, creating an illusion of being shrouded in mist. Moreover, his tendency to linger among corpses for entire nights may have contributed to an odd scent about him. However, the fact that the Holy Army had not taken any action against him suggested that it was not the stench of decay.
All these factors combined resulted in a situation where very few dared to approach Rollo. The same was true for men. The majority he interacted with were valiant nobles and knights, who seemed to have a higher threshold for his bloodthirsty and fierce aura, showing little concern. As for ordinary men, they scurried away like mice fleeing from a cat at the sight of him. Rollo, merely a viscount, found himself experiencing a fleeting sense of the loneliness once felt by ancient emperors. Thus, do you comprehend how precious it is for someone like you, who can approach me without hesitation, to be in my presence? Rollo remarked, lifting Yuli's chin with his hand, compelling her gaze to meet his. Though this blood-stained Yuli appeared formidable at first glance, she was no more capable than the assassins Dominique had once hired, easily subdued by the tyrant and now bound and cast to the ground. It was clear that Anshin was not excessively powerful. A mere gathering of his remnants could easily dismantle the mercenary group, of the notoriety of the so-called Blood Theater Company stemmed solely from their brutal reputation. Yuli was unaware of Rollo's internal musings, but the sensation of his fingers gliding across her chin sent a chill down her spine. She wished to curse him, yet her mouth was stuffed, rendering her voiceless, forcing her to writhe in resistance. Without needing Rollo to utter another word, the two tyrants swiftly restrained her, pressing her down with hands as large as fans, leaving her unable to move even an inch, her gaze fixed on Rollo with a mix of fury and defiance. "Do not look at me like that, as if I am your enemy," Rollo said, moving his hand towards her mouth, gently pinching the cloth stuffed inside. "If you promise not to scream or shout, I shall remove this. Keeping your mouth agape must be quite taxing, no?" Yuli showed no sign of acquiescence, her wide eyes suggesting a fear of them bulging out of their sockets. "You truly are ungrateful," Rollo sighed, shaking his head as he stood up, brushing off the dust and preparing to leave. "I had intended to offer you an opportunity for vengeance, yet you failed to appreciate it." The mere mention of revenge struck a chord within Yuli. How could he know of my desire for retribution? Does he already know who I am? As Rollo turned to depart, Yuli struggled anew, muffled sounds escaping her mouth, prompting Rollo to turn back with a mocking expression. "Have you agreed then?" Alas, it is too late. Rollo casually opened a portal, directing the tyrants to carry her inside, tossing her into the dungeon of the third brother, instructing the wrathful spirits to keep a close watch on her. Let her reflect for the night. We shall discuss matters tomorrow. Yuli was left in shock. This script was not as expected. As she writhed helplessly, bound tightly like a dumpling, her efforts were futile, particularly in the hands of the tyrant, who showed no mercy. Once she was cast into the makeshift storage room of the royal tomb, Rollo promptly closed the portal, enveloping the world in a sudden silence. Rollo returned to his chair, contemplating how best to utilize this blood-stained Yuli. To be frank, given her physical resilience, even if he were to slay her, it would not yield much in terms of high-grade materials. Keeping her alive seemed far more advantageous. However, he found himself at a loss for how to employ her while she was still breathing. Sighing, Rollo realized he had become overly reliant on the undead, to the point of forgetting how to make use of the living. He ruminated on Yuli's potential merits. Her skin felt pleasant to the touch, her physique was acceptable, and her appearance was not without charm. Though she might not be exceptionally skilled, at least she wouldn't be frightened off by her own aura. Furthermore, her ability to employ seduction techniques suggested a lack of strong shame. A sudden epiphany struck him. For now, let her serve as my maid. The original maids of Grey River Fortress had all perished, and although the fortress was just beginning its reconstruction, lacking even the necessary materials, Rollo, as lord, found it rather embarrassing to be without a competent maid. After all, both Ramses, a noble duke, and Jim, an earl, seemed to have their own maids in attendance. Rollo admired them. Ramses had fled to Lampreduk alone, yet he had managed to assemble a maid squad even before establishing a proper foundation. Jim Horus, not to be outdone, had brought along his maids, despite his army being nearly decimated. On the other hand, Jeremiah, the border earl, bore a military demeanor and lacked any visible maids. Yet, he had several spirited female officers, whose gazes toward Jeremiah Rollo found quite intriguing. Among the current prominent figures in Lampreduk territory, only Alex seemed to have no such entourage, perpetually surrounded by a gaggle of men. Perhaps it wasn't entirely without merit. Rollo, haunted by the psychological shadow left by Leonard, now perceived any man who kept his distance from women as potentially effeminate. Wait a moment, if I remain indifferent to the fairer sex, would I not also be labeled as such? Contemplating the legacy of his ancestors, who had been buried alongside their same-sex lovers, he feared that others might genuinely think he was upholding family traditions. Given this realization, he understood that he could not afford to delay in guiding Yuli. He needed to act swiftly. With that resolve, Rollo transported himself directly to the dungeon. Chapter 81 of the fierce battle between the Empire's sorceresses. Several days passed. Every night, Rollo would return to the royal tomb, engaging in various experiments in hopes of creating something novel while also visiting the dungeon to train Yuli. Initially, Yuli maintained the humiliation of her captivity and resisted Rollo vehemently. However, after several encounters, she began to realize that this young man seemed to be rather inexperienced. On a dark and windy night, with a solitary man and woman confined within the same chamber, their mutual attraction blossomed, transforming the sounds of interrogation in the dungeon into something far more indescribable. Yuli, having spent years as a mercenary, possessed remarkable physical strength and was adept at utilizing her beauty to achieve her objectives, making her exceptionally skilled in this regard. Furthermore, her vocation as an assassin endowed her with unparalleled explosive power. Thus, in the initial phases of their battle, she nearly had Rollo completely subdued. Rollo, in his previous life, had merely observed without participation, and in this life, his original self had neither experienced nor witnessed such encounters, rendering him severely lacking in practical experience and easily led astray. Yet, as time passed, the disparity in their stamina began to manifest. Yuli's explosive vigor, while formidable, was ultimately confined to the limitations of her mortal flesh, particularly as an assassin whose endurance was not robust. Prolonged exertion led her to falter. In contrast, Rollo, being of the vampire lineage, naturally surpassed humans in both strength and endurance, and with the enhancement of the night, he continuously absorbed negative energy, growing ever more vigorous. He adapted to Yuli's rhythm and began to turn the tide in his favor. In an instant, Rollo wielded his spear like a dragon, transforming into an expert adventurer within the dense jungles of the Delta, dismantling Yuli's defenses with several death strikes, charging forward and shattering the dam that unleashed a torrent of floodwaters. Ah, what a delightful sensation! At that moment, the roles of attacker and defender had shifted. Yuli found herself unable to maintain control over her body, her expression gradually becoming more uninhibited. Yet, having tasted victory, Rollo was not about to let her off the hook. Driven by instinct, he moved with the ferocity of a wild beast until he felt an overwhelming force ready to erupt. Only then did Rollo regain his senses. One might wonder whether there exists a reproductive barrier between the ancient texts of the vampire lineage offered no instruction on this matter, nor did they delve into any knowledge of reproduction. Perhaps this absence was due to the texts being intended for younger vampires, who had yet to reach the lesson on sexual education? Lost in such thoughts, Rollo's conscious mind was once more subdued by instinct. As his body suddenly arched, his primal battle spirit erupted forth, marking the conclusion of this fierce contest between the two. Rollo straightened himself, brimming with vitality and radiance, while Yuli lay rolling her eyes, her body convulsing, murmuring incoherent phrases. In stark contrast, the victor and vanquished had been determined. Rollo directed his gaze to a sentry of heavily armored skeletal soldiers and noted that the morning sun had already risen, with vessels filled with sails dotting the distant Grey River. What a gratifying battle it had been, lasting until the break of dawn. Stretching leisurely, Rollo returned to the Grey River town mansion. According to intelligence, today marked the day of Alos's new assault. After annihilating the noble coalition, Alos had garnered several days to prepare, and the number of undead he commanded was likely to be exceedingly formidable. As Rollo contemplated the enemy's forces, he made his way to his office and fortuitously encountered Alex. Although his countenance remained as stern as ever, Alex's eyes were now bloodshot, a stark departure from his once spirited demeanor. It appeared that this period had taken a toll on him, leading to sleepless nights. In many respects, the current circumstances indeed lent themselves to insomnia. Previously, the Legion Flying Dragon Legion's scouts patrolled the entire territory day and night, maintaining a level of control over the northwest corner of the Empire that was no trifling matter. However, with the Legion suffering significant losses and the scout forces utterly annihilated, everyone had been forced to retreat to the southern banks of the Grey River. Even with the continuous support from Jeremiah and the Holy Army, regaining a sense of security seemed a distant hope. "Commander Alex, you appear to be in poor spirits," Rollo initiated the conversation, feeling it prudent to subtly convey news of Alos's impending attack. Given the current military strength of the enemy, if the few forces within Grey River town were unprepared, it would be far from sufficient. It was likely that by nightfall, this town, a testament to the Lamperouge family's 300 years of toil and glory, would be erased from the imperial map. However, the art of revealing information, determining how much to disclose, was a delicate balance. Misjudging this could lead to suspicions regarding his sources, just as Rollo. It was understandable, given Rollo's age and social sphere, he likely had no knowledge of her. Rollo felt as though he had been chastised for being too naive, a mere recluse, unable to recognize the renowned sorceress of the Empire. Alex, not allowing Rollo the chance to respond, withdrew a letter from his pocket. "This is a direct order from His Majesty the Emperor. Our legion has suffered grievous losses, and this mission is no longer tenable. Therefore, the illustrious sorceress, Her Highness Princess Cornelia Augustus, has been dispatched to lead her personal guard northward to assume my duties.
The sorceress?
Rollo furrowed his brow, recalling her title as the Empire's sorceress.
It is clear you are unaware.
All officers of the Legion privately refer to her as such, Alex remarked, a rare smile gracing his face. However, Rollo perceived that he had not truly found solace or relief. Let us not forget that the Li Jian Flying Dragon Legion initially marched north for the sake of competing in the ranking matches. Even the Emperor's subsequent order for them to assist Rams in securing his position was issued later, and now, not only are we unable to fulfill the Emperor's command, but it seems we may also drop in the rankings, Rollo thought.
Be cautious.
The nickname of Her Highness Cornelia reflects her domineering and savage nature, and she is simultaneously the first princess, one of the most capable and influential figures within the royal family.
You would do well not to cross her, or else. Alex left the warning hanging, merely shrugging, as unspoken words lingered in the air. Chapter 82. The long-awaited tomb intelligence. Yet another day has slipped by. When Rollo emerged from his meditation, dusk had already settled, and gazing out through the mansion's window, he beheld the sky awash in a vibrant tapestry of gold and orange, warm light cascading through the sparse clouds to grace the earth, as if the entire world were cloaked in a gilded veneer. He could see the grey river shimmering faintly in the twilight, its surface glistening like scattered silver, drifting languidly with the current. The riverbank was teeming with returning vessels, while laborers unloading cargo and fishermen filled the port's thoroughfares. In the distance, the towering spire, reinforced by the celestial dragon legion and sanctified by the divine light of the holy army's clerics, stood sentinel beneath the heavens, casting its gaze toward the far-off border. There, the boundary line blurred into obscurity, and as the sun descended gradually, the first star in the sky twinkled softly, as if heralding the arrival of night. The impending assault by Yalros must be imminent. Before that, a review of the intelligence was in order. Rollo opened the intelligence system and began to scrutinize the reports for the day. In truth, he had long since prepared for the impending onslaught, making this review feel more like a mere formality. Intelligence Report 1. The ancestral tomb of Marquis Lebrun has been discovered by the necromancer Delilah Bennett, who commands legions of the deceased, the knights and soldiers guarding the tomb, along with all the slumbering members of the Lebrun family. Intelligence Report 2. The high-ranking undead, the vampire noble Scion, Yalros Darkwood, recently unearthed the remains of the legendary Saint Khan Horlock. He intends to collect additional high-tier materials before utilizing them to create formidable minions. Horlock's funeral was a sky burial, wherein the body was laid upon a special altar to be reclaimed by nature's agents, such as vultures and worms. However, a mishap during the ceremony resulted in the preservation of nearly all of Horlock's bones and a small amount of flesh, ultimately becoming infused with negative energy, rendering them as special incorruptible. Intelligence Report 3. Approximately 500 kilometers east of Grey River Town, the tower of the legendary Archmage Carlian Felvender has been affected by geological disturbances, causing its concealed magical array to malfunction, leading to a rapid depletion of its magical energy. It is projected to become visible within 3 days, inevitably attracting adventurers, mercenaries, and others coveting its secrets from across the Northern Realm. Throughout his life, Carlian dedicated his research to the arcane, but in the twilight of his years, seeking immortality, the Archmage turned to the dark arts, exploring necromancy in pursuit of eternal life. This tower served as his research center for necromancy, yet no one knows his current whereabouts. Some speculate he has passed on, while others believe he is connected to the astral plane and traversed to another material dimension. Recommended exploration level. High tier. Estimated exploration yield exceedingly rich. Intelligence Report 4. Within the mausoleum of the third emperor of the Silver Empire, long submerged in negative energy, the emperor's beloved warhorse has naturally transformed into newly born. It remains nameless and possesses a mind akin to that of a noble steed. Should anyone manage to tame it at this juncture, it would pledge eternal loyalty to its master. Intelligence Report 5. The first Princess Cornelia has led her royal guard on a journey, and upon traversing the boundary between the Northern Realm and the Southern Territories directly under the Emperor's command, she encountered a tomb that had undergone a catastrophic event. With a thunderous might, Cornelia swiftly vanquished all the undead within the tomb, but her cherished steed tragically succumbed to the corrupting miasma of death. Cornelia is now filled with rage. Anyone who crosses her path will face dire consequences. After perusing the intelligence, Rollo could not help but raise an eyebrow today. It appears to be a long-awaited tomb theme. No, upon further reflection, how could it be long-awaited? This theme had never emerged before. Information regarding tombs, so intrinsically linked to his past endeavors, seemed to have appeared only on 2 occasions. The first was beneath the great tree of the Amulan tribe, which had directly provided Rollo with seed funding and the recipe for creating mummies. The second instance involved the mausoleum of the third brother. Compared to the previous occasion, the rewards from this second instance were exceedingly generous, yielding not only the basic treasures of gold and silver but also a substantial array of weapons, equipment, and various magical artifacts that had yet to expire.
along with a vast quantity of skeletal materials. Not to mention, this mausoleum itself was an immense, inexhaustible source of negative energy, truly a bountiful windfall for Rollo. Clearly, these tombs are the crux of Rollo's pursuit of power. However, the incorruptible bones discovered by Yalros have piqued Rollo's interest. How could a sky burial possibly go awry? To put it bluntly, it was merely a matter of discarding the body into the wilderness and waiting for scavengers to feast upon it. Rollo found it hard to fathom how such a method could fail. Moreover, even if the genesis of this material had its flaws, its value was indisputable. The ability to create high-tier undead was an unparalleled treasure for a necromancer. For now, however, Rollo could only watch helplessly. Fortunately, Yalros seemed to have no plans for crafting at the moment, alleviating his fears of losing this opportunity. Among all the intelligence gathered, the most valuable, particularly intriguing, was the fact that all the content pertained to research on necromancy. If he could locate the spellbook left behind by that legendary archmage, would the system be able to archive it? If it could be archived and enhanced, Rollo's combat prowess would skyrocket. With the tower's concealed magical array set to fail in 3 days, this meant that at present, he was the sole individual privy to its precise location. Rollo was thoroughly captivated. He understood that such an enticing opportunity was irresistibly alluring. He dismissed thoughts of adventurers and mercenaries as inconsequential, yet he was acutely aware that another force was currently at play in the Northern Realm. Once they learned of the tower's existence, their covetousness would rival his own, if not exceed it. Dark pleasure. What a troublesome predicament. He must enter the tower before that faction does. However, the challenge lies in the fact that the system recommends a high-tier exploration level for this endeavor. With the company of several underlings, Rollo would struggle to even reach that tier. I must secure a combat strength of at least high tier within the next 2 days. Whom should I seek? As he surveyed the intelligence reports of the day, inspiration suddenly struck him. A noble steed for a valiant warrior, a sword bestowed upon a hero, perhaps the most suitable combat strength lies right beside me. Chapter 83 of The General and His Noble Steed, the sword bestowed upon the hero. When Alex received the invitation from Lord Rollo, his expression was one of bewilderment.
You wish to take me to the ancestral tomb of the Lamperducci family? To present me with a gift?
It was difficult for Alex, who considered his acquaintance with the Viscount to be rather superficial, to comprehend his intentions. If he were to be stationed in the Lamperducci territory for an extended period, perhaps the gesture of gift-giving could be understood. However, having recently informed Rollo of his impending transfer, the timing of this gift seemed perplexing. One might easily assume they shared a profound bond, exchanging parting gifts in a display of reluctance to separate.
Moreover, even among the closest of friends, it seemed rather peculiar to summon someone to an ancestral tomb merely to exchange gifts. Surely, this fellow was not intending to present him with the ashes of his forebears or some other bizarre relic? Despite his confusion, Alex followed Rollo. He soon realized they were headed towards the stables, and he had initially assumed they would ride to the tomb. However, as they turned a corner, an intense sensation of weightlessness suddenly enveloped him. Alex, seasoned by countless battles, instantly recognized it as a form of teleportation. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing in the Lamperducci family cemetery. Rollo stood nearby, and upon noticing Alex's perplexed gaze, a smile crept across his lips as he clapped his hands. Accompanying the sound of applause was the unmistakable rhythm of hoofbeats. Asa Commander, Alex was all too familiar with that sound. Horse hooves. Is the Viscount presenting me with a horse? He mused. If that were the case, why go to such lengths? A gift could have been bestowed back in Grey River Town. Although he had no need for another steed, he felt it would be impolite to refuse a gesture from a nobleman. However, when Rollo shook his head gently, indicating that it was not a horse, but something akin to one, Alex was intrigued. The reason for not presenting it in Grey River became evident. As Rollo's words faded, the approaching hoofbeats revealed their true identity. The creature's silhouette resembled that of a horse, yet this was merely superficial. The beast's skin was as dark as the night, seemingly absorbing the surrounding light, rendering its form all the more terrifying. Its hide was adorned with ancient runes and fissures, which flickered with a faint crimson glow, suggesting an underlying malevolent force. Its mane and tail were not ordinary hair, but rather blazed with flames that danced in the darkness, casting a crimson light that illuminated the surrounding shadows. This fire was not merely an optical illusion, the heat radiating from it was palpable, a testament to its reality. As Alex approached, he beheld its eyes, two deep crimson orbs, brimming with unrelenting ferocity and madness, as if capable of piercing the very soul of a man, instilling fear in the faint-hearted. The creature occasionally exhaled clouds of black smoke and sparks, while its nostrils emitted hot vapor. Its hooves were as if forged from iron, each step resonating with a heavy thud that reverberated through the ground, leaving charred imprints in its wake. The entire being exuded an aura of dread and despair, as if its mere gallop could unleash devastation and death. Alex stood transfixed, his hand instinctively reaching out to caress its smooth neck, only to be met with a thunderous snort that snapped him back. Yet it seems distinct from the ordinary breeds. Rollo nodded, acknowledging Alex's perceptiveness.
Indeed, this is a soul nightmare, a unique variant of nightmare imbued with the powers of the undead, possessing formidable soul attack capabilities. In an instant, Alex understood why it could not be presented in Grey River. As Rollo approached and affectionately patted the soul nightmare's flank, the creature let out a contented whinny.
You see, I, Rollo, am not particularly fond of riding, nor do I have an inclination to don armor and engage in battle.
Thus, such a valuable steed would be a waste in my possession. As he spoke, he gently handed the reins of the soul nightmare to Alex. A true noble steed deserves to be beneath the most valiant knight.
I trust you will come to cherish it. After a moment's hesitation, Alex accepted the reins without pretentiousness. Very well, Rollo, what is the price for this gift? Excellent! Rollo exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. I appreciate your straightforwardness. Let me be clear, I will not engage in any actions that betray His Majesty the Emperor or compromise the interests of the Empire. If those are your intentions, there is no need to voice them. He tapped the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharpening with an edge of menace. Should you utter such thoughts, I would have no choice but to fulfill my duty to safeguard the Empire. Seeing the seriousness of Alex's demeanor, Rollo abandoned his playful demeanor and raised a finger. For this expedition, I require your protection during a relic exploration. Once it concludes, we shall be even not at that point. Whether you choose to keep the soul nightmare for yourself or gift it to another is entirely your prerogative. I shall impose no interference. Just a single expedition? Alex questioned, his curiosity piqued. The notion of a legendary warrior like himself serving as a guardian for an adventure prompted further contemplation. What relic would they venture? He had heard no whispers of significant archaeological discoveries in the north recently. Perhaps it was related to the vast grass sea of the north. Rumor had it that peculiar burial customs existed there, potentially leading to treasures. Or perhaps they were destined for a cave within the Gostel Mountains? Tales spoke of an ancient dwarven kingdom renowned for its forging nestled within those peaks, possibly housing exceptional weaponry and armor. However, Rollo's response dispelled both possibilities. Rest assured, it lies within the Empire, even in the north. Utilizing the teleportation points I have arranged, along with swift steeds, we shall not be delayed for long. As Alex tightened his grip on the reins, casting a glance at the imposing nightmare, he steeled himself. Very well, when shall we depart? If possible, I would truly prefer to set out this very night. Rollo shook his head, pointing towards the north with a look of regret. Alas, some individuals do not wish for our tranquility. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to a clap of thunder splitting the air. Instantly, the earth trembled beneath them. Following Rollo's gaze, Alex beheld, despite the setting sun, a colossal skeletal giant, a grotesque amalgamation of bones, steadily advancing towards them. Chapter 84. Have you witnessed my zenith? Beneath the shroud of night, the distant wasteland lay in eerie silence, save for the biting cold wind that echoed across the desolate terrain. Suddenly, a nauseating stench of decay pervaded the air, as if heralding the arrival of some ominous presence. From the shadows emerged a colossal figure, its form grotesque and distorted, seemingly assembled from fragments of countless nightmares. The suffocating negative energy, as dense as an inky fog, seemed to engulf the surrounding warmth, drawing the chilling wind along in its wake. In the dead of night, the wind howled, akin to the wails of 1,000 malevolent spirits, sending shivers down the spine. The guards atop the watchtower widened their eyes in alarm, their pupils quivering in trepidation. Something formidable approaches. Sound the alarm, informed the night commander. Enemy attack, level 1 alert, level 1 alert. The distant giant, undeterred by the minuscule ants scurrying below, continued its steady advance. With each step it took, the ground trembled as if it were about to splinter, sending stones flying in all directions. At that moment, a dark cloud was parted by the cold wind, allowing the pale moonlight to cascade down, illuminating the true nature of the monstrosity. The giant's head loomed high, its empty eye sockets devoid of pupils, merely a void of impenetrable darkness. Its mouth gaped open, revealing jagged and uneven teeth, each breath accompanied by a waft of decay. Its body was composed of countless bones and putrid flesh, the bones emitting a ghastly pallor in the night, as though the lamentations of the dead reverberated within. The rotting flesh clung to the skeletal frame like fetid sludge, occasionally dripping to the ground with a repulsive squelch. More terrifying still, amidst the bones and decaying matter, indistinguishable black substances writhed like muck, exuding a noxious odor that burrowed into the soldiers' nostrils like living insects. The giant continued its inexorable advance, each step fracturing the earth beneath it, causing soil and debris to collapse. As it approached the range of the crossbow stationed atop the city walls, the soldier tasked with aiming the weapon stared at the monstrous figure within his sights, a chilling dread rising from his feet, rendering him immobile.
With each step, the giant drew nearer to Grey River Town, its immense form casting an all-encompassing shadow that obscured the very heavens. The soldiers could even hear the sound of bones clashing against one another, mingling with the sickening splats of rotting flesh falling away. Flee! The scene before them left no room for doubt. If they did not escape swiftly, this behemoth would surely consume them all, rendering them a part of its grotesque form, forever wailing in darkness. The morale of the troops plummeted visibly until a radiant beam of platinum light shone down from the heavens like the sun, divine radiance. The high-tier holy light spell dispelled the gloom in the soldiers' hearts, their previous despondency vanishing in an instant. Heart of the Lion, another holy light spell descended, rekindling the soldiers' fighting spirit. As the terrifying mists threatened to invade their hearts once more, a surge of brilliant light erupted from within them, banishing the encroaching shadows. At this juncture, the human army finally regained its composure and resumed its battle readiness. After casting 2 wide-ranging high-tier holy light spells, the supreme commander of the Holy Church's army, the radiant Apostle Almas, raised his hands, gently descending from the sky. His divine presence resembled that of an angelic being, instantly injecting a potent surge of courage into the hearts of all the soldiers present. As Almas alighted upon the watchtower, his voice, amplified by the holy light, resonated within the hearts of each individual warriors. The sacred mission calls us to expel the endless evil and protect all that we hold dear. Each of you is a champion of light, undaunted by the encroaching darkness. Remember, our strength is derived from the divine, from our faith. Darkness may be formidable, but light is ever steadfast. The brave fear not, for light endures. Let us confront the darkness with unwavering hearts, illuminating the path ahead with sacred light. Victory belongs to us, to all who remain loyal to the light. A resounding roar erupted from the human army at that moment, a testament to their indomitable courage, while the timely arrival of the Holy Church's accompanying priests further stoked the flames of their fervor. Though the terrifying amalgamation of undead continued its approach, they remained unafraid, witnessing the human army rise anew. Almas finally exhaled in relief as he descended from the watchtower. However, the saintly demeanor he had maintained faltered the instant he vanished from view, his form collapsing in exhaustion, nearly toppling to the ground.
"Bishop! Are you all right?"
With the aid of his attendant, Almas trembled as he stood upright. He extended his hand, yearning to summon the holy light once more, but the radiance he conjured quivered violently, akin to his trembling hands.
In the next moment, the light shattered. Indeed, it was too much to bear. Almas shook his head, striving to steady himself. "Your Grace, you should rest. The city walls have endured a considerable amount of holy light magic over the past few days, and reinforcements from the nobles within are soon to arrive. There is no need for you to push yourself so." "Push myself?" Almas offered a bittersweet smile, lamenting, "I never imagined I would age to the point of exhausting my magical reserves after casting nearly 2 grand spells." "Your Grace! Please do not say such things. The fact that you could withstand the casting of 2 such expansive spells without collapsing is already indicative of a legendary power." Almas remained non-committal. The attendant's words held. The simplest way to gauge whether a spellcaster had reached legendary status was to observe if they could independently cast legendary spells. Both the holy radiance that had dispelled negative effects over a vast area and the Heart of the Lion, which bestows a buff of battle spirit upon numerous individuals, were unequivocally legendary spells. To have cast 2 such powerful spells in succession while still managing to maintain his levitation spell was nothing short of remarkable. To the attendant, Almas's magical prowess could only be described as unfathomable. Yet, this was merely his perspective. Almas stroked his graying beard, reminiscing about the war against the annihilation of the undead he had participated in 2 centuries prior, where he unleashed 3 earth-shattering legendary-level holy light spells, still possessing enough strength to cast a multitude of high-tier supporting spells afterward, and could not help but sigh. "I truly am old." The sound of footsteps approached from the distance, and the attendant rushed to investigate, returning with a beaming smile. "Your Grace, the reinforcements have arrived. You may withdraw now." Almas glanced back at the undead amalgamation, which had begun to come under the onslaught of holy light-infused crossbow bolts, feeling a pang of reluctance. The attendant, having accompanied him for many years, understood the meaning behind that look and could only offer consolation. "Your Grace, you have simply aged. Such a creature would not have dared to come this close to the walls during your prime." Ultimately, Almas turned back, but upon hearing the attendant's words, he could not help but retort, "Humph, have you ever witnessed my zenith?" Chapter 85. Today, I have determined that this boss chow is mine. As the Sword of Glory Dragon Legion, along with nearly all the noble armies except for the Jeremiah Legion and the Lamperuki Legion, rushed to the city walls, the colossal amalgamation of the undead, riddled with countless wounds from the blessed arrows of holy light, suddenly, the next moment, its vast form, composed of innumerable shattered bones and decayed flesh mixed with an unknown dark sludge, astonishingly shattered into fragments. The bewildered soldiers were on the verge of believing victory was theirs and preparing to cheer. Yet, before their jubilant cries could escape their throats,
they were drowned out by a thunderous explosion. One of the high-ranking Knight officers of the Sword of Glory suddenly changed expression, shouting, "Get down!" Almost simultaneously with his command, an overwhelming barrage of shattered bones and dense clumps of flesh descended upon the entire city wall like a rain of arrows. Many soldiers, taken completely by surprise, were struck down. Had it not been for the blessings recently bestowed by Almas, which mitigated a significant amount of damage, the human forces would have suffered a staggering 70% casualty rate from that single onslaught. And this was merely the beginning. Has it been centuries, or millennia, humanity remains so feeble? Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, beholding an exquisite beauty, utterly incongruous amidst the blood-soaked ground, gracefully floating in the air. Adorning her head was a netted jeweled headdress, each gem emanating a faint glow, resembling countless miniature stars twinkling around her, harmonizing with the moonlight, enhancing the elegance and nobility of her delicate visage beneath the adornment. Clad in a pure white wedding gown, her long train billowed gently in the night breeze, ethereal as a spectre. The gown was magnificent and intricate, with embroidered patterns resembling blooming red spider lilies, subtly exuding an eerie beauty. She floated barefoot, seemingly weightless, as if she might dissolve into the night wind at any moment. Yet, behind this ethereal lightness, every soldier felt an intense sense of oppression, the chilling aura of death, sharp and merciless. As her figure glided closer, the suffocating wave of negative energy rendered the air frigid, and several commanders finally reacted, urgently instructing the archers to fire. But just at that moment, she laughed. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile laced with mockery and cruelty, her crimson eyes burning like two blazing flames, both beautiful and threatening, as if they could pierce through one's soul with a cold, scrutinizing gaze.
You should be more concerned about what lies beside you than about me.
This utterance echoed like a command from a battlefield leader, prompting countless soldiers to comply, brandishing their weapons against the enemy.
Damn it, these bones are alive.
Watch your feet, beware of your surroundings, priests, don't linger. Purify these lowly undead at once. Amidst the cacophony of shouts, those bone fragments, launched by the undead amalgamation as projectiles, the soldiers atop the city wall, though initially caught off guard, remained steadfast, emboldened by the lion-hearted blessing. After a brief moment of astonishment, they channeled their fervent rage into their blades, striking at the nearby skeletal zombies.
While the lower-ranking soldiers were engulfed in chaos, the more seasoned officers and high-ranking priests focused their attention on the enigmatic woman. Who are you? Are you the mastermind behind these two undead assaults? She merely laughed, unabashedly radiating a beauty that was irresistible to all.
Yet, among the assembled men, not a single one was swayed. Or rather, to be precise, no one dared to be swayed. They were all acutely aware that within her beauty lay boundless peril. Her allure was a beguiling temptation, yet it instilled a profound sense of dread. The standoff lingered for a moment. She continued to smile, uttering not a single word. However, the response that everyone awaited unexpectedly came from another direction. She is a vampire bride, the flower of death beneath the moonlight, both beautiful and deadly.
The high-ranking officers present were quite familiar with this voice.
Turning around, they were met with astonishment.
Rollo, why have you suddenly appeared here, and the Legion commander?
The speaker was none other than Rollo. After encountering the terrifying undead amalgamation in the ancient tomb, they had immediately sought to return for reinforcements. Yet Rollo had suddenly pondered whether he should hold back a bit. A person capable of freely opening portals, even if they did not exhibit remarkable combat prowess, remained a considerable threat. After all, possessing such an ability meant that he could transport not only himself but also other highly destructive entities or objects, much like Rollo had done with Alex. In the aftermath, Alex would likely report his situation to his superior, Emperor Charles Augustus of the Oread Empire. This sovereign, ensconced in the imperial capital, was known for his exceptional political acumen, who knew whether he might attempt to recruit Rollo into the capital. Truth be told, Rollo had no desire to become embroiled in the internal strife of the empire's upper echelon.
He preferred the tranquility of being a distant sovereign, far from the intrigues of the nobility. But if he were to decline, would the emperor be magnanimous enough to let him go?
What if this emperor was akin to Boss Chow, one who would eliminate those he could not utilize? Where would Rollo turn to lament? Rollo hoped he was not underestimating the emperor's character, yet he felt the need to be cautious. Thus, he claimed that his teleportation spell could only be used a limited number of times each day, with each usage requiring an interval of over half an hour. As for the exact number of uses, he assured Alex that it was a secret vital to his survival. There were likely many who wished for his demise, and thus, he could not divulge it lightly. This veil of deception truly left Alex astounded, compelling him to ride back alongside Rollo. As for the soul nightmare, which was as striking as a hellish night, it had to remain in the ancestral tomb to avoid being mistaken for a monster by its own allies. Subsequently, as Rollo's fabricated cooldown for the spell concluded, the two of them were instantaneously transported to the city wall, just in time to witness Alios's vampire bride flaunting her presence. Yet, it must be said, Alios's wife was undeniably captivating. Just look at her face, wow, her figure, my goodness, that slender waist, how enchanting, those long legs, such elegance, and those delicate feet, what a sight. At that moment, whether or not he resembled Boss Chow was of little consequence to Rollo. All he knew was that he felt as if he had been possessed by the very spirit of Boss Chow. Alios, your wife is truly irresistible. Today, this nobleman shall claim the spoils.
Chapter 86.
The meteoric charge and the execution of the thief general. The gaze of Bella Darkwood, the vampire bride, swept over Rollo. After a brief moment, her blood-red eyes curved into a sinister smile, and her lips curled with a meaning-laden grin. You, my dear, may lack in strength, yet your ability to conceal your true could it be that she has discerned my true identity? The bloodline's concealment ability should adequately shield against the probing of holy light spells. How could it be that they do not also guard against the undead? Suddenly, Rollo considered the likelihood of this scenario. After all, from a design perspective, it would be improbable for a legitimate human city to employ necromancy for detection, wouldn't it? This could indeed pose a significant problem. What a pity, she continued. I would have truly relished sparing the life of one so charming as yourself. However, your choice of words has narrowed your path considerably. Bella chuckled, raising her hand to cover her face with a coy smile. What? Do you still wish to kill me? Do you consider yourself worthy of such an endeavor? In the face of Bella's derision, Rollo shrugged helplessly and gestured toward the nearby Alex. Allow me to introduce you to Alex Draco, the legendary knight known as the Sword Vanguard, a stalwart of the Lamperouki territory and a favored confidant of His Majesty, the Emperor, commanding the once second-ranked, now third-ranked, Sword Dragon Legion among the 16 direct military factions of the Orad Empire. He turned to Bella with a mocking expression. Now, do you still believe no one can slay you? Whether it was Rollo who would deal the fatal blow was of little consequence. It was entirely reasonable for a mere necromancer to summon assistance in battle, was it not? Despite maintaining her lofty demeanor, Bella's expression revealed that the presence of a legendary knight indeed posed a lethal threat to her. In that moment, Alex glanced at Rollo and pointed towards Bella, contemplating whether to eliminate her. What foolish thoughts! This is our stronghold, and we are under siege. Dealing with her is a necessity. We can discuss the real conditions afterwards. Very well, slaying her would merit a significant entry in my record, perhaps even alleviating my punishment upon return to the imperial capital. As Rollo listened to the two speak of her as if she were inconsequential, Bella's fury ignited. With a wave of her hand, she commanded, undead creation. A plethora of bones, previously shattered by soldiers, converged once more, swiftly forming several skeletal constructs rivaling Rollo's own creations. Moreover, a few unfortunate soldiers who had perished in the chaos began to contort their limbs and rise, their lifeless faces fixated on Rollo and Alex. Deal with them, she demanded. The newly created undead emitted shrill howls, and as Alex unsheathed his sword, a fierce clash erupted. The formidable magical energy coalesced into waves along the blade, causing the seemingly unremarkable longsword to swing with astonishing speed, distorting the surrounding scenery as if space itself were being cleaved apart. Although the skeletal constructs lacked the strength to match Alex, they held their ground with their unique high-level slashing resistance and piercing immunity. Bolstered by Bella's relentless restoration, Rollo was enjoying the spectacle when he suddenly felt Bella's gaze pierce through him like a blade. He intended to taunt her, but a wave of apprehension surged within him, prompting an instinctive sidestep. In the next instant, two crimson rays struck the very spot he had occupied, leaving behind two unfathomable holes. Such dishonorable tactics, attacking without warning! Rollo exclaimed, but Bella seemed entirely indifferent to his plight. While she continued to unleash negative energy to replenish the skeletal constructs being shattered by Alex, she unleashed wave after wave of crimson shockwaves with her gaze. Rollo's physical prowess had improved immensely, yet he found himself unable to evade such a debilitating onslaught. Reluctantly, he knew he would have to shed some blood. Enough standing around, come forth and assist me. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned 3 shimmering orbs of elemental energy, which burst forth, coalescing into. While ascending into the air indeed expanded their range of attack, it also rendered Bella the most conspicuous target. The low-tier elemental spirits posed little threat to her, however, the chaotic fire, electricity, and ice flying about severely hampered her visibility. Curse those nuisances! Unholy shockwave! A colossal shockwave, far mightier than all previous rays combined, erupted from her, sweeping away the disturbances before her and pushing back the unprepared frost elemental, shattering it in the process. Having vented her frustration, the opposing front line faltered as it lost its source of negative energy, leaving it vulnerable. Alex, encased in iron gauntlets charged with magical energy, struck down upon the skull of a skeletal construct with a force akin to a hammer, scattering bone fragments like snowflakes in the moonlight. He danced among the remnants, akin to the Grim Reaper executing a deadly waltz under the moonlit sky, harvesting life in abundance, with the continuous restoration severed and numbers dwindling. The skeletal constructs, which had merely managed to delay the inevitable, saw their defenses shatter completely. Alex, brandishing his long sword, unleashed his signature technique, Meteoric Charge. It was an unparalleled thrust. From a distance, one could only perceive a streak of meteoric swiftness, yet only those confronting the attack firsthand would comprehend that, in addition to its speed, it bore the unstoppable force of a meteorite. As a corporeal undead, the vampire lacked the piercing immunity of the skeletal constructs, and faced with an attack that threatened her very existence, Bella chose to evade. Yet, just as her delicate, snow-white feet prepared to move, an unexpected lightning chain struck from an extraordinarily awkward angle. While storm magic may not match fire magic in area damage or frost magic in debuff application, it possessed a unique advantage: speed. The lightning burst forth from Rollo's palm. Although Rollo's rank was lowly, this surprise attack was akin to a mere tickle to her foot, yet, that tickle was sufficient. Like a meteor, Alex soared through the air, and with a dull thud, a beautiful head rolled to a stop before Rollo. Chapter 87. Your wife, I shall care for her. The assault last night was marked by thunderous roars and a deluge of rain, yet despite the opposition deploying a colossal amalgamation of undead forces, equivalent to several high-tier undead warriors, the siege-type undead exuded a formidable aura, endowed with a terrifying capacity for wide-ranging negative energy projection. Unfortunately, the town of Grey River was graced by the presence of Almas, a legendary cleric whose prowess was specifically tailored to counter such foes. Although the commanding officer of the enemy, Biladek Wood, swiftly decided to fragment this entire undead conglomerate into a multitude of standard undead, attempting to secure victory through the common Bone Sea tactic, the outcome was rather unfortunate. The Judgment Knights of Grey River were specifically trained to combat undead legions, and while the Blade Dragon Legion suffered significant losses, they also gained invaluable experience in battling the undead. Coupled with the legendary aura bestowed by Almas, the Undead Legion ultimately found themselves at a distinct disadvantage to eye in the clash that resembled a duel between the two principal commanders. Although Bella had achieved a high rank as a vampire, it appeared that either her powers were not fully restored post-resurrection or she was simply lacking in skill, as she was swiftly dispatched by the legendary Alex. Of course, Rollo also played a considerable role in this assistance, garnering no small amount of satisfaction from his contribution. However, the final tally of the battle was less than favorable. Regardless of the circumstances, the enemy's numbers were substantial, and Grey River's forces suffered casualties amounting to several hundred, with over 20 fatalities, while the majority were left with varying degrees of injuries. All the injured bore a common affliction: wounds inflicted by shards of bone flying indiscriminately, rather than being felled by the undead themselves. The casualty count, while not excessively grim, the ascetic-like holy military's thoughts on this matter were unknown, yet Rollo could scarcely tolerate it. After fighting tooth and nail, expending numerous resources and manpower, the ultimate rewards amounted to merely a severed head and a... Moreover, the vampire was frigid. There was no opportunity to capitalize on the heat of the moment. However, upon reflecting that the fallen soldiers were not of his own ranks and that he had not exerted himself to a great extent, Rollo managed to regain a semblance of balance. His heart ached for those 3 precious essences and the costs of repairing the city walls. These were worth a considerable sum. Presently, the forces of the Earl of Jeremy had taken positions atop the city walls, and the affluent Earl generously funded repairs and reinforcements for the fortifications. The number of crossbows installed by the Blade Dragon Legion, they were doubled at once. Observing this scene, Rollo felt a twinge of concern that this individual might very well decide to linger in the territory of Lamperlucky, forcibly transforming the area into his own domain. Yet, such matters were to be contemplated later. Following the customary protocol of delegating the mundane tasks to Leonard, Rollo was now intent on returning to his original vocation of treasure hunting. To be frank, since witnessing Alex's capabilities firsthand the previous night, he felt a surge of confidence regarding the Mage Tower of Callian. Fervent, recommended exploration level, high tier. Let us boldly accompany what dangers could possibly lurk within the Mage Tower dedicated to the study of necromancy, merely various forms of undead. After all, just look at how that high-tier vampire met its end. Bring forth as many as you wish, for Alex would expertly dissect them into finely minced bits. With Alex at his side, Rollo embarked with a sense of exhilaration, reflecting on his previous life, when he had delved into tombs, it had always been others clinging. Now, as he found himself in the position of grasping onto someone else's coattails, he truly understood the thrill of such a sensation. According to intelligence, the location of the Mage Tower lay 500 kilometers east of Grey River. That area, now reinforced by Rollo's recent study of noble lineages, was vaguely familiar. It should be a baronial domain, of average wealth and strength, lacking in prominence. Notably, the head of this household had recently accompanied their faction leader to the territory of Lamper. Their luck could be deemed both favorable and unfavorable. Favorable, as their chosen leader happened to be the fortunate Count Jim Hallis, who had miraculously survived multiple assassination attempts. Although he had yet to achieve any notable accomplishments, Rollo had heard that this individual was willing to when one ascends, do not those who follow also partake in the spoils? Yet, therein lay their misfortune. This baron, regrettably, due to his low rank and lack of remarkable capability, lacked the qualifications to camp near Stone Tower Fortress, and his encampment had been relegated to the outskirts. Rollo had even encountered him once before, the very baron who had mistaken him for an enemy while leading a contingent of heavily armored skeletal warriors back from the Third Brothers' mausoleum. His last mission had been to heed Alex's orders and advance northward alongside the noble coalition stationed in the vicinity of Lamperlucky. The outcome, that entire contingent of nobles had perished, and this baron was no exception. Rollo vaguely recalled that this individual, still quite young, had only married last year and had yet to conceive a child before meeting his untimely demise. Truly tragic. Noticing Rollo's sudden shift in expression, Alex, who had remained silent, began to question, "Lord Rollo, what troubles you?" "Nothing much, merely lamenting the unpredictability of life. Consider this, the baronial domain we are about to enter has lost all its male heirs, leaving only a widow behind. How shall she continue?" Alex fell silent for a moment. The baron's death was, in fact, largely attributable to him. After all, even if the entire army had not been decimated, his original plan was to use the noble coalition as bait, indifferent to any losses. Yet, he had not contemplated such matters, or perhaps he had simply not thought of them at all. "Are we truly heading to a baronial domain?" he inquired, glancing at the map, still under the impression that the area belonged to Count. It could certainly be said to be Hallis's territory, though it was not his fiefdom. It could only be regarded as an area of influence. According to the official records, it was indeed a baronial domain, and one that had been conferred by His Majesty the Emperor. Upon hearing the title, His Majesty the Emperor, Alex's expression grew somewhat more serious. "In that case, would it not be inappropriate for us to engage in such activities within the territory?" "Would it?" Rollo replied, his tone dismissive. "This land was granted centuries ago. The current monarch likely has no recollection of this insignificant locality." As he spoke, a teasing glint appeared in Rollo's eyes as he turned to Alex. "If memory serves correctly, it seems you, Commander, are still unmarried, are you not? Since it was you who led to her husband's sacrifice, you must bear this responsibility. Should she come seeking you in a dream one day, you could assure her without guilt, 'Fear not, your wife, I shall care for her.'" Chapter 88. The Baroness's resolve. A distance of 500 kilometers may seem neither close nor far, yet it is not insurmountable. Rollo and Alex embarked on their journey early, descending the Grey River by boat, and upon arrival, they spent their coin on 2 swift steeds, galloping forth with remarkable speed until they reached the baronial lands. Situated in the northern province of Nord of the Alati Empire, the landscape of this barony bore little distinction from that of the Lamperlucky estate. Both regions were characterized by sprawling grasslands and wilderness, with fertile riverbank fields and forests nearby. However, the yield here appeared rather modest, likely sufficient only for the sustenance of the family. Along the way, a handful of commoners cast fearful glances at the 2 newcomers. Rollo attempted to greet them, but they hurriedly scurried away without uttering a word. Alex, a hired muscle retained by Rollo, was clad in unyielding armor that bore the scars of battle, with darkened stains of old blood still visible, a sight that would send even the most hardened mercenaries in the nearby town of Eagletown fleeing, let alone ordinary folk. It became evident that despite the visual similarities, this land was markedly different from Rollo's own domain. Indeed, it was difficult to fathom that these 2 territories were merely 500 kilometers apart. Engaged in idle conversation, the 2 suddenly found Alex pointing towards the horizon. Following his gesture, Rollo's gaze fell upon the baronial castle, which prominently displayed several banners bearing the family crest, including the imposing eagle flag of House Horus. "This fellow is merely posturing, fearing that we may attempt nefarious deeds within his domain. Let us not squander any more time. Her Highness's forces march with great swiftness, and we have little time to waste. Quickly, let us be off." With that, Alex urged his steed into a rapid gallop, the fine horse's hooves stirring up clouds of dust upon the prairie, the dull thud of hooves echoing across the vast expanses.
This commotion, of course, sowed seeds of misunderstanding within the castle. "What shall we do, my lady? They are charging towards us." The sight of that armored brute, far more fearsome than the most notorious mercenaries of Eagle Town, instilled terror.
Should such a man breach our sanctuary, none would escape unscathed. The maidens were thrown into disarray, yet the young baroness, still mourning her widowhood, maintained her composure. She raised her right hand, revealing the family crest ring bestowed upon her by her husband before his departure.
"Everyone, calm yourselves."
Though her voice was not loud, it resonated with authority.
"Who dares to dispute this?"
Her piercing gaze swept the room, and none dared voice dissent.
"Very well, then not as per the Lord's command, the steward shall gather a handful of valiant men and exit through the back end. The rest of you, barricade the main entrance, and prepare weapons within the castle. Do not harbor false hopes. The adversary is a foolhardy brigand who dares to defy the protection of the Horus banner. Should he breach our gates, none shall survive. If you wish to live, take action now." "Yes, my lady."
The servants dispersed to fulfill her orders, leaving. She gripped the ring tightly, her expression resolute as a steadfast rose, though the sweat on her brow and the pallor of her lips betrayed her inner turmoil. As a baroness, she belonged to the lowest echelon of the feudal nobility within the Eladi Empire. Unless an heir possessed extraordinary talent and investment value, it was rare for them to wed a lady of noble birth. To maintain the dignity of their status, they could not marry a commoner or the daughter of a merchant. Thus, most baronesses hailed from knightly lineages. The baroness was no exception. Her father and brother were knights of the Sterling family, serving the Horus Count for generations. Though they lacked renown, they upheld a legacy of honor. Elizabeth, after marrying the current Baron Evans, lost her claim to the prestigious surname. However, her sorrow was fleeting, as she soon regained her composure upon her union with Baron Evans, her identity transformed from a protected girl to a noble lady tasked with upholding the dignity of a baronial family. Baron Evans was a gentle gentleman, disinterested in the martial pursuits of knighthood. Instead, he reveled in the cultural pastimes favored by the political elite of the southern territories and the imperial capital, a preference that set him apart from the martial men of the northern realms. Nevertheless, Elizabeth cherished him dearly. He was a husband who greeted her with tender words, a man who composed poetic verses to entertain her during moments of ennui, a husband who endeavored to cultivate flowers upon the desolate northern lands to present to her. Elizabeth adored everything about Baron Evans. Today, for the sake of this gentleman, and to safeguard the home she cherished, she must rise to the occasion. The Evans family shall be protected by my hand today. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the chaos unfolding within the castle, Alex halted his horse a mere arrow's flight away, turning to the hastening Rollo.
"Alex, could you not slow down a tad? Our steeds are quite valuable. What if they tire out? These horses were bred in the north, renowned for their endurance over long distances. If they were to collapse from such a short journey, you ought to seek retribution from the unscrupulous dealer who sold them to you, not me. I would appreciate it if you treated my property with care. You are on the brink of discovering the legendary treasures left behind by the great mage in the wizard's tower. Are you truly concerned about a few gold coins? One matter does not negate another. I have also promised you the invaluable soul nightmare as your reward, but that does not grant you license to squander my wealth." Alex ceased the banter, gesturing toward. After all, the impoverished Baron Evans could scarcely afford to fortify his home, cobbling together his suit of armor from various sources. Truth be told, Rollo held little interest in the estate, yet fate had conspired against him. The system prompt indicated that the entrance to the Great Mage's Tower lay concealed within the castle's underground storeroom. Moreover, it was not a straightforward matter of simply opening a door within. Had Baron Evans possessed the means to excavate treasure, the meager coins that might emerge would barely suffice to renovate his dwelling. The reason for the Evans family's poverty, despite guarding a veritable treasure, was that the entrance was buried deep beneath the earth outside the storeroom. Rollo sighed. While we typically excavate the resting places of the deceased, why must we now delve into the quarters of the living? Chapter 89. No nonsense, just robbery, standing before the structure known as a castle, yet in reality merely a manor. Rollo regarded Alex, awaiting his approach to knock upon the grand door. In return, Alex met his gaze with an equally determined. What was the purpose of your hasty retreat earlier? Very well, then I shall do it, Alex declared, surprisingly refraining from a rebuttal. Adjusting his armor and sword, his expression darkened as he dismounted, preparing to advance toward the door.
Rollo promptly intervened, having already frightened the inhabitants into raising the banner of Horus. If this man were to approach the door with that menacing countenance, it was likely that a rain of arrows would greet him before the door even It wasn't that he feared them. Even without the legendary prowess of Alex, Rollo could handle these ruffians single-handedly. It was merely a matter of time wasted.
Perhaps it would be best if you do not proceed.
We wouldn't want to frighten not only the Baron but also the last remaining lady of the house to death.
After halting Alex, Rollo deftly approached and rapped upon the door.
Receiving no response, he noted with curiosity that the sound of his knocking was oddly muffled, as if he were striking not a door, but a solid wall.
"Hello, is anyone there?"
"I am Lord Rollo Lamperouge, here on the Duke's orders to carry out important business. Open the door at once." Given that all the lords in the vicinity had rallied to Ramsay's call, and considering the Northerners had long been accustomed to the governance of the Floss, however, correctness does not guarantee efficacy. Just as Rollo prepared to knock again, a sudden chill coursed through his mind, and before he could consciously react, his body instinctively evaded. Almost simultaneously, he heard the sound of Alex drawing his sword, followed by a swift whistling as an arrow sliced through the air. Crack! A crossbow bolt whizzed past his face, only to be severed mid-flight by a thrown longsword. Rollo looked up to see a face marked by astonishment, a noble woman, fair of countenance, with no ostentatious jewelry adorning her hair.
This must be the Baron's widow, yet she held a lightweight crossbow in her hands. Rollo's ire ignited. Here he was, intending to offer some measure of support to her deceased husband, and she had the audacity to attempt to shoot him. "You dare to assault me!" Elizabeth was momentarily taken aback.
She had not anticipated that the madman below could evade her shot from such a distance. As for the Duke and his orders, she had no faith in a single word. Who among them did not know the typical antics of the nobility of the Orleans Empire? Count Horus had dispatched 5 knights, accompanied by their attendants and a retinue of over 20, all for the purpose of delivering a mere congratulatory message for a newlywed couple. The grand carriage, which she assumed would bear wedding gifts, was filled solely with empty crates, nothing more than a ruse for spectacle. If the Count could resort to such trickery, how much more would a mere Viscount engage in deceit? To claim authority under the Duke's banner, such audacity! The North had but one Duke, currently engaged in assembling all the northern nobles to wage war against the barbarian hordes in the lands beyond Lamperouge. There was no way he would dispatch 2 individuals to attend to trifling matters in a small barony. If they truly needed to send someone, why not simply return Baron Evans? His words were riddled with inconsistencies. Without hesitation, Elizabeth readied another bolt, only to find Rollo had vanished from sight. "Rollo," his voice echoed from behind, sending shivers down Elizabeth's spine. She quickly turned, instinctively pulling the trigger. Whoosh! The bowstring twanged, the arrow soaring forth, its white feathers shimmering ominously as it hurtled towards him, poised to pierce his body. "Why do you and your husband share such a common trait, speaking only for yourselves and never listening to others?" Rollo stood unmoving in the room, a palm the size of a fan intercepting the arrow. The bolt struck him as if it had collided with an impenetrable wall, clattering harmlessly to the ground. Elizabeth cast a glance at the iron tip, astonished to see it bent. With a flick of his wrist, Rollo summoned the tyrant, who promptly retreated respectfully to the back of the room. The ceiling of Evans' castle was too low for the tyrant to stand upright. Seeing that Elizabeth had ceased her barrage and was now willing to engage in conversation, Rollo exhaled in relief. It would be troublesome if he inadvertently caused her demise. "Do you see that fellow?" Rollo gestured towards the tyrant, tapping his fist against the creature's muscular form, producing a dull thud. "I have as many of these bodyguards as I desire. Should you truly wish me ill, you would have perished long ago. It is only because I have business here today that you find yourself in this position. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could act so brazenly?" Elizabeth began to form words, ready to speak, when suddenly, crash! A window shattered as Alex burst into the room, sword drawn, lunging toward the sole outsider, Elizabeth.
"Brother, must you be so efficient?" Rollo exclaimed. "Stop at once. How could one describe Alex, a legendary master of his craft?" At such proximity, the sword was already thrusting forth, yet he managed to halt it in its tracks, the resulting blade's wind tousling Elizabeth's hair. Rollo felt his heart skip a beat, and Alex, striving to retract his thrust, seemed to expend every ounce of strength, his own heart momentarily faltering in discomfort. As for Elizabeth, her eyes rolled back, her neck stiffened. She had genuinely succumbed to cardiac arrest. "By the gods, don't just stand there, quickly, save her." Having once lived in the modern era, Rollo, though not engaged in the most reputable profession, had undergone training in first aid.
Moreover, such perilous activities as tomb raiding necessitated a frequent need for medical attention. Rollo, often appearing as the brawn of a treasure hunting team, was adept at providing aid. With swift efficiency, he employed conventional first aid techniques, complemented by an unconventional surge of storm magic to deliver a jolt, reviving the frightened Elizabeth whose heart had momentarily ceased.
"Who are you?" Elizabeth's first words upon regaining consciousness were laden with suspicion, further diminishing Rollo's already dwindling regard for her. "Not even a word of thanks, what poor manners! And you ask, did I shout in vain?" Rollo rolled his eyes. "You two truly are a pair, sharing a rather alarming penchant for shooting at allies?" As Elizabeth gasped for breath, cautiously retreating, she suddenly became acutely aware of her disheveled attire, conjuring a torrent of unsightly memories that rendered her cheeks crimson. Rollo would have offered her an explanation, but Alex lacked such patience, seizing her and pressing his sword against her throat. "Enough of the pleasantries, we are here to plunder this estate. Take us to the cellar at once." Chapter 90 is simple and brutal sometimes. Being overly cautious can merely squander time. A straightforward and forceful approach is the true definition of a Afterward, they had the audacity to label him a bandit and a rogue, refusing to cooperate even slightly. In stark contrast, when Alexander made his move, it was swift and decisive, leading them directly to the basement. The process, admittedly, was rather violent. Observing the butler, clad in a tailcoat yet sporting a bruised visage, along with a group of militia and servants, who stood at the door with a sense of trepidation, clutching pitchforks but too intimidated to step forward, Rollo felt utterly exhausted. "Why must you stubbornly escalate matters to this point? If a conflict ensues and we accidentally cause harm, what then?" Elizabeth, however, showed no signs of weakness and retorted sharply. "Do you still wish to pretend to be nobles? Which esteemed viscount would brazenly lead a savage thug into another's castle to kidnap the lady of the house, assault the steward, and dig about in their basement? You are nothing but thieves, scoundrels, and shameless individuals who have forsaken both law and honor." After unleashing the most venomous tirade she could muster, Elizabeth felt an invigorating sense of clarity. With that, she closed her eyes, straightened her neck, and defiantly shut her mouth. There had never been a coward in the Sterling line she once belonged to, nor in the Evans family she was affiliated with now. She would not be the first. However, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated blade did not descend. Upon reopening her eyes, she found Rollo gazing at her with a look of utter bewilderment. "What are you pouting for? Do you think that flaunting your beauty will resolve the issue? Are you out of your mind? If you truly wish to solve the problem, tell that group of fools outside to disperse and stop waving their foul-smelling pitchforks about. A single finger from a tyrant could shatter their skulls." Elizabeth felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at his remark. As she had merely intended to project an image of courageous martyrdom, how could her actions come across as so undignified? Nevertheless, she held her chin high, unwavering in her resolve that the Evans family would never harbor a coward, nor would they ever compromise. "Hey, I must say, you appear quite presentable, yet your intellect seems rather lacking. Can you comprehend human speech? I am Rollo, Viscount Lamperouge, a viscount. Do you see this noble insignia upon my hand? It is of far finer quality than that piece of material you flaunt. Are you suggesting I am an impostor?" Elizabeth scrutinized the ring Rollo had thrust before her eyes, and her heart sank. This insignia appeared genuine. The former Viscount Lamperouge was known for his sociable nature and had met the Evans couple at social gatherings, exchanging letters as well. Due to his charming demeanor and elegant disposition, which bore a striking resemblance to her husband in many ways, the Evans couple had retained a vivid impression of him, thus recognizing the seal that frequently adorned their correspondence. As she looked back at Rollo, she suddenly noticed a semblance between him and the former Viscount. Could it be that he truly was Viscount Lamperouge? Enough with the idle chatter. Believe it or not, since you regard us as bandits, let us act as such. We shall seize the valuables, dispatch everyone, and set this decrepit abode ablaze, conveniently concealing our secret. Alexander interjected nonchalantly, yet the lethal intent woven into his words made Rollo acutely aware that he was not merely posturing. The days of peaceful coexistence had nearly caused Rollo to forget that this individual was the type who would claim a trophy from a fellow villager's head if no enemies were present. The self-doubt that had begun to creep into Elizabeth's mind was swiftly dispelled by his words. "You must think this through. The army of the Duke of the North is descending upon Lamperouge territory along the Grey River and will arrive here within a day. If you destroy a barony's lands, it constitutes a provocation to the North and the Empire itself. No one will let you go unpunished." "Nobody will let us go unpunished," Alexander scoffed, resting the blade of his sword on her shoulder, its sharp edge grazing her pallid neck, almost breaking the skin. "When you are consumed by the flames, we shall see who comes to your aid." Just as he was about to act, two of the tyrants responsible for digging signaled that they had succeeded. "We re-through, stop listening to her," the path is clear, let us hurry inside and not waste any more time. No, if you release her, she will send letters to other nobles seeking assistance, and the secret here will no longer be concealed, Rollo sighed. This was indeed a valid point. If possible, after conquering this chapter, he wished to claim it as a clandestine base. However, the location was directly beneath their estate. How could he possibly keep it hidden? It was hardly plausible for Rollo to mobilize troops from Lamperouge, traversing 500 kilometers to seize a piece of land. Baron Evans had no enmity with him. Such a course of action would be too conspicuous. Even if the Evans line were to perish, safeguarding their legacy from the clutches of commoners and thieves would be the responsibility of their faction leader, Count Horace, not his to bear. Ultimately, it remained a matter of unprovoked aggression. Thus, Alexander's simple and brutal proposal of extermination and arson appeared the most straightforward. By then, the Evans family would be stricken from the noble lineage of the north, and the territory left behind would undoubtedly entice neighboring nobles eager to expand their dominions. By the time they sifted through the ruins, Rollo would likely have already evacuated the valuable contents. Indeed, based on Rollo's understanding of these nobles' efficiency, whether they would discover anything was debatable. Yet, Rollo still rejected this proposal. Had the owners of this estate been the Dorits, known for their age-old vendettas, he would have acted without hesitation and joined Alexander in bloodshed. However, the Evans family bore him no grudge, and he vaguely recalled that his late father had corresponded with them. To annihilate their line would be exceedingly dishonorable. Though he belonged to the exploiting class, he had not yet descended to the depths of depriving others of their sustenance. No need for that, I have conceived a far superior solution. With a wave of his hand, Rollo summoned several more tyrants. Keep a close watch on her. Should anyone attempt to enter and take her away, eliminate them on the spot. With that, he led Alexander into the newly excavated passage. Chapter 91 is simply astounding. This mage tower, though designated as a tower, fundamentally resembles the imperial mausoleum of the third brother, sharing a structure akin to an underground palace. The rationale for this resemblance is straightforward. Those towering mage towers are primarily constructed for the study of high-end, sophisticated magic pertaining to arcane arts, elemental forces, and celestial phenomena. The esteemed mages who inhabit these towers are eager to emblazon their prestige upon their foreheads, naturally making their structures as conspicuous as possible. However, what does Carlion feel when studying in this place? It is the notoriously dark arts of necromancy, the manipulation of souls, the control of corpses, and the desecration of life. Such research, deemed unsavory in the mainstream world, thrives in secrecy, necessitating a locale that allows for discreet experimentation, far from prying eyes. Rollo surmised that the choice of location in the northern Baron Evans territory was likely influenced by similar considerations. In recent days, he calculated that when the Grand Mage Carlion vanished, the Oral Empire had yet to establish its dominance over the continent. The Saint Khan of the northern Great Grass Sea remained a formidable threat. The present territories of Lamperluki and Dorite were then still uncharted, were merely grazing lands for nomadic tribes. The Evans territory, selected for the construction of the Mage Tower, was the northernmost border of the empire at that time. Moreover, this area conveniently facilitated the gathering of corpses. One must admit, the Grand Mage's choice of site is indeed impressive. Yet now, this place seems destined to benefit Rollo. As Rollo entered the newly excavated Tunnel of the Tyrants, a distant glimmer caught his eye. After a few steps, the passage remained quite narrow, just sufficient for two to walk side by side. However, neither the towering tyrants nor Rollo and Alex chose this approach. The reason was simple. Such positioning, if assaulted, would hinder their ability to retaliate. Their formation consisted of an elemental-enhanced tyrant leading the way, followed closely by Alex, with Rollo behind, trailed by several more tyrants. After traversing several paces, the light became increasingly prominent, revealing a strikingly unique azure glow, a quintessential manifestation of magical radiance. It was likely a perpetual light spell, akin to those found in the ancestral tomb of the Lamperluki family. However, those spells, designed to ensure longevity, operated at a rather low power. This location, in contrast, exhibited an intense brilliance, with Rollo's own ancestral tomb's illumination appearing as mere pearls compared to the dazzling light here. Utilizing his necromantic sight to connect with the leading tyrant's vision, Rollo was the first to behold what lay ahead: a grand and enigmatic magical gate, towering several men high, standing resolutely at the passage's end. It seemed to be hewn from ancient obsidian, its surface smooth as a mirror, yet emanating a distant and mysterious aura adorned with countless intricate runes, the fine lines crafted from unknown materials wove into a labyrinthine pattern, as if harboring boundless secrets. He observed the azure light flowing between the runes, shimmering like liquid sapphires, meandering through the grooves, occasionally coalescing into streams, and at times dispersing into points, radiating a bright and enigmatic glow. Rollo realized he was mistaken. This was not a perpetual light spell but rather the very flow of magical energy itself. Incredible, what sorcery could sustain a manifestation of magical energy in the air for such an extended period?
To draw a comparison, it would be akin to someone placing a brilliant object at his doorstep, causing passers-by to mistake it for a powerful electric lamp, only to discover upon closer inspection that it was, in fact, a sphere of lightning illuminating the area. Who knows where that ball of lightning came from? As Rollo guided the tyrant closer to the magical gate, he could sense a powerful energy wave emanating from the runes of the gate, instantly drawing him towards it. Rollo could distinctly feel that this energy was of a negative nature. The tyrant pressed against the gate, and the azure magical flow suddenly surged, converging towards the center, causing the entire gate to radiate a brilliant light.
Retreat!
Alex, positioned second in line, did not even lift his head as he immediately stepped back, pulling Rollo along with him. Yet, to his dismay, he found Rollo staring intently at the gate, showing no inclination to move. What was more alarming was that, despite Alex's robust frame, he could not budge Rollo. When did this seemingly feeble Rollo acquire such strength? Had he fallen victim to some illusion or trap? Could it be the fabled curse left by legendary mages in their tombs? A flurry of doubts raced through Alex's mind, yet none of it distracted him from his resolve. As a frontline commander, he made a swift decision to cut his losses. Notably, the cutoff was Rollo. Upon escaping the tunnel, he encountered Elizabeth, trapped between two tyrants, initially intending to assist Rollo but reconsidered. If Rollo perished within, would anyone pursue him? Ramsay was presently overwhelmed, and even if he managed to come, he would not hold Alex accountable. As for others, who would even care to perhaps only the mercenaries whom Rollo had valued would express concern. Alex's gaze swept over the two tyrants, whom Rollo referred to as hired mercenaries, and he sheathed his sword. Whether Ramsay sought a scapegoat, at that point, he could draft a report stating that he, Alex, accompanied the noble Rollo on a perilous venture into the lair of the malevolent mage, only to find themselves outmatched, leading to Rollo's noble sacrifice for the greater good, proclaiming that the Empire could survive without Rollo, but not without its general. Thus, he would heroically hold the rear, displaying unmatched valor, and ultimately meet a tragic end. Meanwhile, he, Alex, would escape by a stroke of luck, forever bearing in mind the noble sacrifice of the Viscount. Furthermore, the mastermind, the villainous Elizabeth, having colluded with the wicked mage to lead them into danger, deserved to be punished. Even the fallen Baron Evans and the Earl Horace behind the Evans family warranted scrutiny. After contemplating this, Alex concluded that such a narrative would also eliminate a political adversary for Rollo, making it a fitting tribute. Even if Rollo were to survive by sheer fortune, he had not personally harmed the woman, which suited him perfectly.
Ahem, you two, remember to heed Viscount Rollo's words and keep a close watch on her.
Alex feigned authority, but the tyrants ignored him, and he paid no mind as he shattered a window and leaped outside. The steward, who had hastily arrived with the militia and had been on the receiving end of Alex's blows, caught sight of him and fled as though confronted by a plague, with the armed servants following suit, parting like the Red Sea, creating a wide path for him to ride away before reassembling at the entrance. They turned to the steward, hesitating.
Sir Steward, should we venture inside to investigate?
The steward, unsure, recalled that two individuals had arrived on horseback, yet upon gathering the militia, several more burly men had appeared. Each of those individuals looked formidable. Their young and beautiful mistress had been held captive by this band. They would not dare to. At that moment, a piercing scream resonated through the air. It was unmistakably a woman's voice, and nearly every face, including the steward's, paled in an instant. Could it be that this group truly dared to harm their mistress, so many strong men? All at once, Chapter 92. The old monster's possession. Where am I? Rollo surveyed his surroundings, engulfed in an interminable darkness. Why am I here? He distinctly recalled that he was supposed to be teaming up with Alex to conquer the necromancer tower left behind by the legendary Archmage Killian Felvander. At that moment, it seemed that the pathfinding tyrant had been ensnared by a door, illuminated by a blinding radiance. So, I was teleported. Rollo attempted to rise, only to discover that his limbs were ensnared by a peculiar force. There was no tangible sensation of restraint, yet any movement elicited contact with an invisible barrier, instantly thrusting him back with overwhelming power. He endeavored to connect with the tyrant, who should theoretically be nearby, using his necromantic vision, but the turmoil. All his undead minions had been obliterated. No, that cannot be. I still possess a substantial number of newly assembled armored skeleton warriors and a handful of other undead scattered in the third royal tomb. It is inconceivable that they too have perished. Rollo attempted to turn his head, only to encounter an invisible wall, mirroring the predicament of his limbs. It felt as though he were trapped within a custom-made, perfectly fitted coffin. This evoked a multitude of thoughts, leading him to a singular conclusion: I must be confined within something akin to a coffin, which even severed my mental connection with my undead subordinates. The most likely cause of this predicament is that blinding light. Is it a trap left by Killian Felvander in the Mage Tower? Truly, he is a legendary mage. The system's recommendation for high-level exploration is not unfounded.
As Rollo pondered, a strange voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Oh, I did not expect anyone to know my name." The voice bore no trace of vitality, imbued with the pallid timbre characteristic of undead. From the content of his words, it was evident that this individual could barely be recognized as human. "Is it you, Lord Kalian Felvinder? What a coincidence to encounter you here." A ghostly blue light flickered before Rollo, yet it was too close, blinding him. "I can see you. As a fellow practitioner of necromancy, you must be aware of the ability of dark vision, right?" The entity complied, promptly adjusting the intensity of the light. At that moment, Rollo finally discerned that the figure before him was indeed a translucent humanoid specter emanating a deep blue glow. However, to facilitate their conversation at such proximity, the being did not manifest in three-dimensional form but instead appeared as a flat plane, akin to a thin sheet of paper affixed before him. Rollo suddenly felt an uncanny resemblance to the dynamic between Tony Stark and Jarvis, yet the voice of this legendary mage was even colder than that of the artificial intelligence. "It seems that my first visitor is a learned individual, capable of recognizing me. That is not due to my erudition, but rather the brilliance of my master." Rollo naturally refrained from such a response. After all, one must uphold their own identity when venturing into the world. "You see, as a novice necromancer, your esteemed presence is one I can only look up to." "Look up?" So, is the way for contemporary necromancers to pay their respects by desecrating graves? What else could it be? If one is to look up, one must at least meet face to face, right? Since you claim to come to pay respects, why are your hands empty? "Thus, I intended to procure a few items from your grave. You need not concern yourself, I can manage that on my own." Rollo's audacity rendered the other party momentarily speechless. Is this the state of necromancers nowadays? Hard to say. After all, I have not encountered other necromancers. Along the main road, there are throngs of zealots invoking the holy light, calling for our obliteration. That aspect has not changed. Kalian Felvinder fell silent once more. Observing that their conversation was progressing well, Rollo boldly inquired, "Esteemed one, seeing as we are getting along so famously, why not release me? I assure you that I will ensure no one disturbs you." "I had no intention of doing anything to your body." In the next moment, Rollo witnessed Kalian's ethereal form snap his fingers, and the coffin spontaneously opened. Light from the outside flooded in, momentarily blinding Rollo. When he regained his sight, he found himself in a peculiar chamber. The room was encased by black stone walls, the most striking feature being the enormous portrait that dominated his line of sight. The frame appeared quite opulent, yet the figure depicted was rather unappealing, detracting from its value. Scattered throughout the vicinity were numerous experimental apparatuses and materials. An assortment of jars and bones cluttered the entire room, with the coffin he had occupied situated in the midst of this chaos. As a necromancer transformed into a vampire, Rollo was acutely sensitive to negative energy, yet he swiftly discerned that despite the apparent disarray, the negative energy content within these items was astonishingly high. "These are prime materials, what a waste." "Esteemed one, do you have any use for these items? If not, I can assist you in tidying up, sorting, and disposing. However, I require one item from you first." Rollo's initial joy was swiftly replaced by vigilance. "What do you seek?" Kalian's form, now solidified in 3 dimensions, drew closer, extending a translucent hand toward Rollo's head. "Why, your body, of course." "Ha ha ha ha." Kalian erupted into a cackling laugh that echoed with malevolence, as his spectral claw pierced into Rollo's mind. Despite the absence of any visible wounds, the pain was indescribable, akin to a torment beyond endurance. As a fellow necromancer, Rollo instantly understood the intent. Possession. In his spiritual state, this ancient wretch could directly assault Rollo's soul, and once he shattered the formed soul into its purest essence, Rollo's very persona would dissipate into oblivion. The hollow shell that remained would naturally serve as the new vessel for Kalian Felvinder. The mere thought sent shivers down Rollo's spine. Damn it, what about Alex? He's supposed to be a legendary knight. Surely he cannot have been defeated. As he cursed, he struggled with all his might, but it was futile. An attack on the soul rendered his physical resistance meaningless. Once the time elapsed, his brief existence would come to a definitive end. Rollo contemplated every conceivable means of resistance, yet all were in vain, until he noticed a piece of paper floating within Kalian's now translucent 3-dimensional body. It seemed to be the very paper that had been placed before him in the coffin. In an instant, Rollo had a bizarre thought. Could this be his true essence? Chapter 93. Please watch the VCR. The undead of the spectral category can generally be divided into 2 types. One type resembles the vengeful spirit recently unlocked by Rollo, a purely ethereal entity that relies solely on spiritual essence to form its corporeal body, independent of any physical substance. The advantage of this form lies in its near-complete physical resilience, rendering it immune to standard physical attacks devoid of special effects. Additionally, it can traverse most walls and terrain, launching formidable spiritual assaults on other beings. However, the drawback is that such undead require a continual replenishment of spiritual essence, akin to the act of feeding, to sustain their ethereal forms. Consequently, this negates the significant advantage of undead beings being free from the need for sustenance. The other type, akin to the earthbound spirit, possesses a tangible object as a core medium, around which its ethereal form coalesces to create an external shell. In this case, the spiritual essence that constitutes the body is anchored by the medium, preventing it from dissipating over time and eliminating the need for nourishment. The downside, however, is the inherent vulnerability of the core medium, which can be directly targeted by physical attacks. What kind of being is Kalian Feldwind? Rollo glanced at the floating paper and felt the answer was all too apparent. He stretched out his hand with all his might, just as Kalian's hand delved deep into his head, their proximity allowing that hand to grasp the paper directly. "What do you intend to do?" Kalian, regaining his senses, attempted to withdraw his hand immediately, but the possession ritual had already commenced, merging 1/3 of Rollo's soul with 1/3 of his own, akin to 2 pages of a book tightly pressed together, not easily separable. It was impossible for him to sever his hand for survival. The soul is not like the body. Once a breach is opened, it cannot simply be stitched up again. A figure of Kalian's caliber surely knew how to stitch souls, yet the loss of spiritual essence during the process, if he truly severed his tail to survive, it was likely he would never resurrect again in his lifetime. "Hey, do you truly not understand what I wish to do?" Rollo chuckled, entirely dismissive of. A piercing scream echoed in his ears as the azure translucent body shattered, dissolving into countless wisps of spiritual essence. The hand that had plunged into Rollo's head, along with the substantial area of his left shoulder connected to it, melted away like ice, flowing directly into Rollo's mind. In that instant, Rollo felt as though he were submerged in a hot spring, an endless warmth cascading from his crown to the tips of his toes, with every part of his being resonating with the most genuine exclamation of delight. What an exquisite sensation! Is this the experience of merging with and absorbing a soul? Frankly, it is indeed more pleasurable than the flesh. Rollo clapped his hands and stood up. With Kalian's soul shattered, the binding spell on his body was also lifted. Just as he was about to embark on a joyous scavenging of treasures scattered about, he noticed a change in the system. Information available for collection. Rollo surveyed his surroundings before finally focusing on the fragments of paper in his hands. The writings on it resembled gibberish, neither resembling the familiar arcane runes nor necromantic scripts. Yet, unexpectedly, there was information available for collection. Rollo unhesitatingly selected yes. In the next moment, a new necromantic journal materialized within the system. Standing atop the pinnacle of power, the Emperor basks in the glory of countless accolades. The hero revels in the opulence of riches. Throughout the ages, it seems all are in a relentless struggle against death, seeking the secrets of immortality, and I, too, am but a seemingly insignificant cog in this grand mechanism. Rollo perused the journal. The explicit experimental data and results were conspicuously absent, replaced instead with reflections on his life experiences. Overall, it left Rollo feeling quite perplexed. What merit does this worthless tome possess for collection? Until he beheld the point cost required for enhancement. 50 points. He inhaled sharply in disbelief. This defies logic. What secrets lie within this journal to warrant such a steep point cost? An insatiable curiosity welled up within him. Having accumulated sufficient points, he realized if he waited a mere 10 days, he could once again elevate the Book of the Dead, likely achieving the rank of a formal mage. Rollo shook his head. All this effort merely to attain the status of a formal mage, it sounds rather feeble, doesn't it? The journal left by a legendary mage, with such an extravagant point required. After weighing his options, he ultimately resolved to enhance immediately. Let us not forget, this edifice known as the Mage Tower is, in reality, a vast underground palace, soon to reveal its true nature. Rollo was unaware whether he had merely fainted for a moment or had lost considerable time, but upon observing that the information system had not updated and his points remained unchanged, he concluded that at least a day had. Thus, those who might trace the Mage Tower's whereabouts had likely not yet arrived. Even if some adventurers or mercenaries had shown up, he would not be concerned. However, a certain group, the Dark Revelers, was another matter entirely. Those necromancers would undoubtedly covet a mage tower left behind by a legendary master of necromancy. Rollo lacked the luxury of time to wait for his points to accumulate slowly. If he wished to monopolize this territory, he had to gamble, wagering that this journal could swiftly enhance his strength. System. Rollo declared in a low voice, "Allocate my points."
He injected all 50 points in a single breath, and the journal instantly radiated a brilliant glow. Simultaneously, as per usual, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. However, this time, the memories were, well, quite vivid. An infant was born in a dilapidated farmhouse. He toiled in the fields alongside his serf parents. Endowed with innate intelligence, he caught the attention of the Lord and became a servant. While serving the Lord's Son in his magical studies, he developed an interest and began to self-study in secret. When the Lord's Son, fearing his father's wrath, falsely accused the servant of stealing books to disrupt his studies, the furious Lord ordered the servant's execution. The serf parents, in a surge of unleashed magical power, he ended up killing the Lord and everyone in the castle. Thus began his journey of flight and wandering, during which he adopted a name befitting a serf, a name he could scarcely have dreamed of. Kalian Feldwind. Rollo experienced Kalian's life in a first-person perspective, akin to donning a VR headset, and could not help but marvel at the inspiring tale. From the son of a serf to a legendary mage, Kalian's journey was indeed remarkable. Yet, it was unfortunate that in his twilight years, overwhelmed by the terror of death, he delved into necromancy, ultimately resulting in a failed experiment that left him in a state neither human nor ghost, his once great name forever tarnished. Fate can be cruel. Rollo paid no further heed to these reflections. He was eager to discover just how formidable he had become. However, upon reviewing the entire system, he found no increase in his negative energy concentration or any spells acquired.
Damn it! Surely, they haven't swindled me out of 50 points.
Until he spotted a new ability in the skills section, Death's Touch, instant death ability. Chapter 90. Among its myriad branches, necromancy stands out, particularly the exceedingly advanced and terrifying instant death spells. The knowledge that Rollo gleaned from the Book of the Dead indicated that most of these instant death incantations necessitate direct contact with the target's body to channel negative energy, or require a prolonged preparatory phase, such as chanting a spell while tracing a magical sigil in the air. The Death's Finger spell, however, is quite literal in its execution. A mere touch from a finger can induce death. The deeper Rollo delved into this ability, the more apprehensive he became. For a necromancer, reaching the intermediate level typically allows one to practice instant. The multitude of prerequisites for these instant death spells serves as layers of insurance, ensuring that the caster does not inadvertently harm themselves. An intermediate necromancer may only practice the lethal touch, which requires direct contact, and the longer incantation of the mid-range annihilation spell. It is only upon attaining a higher level that one can learn the widespread death decay and the significantly expedited mid-range heart grasp. Moreover, all of the aforementioned instant death spells consume a substantial amount of the necromancer's magical energy, which translates to a depletion of their negative energy reserves. However, the Death's Finger is an exception. In theory, only legendary tier necromancers can master this fearsome spell, which not only boasts a long-range capability but also allows for almost instantaneous casting, with a significantly lower consumption of negative energy compared to its predecessors. The sole drawback lies in the precision required for controlling negative energy, which is far more demanding than that of the earlier spells, placing it among the most challenging even within the realm of legendary necromancy. This implies that the failure rate for this spell is notably high. A failed instant death attempt could very well cost one their life. Yet, who is our esteemed necromancer, Kalian Feldwind? A prodigious talent, he has devoted half his life to perfecting the Death's Finger while circumventing the risks of backlash, solidifying it within his very soul, akin to a bloodline limit. His aim was to enable the immediate use of this most terrifying instant death spell following his soul's transplantation into a new vessel, without the need to retrain his control over negative energy. This is the magnum opus of a legendary archmage, with an ultra-short casting time, no recoil, discreet execution, and swift delivery, all while incurring minimal magical cost. It is indeed an essential skill for both domestic affairs and nefarious endeavors. For Rollo, this represents the acquisition of a formidable offensive capability, liberating him from the need to rely on cunning and subterfuge for support. Grateful for the bounties bestowed by nature, Rollo offered 3 devout bows towards the last location of the archmage Kalian Feldwind. In that instant, it seemed as though a delicate balance was disrupted, unleashing a terrifying pressure that surged forth like a torrential flood from all directions. As a recent convert, with an overwhelming thirst for negative energy, Rollo could distinctly sense that the negative energy coalescing within the Mage Tower had formed a vortex, with him at its very center. Countless streams of negative energy flooded in, imparting an exceedingly frigid sensation. Had Rollo still been an ordinary human necromancer, even with a high affinity for darkness due to his transformation, he would have surely been consumed by such a powerful influx of negative energy, losing his vitality in the process. However, as a member of the bloodline of divine aberrations, the first form of life born from the aggregation of all negativity during the divine creation, he is akin to a flame amidst kindling. No matter how much is added, it only serves to fuel his growth. Once the pressure of negative energy stabilized within and around Rollo, his absorption rate gradually diminished. He opened his eyes, emitting a chilling glimmer. As the radiance subsided, his amber-hued pupils re-emerged. Though he appeared unchanged to the untrained eye, anyone familiar with him would notice the profound transformation he had undergone. Fortunately, those who knew him well were now long gone. Rollo clenched his fist but did not experience the overwhelming surge of strength often depicted in tales of heroes. Instead, his mental acuity had sharpened considerably. The entirety of the subterranean chamber was etched into his memory with a mere glance. More significantly, his perception of negative energy had transcended his former self. To draw a comparison, Rollo's previous sensitivity to negative energy was akin to observing with ordinary vision, only detecting the most apparent anomalies in his surroundings. Now, however, his awareness of negative energy was akin to thermal imaging. He could perceive fluctuations throughout the entire environment. Thanks to this newfound ability, he discerned several sources of negative energy emanating from a nearby chamber, which appeared to be his tyrants. Rollo mentally reached out, and indeed, after emerging from that coffin, he re-established his connection with all his undead minions. Intriguingly, it seemed that this coffin was a treasure worth transporting back to the royal tomb. Without need for verbal commands, the tyrants, having received their instructions telepathically, promptly awoke from their dormant state and rushed to assist him in gathering spoils. Rollo began to inspect the mage. After Rollo's conquest of the royal tomb of his third brother, it had indeed attracted the attention of several adventurers. Fortunately, none among them were particularly skilled, and they were swiftly dealt with. These were mere survivalists, living hand to mouth, and their deaths went unnoticed. The promises made to those in distant villages, who awaited his rise as a great adventurer to return and claim them, would remain forever unfulfilled. However, the Mage Tower was a different matter. The forces of dark pleasure would not let it go unchallenged. Should he resolve to seize this place, he must confront them directly. A group capable. Though Alex had since fled, Rollo had grown stronger. In terms of necromancy or any other magical discipline, he remained merely an apprentice-level novice, yet, his greatest asset now lay within himself. No longer could Rollo be viewed merely as a fledgling mage capable of low-tier spells. Such a perspective was wholly inadequate. With a vast reservoir of absorbed negative energy and as a member of the bloodline, he had transformed into a formidable being endowed with exceptional instant death capabilities, an extraordinary resistance to necromancy, and a plethora of high-tier materials ready to unleash chaos. Additionally, he retained knowledge of a few inconsequential low-tier spells. In simple terms, the master has grown powerful, and he is ready to soar. Chapter 95. Do you understand what must be done? Rollo was vigorously undertaking a thorough search within the Mage's Tower, even going so far as to summon half of the forces hidden within the underground palace, yet it remained insufficient. In order to scour every valuable item before the Dark Revelers arrived, and to set traps to await their arrival, he was compelled to utilize the abundant materials at his disposal, hastily unleashing a cadre of brutes to serve as his engineering corps. It must be said, these hulking figures, with their impressive physiques and immense strength, accomplished the tasks of 3 men each, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. The only downside was the considerable noise they generated. Outside the tunnel, in the Evans family's basement, Elizabeth, under the watchful gaze of 2 brutish sentinels, was roused from her slumber by the commotion. At that moment, her vision was blurred, and as she attempted to speak, she discovered her throat felt as if it were about to crack from dryness. "Water, I need water." No one heeded her plea. These 2 brutes were Rollo's most loyal minions. They would heed no command but his own, merely casting a glance before resuming their silence. Having just awakened, Elizabeth felt herself on the verge of fainting again. She had been trapped for an entire day, and, along with that, she had endured hunger and thirst throughout the day. She recalled the man who called himself the Viscount Lamperouge, feeling an intense loathing towards his face. "No, do not appear before me, or I will." As Elizabeth listened to that detestable voice, she suddenly lifted her head, only to be met with a wave of dizziness that washed over her vision fading to white. With a swift roll of her eyes, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Rollo stood there watching her collapse to the ground, pondering her peculiar behavior. What madness is this? I, who am as handsome as a spring tree, can cause someone to faint merely by my presence? It was not until he approached her for examination that he noticed her breath was faint, her lips pale, and upon feeling her chest, he could scarcely detect a heartbeat. It dawned on him that she had fainted from exhaustion. "Good heavens, do not die here!" Rollo slapped her cheek, and a hint of color returned to her pallid face. Her parched eyes fluttered open slightly, though she could perceive little, only her dry lips moving to form a barely audible request, "Water, water." Thankfully, Rollo's keen hearing caught her faint plea. Otherwise, who would have heard such a soft whisper? "Quickly, bring me water." After a chaotic flurry of activity to provide her with water, Elizabeth finally regained a semblance of consciousness upon seeing Rollo. Tears streamed down her face, much to his annoyance. "You were just parched, and now that you've finally had some, you're wasting it with tears," he thought, his irritation mounting. Without a shred of compassion, he firmly pressed her back into the chair. Whether it was due to a transformation in his nature, Rollo found himself devoid of any romantic inclinations towards this ordinary human woman. Even though Elizabeth might score an 8 on his aesthetic scale, he felt no temptation whatsoever. It seemed only the likes of a vampire bride could ignite any interest in him, or perhaps a blood-soaked killer like Yuli, a creature forged from countless slaughters. Rollo could not shake the feeling that he was somehow ensnared by the land's peculiar curse regarding his tastes. Shaking off these disorganized thoughts, he adopted a fierce expression. "As long as you are alive, you will immediately issue an order in the name of the local lord to evacuate all the subjects to another territory, specifically, to the Lamperouge territory. I will send a ship to collect them." Elizabeth remained stunned, her mouth opening and closing as if to speak, yet ultimately no words emerged. Her gaze turned hollow, as if everything had lost its meaning.
After a moment, she trembled slightly and managed to utter a few words. "Why? Why what?"
Rollo inquired, as she lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes suddenly filled with a rare intensity, one of hatred.
"Why must you treat us so? My husband fought for this fledgling nation, for the North, forcing himself into armor and mounting a steed to battle. Our family has labored diligently on this land for generations. Our happy life had only just begun. Why, after having your way in the castle, do you still not spare even this meager populace, intending to plunder them all? Why must you destroy everything?" Elizabeth's hysterical cries echoed, yet the two brutish sentinels behind her had already raised their massive hands, ready to silence her, but it was Rollo who called for a halt. Otherwise, she would have barely uttered 3 words before her head would have been crushed like a mosquito. Having vented her fury, Elizabeth appeared utterly spent, collapsing into the chair, her eyes reflecting a post-outburst satisfaction. She breathed heavily, closing her eyes as if to convey to Rollo, "Go ahead, kill me." Rollo found himself immersed in self-doubt. Do I truly appear so terrifying? I am merely instructing these subjects to leave to prevent them from being entangled in my conflict with the dark revelers. Of course, his benevolence was but a small part of it. More so, he feared they might become fodder for the enemy's army, and necromancers, when outmatched by humans, could simply slay a passing NPC and raise them as skeleton warriors. Such actions were nothing short of revolting. Rollo shook his head, deciding not to waste any more brainpower on this matter. He yanked her up and led her to the window on the second floor, where he noticed the militia still gathered below, prompting him to reflect on how well liked this lord was among the people. "Where is the steward? Where has he gone?" Rollo called out, and the crowd below turned their attention to him, their spirits ignited upon seeing both Rollo and his lady. "Release the lady," they shouted. "The steward has gone to seek aid from the Horus territory. You might as well await your doom. We have surrounded this place, and your accomplices have fled. You are without hope." Their incessant chatter revealed a wealth of information. That scoundrel Alex has fled? Rollo thought to himself, suppressing a curse. This rogue was utterly unreliable, despite having once considered him a friend. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. Rollo no longer required him. The troubling aspect was the absence of the steward. Originally, Rollo could have threatened the steward with Elizabeth's life to compel him to evacuate the subjects, but that option was now out of reach. Surely, he could not resort to outright slaughter? Perhaps that is an idea. Rollo glanced at the loudest agitator below, pointed at him, and whispered to Elizabeth, "You refuse to let them go, do you? Let us see how I shall deal with them." With that, he blew gently. The air, laden with negative energy, swept through like a bitter winter wind, causing Elizabeth to shudder. In the next moment, before the eyes of all, the man Rollo had pointed at suddenly froze and collapsed to the ground. "No," Elizabeth's scream struck Rollo's ears like a hammer, yet he maintained a facade of calm as he replied, "Now, do you understand what must be done?" Chapter 96. The misfortunes of Lebron. As the first light of dawn gently caressed the horizon, a soft morning glow enveloped the gray river. Standing atop the Evans estate, Rollo could sense the refreshing air mingled with a hint of the river's moist essence. A gentle breeze stirred his hair, imparting a cool sensation. In the distance, the gray river flowed like a silver ribbon, meandering gracefully across the vast plains. A thin veil of mist hovered above the water, as if draping the river in a delicate shroud. The morning light pierced through the fog, creating golden beams that danced and shimmered upon the surface of the river.
On either side of the riverbank, the recently harvested fields were adorned only with a few solitary trees at the edges, their branches swaying gently in the breeze, as if greeting the morning. The sound of the flowing water resonated with extraordinary clarity in the tranquil dawn, while the reeds along the shore swayed softly, producing a rustling sound, occasionally accompanied by the chirps of birds, infusing this serene scene with a touch of vitality. Rollo gazed into the distance, his sight extending along the curves of the Grey River until it vanished at the horizon's edge. In this moment, it felt as though the entire world consisted solely of him and the quietly flowing river. The sun's rays gradually dispelled the gloom, heralding the commencement of a new day's toil for those who inhabited this land. However, for Rollo, whose day and night were inverted, it represented a rare opportunity for rest after enduring fatigue. Yet, now that he found himself in perilous circumstances, he could no longer afford the luxury of waking leisurely to check for intelligence.
System, unveil the intelligence. Today's intelligence has been updated. Intelligence 1.
Members of the Dark Revelry have triggered a catastrophic necromantic disaster in the important town of Whitewall, governed by Marquis Lebron. A multitude of undead has emerged from the graveyard, rampaging through Whitewall and resulting in over 10,000 deaths, with at least 5 times that number injured. The deceased have once again risen as new undead, further spreading towards the surrounding areas inhabited by the living, with the majority of the Holy Light Cathedral's main forces dispatched to face the threat in Lamperouge, the Marquisate of Lebron. Intelligence 2. The Undead Legion, led by the high-ranking official of the mercenary organization, the Leaf Brigade, the necromancer Delia Bennett, has severely disrupted the Marquis' morale on the battlefield of the lower plains of the Grey River, leveraging the corpses of Lebron's ancestors. This caused the Lebron forces to crumble, resulting in the capture of Marquis Lebron and the deaths of most of the high-ranking officers. The Lebron family, having lost its leader and principal management, has nearly succumbed to paralysis, unable to regroup in response to the impending invasion. Intelligence 3. Of the reinforcements dispatched by the Lebron family's in-law, Marquis Roland Eldridge, were decimated overnight by the high-ranking official of the Leaf Brigade, the White Flash Sakumo, annihilating the main officer corps and causing the reinforcements to disband instantly. Intelligence 4. Of the third son of the Lebron family, the current highest heir to the Marquisate, has lost both of his elder brothers in the battle on the lower plains of the Grey River. Upon hearing of his family's plight, Sir James Lebron, located in the fortified city of Iron Gate, intends to hire the strongest mercenary group in the city, the Eagle Brigade, to reclaim the Marquisate and ascend to the title of Marquis. While many members of the Eagle Brigade see this as the opportunity they have been waiting for, the founder and leader, Igor Halastin, has rejected the proposal. After weighing the offers, he has agreed to undertake a mission for a figure cloaked in black, claiming to be an envoy of Lamperouge, named Hassan, and is determined to head northwest to. Consequently, Sir James Lebron harbors a deep resentment towards Rollo, the Viscount of Lamperouge. Intelligence 5. As Rollo perused the information, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. While previous intelligence often revolved around a singular theme, some humorously scandalous, others gravely serious. On a serious note, it might be regarded as a detailed report on recent military developments, but humorously, it could also be seen as a collection of the Lebron family's recent misfortunes. Particularly the fourth piece, which struck him as quite amusing, that James could not outbid himself and ended up begrudging Rollo. The principle of the highest bidder wins is so straightforward, how could an adult fail to grasp it? Yet, this presented a splendid opportunity for the Root Brigade to ascend to the grand stage of the North. Having served as Rollo's enforcer, this new mercenary group was uncertain when they would make their mark. Assisting a Marquis' son in reclaiming his territory in the Marquisate, especially against a backdrop teeming with undead adversaries, would undoubtedly heighten the legendary quality of the tale. At that point, Rollo could spend a few coins to hire a number of bards, spreading the story far and wide like a minstrel's tale. Thus, the renown of the Root Brigade would be established. Rollo, resolute and swift, immediately arranged for personnel to undertake this task simultaneously. Adjustments were necessary for the Eagle Brigade's plans. His initial intention was, however, with the Root Brigade now presented with a more advantageous opportunity, it seemed most of those tyrants would need to be committed to the battlefield, necessitating a change in casting for the Eagle Brigade's performance. After some contemplation, he deemed that his earliest subordinate, the Death Knight Arthas, should also make a more frequent appearance. In the past, he had feared that this individual's high concentration of negative energy would attract those zealous paladins to strike him down.
Now, however, he precisely required traces of negative energy activity. The Eagle Brigade had recently endured an attack from the deranged members of the Dark Revelry, and he believed that upon encountering the undead once more, that Igor would naturally assist him in completing the script and setting. Of course, before executing the plan, he needed to enhance Arthas. As his earliest follower,
Arthas had fallen somewhat behind the current standards. Aside from donning the enchanted armor of Lamperouge's ancestors and wielding two enchanted swords, Crimson Fire and Thunderclap, his overall attributes were increasingly inadequate to meet Rollo's requirements. Now, with Rollo's advancement and the acquisition of numerous precious materials, it was time for Arthas to attain truly formidable power. Chapter 97 Elizabeth's resolution as night descended, a tranquil yet oppressive atmosphere enveloped the mansion. The dim candlelight flickered upon the walls, casting peculiar shadows, a sight nearly extinct in Grey River Fortress. Despite its recent ruin by flames, Elizabeth sat gracefully at the dining table, where the silverware glimmered softly, and the exquisite array of dishes tantalized the senses with their vibrant colors and aromas. Clad in a deep blue silk gown, her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, while a jeweled necklace sparkled in the candlelight, a testament to her former status as a baroness. Yet, her gaze frequently drifted towards the two imposing sentinels flanking her, each a towering, 2.5-meter tall undead tyrant, clad in heavy armor, their faces masked in grotesque visages, their hollow eye sockets emanated a chilling blue light. They stood silently by her side, resembling cold statues, their unyielding presence instilling a sense of oppression and unease. Elizabeth lowered her head to dine, her movements elegant and deliberate, striving to ignore the looming shadows of the two towering figures. Nevertheless, with every breath and motion, she felt the icy aura enveloping her. Her hands trembled slightly, yet she persisted in bringing food to her lips, endeavoring to maintain an exterior of composure. With each morsel, a surge of emotions welled within her: anger, fear, but predominantly, an unwavering determination. I must survive. Outside, the cold wind swept through, bringing a chill. The candlelight wavered in the breeze, illuminating Elizabeth's resolute visage. Her gaze gradually solidified, as if she had glimpsed a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Following the abduction and threats made by Viscount Lamperouge to evacuate all citizens, Elizabeth had no choice but to comply for the sake of her territory. After a night passed, the efficient fleet of the Lamperouge family had remarkably arrived at the barony. Although the sailors and captains bore little resemblance to the knights and soldiers of the Lamperouge lineage, they exhibited remarkable professionalism, officially evacuating all the subjects within half a day. Throughout the entire ordeal, Viscount Lamperouge remained absent. Such efficiency was unattainable for either the barony of Evans or their vassal, the earldom of Horace. In that moment, Elizabeth felt a profound curiosity towards Rollo. This formidable man was undoubtedly far more complex than he appeared. She could not fathom his intentions. Why, after abducting all the subjects, did he choose to remain behind? He even conferred upon her the treatment befitting a captive baroness. Finishing the last piece of steak, Elizabeth delicately dabbed her mouth with a napkin. She set the pristine cloth aside on the adjacent plate, where previously, a maid would have promptly whisked it away after a slight nod from her. Yet, the tyrant was clearly not one to engage in such servile attentions. Thus, for the first time, Elizabeth observed the napkin she had used. Under the candlelight, she could see the sheen of oil, subtly imprinted. Compelled by an impulse, she retrieved a delicate compact mirror. Though small and unable to reflect her entire visage, the first thing she noticed was her lips. In the mirror, her upper lip curved gently, presenting a naturally heart-shaped contour, each arc smooth and flawless. The lower lip, full and ripe like a perfectly matured cherry, slightly lifted, exuding an enticing sheen. The color of her lips was as vibrant as rose petals, radiating a healthy, rosy hue, as if warmed by the sun's rays upon morning dew. The delicate lip lines were nearly invisible, bestowing a silk-like smoothness. Elizabeth recalled her husband's words, declaring that she possessed the most perfect lips in the world, akin to a work of art. Whether in a subtle smile or a gentle breath, they were imbued with endless charm and allure, rendering it impossible to look away. She had always considered it a tender compliment from her loving husband until today. Upon scrutinizing her reflection, she realized he might not have been exaggerating after all. Just as she reveled in her beauty, a sudden disquietude seized her. Was it possible that Viscount Lamperouge intended to? Her expression darkened instantly. As a married woman, deeply devoted to her husband, she could never acquiesce to the excessive demands of another man. Although such intrigues among noble women were often romanticized in the capital, Elizabeth resolutely rejected such notions. Her gaze swept across the table, where silver knives and forks lay within arm's reach. It seemed I must protect myself. After dinner, Elizabeth discreetly pocketed a few knives, believing herself to be subtle. Though the tyrant had evidently paid her no heed. Upon returning to her chamber, a sense of trepidation enveloped her. As the daughter of a knight, particularly hailing from the martial north, she was not without skills, unlike the delicate ladies of the south. Yet, even with brief contact, she could distinctly sense that although Viscount Rollo did not appear particularly strong, his prowess was far beyond her own capabilities. If she were to fail in her resistance and he discovered her concealed knife, Elizabeth dared not contemplate further. Thoughts of her husband, away on distant campaigns, filled her mind as she gripped the knife tightly. My husband, my father,
grant me courage, I must defend the honor of the Evans family this night, even if it means pressing the blade to my own throat, sacrificing my life." As time trickled by, her hand, gripping the knife, became slick with sweat, yet Rollo did not appear. "I cannot relax, he must be waiting for me to fall asleep before making his move." Elizabeth had read many knightly tales in her youth, wherein princesses fell into a tranquil slumber, only to be awakened by the warmth of a knight's embrace. Those stories were romanticized, but she understood that such encounters were only deemed romantic when both parties consented. Time continued to flow, and her drowsiness deepened. The once formidable Elizabeth succumbed to a hazy consciousness, her hand holding the knife gradually swaying, until a moment arrived everything seemed to tilt, and her strained body collapsed. In the next instant, the sharp blade pierced her neck. A scream echoed through the mansion. Rollo, just returning from a long night's work, stormed into her room, intent on discovering her latest antics. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked bed and the lifeless form of Elizabeth, his mind momentarily short-circuited. After a prolonged silence, he finally exclaimed in disbelief, "What madness is this, attempting suicide at such an early hour?" Chapter 98. The reanimation experiment of the vampire bride. Months prior, Rollo, having acquired the ability to bind souls, found that with his newfound strength, summoning the spirit of Elizabeth had become an effortless task. The sole dilemma that lingered was what to do once she was summoned. As Rollo casually toyed with Elizabeth's spirit, which floated like a hydrogen balloon in the air, he meticulously examined the wounds on her corpse, contemplating his approach. If he could exchange all his skills for an equivalent power of holy light, a simple resurrection spell would suffice to restore Elizabeth, followed by a few healing spells to mend her excessive blood loss, thereby returning her to a pristine state as a baroness. However, Rollo was proficient only in necromancy and other dark magics, having recently learned a few elemental spells that were effective in combat, but none of which were suited for healing. At this juncture, the only option left was to transform her into an undead being. With a sigh, Rollo lamented the dawn's arrival, just as he was preparing to rest. What a predicament this was. Elizabeth, presently in a spiritual state, had been in a haze, her consciousness blurred, but upon Rollo's act of carrying her corpse and casting a binding spell on her spirit, she abruptly regained her lucidity. Her transparent eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Rollo, who was indifferent to the blood that stained him. Instantly, she emanated a tremor from her very soul. Was this man truly so audacious as to disregard even her lifeless body? Overwhelmed by nausea and fear, Elizabeth was compelled to follow Rollo into the basement, and in an instant, they arrived in a place she had never encountered before. As she surveyed her surroundings, an icy chill enveloped her. The atmosphere was dark and damp, saturated with the pungent stench of blood and decay. The floor was marred with dark bloodstains and rotting flesh, as if countless lives had been ruthlessly extinguished here. In the center of the room stood a massive stone dissection table, laden with half-disassembled corpses and incomplete undead beings. Various dissection tools were carelessly strewn about, still bearing traces of dried blood. The walls were inscribed with intricate runes, emanating an eerie green glow that sent shivers down one's spine. In a corner of the room, a row of iron cages held pale prisoners, their forms barely resembling humanity, their eyes devoid of life, resembling the living dead. The more Elizabeth observed, the more her heart sank. What on earth did this perverse individual intend to accomplish? Rollo, oblivious to her mental turmoil, would not have cared even if he had known. After all, her self-awareness was nearing its end. Once her spirit fused with the cadaver, she would become Rollo's most loyal undead servant, rendering her thoughts inconsequential. Rollo unceremoniously tossed the corpse onto the dissection table, which emitted a creaking sound, raising doubts about its sturdiness. This table was not the stone surgical table he typically employed in the Lampredar territory, but rather a wooden table hastily relocated from the mansion by the tyrant, for his beloved surgical table had perished in the flames. Thus, he had to make do with this substitute. Two newly created undead minions presented him with surgical knives, gloves, and other instruments, serving as assistants for this experimental procedure, while also learning from it. Rollo felt that managing everything alone had been overwhelming. With this bountiful opportunity, it was time to cultivate the next generation. Thus, the reanimation experiment of the vampire bride commenced. Over the past few Additionally, he had repurposed a short blade found in the tomb of the third brother into a specialized bone saw, inscribed with necromantic runes and infused with substantial negative energy, making it exceptionally efficient for severing bones.
Therefore, despite the urgency of the experiment, the preparatory work was quite thorough with a primary issue at hand was the experimental methodology. Simply put, he lacked a formula. The intelligence he had gathered indicated that the high-ranking undead, the vampire noble, this suggested that Alos's resurrection was no simple feat. Perhaps the revival of Bilad required such copious resources. However, Rollo speculated otherwise, for although Bilad had been appointed as the commander during the previous assault, her combat prowess was, to be frank, rather unimpressive, not warranting such an extensive expenditure. Thus, it seemed the issue lay with the formula. Was it the difficulty in sourcing compatible materials? Rollo found this to be a plausible explanation. After all, Alos's goal was resurrection, not creation. If it was resurrection, then the materials prepared must correspond with those of the resurrected. Perhaps that was why so many materials were necessary as alternatives. Contemplating Alos's arduous efforts to revive his bride, only to have her decapitated by Alex, having meticulously laid plans for his own revival, only to be thwarted by Rollo in a single stroke, Alos's misfortune seemed rather tragic. After finally resurrecting a beautiful wife, in a flash, she was whisked away by Rollo. Surely, Rollo was a harbinger of misfortune for this man. As Rollo pondered these thoughts, his experiment commenced under Elizabeth's terrified gaze. He was not so greedy as to aim for the creation of an awe-inspiring vampire bride, he merely sought a common undead being that could house her soul once more. After all, he intended to resurrect Elizabeth in the manner of a necromancer, facilitating his subsequent endeavors. Meanwhile, Rollo, battling the drowsiness of the daylight, began his experiment. In the distance, Alex had finally returned to the Lamperduc territory. Feeling guilty and apprehensive, he refused to take a boat, opting instead to ride on horseback, stopping intermittently to see if Rollo had pursued him. However, along the way, he encountered a band of thieves. Though he easily dispatched them, his horse met an unfortunate fate, slain by the residual force of his sword's energy. Since he had set out with Rollo on a clandestine mission and had no money, he found himself already a fugitive. He could not afford to reveal his identity and commandeer a horse. Moreover, the ongoing war in the Northern Territories meant few travelers were on the road, forcing him to walk the entire 500 kilometers back. Now, upon finally returning to Lamperduc, he felt an overwhelming impulse to weep, yet this sentiment was fleeting. He was acutely aware of the first task at hand, the Soulstealer nightmare. He must obtain it post-haste. His exoneration hinged upon that warhorse. Chapter 99 Rollo's marriage. Rollo had spent the entire day in the laboratory, exhausting a considerable amount of materials. His gaze wandered to the cage in the corner. Before heading to Elizabeth's room, he had taken the liberty of upgrading a few components for Alsace, and in a fit of curiosity, he had whimsically concocted several experimental vampire brides based on his own conjectures. The outcome, however, had resulted in a grotesque assembly of beings that were neither fully human nor entirely ghoul. Yet, to his surprise, this motley crew possessed a notable degree of intelligence and, like other undead, exhibited unwavering loyalty towards him, prompting Rollo to refrain from destroying them. Initially, he had believed that with adjustments to the formula and a fresh round of experimentation, the results would yield something different. Indeed, there was some transformation. The abominations had morphed from half-human, half-ghoul entities into something resembling two. They lacked any extraordinary traits, yet they could converse and appeared to have absorbed a fair amount of the memories retained within their souls, allowing for fluent communication with Rollo. Thankfully, at the very least, Elizabeth did not resemble these ghastly creations. Rollo began the process, raising a pale visage slightly. "Now, arise, my masterpiece," he exclaimed, snapping his fingers. In an instant, Elizabeth's gaze shifted from murder. She mechanically turned her neck to face Rollo. "I have met my master," she intoned. Rollo meticulously admired his creation. 95% of her current form consisted of the original components, untouched by Rollo's hand. The remaining 5%, however, comprised the areas essential for her physiological functions as a living being, which Rollo had replaced with components suitable for the undead. If circumstances allowed, his own creations lacked such remarkable effects. They merely relied on negative energy to preserve their decaying forms from rotting, devoid of the vitality and luster that eluded his capabilities. Moreover, this entity was not yet fully complete. She required continuous infusions of negative energy from Rollo, much like his own body had undergone transformations through negative energy before his metamorphosis. Nevertheless, for practical purposes, Elizabeth stiffly nodded, lifting her skirts as she began to twirl, resembling a graceful swan gliding across a lake, untouched by the mire of her surroundings, embodying an elegance that was breathtaking. An unsettling sensation stirred within Rollo. Was it infatuation? As he beheld her face, unchanged since the surgical procedures, he abruptly recognized that this visage had somehow entered his aesthetic appreciation zone.
No, this cannot. Am I truly more perverse than my ancestors and the barbaric centaurs, developing a penchant for necrophilia? He reflected upon the women he had encountered since arriving in this world, whether the maids in Grey River Fortress or the living Elizabeth, each had been strikingly beautiful, exuding grace, poise, and allure. Yet, he had never harbored any such inclinations towards them. In stark contrast, the vampire bride Bellatrix, with her blood-soaked past, and the now half-human, half-ghoul Elizabeth, were undeniably captivating, each deeply entwined with the essence. Rollo's countenance darkened at this realization. After all, no one would welcome a sudden, terrifying shift in their proclivities. Having completed her turn and standing still, Elizabeth sensed her master's turmoil and approached him, leaning closer and softly asking, "What troubles you, my master? Are you perplexed?" Compared to her initial stiff tone, her voice now flowed with a newfound gentleness, as if she were beginning to adapt to her new form. Rollo's gaze shifted to her. The chaotic thoughts that had plagued him dissipated, replaced by the meticulous logic of an experimenter. Diminish this demeanor. I prefer your original. Her contemplation lasted far shorter than Rollo had anticipated. Within mere seconds, she reopened them, yet her eyes glistened with moisture, adorned with a bashful expression, as she melodiously articulated, "My dear, since night has fallen, shall we commence our undressing?" Realizing the Elizabeth, in response to the command, swiftly transformed her expression yet again, reverting to a serene, corpse-like demeanor, which was quite unsettling. However, Rollo now fully comprehended that she possessed a far greater understanding of humanity than the other failed experiments. At the very least, she was sufficiently capable of fulfilling her original task of impersonating the revived Lady Elizabeth Evans, yet, Rollo was determined not to stop there. He sensed immense potential within her, an untapped reservoir of terrifying talents waiting to be unearthed. One couldn't help but ponder whether the notion of vampires had originated from a similar serendipitous creation by some grand figure like himself. Nevertheless, such considerations were best reserved for the future. For now, he needed to compose a letter to Duke Ramses, under Elizabeth's name. Presently, Elizabeth's handwriting was indistinguishable from her original self, ensuring that no one would suspect the authenticity of the letter, though its content was undeniable. Taking the parchment, Rollo scanned its contents, nodding with satisfaction. Send it with the Raven. After all the funerals in the north, it is high time for a celebration. As the Raven took flight from the window, Rollo's gaze. The Evans barony, being a minor territory, would typically not have direct correspondence with the North's protectorate. However, given the prior connection between the former Count Lamperouge and their family, coupled with the fact that Ramses was currently residing in Lamperouge, once he makes his decision, Horace's thoughts will be moot. As Rollo spoke, he lifted Elizabeth's left hand, removing the ring that bore the emblem of the Evans family, and replaced it with his own. At that moment, our union shall be irrevocably sealed. You, along with the territories inherited from your husband, will belong to me. Following this, I shall rightfully claim this land, establishing a military presence to safeguard my mage tower. Rollo did not voice. Although no one else was present, Elizabeth's reaction to his domineering declaration was one of immediate shyness. It remained uncertain whether her embarrassment was genuine or merely a response to her memories, prompting her to Chapter 100. Rams receiving a letter. The chill of winter had quietly descended upon the grasslands, and Grey River Town was no exception. The guards patrolling the walls of Grey River Town felt this change most acutely. The frigid winds from the north were not only bone-chilling but also remarkably dry, striking the face like a blunt knife attempting to peel away a layer of skin. Although the waters of Grey River had yet to freeze, the cold atmosphere had already permeated the air, serving as a reminder that the harsh winter was imminent. The pedestrians on the streets wrapped their heavy cloaks tightly around themselves, hurrying along in an effort to seek refuge within the warmth of their homes. The heart of the town, the Lamperouge family mansion, the nucleus of all affairs within the territory, appeared particularly solemn, and the outer walls of the mansion were entwined with withered vines, as if lamenting the passage of autumn. Inside, despite the flames crackling in the fireplace, a faint chill still seeped through the thick stone walls, adding a sharpness to this ancient structure. Rams was seated in the most spacious study of the mansion, the office of the Lamperouge family head, which had played a significant role during the reign of the previous Viscount. However, since Rollo ascended to power, it had become nearly abandoned. He approached the window, gazing out at the Grey River, which appeared somewhat desolate beneath the dim sky, its surface disturbed by gentle ripples, reflecting the unique bleakness of winter. In the reflection before him stood the young man of noble rank, clad in a deep blue velvet robe, the golden-threaded emblem shimmering faintly in the subdued light. His fingers gently grasped a letter, the envelope bearing the insignia of a baronial family so diminutive that he could scarcely recall it. In the Empire of Olai, nobles were generally prohibited from corresponding with higher-ranking lords without special permission, a reflection of the hierarchy and class order. However, the four great guardian dukes were exceptions.
As protectors of their respective territories, they held the authority to oversee the conduct of all nobles within their domain, allowing even the most lowly baron among the land's gentry to send letters directly to him. During his father's reign, he frequently received correspondence from these lesser nobles, often concerning trivial matters, and some even merely extending greetings to his father. Rams recalled how his father would patiently respond to each one, an exercise in diplomacy that he found tedious as a child. In retrospect, he understood that this was perhaps one of his father's methods of garnering goodwill as the Northern Guardian. Rams held the letter up towards the direction of Winter City, a sense of pride swelling within him. Dominic, he mused, the fact that this letter has reached me signifies that the true guardian of the North, the one to whom the hearts of the people gravitate, is none other than I. He treated this letter, laden with significance, with great seriousness, retrieving the letter opener from the Viscount's office to carefully slice open the envelope and extract the paper that represented the trust of the northern nobility. The firelight cast flickering shadows upon his face, outlining his focused and composed demeanor. The handwriting on the letter was neat and clear, with each line exuding a formal and solemn tone. Rams furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze drifting across the text as he meticulously read each word. The atmosphere in the room seemed to grow tense in tandem with his reading, the flames in the fireplace dancing gently, producing soft crackling sounds. The thick carpet of the mansion silently absorbed his every movement, leaving only the sound of the rustling paper in the otherwise tranquil environment. After finishing the letter, Rams gently placed the paper on the table, his gaze fixed into the distance, lost in thought. Outside, the Grey River flowed quietly, as if waiting for him. After a moment, Rams finally uttered, "It seems that Viscount Rollo is indeed just a typical young man." This letter, of course, was the one Rollo had requested Elizabeth to send. The contents detailed Rollo's journey eastward by ship, seeking mercenaries in Iron Gate City, only to encounter a band of marauders while passing through Baron Evan's territory, leading to a heroic rescue. Written from the perspective of the damsel in distress, the letter glossed over the background details, instead lavishing praise upon the valorous act of rescue. Had Rams not known that Rollo lacked the knightly, yet he understood well the adage that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. At the end of the letter, a request was made for him to serve as a witness to this rather fortuitous romance. Furthermore, it bore the seal of the Lampadrucchi family, indicating that this sentiment was not unreciprocated. Rollo was well aware and had consented. Rams propped his chin upon his hand, reflecting on his. Perhaps there were other motives at play. Nonetheless, it appeared that Rollo's departure from the territory was indeed aimed at seeking mercenaries, which showed a level of intent now. Though Rams held the title of the Northern Guardian Duke, in reality, he wielded little authority over the territory. The land belonged to Rollo, although Rollo was currently absent. The imprint of the Lampadrucchi family had lingered for 300 years, with each successive head of the family fostering goodwill among the populace, establishing a reputation that could not be easily swayed. Even with Rollo's allegiance, Rams found himself in a precarious position without Rollo's presence to command his subordinates. The military situation was even more dire. The noble coalition had suffered heavy casualties, and the only remaining formidable force, the border lord Jeremiah, had effectively gone rogue, establishing his own camp at Grey River Port. Rams suspected his choice of location was a strategic one, allowing for a quick retreat should circumstances turn unfavorable. As for the Flying Dragon Legion, it was well known that they would never heed. To complicate matters, Alex was nowhere to be found. The remaining faction was the Religious Order, whom even his father, the former and well-respected Northern Duke, could hardly command, let alone him. The esteemed Duke of Floresbane found himself in a most awkward predicament. He was in dire need of armed support, a force capable of solidifying his position. Rollo's decision to seek mercenaries was, without a doubt, a brilliant strategy. Ram's opinion of the young man elevated a notch. With some idle time on his hands, he continued to peruse the letter. To say that the young lady had a way with words would be an understatement. With a little embellishment, this tale of heroism could easily be polished into a knightly novel, complete with an emblem. Suddenly, Ram squinted, recalling the insignia of that minuscule baronial family. He seemed to have seen it before, not in his childhood, but rather more recently. Without hesitation, Rams began rummaging through the study, for the Lampadrucchi officials had resolved their internal matters, leaving Rams, the theoretical head, with ample leisure time to sift through correspondence. He stumbled upon the correspondence between the former Lampadrucchi Viscount and the Evans couple, wherein they appeared to have been on equal terms. What would one call a peer of his father's female friend? With this recognition of the seal, he also recalled the name of the Baron Evans listed among the fallen. Upon clarifying this connection, Rams found himself speechless. Could it be that Rollo had long harbored feelings for the lady? Chapter 101. Rams Rashomon. Rams is, at the very least in certain respects, a man of integrity. Thus, he acquiesced to all the requests outlined in the letter. According to traditional customs, given the current circumstances of the Evans family, it would be Mrs. Evans who inherits the title, becoming the Baroness Evans. Some noble women who have encountered similar predicaments may opt to adopt a worthy son to inherit the title, yet the majority prefer to remarry. The nobility of the Ola Empire largely lack any concept of family planning, thus, the sparsely populated Lamperluki family, along with the Evans lineage, stands as an anomaly among them. Moreover, the fifth such individuals possess an immense yearning to retain their titles. Furthermore, as they still bear noble status in their own generation, marrying them has become the predominant choice for many noble women. Marriage does not transfer the noble title of the lady to these lesser sons but allows their offspring to continue to inherit noble status, thus perpetuating the legacy of glory. Additionally, a considerable number of women, much like the lady who was destined to become the Baroness Evans, choose to wed a lord of substantial title and dominion. According to imperial law, this would result in the transfer of her land. In this instance, Lord Rollo would henceforth introduce himself as, standing before you as the lord of the Lamperluki Viscountcy, the Dorite Viscountcy, and the Baroncy of Evans. Consequently, the esteemed title of Elizabeth. This is precisely why such choices are seldom made. Is it reasonable to expect one to regurgitate what has been consumed? Thus, it becomes apparent that Elizabeth either harbors genuine affection for Rollo or has been ensnared by some scheme of his. Rams found little interest in discerning which it was. In any case, it bore no relevance to him. After completing his reply and fastening it to the raven for dispatch, a subordinate hastily burst into his chamber. This individual was a mid-ranking knight, and Rams vaguely recalled that he had previously engaged in conversation with Lord Rollo regarding a knightly duel with Alex.
Sir Edmund, do mind your appearance.
Sir Edmund hastily adjusted his attire, perhaps in an attempt to straighten his collar. His careless gesture incited Ram's displeasure. After all, as the nominal leader, his sole opportunity to assert authority lay in scrutinizing the decorum of his subordinates.
However, Edmund seemed utterly unconcerned, or perhaps he was simply too agitated to care. Your Highness, Alex Draco has returned. Rams raised an eyebrow. This fellow had been absent for so long, and the members of the Silver Dragon had revealed nothing, leading him to suspect that Alex had fled. Why the urgency over his return? Edmund gasped for breath, terror. He also brought back a fearsome nightmare steed, said to be spoils of war. Furthermore, he stated that Lord Rollo. Edmund hesitated, wary of Ram's piercing gaze, before confessing, is dead. To Ram's surprise, the anticipated tempest of fury did not materialize. Instead, he remained eerily calm. Yet, it was not an ominous silence. Edmund sensed that Rams was merely perplexed. After a prolonged pause, Rams finally spoke. Are you certain this was uttered by Alex himself? Indeed, the members of the Church of the Holy Light were present. Rams turned and handed over the letter. When Edmund received it, confusion spread across his countenance as he read. But didn't Alex assert that this Elizabeth is an accomplice of the necromancer? If Lord Rollo is indeed deceased, how can he harbor feelings for this sorceress? It is utterly absurd. The two exchanged glances, both coming to a singular realization: either Alex or the letter-writing Elizabeth was lying. Rams inclined to trust Elizabeth, as a representative of Rollo, yet could not dismiss the notion that Alex was incapable of deceit in this matter. If he had killed Rollo for some ulterior motive and subsequently framed another, it was not beyond comprehension. Yet, how could a murderer be so oblivious as to the status of the deceased? As a distinguished legendary knight, Alex surely could not be so muddled. The truth, it seemed, was becoming increasingly elusive. At that moment, another messenger arrived. This individual was not one of Ram's subordinates and displayed no urgency. He simply presented a sheet of paper after bowing to Rams. This document has been relayed from Lord Rollo through the Earl of the Border. Lord Rollo requests that the officials of the manor prepare winter clothing and provisions for the new inhabitants arriving today. Given the current state of war, my lord, the Earl of the Border has stationed himself at the port, and thus our forces have temporarily detained these individuals for identity verification. The assessment has been completed, and I am here to convey Lord Rollo's correspondence. After delivering this message, he departed, leaving Rams and Edmund in stunned silence. Rams collected his thoughts and spoke first. Thus we can ascertain that Lord Rollo is alive. He still possesses the capacity to manage affairs. Edmund quickly added, whether it be the marriage proposal or Alex's report, both mention the troubles that have befallen the Evans domain, so this point seems indisputable. Then the group of individuals who arrived today are likely the refugees from the Evans estate. Rams intended to interject further, but upon examining the letter from Rollo, his brow furrowed, leading him to overturn his initial judgment. No, the handwriting on this document is not his. Only the seal belongs to the Lamperlucky family.
This implied that Rollo had not been present at all. Of the two exchanged a glance, instantly conjuring a dreadful suspicion.
Is it possible that Rollo is already deceased? The malevolent faction Alex mentioned, is it the necromancer?
This could not be a falsehood. After all, the nightmare steed he had brought back stood as irrefutable evidence. The undead had launched 2 successive assaults. Rams felt as though he had unveiled the truth. The undead army attacking the Lamperlucky domain, its master or faction, would not relent. They had evaded the concentrated elite forces in the northwest, attempting to penetrate from another direction. In that instance, Rollo, unaware of the method, had persuaded Alex to accompany him to Iron Gate City in search of mercenaries. While traversing the Evans territory, either by design or misfortune, they had encountered these necromancers. The result, Rollo perished, while Alex escaped to deliver the news. Those necromancers, having discerned their trajectory, fabricated a letter using Rollo's seal, concocting a false narrative to lull Rams and his companions into complacency.
With this revelation, he clenched the document tightly.
Hasten to the port and warn Jeremiah, those refugees are not to be permitted entry, they are undoubtedly a threat.
Chapter 102, What transpired in my domain? Far away in the territory of Evans, Rollo remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding within his own lands. His entire focus was devoted to the construction of this new territory.
Naturally, such endeavors did not pertain to the welfare of the populace or economic structures. He was not particularly enthusiastic about transforming a feudal domain into a new civilized society. Perhaps, once he attained sufficient strength, strong enough that no one could threaten him, he might consider implementing some changes. However, until that time, his objective was singular and unequivocal: to grow stronger, regardless of the cost. Thus, he constructed traps, not merely rudimentary pitfalls or spike traps, but an array of elements derived from the Book of the Dead and the Blood Clan's arcane tomes, all potent enough to serve as traps. From the intelligence available, it appeared that the Dark Pleasure faction, while organized, operated with a degree of individual autonomy. It was conceivable that they formed small teams, but large-scale operations were unlikely. Rollo even harbored doubts about their internal cohesion. Would members truly share intelligence about the priceless mage tower left behind by the legendary necromancer, just as Rollo had never entertained the notion of sharing what he had discovered here? To date, with the assistance of numerous undead minions, Rollo had nearly exhausted the treasures within this place. The time spent was significantly shorter than his foray into the Third Royal Tomb, as the Archmage Kalian Verwend had merely utilized this location as a laboratory rather than a final resting place, leaving behind only experimental materials. However, this did not render the land useless to him. The abundant negative energy present here significantly aided his ascension in power. Having transformed into a vampire and consumed a portion of Kalian's soul, his combat. The key to attaining high-tier status lay in the suffusion of negative energy. Moreover, having scavenged so much already, even if Rollo were not excessively greedy and cleared the area for the necromancers, they would undoubtedly not let him off easily. Those who pursued necromancy were rarely devoid of greed upon discovering that this was, theoretically, a mage tower rich in cadaveric materials. Yet finding nothing, how could they possibly spare? At that juncture, he would find himself in a reactive position. Thus, surrendering this land was out of the question for Rollo. Of course, his scavenging was far from concluded. The esteemed legendary mage Kalian, even if, surely, he must have left behind a fine robe, a staff, or perhaps a necklace. Rollo, who identified as a mage, had yet to acquire even a circle or ring to enhance his spellcasting. His sole means of amplification was the family heirloom sword, the Blade of the Radiant Star. It would be quite embarrassing for a mage to wield a sword in battle. Once the dust settled, he would undoubtedly conduct a thorough search for hidden chambers or treasure chests. At present, however, his primary focus remained on defense. For several consecutive days, Rollo had remained in the central area of the mage tower, fervently absorbing negative energy to fortify himself while utilizing the scattered undead in the vicinity to surveil the entire region. Yet, this method yielded little success. His principal source of intelligence remained his information network. Unfortunately, the reports received over the past few days bore little significance, consisting mostly of the one detail that piqued his interest, however, stemmed from several pieces of intelligence from the Lamperlucky territory. Intelligence 3: Tom was planning to commit theft, though he was reluctant to do so. The blockade of Grey River Port had severed his means of livelihood, and with 3 hungry children at home, he was forced to breach his moral code, pleading for divine forgiveness. Intelligence 1: Alaki, who worked at the tavern, felt fortunate for having arrived a day earlier, thus avoiding imprisonment. Although the tavern owner offered no wages and the conditions were barely adequate, compared to the refugees who were subsequently captured, he felt a sense of satisfaction in having a place to work and survive. Intelligence 9: On the second day of Galligan's imprisonment, he began cursing the noble who had forcibly sent him to Lamperlucky. Every cell in the prison was filled with familiar faces, all marked by fear, with no one understanding the reason for their confinement. From these reports, it seemed the situation in Grey River Town was dire. Why had the port been inexplicably blocked? This was the lifeblood of Grey River Town. not only serving as a commercial port but also sustaining numerous fishermen.
Was Leonard out of his mind? Furthermore, the captured refugees should have been aided by Lampi Rucky's laws, which facilitated their settlement in the territory, enabling them to quickly become qualified. The populace was something that past lords had cherished. Leonard understood this all too well. How could he possibly issue a decree for their capture? This situation was fraught with unimaginable complications. Coincidentally, during this time, Rollo received a letter from Grey River Town. The wax seal bore the insignia of Duke Flosbine, also known as Rams. The letter was a response to one sent to Elizabeth, devoid of any remarkable content, merely a typical exchange of pleasantries among nobles, summarily stating that their requests had been granted. This seemed to imply that Grey River Town should be at peace. After all, Rollo considered himself a staunch ally of Rams, and having written in the letter that he had stealthily slipped away to seek mercenaries, thus bolstering Rams' forces for politically correct reasons, he believed Rams would trust him fully. If anything had transpired in his territory, Rams would surely inform him at the earliest opportunity. It appeared he needed to return. However, it would not be as Rollo himself who returned. He could utilize the vision of the undead to connect with all his undead minions. They served as his eyes. Originally, these eyes were scattered throughout Grey River Town, allowing him to observe directly. Yet, the priests of the Holy Light Cathedral had begun their frenzy upon entering Grey River Town, scouring the city for suspicious individuals, forcing all of Rollo's subordinates to take refuge in his mansion. It was infuriating. His own trusted allies, on his own territory, were being driven to scatter by a band of outsiders. Was there no law? As he departed Grey River Town, he had also withdrawn his troops, leaving them busy within the Mage Tower. Now, it sufficed to send one back for a brief reconnaissance. The challenge lay in the absence of surveillance in Grey River Town. He was uncertain of the priest's whereabouts. If he inadvertently teleported the undead directly beneath the priest's noses, Chapter 103 of the Mobile Bloodbrain, You Deserve It. Rollo's confusion did not linger for long, as the most suitable candidate soon appeared. My master, the Eagle Brigade, is already en route. Their leader and an elite squad have come ahead, while the main force is expected to arrive by tomorrow. This message was relayed to him through a mental connection by Hassan, whom he had not seen in a long time. Rollo let out a sigh of relief. This was indeed good news. The members of the Eagle Brigade had previously clashed with the forces of Dark Pleasure. Although the outcome was a defeat, it did not seem particularly devastating. After losing a fifth of their numbers, they still managed to retreat in an orderly fashion to Iron Gate City, demonstrating their true prowess. Furthermore, he could leverage this defeat to negotiate a better price, thus indirectly achieving his original objective. He shook his head in irritation, but at that moment, a cool and gentle hand brushed against his cheek. My master, do you need my assistance? The undead transformed Elizabeth embraced him from behind. Her hand that caressed his face now moved to his temple, gently massaging it. The icy sensation seemed to truly alleviate his vexation. Regaining his composure, Rollo chose not to respond, simply savoring the soothing massage. Elizabeth understood her master's intent and remained silent, continuing her gentle ministrations. He realized a particular issue. With the growing number of sentient subordinates, his mind, serving as their collective spiritual connection point, appeared to be becoming overloaded. To illustrate, his mind resembled a group chat, with each connected. He could issue commands directly within this collective, and they could respond in kind. However, Hassan's intense emotions felt as though they were incessantly prodding him, forcing themselves to the forefront of his consciousness. Rollo found himself unable to silence this intrusion and was left only to command Hassan to be quiet. Currently, it was merely a nuisance, but what if it were during a battle? When engagements were at their peak, as the corps commander, potentially also serving as the primary damage dealer, suddenly being besieged by a barrage of distractions would yield disastrous consequences. He believed that during this waiting period, he ought to devise a solution for this predicament. Rollo's mind was now brimming with knowledge, and several potential solutions emerged, drawing from various perspectives including arcane insights, those of other necromancers, and elemental viewpoints, each offering valuable considerations. After all, practitioners who mastered this knowledge, such as arcanists and elemental mages, possessed the ability for telepathic communication with magical constructs, albeit on a much smaller scale. As for other necromancers' experiences, the straightforward method would be to simply deactivate them and summon them when needed. However, Rollo could not afford to do so at present, as he was currently lacking in strength, and he relied on each of these undead subordinates. Upon careful examination, the most suitable solution surprisingly derived from the Blood Clan's secret tomes. As one of the earliest dark beings, the Blood Clan inherently possessed the ability to dominate various lesser dark creatures, and the undead were no exception. Their method for muting group chat notifications or establishing a Do Not Disturb mode was known as the Bloodbrain. This peculiar alchemical item was crafted using the Blood Clan's secret techniques, combining a small portion of the Master's blood rich in negative energy with additional alchemical materials, resulting in a unique concoction.
Typically, this item resembled what its name suggests, a blood-red brain, but due to the inscription of certain runes during its creation, it could be reduced in size and even reshaped, with the smallest form being roughly the size of a ring. Its function was quite simple. It transferred the group chat server to this object, and the blood of the master who had previously joined retained control over it. Thus, implementing measures to block specific individuals' messages in group chats became exceedingly convenient. The Blood Clan's secret tomes, rightfully regarded as textbooks for fledgling vampires, even provided examples of bloodbrains created by other mature bloodsuckers. One such individual innovatively crafted it into the shape of a book, earning accolades for its high degree of disguise, making it an excellent model for imitation. The more Rollo studied it, the more intrigued he became, as the materials and spells required were all within his repertoire. Seizing the moment, he resolved to create a bloodbrain while he had the leisure to do so. Rollo acted swiftly, and the process of concocting the bloodbrain, given his adept control over negative energy, proved to be a trivial task. The end product materialized in no time.
To effectively conceal his identity, Rollo certainly could not utilize the bloodbrain in its original form. Holding a chunk of brain matter would undoubtedly lead him to be branded a deranged killer and expelled from society in an instant. Thus, he knew he must alter its appearance. Inspired by the book-shaped bloodbrain, he envisioned a rectangular form that appeared orderly and would easily deceive onlookers. Naturally, the uneven surface of the brain matter had to be smoothed out to a glue. Additionally, the size required modification, whether in the form of a brain or a book. Both were too cumbersome for convenient transport. Ideally, he would reduce its thickness for easier concealment. Rollo even thoughtfully coated both sides with a translucent membrane using frost magic, for this item, still being a chunk of brain matter, was exceedingly delicate and required careful handling. Ultimately, the finished product resembled a mobile phone. Rollo wore a peculiar expression, while other necromancers summoned their minions with a fierce glare, unleashing a torrent of negative energy and bellowing, "Rise, my servants," to summon a legion of undead. He might find himself in "Come and deal with them." Would a group of ruffians then rush over with weapons in hand to assist him? He sensed that the narrative was veering into bizarre territory. Nevertheless, he had a quirk. He did not concern himself with appearances, only with functionality. Rollo attempted to call Hassan. The connection was clear, and the sound quality was surprisingly good. Hassan could not discern whether Rollo was communicating through direct mental contact or some external device. The mobile bloodbrain, the device you truly deserve. Chapter 104 of The White Eagle and the Black Falcon. Rollo's probe. Several days have elapsed since the invisibility array surrounding the Mage Tower of Kalian Fairwind has completely failed. To be honest, Rollo feels that there is little difference in the situation. After all, the core of this array is buried underground. Whether it is concealed or not, there is no apparent distinction. However, it stands to reason that it must have some particular function in terms of stealth detection. With this layer of magic now entirely ineffective, it should theoretically attract a multitude of covetous onlookers. From Rollo's perspective, the necromancers of Dark Delight are conveniently located in the Northern Territories and are unlikely to overlook this place, yet, during this period, he has not encountered a single soul arriving. Have those necromancers abandoned this location, or are they simply unaware of it? That seems unlikely. Rollo stroked his chin, pondering the situation. These individuals have made several appearances in his intelligence reports, and each instance has been marked by considerable prestige. Not only did they casually bestow a summoning artifact for high-tier undead upon Ramses, but they also managed to vanquish the so-called strongest mercenary group in the north, the Eagle Brigade. They are undeniably formidable entities, are they not? Thus, only one possibility remains: they are biding their time for a grand maneuver. Considering the organization's habitual penchant for terroristic tactics, Rollo dared not lower his guard. The traps have mostly been laid, and most of his forces have been mobilized to this location, effectively placing all his assets at stake here. However, he doubts their efficacy, for the small stature received from Ramses indicates that the opposing side possesses the means to command high-tier undead. With only a handful of subordinates at his disposal, it seems uncertain how effective they would be in a confrontation. Even he, with his own mid-tier capabilities, would likely find himself hard-pressed against this group. Fortunately, good news has arrived from his newly crafted mobile bloodbrain. The Eagle Brigade has arrived. Rollo ascended to the rooftop of his mansion, gazing into the distance where he could see several large vessels, their sails billowing, navigating upstream against the Great River's current. Each ship proudly displayed a flamboyant blue flag, emblazoned with the image of a white eagle, soaring amidst the river's waves, exuding an aura of dominance befitting the North's foremost mercenary company. So this is the Eagle Brigade, originally numbering in the thousands. They suffered a 1/5 loss after their conflict with Dark Delight. However, according to Hassan's reports,
they have recruited a considerable number of lone mercenaries in Irongate City, boosting their ranks to over 900. They appear to be on par with the private army of the Lamperduc family, though still somewhat lacking in numbers, having merely reached the basic level of an imperial viscount's army. Yet to treat them merely as a viscount's private army would undoubtedly result in significant losses. Setting aside the somewhat elusive factors of morale, training standards, and equipment quality, the capabilities of the officers alone far surpass those of a viscount in the kingdom. The founder and commander of the Eagle Brigade, Igor Halastin, known as the White Eagle, possesses the prowess of a high-tier knight, with swordsmanship that even legendary knights would commend. He hails from a noble lineage that has since fallen into decline, losing their lands but retaining a proud surname on the blue and white eagle banner. This explains why the Eagle Brigade, despite being mere mercenaries, can boast their own flag akin to that of noble knightly orders. Igor's second-in-command, the Black Falcon, Bayan, originates from a nomadic tribe in the Great Grass Sea, achieving the rank of a high-tier ranger. He has roamed the southern expanse of the Grass Sea for years, never encountering an equal in archery. His tribe was annihilated by martial nobility from the eastern part of the Northern Empire, and the surviving youths, including Bayan, were sold into slavery. Due to his robust physique, he was sold to a mine, but along the way, he was rescued by the fledgling Igor, subsequently joining the Eagle Brigade and helping Igor carve out a prosperous domain through his formidable archery skills. In terms of frontline combat strength, the Eagle Brigade boasts 2 high-tier warriors, while ordinary viscounts, like Lamperduc Dorrit, who defend the borders, can only muster mid-tier knights, still brimming with martial virtue. In contrast, those inland viscounts, long since corrupted by debauchery and decadence, would struggle to gather even a single mid-tier knight to serve as a commander. Take Vulture Jim Halastin, a noble count, for instance, who commands only a single mid-tier knight, an archetypal product of a sheltered life. In the Eagle Brigade, mid-tier knights are merely team leaders commanding a handful of soldiers. Thus, the arrival of such a formidable group undoubtedly strengthens Rollo's position. On paper, this ally seems even more robust than himself. The large vessels, initially appearing distant, swiftly drew near. Rollo, naturally, assumed a welcoming posture, leading his troops to greet them. The territory of Baron Evans does not boast a port of the same grand scale as Grey River Town, nor can it compare to that of Stone Tower Town. It resembles more of a humble fishing village's small dock. Therefore, the members of the Eagle Brigade did not disembark here but instead transferred to smaller boats, landing at a more distant shallow area. Theoretically, this land should belong to Count Halastin, yet it lies far from the core of his dominion and is not particularly fertile, resulting in a general lack of oversight. Rollo rode forth, signaling his men to take action. The heavily armored skeletal warriors brandished the banners of the Lamperduc family or long axes and polearms, forming a path lined with weapons. The tyrants, clad in specially crafted massive heavy armor, formed an impenetrable wall of steel behind Rollo, effectively amplifying their intimidating presence. Igor, seated in the same boat as Hassan, a messenger from the Lamperduc family, smiled at this scene.
"My lord, you truly are enthusiastic," he remarked.
Bayan, sitting beside him, remained silent, his hawk-like gaze scanning the shore with piercing intensity. After a moment, he uttered, "This viscount is formidable."
Hassan, Igor intervened, aware that Bayan's taciturn nature likely wouldn't lead to actual violence, yet he sensed an unsettling fervor emanating from Hassan towards his master, which could potentially escalate to conflict. "Do not mind him.
Bayan simply prefers to keep his words few. He means no disrespect," Igor interjected, directing a few words at Bayan. This matter was brushed aside lightly, and Hassan chose not to press further. In truth, it was Rollo who had refrained from dwelling on the incident. Hassan's earlier remark was a test conducted through remote control, aimed at gauging the dynamics of the Eagle Brigade's leadership. While it was impossible to fully discern the character of these two leaders, it provided Rollo with a foundational impression, guiding the direction of his forthcoming reception. Chapter 105. The choice of the White Eagle. Having already engaged in a tactical exchange with Hassan and the cunning Rollo, he had formed a foundational understanding of their personalities, which afforded him a certain degree of initiative in the ensuing dialogue. However, the primary reason remained that he was, after all, the one footing the bill. This role is colloquially known as the client. The young Viscount Rollo, who had achieved such remarkable. I firmly believe that the name Lamperouche will undoubtedly shine brightly in your capable hands throughout the north. At this moment, the individual known as the White Eagle, Igor F.A., was somewhat obsequiously flattering Rollo, the client, with his words. Should those enamored maidens who idolized the legendary White Eagle of the Steppes witness this scene, countless dreams would surely be shattered. In reality, all members of the Eagle Squad were well aware that their leader had always behaved in this manner, speaking appropriately to the living and with equal candor to the dead. He was a master at shifting masks, oscillating between solemnity and levity, sincerity and flattery. He donned a new facade nearly every day. As for the true visage concealed beneath the mask, only his closest comrade, Bajan, would be privy to such knowledge. Rollo had never been a cog in the corporate machine. Truthfully, he was not well versed in the dynamics between clients and contractors. However, he had experienced the sensation of being a support to others. In his past life, young Master Rollo had been the most substantial pillar in his group during their ventures into tombs. After all, who else would confront the myriad of monstrous entities and malevolent spirits if not he? In stark contrast to the present situation, in a certain sense, the Eagle Squad ought to be considered his support, yet it was they who now appeared to be vying for his favor. Rollo basked in the flattery, yet he remained grounded, having long been schooled by his father against arrogance and impetuosity from similar praise in his previous life. Ahem, Igor F.A., let us cease our idle chatter and return to the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Igor promptly abandoned further trivialities, adopting a serious demeanor. His white hair billowed in the breeze above the river, resembling a majestic eagle poised to soar into the skies. In that instant, Rollo comprehended the origin of this fellow's moniker, Curiosity Piqued. He mused whether his own fair visage might also warrant such a dashing title. Since you, my Lord Viscount, have brought it up, we ought to discuss. Rollo subtly raised an eyebrow. Were negotiations about to commence? If they think to extract a morsel from my grasp, they are sorely mistaken. Come now. Witness the skills I honed in my past life while bartering with unscrupulous merchants over treasures bestowed upon me by the tomb's guardians. As for me, Hassan has already negotiated the price with you. Rollo steeled himself, gazing intently at Igor, only to find his counterpart devoid of any combativeness. You misunderstand. Igor waved his hand dismissively. Regarding our compensation, we have no objections to the amount conveyed by your retainer. Hassan, then what is it you wish to discuss? It pertains to your personal safety, my Lord Viscount. Igor leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. Given the current state of affairs in the north, I believe your substantial wealth may render you a target for danger. Rollo was taken aback. How did you know of my wealth? Surely, you just. Igor waved his hand again, gesturing toward himself and the taciturn Bajan standing nearby. To hire the entire Eagle Squad is not something an ordinary Viscount could afford. He continued in a hushed tone, despite the absence of outsiders, as though his lowered voice would signify his intent to keep secrets. Rest assured, we have no interest in the origins of your fortune. Mercenaries eat by the sword, and reputation is paramount. Rollo scrutinized him, and Igor instantly donned a sycophantic grin, appearing harmless, yet Rollo was aware that this fade was merely a disguise. So, what is it you seek? A share of the spoils? Oh, do not misconstrue our intentions. We are not so avaricious. The Eagle Squad has thrived by adapting to circumstances, allowing us to become the largest mercenary group in the north. Rollo chose not to respond. Those who seek minor gains often harbor grander ambitions, and it was clear that Igor's aspirations exceeded mere trifles. Indeed, the next moment, Igor's demeanor shifted to, I have but two requests. First, you must sign a long-term employment contract with us, at the previously discussed rate. Second, when necessary, you must assist us in becoming a legitimate knightly order, gaining entry into the ranks of the Empire's nobility. Ah, I see. So this is the direction in which the Eagle Squad intends to evolve. Rollo recalled the intelligence he had gathered regarding the Eagle Squad on the very first day. Intelligence 4 of the largest local mercenary group in the north, the Eagle Squad, founded and led by Igor Halastin, has reached a developmental impasse. To advance further, he must secure a true territory. He may choose to collaborate with the Halastin family, with whom he shares a bloodline, or await a more opportune moment. Igor's aspiration to transition from mercenary to military aristocrat was not a spontaneous whim. It was evidently the result of careful contemplation. A 1,000-strong army had indeed reached a developmental bottleneck. At this scale, whether in terms of daily sustenance or military payroll, the demands exceeded what a mere mercenary task could accommodate. Moreover, for such a formidable force to maintain a position of neutrality as mercenaries, especially with a second-in-command hailing from the north, would surely raise the Empire's wariness. One must ponder. If the day comes when the Holy Khan offers a handsome sum for the Eagle Squad to sow chaos in the north, what would ensue? With 1,000 men at their disposal, they could easily dominate not just viscounties but even earldoms, potentially delivering a devastating blow to the north through coordinated efforts. The only viable path to alleviate such trepidation would be to align with the Empire. Naturally, given their ethos, they could never aspire to become landholding nobility. Their territory would merely serve as a temporary base of operations. To sustain the high morale and combat prowess that accompanied high salaries, they would need to continue their mercenary endeavors. In essence, a knightly order not directly under royal jurisdiction would be akin to a mercenary group with noble ties. Evidently, Igor had conducted his research thoroughly. The Earl Halastin he initially sought to connect with pales in comparison to the now prominent Rollo under Ramses' command, possessing merely what advantages could a tenuous bloodline possibly confer? Perhaps a fleeting glance of attention from an earl who already had a dozen sons. Do not be foolish, the Earl Halastin's own sons number in the dozens. How could he possibly concern himself with a distant nephew or cousin like Igor? Furthermore, Igor harbored a hidden agenda. His first demand for a long-term employment contract did not specify an expiration date. Would the contract cease upon becoming a knightly order? Yet, the Eagle Squad neither disbanded nor rebranded after achieving that status. The written contract would remain valid, would it not? In essence, this was Igor. At present, Igor had made the most prudent choice, and Rollo would not waver in his response. Of course, prior to that, he required a token of commitment from the other party. Upon sensing the watchful eyes lurking nearby being obliterated by necromantic spells, Rollo's expression turned grave. Very well, let us first confront our common adversary and demonstrate your capabilities. Chapter 106, The Dark Place. Suddenly, a distant rumble of explosions shattered the tranquility of the night. Rollo abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of vigilance crossing his eyes. At that moment, Hassan's voice resonated once. The undead were upon them, and indeed, the dark pleasures had arrived. He swiftly commanded, everyone, prepare for battle. There was no private army of the Lampoluki family here, and his heavily armored skeletal warriors were stationed within the inner line. Requiring no reminder from him, his call was directed at the Eagle Brigade. Within the defensive line formed by the Eagle Brigade soldiers, blue banners flapped vigorously in the wind, while Igifer and Bayan stood ready for action, one clad in gleaming white plate armor, the other in sleek, deep black leather, resembling two formidable sentinels. Rollo stood atop a hastily constructed command platform, surveying the entire battlefield. He could see in the distance across the plains of his territory various magical traps activating in succession. Flames, frost, lightning, and even the most pure arcane energy seemed to coalesce into a terrifying magical. The human army, faced with such a treacherous zone, typically opted to employ accompanying mages to cast wide area spells to trigger the traps in advance. In the absence of such elite support, a volley of arrows could be an alternative, albeit a wasteful expenditure of precious air. Yet, the opposing forces appeared to have no such intentions. Charging directly into the fray, Rollo witnessed a zombie clad in civilian garb stumble upon a fire trap, erupting alongside several of its companions into the air, while the remaining zombies, positioned just outside the blast radius, did not even blink as they pressed through the flames. The traps merely served to diminish enemy numbers, having no substantial impact on morale or the trajectory of their advance. The undead army was indeed terrifying.
Everyone, prepare for combat.
Rollo's voice pierced the night sky, reaching the ears of every warrior. The enemy advanced with alarming speed, offering little time for a reaction before they clashed with the frontline troops, and the battle erupted in an instant. Among the enemy ranks emerged some visibly more bloated zombies, radiating intense flames, human bombs. Rollo's eyes widened. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed all the ranged spells he currently possessed in rapid succession: fireballs, ice arrows, lightning chains, and arcane missiles, each illuminating the dim evening sky like a festival of fireworks. The bombs at the forefront subsequently detonated, the explosions ringing out in deafening succession. The soldiers of the Eagle Brigade displayed extraordinary combat prowess. Igifer and Bayan fought side by side, the former's swordsmanship akin to a tempest, while the latter's archery was unerring as he struck true from 100 paces. Under their command, the mercenaries surged forth like a tide of steel, crashing against the enemy lines. Igifer's swift blade traced silver arcs in the darkness, each strike fast as lightning, leaving foes sprawled on the ground before they even had a chance to react, truly resembling a majestic white eagle soaring across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Bayan's arrows, akin to dark hawks, swept through low skies, claiming flesh and blood with each pass, leaving the enemy with nowhere to hide. Yet the enemy seemed inexhaustible, waves upon waves continuing to surge forth. Sweat beaded on Rollo's brow as he anxiously observed the unfolding chaos. He understood that he must swiftly locate the enemy commander to turn the tide of battle. Hassan, lead a squad to. Hassan sprang into action, guiding a team of elite warriors through the tumultuous battlefield, heading straight for the enemy's rear. Simultaneously, Rollo intensified the defenses, striving to minimize his own casualties. At that moment, a chilling aura descended, and Rollo's gaze locked onto the darkness in the distance. A necromancer, garbed in dark robes and adorned with a wild boar skull, emerged slowly, clutching a staff that shimmered with a sinister black light. The figure's distinct appearance was such that even the well-versed Igifer recognized him instantly. My lord, that is Morvenal, the Dark Devourer, a necromancer renowned for his cruelty and power. He had been captured en route to the Iron Tower prison, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. Humph, it's good that you recognize me, Morvenal proclaimed, raising his staff as a beam of green death energy shot towards Rollo. Reacting swiftly, Rollo activated a teleportation spell, vanishing to a nearby vantage point.
Oh, after dabbling in so many arcane arts, you have indeed mastered the art?
Yet Rollo felt no fear, rather, he contemplated whether his adversary might be somewhat lacking in strength. Despite the intimidating number of undead, they seemed to be predominantly mid-tier, lacking the truly terrifying high-ranking undead. Of course, he could not dismiss the possibility that Morvenal was a mere decoy, thus, Rollo decided to refrain from revealing his trump cards for the time being and opted to engage in some verbal sparring instead. Indeed, I possess exceptional talent, unlike. As for Rollo, he had already teleported away. At this moment, after 2 exchanges, Igifer and Bayan also recognized this formidable foe and rapidly maneuvered toward Rollo's position. As Igifer swung his sword, "That's our purse." Bayan, standing at a distance, said nothing more. His longbow was already drawn to its full extent, and he aimed at Morvenal, releasing an arrow that shot forth like a black hawk targeting the necromancer's face. Morvenal waved his staff, conjuring a black mist that intercepted the arrow.
"You ants dare to oppose me!"
Morvenal bellowed, thrusting his staff into the ground, causing a wave of black energy to ripple outward. The undead, invigorated by this surge of energy, intensified their assault, heightening the tension on the battlefield. Rollo, initially eager to exchange more barbs, recognized the gravity of the situation. Morvenal barely spared a glance, as a shield spontaneously materialized from the necklace around his neck, absorbing the blow. However, when he turned to eliminate the archer, a flash of white light surged towards him. Unlike Rollo, who possessed the resilience of a vampire's physique, Morvenal was merely frail. Startled, he recoiled, yet still endured a cut to his shoulder from Igifer's blade. Roaring in fury, he unleashed a torrent of black light from his staff, summoning a horde of skeletal warriors from the earth to assail Igifer. Bayan once again drew his bow to its full extent, this time aiming for the staff in Morvenal's grasp. His arrow zipped across the battlefield, striking true, and Morvenal's staff was sent flying, causing the black light to wane significantly. He unleashed the most formidable arcane missile he could muster, yet, in the next instant, a massive bone shield appeared out of thin air, blocking the arcane missile. Indeed, this victory. Tusk, enough with the idle chatter, swiftly deal with them, this territory is to be divided between us. At Morwen's urging, a deep warcry reverberated across the battlefield. Accompanied by the tremors of the earth, a towering figure emerged from the shadows. Clad in ebony armor, it was a Death Knight, wielding a colossal greatsword, with malevolent red glimmers flickering in his eyes. Yet, Rollo's undead sensing revealed him to be human, a human endowed with the Death Knight class. The arrival of Tusk was akin to a nightmare descending upon the battlefield, causing it to tremble in fear. His imposing stature, far exceeding that of Arthas, rivaled even that of a tyrant. In his grasp was a disproportionately large sword, glistening ominously in the nocturnal gloom, for his accompanying shield had already been cast aside to protect Morwen, who shall be the first to embrace death. Tusk's brazen voice echoed throughout the field, yet the soldiers of the Eagle Brigade, undeterred, charged forth towards him. These valiant warriors had already proven their mettle in the face of the undead horde, their bravery matched only by their martial prowess. However, Tusk's power surpassed their wildest imaginations. As he swung his greatsword, it appeared as if he had torn a piece of darkness from the night sky, each strike imbued with the force of a tempest and an icy chill that pierced the very soul. The first wave of soldiers, before they could even draw near, were cleaved in two, blood spraying forth to stain the earth crimson. Tusk did not relent, he pressed on, his sword slicing through the air like the scythe of death, reaping lives with merciless efficiency. With a second swing, the darkness emanating from his blade expanded, morphing into a massive scythe that swept across the battlefield, severing over 50 soldiers at the waist. But the horror did not end there. Their corpses, under the influence of the dark energies, rapidly decayed and, moments later, rose anew as grotesque, rotting zombies. These abominations, faces twisted in agony and eyes aglow with a sinister light, became Tusk's minions, launching an assault alongside him against the Eagle Brigade. Damnable creature, Agorpha roared, charging towards Tusk with his sword drawn. His technique was fierce and brilliant, his blade shimmering like his namesake, the White Eagle, a dazzling streak of light that pierced through the darkness, shattering the line of decaying zombies. Yet, Tusk's response was lightning fast. With an agility that belied his massive frame, he effortlessly parried Agorpha's attack and swiftly countered, both being high-ranking knights. But with Tusk wielding the power of death to his advantage, he swiftly overpowered Agorpha, their blades clashing with a deafening metallic ring. Bayan stood at a distance, silent and focused, drawing his bowstring taut, aiming directly at Tusk. His arrows shot forth like meteors, nearly silent under the shroud of dim light, targeting Tusk's vital points. Tusk paid little heed to the arrow. His armor was thick and formidable, the arrow merely clattering harmlessly against it, inflicting no substantial harm. Rollo, somewhat taken aback, mused, an elite ranger, and this is all they can muster? Tusk's cold laughter echoed as he repelled Igorfa, then seized a sword from the ground, leaping into the air to hurl it at Bayan. Bayan swiftly retreated, but Tusk's speed was astonishing, the greatsword barely grazing his face. A lock of hair was severed, sending a chill down his spine. Your opponent is me, Igorfa bellowed, lunging towards Tusk, striking at his back. Tusk pivoted sharply, his greatsword sweeping horizontally, forcing Igorfa back several paces. Once again, the two engaged in a fierce duel, their blades flashing and sparks flying. With each clash, Igorfa felt the overwhelming might of his adversary, his arms growing numb from the exertion. Not far off, Morwen smirked, wielding his staff as waves of dark energy radiated outward, summoning forth more skeletal warriors. These skeletal fighters erupted from the ground, joining the fray with swift movements and sharp attacks, placing immense pressure on the Eagle Brigade. We must eliminate that necromancer, Bayan shouted, recognizing Morwen as the source of their troubles. I will cover you, Igorfa replied, entangled in combat with Tusk to buy Bayan precious time. Bayan quickly aimed at Morwen, drawing his bowstring to its limit. His arrows, akin to black lightning, sped towards Morwen, yet, as if anticipating the assault, Morwen brandished his staff, conjuring a swirling mist that deflected the arrows. Humph, a swarm of ants, your struggle shall not. Wrath of the underworld, Morwen roared, thrusting his staff into the ground, causing dark energy to ripple outward. The undead, invigorated by this surge, launched a more frenzied assault, intensifying the chaos of the battlefield. Igorfa's defenses began to falter. He had sustained multiple blows, his armor stained with blood, transforming the white eagle into a bloodied avian. With every swing of his sword, he felt his strength waning, yet he stood firm against Tusk. Meanwhile, Bayan sought every opportunity, loosing deadly arrows. His marksmanship was exceptional, yet under the combined onslaught of Tusk and Morwen, each arrow was thwarted. At this moment, the situation was dire. Though Bayan sensed a hidden strength, he understood that defeating Rollo meant revealing his true capabilities. How ruthless these people are, do they care not for their comrades falling before their eyes? A glint of determination flickered in his gaze, resolving to unleash his ultimate move. The finger of death. It must come to an end, Rollo murmured, his finger poised at Tusk. Just as Bayan aimed at Tusk, Rollo whispered an incantation, gathering potent death energy at his fingertip. As Bayan's arrow soared forth, Rollo unleashed the finger of death in unison. In that moment, time appeared to freeze. Bayan's arrow and Rollo's deathly strike struck Tusk almost simultaneously. The force of the finger of death penetrated Tusk's form, a look of disbelief flashing across his face as every organ in his body ceased to function. It was as if he beheld the very grim reaper he worshipped, raising his simple scythe before gently bringing it down. Thud, the Death Knight Tusk, never to rise again. Witnessing this, Morwen's seizing the moment, Rollo pressed his attack, unleashing a barrage of minor spells to suppress Morwen's power. Igorfa and Bayan took advantage of the opportunity, uniting to force Morwen into a corner. Ultimately, with Rollo and the duo's relentless assault, Morwen, unable to withstand the pressure, transformed into a plume of black mist, dissipating into the air. A momentary tranquility enveloped the battlefield as the soldiers of the Eagle Brigade swiftly began to clear the remnants of the undead. The living exhaled a collective sigh of relief, recognizing that although the battle had been arduous, victory was finally theirs. We have triumphed. Chapter 108. The final battle. Rollo stood atop the heights of the Evans territory, gazing down upon the land that had momentarily regained its tranquility. Despite having successfully repelled the assault of the Dark Euphoria, his heart remained heavy with doubt. In recent days, Rams had failed to correspond anew. The letter promising Elizabeth's marriage had long since arrived via Raven, yet the messenger summoned to convey their journey to Grey River Town or to deliver the feudal decree had yet to materialize. This peculiar behavior weighed heavily on his mind. Now that this land had been entirely secured within his grasp, it was time to return to the Lamperouge domain and seek the truth. Since his pretext in the letter was a quest for mercenaries, it was imperative to bring back the Eagle unit. However, following the previous battle, they had sustained numerous injuries and would have to remain in Evans' territory. Rollo resolved to take with him only a unit of heavily armored skeletal warriors and a handful of elite tyrants as his guard, leaving the majority of his undead followers behind to protect the injured members of the Eagle unit. Subsequently, they hastened towards the Lamperouge territory. However, he was unprepared for the more terrifying threat that awaited him there. Upon Rollo's arrival with the main forces of the Eagle unit at the Lamperouge domain, they were met with a chaotic battlefield. The high-ranking vampire, Alistair Darkwood, had personally led a vast army to the fray. Just days prior, Alistair had emerged from his experiments only to discover, in a fit of rage, that his beloved mistress had been brutally slain within the Lamperouge domain. In a fit of fury, he forsook any notions of restraint and directed all his wrath and power into this assault, exhausting all of his stored cadaveric materials, even utilizing the exceedingly rare incorruptible bones, thereby creating an unprecedented legion of super undead. As Rollo and his forces arrived, the walls of Grey River Town were engulfed in flames, the cacophony of battle cries and the shattering of sacred light protections resonating deafeningly.
Beneath the walls, countless undead charged relentlessly at the gates, a suffocating aura of darkness pervading the air. Witnessing this scene, Rollo found himself ensnared in indecision. Should he engage or flee? Though the enemy appeared formidable, the entire sanctified forces of the north were present, along with Jeremiah's powerful legions and the formidable knights under Rams. The remnants of the Dragonblade should still be present, and with the addition of the Eagle unit, it seemed they still had a fight. Resolving to act, Rollo gritted his teeth and drew his sword at everyone. Prepare for battle. After this clash, regardless of victory or defeat, each of you shall receive 500 gold coins. Under the allure of such a generous reward, the warriors of the Eagle unit plunged into combat without hesitation. They were not devoid of fear, rather, they had become accustomed to facing death. After all, what was one more life lost? The Eagle unit had fought alongside Igor through countless perils, often in the shadow of imminent demise. In that moment, their combat prowess surged, tearing open a breach on the battlefield's periphery. It was only now, as they fully engaged in the fray, that Rollo beheld the legendary prowess of their allies and the high-ranking knights shining brilliantly on the battlefield. Undoubtedly, these were the elite of the sanctified forces and Ram's vassals. On the opposing side, Igor's swordsmanship was as swift as lightning. Each strike he delivered carried immense power and precision. Bayan's arrows found their mark with unfailing accuracy, each shot striking at the heart of. Other warriors fought valiantly in their positions, staunchly resisting the onslaught of the undead. The tide of battle appeared to be shifting favorably for the human forces, until Alistair Darkwood personally intervened. The high-ranking vampire, though designated as such, was indeed legendary. All previous assaults paled in comparison before him. The crimson-hued Alistair loomed like a blood cloud in the sky, every swing of his arm manifesting colossal, blood-red claws imbued with destructive force, sweeping across the battlefield. Where his claws struck, the area transformed into a zone of death, ordinary soldiers falling in an instant. Those remaining lower and mid-tier knight officers had no chance to retreat, becoming ensnared by the resurrected corpses of their fallen comrades, suffocated amidst the mountains of bodies and rivers of blood. Alistair, still unsatisfied, raised his hands, softly chanting an ancient incantation, as dark energies coalesced around him into a massive halo, the Death Frenzy Halo. With a commanding shout, the halo rapidly expanded, enveloping all of the undead. The halo's power rendered the undead even more ferocious, significantly enhancing their offensive and defensive capabilities. Those zombies and skeletal warriors that had been felled swiftly resurrected under the halo's influence, rejoining the battle. The soldiers atop the walls were gripped by an unprecedented pressure in the face of such a formidable enemy. Igor and Bayan continued their fierce struggle, attempting to stem the tide of the undead. Igor's swordsmanship remained sharp, but against these ceaselessly reviving foes, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. Bayan's quiver had nearly run dry, yet he persisted, each arrow aimed at Alistair and his minions. "Hold firm, we cannot retreat," Rollo bellowed, though he himself was uncertain of what they were to endure. Were there reinforcements? He racked his brain, unable to conceive where such aid might come from. For now, they had no choice but to persist. The battle grew increasingly brutal, the human forces gradually faltering. Despite Rollo and his warriors exerting every ounce of their strength, they appeared insignificant against Alistair's legion of undead. One by one, warriors fell, the line of the Eagle unit beginning to crumble. The noble soldiers atop the walls had long since suffered devastating casualties, including Rollo's own family retainers, whom he had deemed of little use. It seemed the military accumulations of the northern nobles under Rams had turned to ashes in this moment. Only the sanctified forces and the remnants of the Dragonblade remained, yet they too faced dire straits. The legendary cleric had been slain by Alistair and Madair just moments earlier, causing the morale of the human soldiers to plummet. The complete annihilation of the human army loomed ominously ahead. Rollo watched as the soldiers of the Eagle unit continued to perish, his heart swelling with indignation. This was the fruit of his labor over the past few months. There was no choice but to retreat. Better to preserve some lives than to lose everything. As he resolved to pull back, the soldiers surrounding him heard their employer's cryptic words and turned in confusion, only to find Rollo awkwardly standing still. Damn it, the space had been sealed. Rollo transitioned from embarrassment to shock. The teleportation was blocked. How could he escape? At that moment, Alistair approached with a cold smile, his eyes gleaming with triumphant joy, as if he were a king surveying the skies above Grey River Town, unleashing his power recklessly. The screams of the townsfolk, unable to flee in time, echoed in the air. Meanwhile, Rollo found himself encircled by a multitude of mid-tier undead, and before he knew it, the Eagle unit had dwindled to merely a handful of survivors.
He gazed upon the seemingly hopeless scene, and involuntarily closed his eyes. Chapter 109 Rebirth. He seemed to once again behold the final descent into the tomb, witnessing that ancient, millennia-old Zunzi surge forth from the coffin, grappling with him until they both teetered on the edge of the abyss, ultimately plunging into the bottomless pit. He could almost visualize the moment he awakened at the great river fortress, seeing the fearsome butler traversing through the shadows, watching him closely, and recalling how he had turned the tables in a desperate struggle against the necromancy that sought to claim him. He envisioned the grand spectacle of the 1,000-strong army amassed before the great river fortress, the sight of Uno boasting at the forefront of the troops, and the fierce battle that ensued before the ancestral statue in the great hall of the fortress, as well as the fierce conflict within the ancestral tomb itself. He seemed to witness the ambitious and spirited Count Dorite, who had divided his forces to attempt the annexation of Grey Town, only to see them decimated by the plague-infested zombies. The image of the young knight, Ravencol, flashed before him once more, brandishing a sword wreathed in lightning, tearing through the ranks of the Lamperluki army with an unmatched vigor, striving to claim his own head, that of Count Rollo. He beheld Rams fleeing alone across the desolate lands of the northern frontier after his defeat. He perceived the Holy Army chanting their sacred texts as anthems, marching forward with heightened morale. All that had transpired over the past months seemed to coalesce into a cinematic tableau, unfolding before his very eyes. Unbeknownst to him, this rebirth had indeed been a life of remarkable turbulence. I, Rollo, have not journeyed in vain. Rollo opened his eyes once more, but this time they were suffused with a resolute determination. He understood that he had reached a point of no return, yet he would not succumb passively. Even in this final moment, he would not yield easily. Rollo clenched his jaw, his eyes igniting with boundless resolve and fury. Yet he recognized that retreat was no longer an option. He must fight here and now. Drawing in a deep breath, he concentrated all his focus, silently gathering the negative energy, extending his finger towards the unsuspecting aloes in the air. His fingertip began to emit a dim, ominous glow, as the negative energy swirled and coalesced, forming a small sphere of black energy. As Rollo continuously infused it with his own negative energy, the sphere rapidly expanded, growing incandescent and blinding, as though it were absorbing all surrounding light. Rollo's body began to tremble slightly. He could sense the debilitating weakness that came from draining every ounce of negative energy from within, a hollowness akin to having all strength erased. However, he did not falter, rather, his resolve intensified. His gaze locked onto Aloes above, that high-ranking vampire who fancied himself victorious, now looking down smugly upon the battlefield. Aloes had not anticipated that anyone could still resist. To him, Rollo and his army were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. His smile was a cruel mockery, yet his arrogance was destined to exact a toll. With a sudden roar, Rollo unleashed all the negative energy through his fingertips. "Death's finger," he bellowed, though such a dramatic proclamation was unnecessary. Still, in this final strike, it felt invigorating to utter something. A powerful surge of energy shot from his fingertips, transforming into a beam of black light directed at Aloes' chest. The beam sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. The smile on Aloes' face froze instantaneously, caught off guard by Rollo's formidable counterattack. His body convulsed violently in midair as the black beam struck his chest. A flicker of disbelief and terror flashed in Aloes' eyes. He was forcefully repelled, as though an invisible giant hand had thrust him away. The beam pierced through Aloes' chest, dispersing the surrounding crimson mist of blood. Rollo could see the pain etched across his face. Aloes struggled to steady himself, but the uncontrollable negative energy within him rendered him unable to maintain his balance. His body swayed momentarily before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As Rollo observed this spectacle, his vision began to blur. His body had exhausted all strength, and he could no longer sustain himself. A wave of dizziness washed over him, his steps faltering, until he finally collapsed to the ground, breathless and weak. His breathing became rapid and faint, and his body gradually turned cold. As his consciousness waned, Rollo felt himself becoming increasingly weightless, as if floating in the dark abyss. The world before him faded to black. A faint smile of satisfaction graced his lips. Though his life was likely nearing its conclusion, he felt no regrets. No, there is a regret. Indeed, did that final strike, Death's finger, truly vanquish Aloes? As the last vestiges of consciousness faded, Rollo's body relaxed completely. Lying still upon the battlefield, everything around him seemed to fade away, leaving only an endless darkness that enveloped him. Time lost its meaning in the silence, until a sound akin to shattering glass broke through, pulling Rollo's consciousness back from the haze. He opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in a familiar darkness. Yet, every detail within this darkness was vividly clear to him. After all, he had long mastered the art of dark vision. There was nothing strange about it. However, who lies beside me? Rollo gazed incredulously at the familiar ancient burial attire, flipping the corpse over with a mixture of disbelief and familiarity. As his hand expertly explored, he felt fresh blood upon the lips of the corpse, causing him to pause momentarily. Then, suddenly realizing, he reached up to touch his own shoulder. There was blood, a tear in his clothing made by teeth, but no wound. Rollo sprang to his feet. Inspecting his gear. He noted the thick tactical jacket with obvious damage and wear, the tightly fitting gloves, the combat boots, the exploration charms, and the small iron sigil. In that instant, he felt a chill run down his spine. I have traversed back. Even more astonishing was the snap of his fingers. Just as he had done at Grey River Fortress, a ghostly green flame of necromancy flickered to life at his fingertips, illuminating the dark depths around him. My necromancer abilities have returned with me. Instinctively, Rollo sought to summon his undead minions for protection, yet he sensed no presence of any undead followers. It appeared that the Zunzi minions he had crafted did not accompany him back. A twinge of regret washed over him, but it was merely a fleeting sentiment. After all, as long as his skills remained intact, he would never be in want of undead companions. As for the materials, Rollo glanced beside him, at the ancient Zongzi that had fallen with him into the abyss months prior. It seems that my journey as a necromancer in this world shall commence anew with you by my side.
The end.